The Chinese entertainment industry is hosting another major event tonight, gathering many prominent and outstanding faces. The next person invited to the red carpet is tonight's special guest, Wen Li. After the MC's introduction, all the audience below held their breath in anticipation. The main character appeared the next moment. It was a beautiful girl, wearing a deep purple gown, shimmering like the night sky. This beauty with delicate and sharp facial features is Wen Li, a rising first-tier starlet. Her recognition and commercial value, plus her popularity in the domestic entertainment industry, are all at a very high level. Wen Li took a pen and stepped onto the red carpet to start signing. Then she conveniently posed and turned around, directing her gaze towards the countless cameras below. The press saw this and cheered incessantly. Everyone hoped that gaze would be directed at them. Wen Li's appearance was truly charming. Both delicate and with a regal air, her aura was extraordinary. Slim waist, full chest, long legs, swan-like neck, fair skin, plump lips. All the things that other girls desire, Wen Li possessed. At this moment, the host quickly approached. He told Wen Li to quickly greet her fans through the camera. Wen Li smiled brightly and waved her hand. Her voice rang out clear as sweet honey poured into the ear. "It's been a while, everyone. I'm Wen Li." Her image on the screen made the audience out there scream incessantly until their throats were sore. "Sanli, my wife. Sanli, mom loves you." Various fan chants. The host pointed the mic towards her again. He said with a serious expression that she seemed to be missing something today. Wen Li slightly frowned, puzzled. "Missing what?" The host, waiting for this, squinted his eyes and rattled on. "Of course, it's everyone's teacher song that's missing." He also said excitedly that Songyan must be too busy, otherwise he would never let Wen Li come here alone. Wen Li slightly pursed her lips, then gently used her hands to tuck her hair behind her ears. She used those beautiful eyes to ask the audience below, "What's wrong? Am I not enough by myself?" Her fans were just waiting for this and screamed, saying enough. Wen Li used that one sentence to convince both the host and her audience like that. After finishing her interaction with the audience, Wen Li carefully walked down. Her assistant Wen Wen was already waiting. She happily told her that as soon as she appeared, the live stream room immediately exploded. Tonight will definitely be on the hot search. Wen Li just slightly raised the corners of her mouth. She was happy too, but this wasn't the first time, so Wen Li wasn't surprised. As the two were preparing to leave, another figure suddenly appeared in front of them. She was quite beautiful, but seemed to be displeased with Wen Li. Her tone and attitude, standing with arms crossed in front of Wen Li, looked extremely disrespectful. It was Zhang Shui, one of the rising starlets, Wen Li's biggest competitive rival. Wen Li wasn't a soft persimmon for Zhang Shui to squeeze at will. She crossed her arms, stepped forward, and spoke frankly. "Long time no see. I didn't expect you still like to occupy positions that don't belong to you." Zhang Shui raised her eyebrows and retorted, saying, Wen Li was so arrogant just because she relied on the resources of her husband, the best actor. But in this industry, who doesn't know they're just a contract couple? Otherwise, why would he let you attend alone like this? Wen Li slightly tilted her head, her finger twirling a lock of hair. She said Zhang Shui cared about her so much, she might as well keep a close eye on her own husband. Zhang Shui still showed no signs of stopping. She went on to say she heard that the Human World TV show had also approached Wen Li. If they were real, why wouldn't they dare to go? Under the effect of the provocation from Zhang Shui, Wen Li put on a calm face and said casually, "Who says I don't dare to go?" Just waiting for that sentence, Zhang Shui turned to leave. Before leaving, she left Wen Li with one last remark. "Then see you there? But if Teacher Song doesn't come to this show, I'm afraid it might be a bit difficult for you alone." Wen Li remained silent. She was trying to suppress her anger. In another development, Song Yan was diligently completing the final scenes of an action movie. His posture as he pulled the pin of a grenade, threw it, then coolly turned his back to the explosion was truly too handsome. In just one take, he was able to perfectly finish the scene. Everyone in the crew couldn't help but rush over to praise Song Yan profusely. Facing the best actor, their words were indeed both respectful and humble. Song Yan maintained a calm face as he picked up a water bottle. On this side, the director held the script in his hand, exclaiming joyfully as he invited Song Yan to have dinner with the crew later. Song Yan, now wearing a ring on his ring finger, wiped his face while looking at his phone. "Next time, director, I need to take leave and go home for a bit. I'll treat everyone next time." Hearing this, the director thought Song Yan had some urgent matter at home. But a moment later, Song Yan gave the director a steaming bowl of dog food. He actually said if he didn't go back, his wife would run away. All the female staff on the set were in awe. They didn't expect Teacher Song to be such a devoted husband. Some even felt regretful, heartbroken, that their national first love was so young, yet already married. Meanwhile, Wenli had stepped outside. Her fans were still enthusiastically waiting for their idol. They excitedly told Wenli that they heard she would be participating in the TV show Human World Has You. They promised to vote a lot for her and Teacher Song. Wenli was surprised that her angry words inside to Zheng She had spread out here so quickly. She could only smile awkwardly and dodge, then reminded everyone to be safe on their way home. After the car door closed, Wenli lay on the seat exhaustedly. Wenwen in the front held her phone, turned her head back to tell her that now the internet was buzzing with news that she would participate in the TV show Human World Has You. She was about to continue about Song Yan's side when Wenli interrupted her. Wenwen, I'm too tired after a long day. Everything can wait until we get home to discuss. So Wenwen fell silent. She was actually going to inform Wenli that Song Yan would be returning today. But seeing Wenli so tired, Wenwen decided against it. Wenli was now gazing out the window dejectedly. She felt regretful, thinking she shouldn't have been so stubborn and outspoken with Zheng Shui. Now she had brought more trouble for Song Yan. She didn't know how to explain it. Wenli closed her eyes tightly, letting out a long sigh, allowing her heavy mind to drift into a floating state. Meanwhile, Song Yan had arrived home. He stood pensively on the balcony, his eyes constantly looking down, as if waiting. The elevator reached the floor. Entering the house, Wenli didn't even bother to turn on the lights. She dragged herself towards the bedroom, unzipping her dress as she walked, skillfully removing the dress from her feet upwards. Her hands deftly took off the evening gown. In an instant, her body was freed. Today's outfit was really too tight, and she was truly very sleepy. Opening the bedroom door, light spilled in from outside. Suddenly bright before her eyes, Wenli froze. "You're back." The voice and light fell on her ears. The master bedroom was very large, with a sofa and a small tea table beside the bed. A man was sitting on the sofa. The man sitting on the chair wore a simple white shirt, in a relaxed posture, legs crossed. On his knee was a document. It was the divorce agreement that Wenli had asked her lawyer to send him. His slender fingertips held the edge of the paper. His eyes calmly evaluated the content on it. He had just returned from the airport, still wearing the same clothes. Sitting at home, he looked like he was posing for a poster. Seeing the bedroom door open, the man raised his thin eyelids, tilting his head to look towards the door. When he saw Wenli standing there, Song Yan was clearly startled. He slightly parted his lips, staring at her intently. His eyes showed panic for a few seconds. But it was only for a few seconds. Then his eyebrows gradually relaxed. His face slowly became calm before expressing surprise. In an instant, Wenli's entire body turned red from head to toe. She hurriedly covered her chest instinctively, so panicked that her words became uncontrolled. A stammer echoed throughout the room. Wenli, indignantly, pointed straight at him, frantically scolding him, asking why he suddenly came back. Song Yan curved his thin lips, standing up from the chair. He teased, "It seems I've returned at just the right time." Feeling like he was approaching, Wenli panicked and tried to avoid him, but a moment later, her small, fair wrist was caught by him. While Wenli was still unsure of what he intended to do, her entire body was wrapped in a thin blanket. The distance between them was closer than ever, and in an instant, Song Yan's gaze became incredibly gentle. Song Yan was patiently waiting for her embarrassment to pass. After a few minutes, Wenli softly asked, "Weren't you supposed to be on set? Has filming wrapped up?" Song Yan returned his gaze to the documents. He casually replied that he had taken some time off. Then, he suddenly placed one hand against the wall, cornering her. "Just came home for a bit." Surprised. Faced with his demeanor, Wenli instinctively backed away. She didn't dare look into this man's eyes. In the end, she could only force an awkward smile. Song Yan got to the main point with a smug curl of his lips. He said that although asking now might be a bit insensitive, "But Miss Wen, our contract seems to still be in effect, right?" Wenli's face fell, weakly protesting. "So what?" Song Yan continued to quietly observe her with a slight smile. He saw Wenli's full lips slightly pressed together, her cheeks flushed. She was clearly very flustered. Song Yan wanted to tease her even more. He leaned in closer, lowering his body. However, their ambiguous atmosphere was abruptly broken by the rumbling of Wenli's stomach in an anticlimactic way. Song Yan looked at her, his eyes slightly surprised. Then he glanced down at her stomach. This made Wenli so embarrassed that she covered her face with her hands. She shyly explained that she had spent the day preparing for the red carpet and hadn't eaten properly. Then, she rushed off, saying she needed to take a shower first. first. The door slammed shut. It was Wenli's optimal method to escape the embarrassment. Behind in the room, only Songyan remained standing, his eyes lowered, looking deep in thought, completely different from his proactive demeanor earlier. The sound of water rushing down in the bathroom, steam fogging up the frosted glass. Songyan stood silently by the balcony, his eyes absently looking at his phone screen. The hot search was full of information about Wenli tonight. Wenli on the red carpet, online rumors about the power couple starting a new chapter, Wenli being the most beautiful, and so on and so forth. Songyan looked at some of her photos from today captured by the press. He quietly entered Wenli's information page, admiring her beautiful appearance. He read fans' comments praising her. He also read about rumors that she and he would participate in a TV show. Then, he didn't hesitate to hit the like button. Wenli finished her shower and quietly went to the balcony. Only then did Songyan notice she had come out and turned to look at her. He seemed captivated by the beauty of the woman before him. Fresh from her shower, she wore a fluffy robe. Her wet hair dripped water onto her fair chest, her pink lips slightly parted. Songyan then left where he was standing, slipping one hand into his pocket and walked towards her. Wenli instinctively stepped back. Songyan then gently took the towel hanging around her neck. His eyes were as gentle as a real husband's. The next moment, he attentively dried Wenli's hair, the towel softly rubbing her head. Wenli blushed in embarrassment and lowered her head slightly. Songyan spoke first. "Miss Wen, I heard you're joining the Human World show with me, so should we postpone the divorce for now?" At this moment, Wenli seemed to remember the main issue. She stammered an explanation to him that she had actually gotten angry with Zheng Shui. Finally, Wenli could only sigh, feeling aggrieved, asking if she had caused trouble for him again or not. She also said he didn't need to worry about it. After some time, she would ask her manager to find a PR team to settle things down. But a moment later, Songyan said he could go. This made Wenli's eyes unable to hide her surprise. He said their team had already contacted him. The conditions offered were quite good. He liked it very much. Hearing this alone was enough to make Wenli's eyes light up. However, she was still worried that these types of programs didn't have a prepared script. Songyan also had never participated in such TV shows before. Moreover, she and Songyan didn't even spend New Year's together, so how could they improvise anything? Songyan still reasoned that he had already agreed. His manager had also gone to talk with them to dispel the complicated thoughts in Wenli's mind. Wenli happily leaned on the balcony railing. She didn't notice that she had revealed an extremely alluring side. Her face still innocent, she asked Songyan why he agreed. Yan turned around abruptly, hiding his embarrassment. He casually made up a reason, saying he couldn't resist the attraction of money. Wenli was overjoyed inside. She sighed with relief and told him that actually, this contract was just a draft she had prepared. If he said to postpone, then they'd postpone. Songyan didn't reply. His eyes were complex, his hand loosening his shirt collar. But Wenli still had no idea how she was exuding a deadly allure. She still looked at him excitedly with sparkling eyes, wanting to discuss more about these things with him. Songyan looked at her. At this moment, he couldn't bear to hear another word. After a grunt, his defenses finally crumbled. He roughly wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her towards him. Only then did Wenli panic, asking what he was doing. Songyan leaned in, directly pinching her chin for a kiss. The cool scent of fir wood from the man entered Wenli's nostrils. This was the new perfume he was endorsing this year. Wenli's eyes gradually became dreamy, finally closing, accepting to enjoy the moment with him. In the midst of the hot, dry summer, only the moonlight brought a cool sensation, like a breeze from afar sweeping through one's heart. Usually, Songyan seemed cold, but when doing this, he was very forceful. Wenli's nails scratched his sturdy back with each rapid breath. The divorce contract had been thrown in the trash at some point. Sunlight shone into the room. Songyan, as usual, stood on the balcony, looking down at the city. Wenli lay on the bed, entering a thoughtful state. Although there was a marriage contract, the agreement didn't include no intimacy. But it takes two to tango. She felt she should blame herself for losing control. Wenli even defended herself before her conscience, thinking if anyone else were lying on this bed or being pressed down by Songyan, she didn't believe they could resist. A ringtone sounded, cutting off her wandering thoughts. Wenli reached for her phone to fiddle with it. It was a response from the manager when she heard that Wenli had accepted the Human World show and that Songyan had also agreed. Wenli lay sprawled on the bed, unable to hide her excitement as she sent a voice chat. She said Zheng Shui's side was still looking yesterday. She absent-mindedly thought about Zheng Hui. First-tier starlets were like that. Compared to the superficial sisterhood on the surface, Wenli and Zheng Shui were the type to buy internet trolls to spread rumors about each other without hiding hiding it, because no matter how much they tried to hide, the other would suspect immediately. The biggest conflict between them was Zheng Shui's current husband, Lu Ming. 2 years ago, Wen Li and Lu Ming were the lead actors in a lesser-known historical romance drama. To promote it, they used an industrial couple strategy, which attracted a lot of attention. When the promotion period ended, as the team prepared to break up the couple, Lu Ming and Zheng Shui suddenly got married. In an instant, Wen Li was criticized as shameless, knowing Lu Ming already had a girlfriend but still wanting to play up their on-screen couple, rashly wanting to be the third party. As for Lu Ming, in the eyes of netizens, he was a righteous man, preferring to be scolded by fans rather than be misunderstood by his girlfriend. During that time, Wen Li became the target of online abuse. In the darkest period of her life, it was Song Yan who reached out his hand for her to hold. Only when she and Song Yan went public with their relationship did the love story of a starlet with a top-tier actor and film industry heavyweight quickly become a hot topic. Only then were the false rumors that were being discussed finally stopped. Speaking of Song Yan, with that face of his, although his acting was still immature back then, with his debut work, he had won 3 Best Newcomer awards. She just didn't understand why he wanted to help her back then. Just as Song Yan got bored of looking at the balcony view and turned his head, he immediately caught Wen Li's gaze staring at him. Her beautiful and somewhat alluring appearance was just like a little demon. Song Yan couldn't help but smile slightly. Only then did Wen Li realize that she was behaving very strangely. She immediately sat up and adjusted her clothes. Song Yan's eyes crinkled with laughter at her cuteness. In his eyes, she was just like a small white cat. In another development, at the office of the Human World show producer, Zheng Shui's manager was excitedly slamming her hand on the table, fiercely demanding the producer to repeat himself. Hearing the production team once again confirm that the investors said their spokespersons had just been confirmed as Wen Li and teacher Song Yan, who led in audience votes, Zheng Shui immediately stiffened. Her nails unconsciously dug into her clothes, her whole body trembling. Zheng Shui left in a huff, still unable to believe how Wen Li could participate in this show. Clearly, Wen Li knew that she and Lu Ming were also participating. Seeing this, Zheng Shui anxiously pulled out her phone to call Lu Ming. Lu Ming was in the middle of filming. As soon as he answered, asking what was wrong, he was met with a barrage of reproaches, blaming his overwhelming popularity back then, causing Wen Li to be scolded for over half a year. Now she still can't forget him, hurriedly coming to participate in the show to cling to him. Lu Ming was stunned. His eyes showed surprise. Wen Li, she's going to participate. On the other end of the line, Zheng E, losing her composure, growled threateningly, saying, Lu Ming should, when filming, better cooperate well with her. If people figure out that back then it wasn't Wen Li who didn't want to break up the couple, but that Lu Ming already had feelings for Wen Li before, wanting to turn real romance into real romance with her, then just wait to be scolded to death. Every word of Zheng Shui's bitter threats, Lu Ming heard without missing a single one. He finally only indifferently uttered 2 words. Got it. The call ended. Zheng Shui took a deep breath. Wanting to look at the scenery a bit to relax, she stood leaning against the railing, her eyebrows furrowed. Finally, when her eyes accidentally looked up, her face became even more unpleasant. What caught her eye was a giant poster of Wen Li. As if being mocked, Zheng Shui gritted her teeth with a crunch. Wen Li, what makes you think you can attract Lu Ming, and then receive Song Yan's favor on top of that? On what grounds? The very next day, on the official fan page of Human World Has You, the top 1 voted most affectionate couple was announced. It was Wen Li and Song Yan. Everyone was once again amazed. Fans of Wen Li and Song Yan's couple felt extremely excited. Reading the fans' comments, Wen Li also gave a slight smile of satisfaction. Finally, she was so happy she laughed out loud. Wen came over at this time to inform Wen Li that today the Human World Has You show was starting. People would come to film live footage. Cameras had also been installed in the house. She reminded Wen Li to be mindful from now on. Wen Li tilted her head back casually, saying she understood. A while later, at the headquarters of Shi Yingxi's film crew, Wen Li had started her first shoot. The cameraman pointed the lens at her, quickly introducing the situation, asking Wen Li to greet everyone. Wen Li leaned in with a beautiful smile, her voice rising both gently and a bit playfully. Hello, viewers. It was already noon, Just time for Wenli to have a meal. Wen brought Wenli a food box. Wenli, ignoring the camera, looked eagerly at the wooden box with extremely anticipating eyes. However, as soon as she saw inside, it was all vegetables. Wenli couldn't help but frown in displeasure. This attitude of hers made the cameraman chuckle and ask why she looked so unhappy. Was she missing Teacher Song already? Wenli looked at the camera and denied it outright. Who misses him? She answered reflexively. But right after hearing the cough of Wen's subtle reminder, Wenli remembered that these words would be broadcast on TV, so she had to quickly add more. Wenli then tucked her hair shyly and corrected herself. It's not that I don't miss him, but just a little bit. The cameraman chuckled contentedly, then led her into the topic, saying that the theme of the first episode of the show was surprises. He asked Wenli if she wanted any surprises. Hearing these two words, surprise, Wenli was slightly dazed. She unconsciously thought that they were originally just in a contract relationship. How could she use the standards of a married couple to demand anything from him? So Wenli decided to use a clever way to answer without expressing her own demands. If we're really talking about surprises, does his existence count as a surprise? After she uttered those words, the whole room suddenly fell oddly silent. Wenli couldn't help but wonder in confusion if she had said something too abstract, or if her words weren't sincere enough. Only when she saw the melting gaze of the cameraman and Wen's meaningful smile behind her hand could she finally breathe a sigh of relief. They were practically swooning. The cameraman even explained that he just felt Miss Wen was very good with words. This reaction of theirs also left Wenli with a head full of question marks, not understanding why they reacted like that to her evasive answer. During the break, Wenli took the chance to check her phone for news. On the official fan page of Human World Has You, the quote, "His existence in this world, for me, that is the biggest surprise from her," had been posted. Below were countless enthusiastic comments from the public enjoying the drama. This quote of hers directly led the hot search rankings, far surpassing news about Zheng Shui and Lu Ming. Wenli couldn't help but smile smugly to herself. This top-tier quote from the start, huh? Of course it's a top-tier quote from me, Wenli. Wen was also full of praise, saying, as expected of Sister Wenli, just the first line, and it's already crushed the hot search they bought with money. But a moment later, she showed a worried expression. Wen feared that without Teacher Song in tomorrow's live stream, if it's just Wenli alone, she didn't know if it could salvage the show's effectiveness. Wenli also immediately imagined her own awkward situation tomorrow. Song Yan. You're asking about Song Yan. Oh my. Let's talk about something else, shall we? Thinking about having to live stream alone, Wenli felt she needed an immediate dose of anti-embarrassment medicine. At Wenli's home, before leaving, Wen didn't forget to say goodbye and remind her to be aware of the cameras in the house. As she opened the door, Wenli thought about tomorrow's live stream. If she could persuade Teacher Song to buy the earliest flight ticket for tomorrow, to rush back from Shanghai, then there would still be time. But unexpectedly, as soon as the door opened, Song Yan's handsome face came into view. Seeing her, Song Yan smiled gently and tilted his head. "Miss Wen, you're back? I was just about to leave." Hearing this, Wenli immediately grabbed his suitcase, wanting to change the situation. She told him about tomorrow night's live stream. "Do you really want to leave me to do it alone?" Song Yan replied helplessly, explaining that he had to leave urgently and really couldn't stay. The smile on Wenli's lips grew increasingly stiff. She was feeling extremely dissatisfied. Finally, Wenli frowned and said irritably, "Fine, it's up to you whether you want to go back or not." This exchange between them, not missing a single word, was captured by the program team's cameras. In the control room, the organizers also felt that Ms. Wen was truly angry. Could it be that surprise had turned into shock? Seeing Wenli dejectedly turning away, Song Yan finally couldn't bear it and spoke up. He let go of the suitcase, quickly walked towards Wenli, and finally told her that if she wanted him to rush back, it wasn't impossible. Hearing this, Wenli looked up at him with a patient, expectant attitude. Song Yan slightly curled his lips into a smile, as long as Miss Wen could act coy with him. Wenli's entire face immediately turned red. She gasped. In the control room, the program team stood up abruptly, eyes glued to the screen, hoping to capture every moment that followed. However, there were no romantic scenes afterwards. There was only a Song Yan left behind, and a Wenli, who stubbornly shouted two words. No way. The next day, Wenli sat alone at home in front of her phone. Before the live stream, she couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. But immediately after, she put on a smile again, regaining her professional spirit for work. "Hello everyone, I'm Wenli." She also announced that Song Yan wasn't at home today, so she would start right away. Wenli's beauty immediately made the entire livestream room feel dizzy. Praises kept pouring in, filling up the screen. Seeing so many comments, Wenli became very curious and moved closer to read what everyone was saying. As she moved closer like that, her flawless beauty became even more apparent. Her fans jumped up, saying, "Why did she move so close? Don't you know how beautiful you are? You suddenly moving so close to the screen like this is really unbearable for them." Seeing this, Wenli immediately backed away, flustered. Her phone buzzed with a notification sound. Wenli received a message from her manager, reminding her to thank fans for their gifts. Wenli then immediately read out the names of fans who gave gifts to her. "Thank you for 100 submarines from Sanli is mom's precious darling." Seeing such a name, Wenli couldn't help but smile and play along, saying, "Thank you, Mom. I have money, don't spend too much. Okay." Then she thanked for 50 skyscrapers from Stop Pretending, I've shown my ID card. I'm Sanli's real husband. Wenli tilted her head and smiled beautifully. Bigamy is illegal, you know? As Wenli was reading comments and continuing to thank people, she suddenly paused. Her cheeks flushed and she said nothing more. Fans started to look at the gift board to see who had just given a gift. Amused comments immediately appeared, saying the person who just gave the big gift was so cruel. They used a name like Sanli Beauty, how many times a night, making Wenli blush like that. Wenli gritted her teeth. "No more thanks. Don't give gifts. Everyone, even if you give until the house falls apart, I won't thank you." She pouted angrily, puffing her cheeks. She wasn't short of money and didn't want fans to walk all over her like this. Just then, a message from Sister Dan arrived, saying, "It's okay. This effect is enough. You're already on the hot search." After 40 minutes of live streaming, at the capital's international airport, Flight T from Shanghai to Yancheng landed smoothly. Just after getting off the plane, Song Yan turned on his phone. Notifications kept popping up. Most of them were Weibo notifications. He closed the notifications for news related to people he didn't care about. The daily hot topics on Weibo were still being sent to him. There were several related to Wenli. After looking at each hot search, his gaze stopped on the last hot search with the least heat. There was a full post with a mocking tone, saying that the CP fans of Salt Couple were just elementary school kids. During the live stream, Songyan asked for leave, yet many shameless fans were still exaggerating their love. It's just using a face reveal to cut green onions for fans. What's so great about promoting a plastic marriage relationship like this? Songyan glanced over the content of that post. Using his main account with over 70 million followers, he left a comment there, "On my way home to receive Ms. Wen's criticism." In just a moment, this comment received over 1,000 replies. Songyan turned and pulled his luggage away. Meanwhile, Wen Li was removing her makeup. Recently, she hadn't been to beauty salons much. Announcements were also few. She had plenty of time for sleep, so her skin was in good condition. She had once seen a comment saying they wanted to see a female artist's evening skincare routine. Just right. She didn't know what to do during the live stream, so she decided to do this. To keep her mobile phone dry, Wen Li placed the live streaming phone on a small stand under the mirror at the sink. She looked at herself in the mirror and, in a serious tone, explained her makeup removal steps to the fans. Her eye makeup today was a bit heavy. It wasn't easy to clean. She had to leave makeup remover on her eyes for a few minutes. If she just rubbed directly, it would create wrinkles around the eyes. She squeezed some makeup remover onto a cotton pad, then used it to cover her eyes. With both eyes covered, blocking her vision, Wen Li felt a bit silly standing like this in front of the screen. She called out to activate the blue Bluetooth speaker by voice command in the house. She wanted to play a song to dance to. Then the speaker would automatically play a song. As soon as the DJ's drum beat sounded, Wen Li was so startled her shoulders shook. Wen Li didn't know what came over her, but she started bouncing to the beat. Her body moved unconsciously. Some people, during moments of boredom, might engage in captivating or puzzling behaviors, or hard to understand, especially when standing in front of the sink, removing eye makeup, and not knowing how to kill time. Wen Li just swayed with her eyes closed, thinking of her lucky husband who might be living it up somewhere out there, and thinking of the mocking words of those people on Weibo. She felt she couldn't lose. So what if there's no man at home? Without a man at home, she could still take off and dance as usual. Wen Li danced alone in there, extremely happy, increasingly forgetting that she was a big star. Meanwhile, outside the door, Mr. Song had arrived. He pushed his luggage inside. He immediately heard loud music from the bathroom. Songyan pushed the the door open. He was instantly shocked by Wenli's posture in front of him. He stood there dumbfounded, momentarily not knowing what to say. Wenli, in front of him, was still squinting her eyes and dancing with all her might. Clearly, she hadn't noticed he was back yet. For half a minute, the comment stream was very lively and funny. Most were ha-ha or teasing remarks. Then suddenly it began to shift in another direction. They frantically commented, reminding Wenli to be more alert. "Your husband is standing right outside the door. Wenli, stop flailing. Your husband is back." Song Yan was now standing with his arms crossed, leaning on the door. He smiled slightly, silently observing to see what she would do next. Wenli, tired of dancing, told her fans to wait while she washed her face, then she'd see what they said. Wenli didn't react quickly to the issue that people kept commenting about. Wenli looked dazed. And right after reading the comments, Wenli immediately looked behind her in a hazy manner. Her body froze, lips stammering Song Yan's name. Song Yan responded with a steady gaze and a slight upward curve of his lips. Wenli stood stock still for over half a minute, feeling like her world was crumbling. Her hands clenched into fists, unsure if it was from embarrassment or anger. She finally cried out in frustration, "Why are you home already?" Ignoring her fans' laments, Wenli resolutely ended the live stream. Then, she scrolled through Weibo to check. The top trending topics were Wenli's live stream incident and Song Yan's unexpected return home. Afterwards, Wenli collapsed on the sofa. She even thought about lying there all night in her gloomy mood. Song Yan, seeing her like this, couldn't help but chuckle. He gently approached her, speaking softly to persuade Wenli to go back to the bedroom. Wenli pouted, turned over, burying her face in the back of the couch, only showing Song Yan the back of her head. She glumly said, "I'm sleeping here tonight." Song Yan remained silent, not speaking. Wenli sensed him sitting down behind her back, his breathing getting closer. Then he spoke, his voice tinged with amusement. Tired from all that dancing, Wenli heard a sound. It was the sound of her reason exploding. Song Yan had accurately stepped on a landmine. She sat up, looking ready to make a big deal out of it. "What did you say?" Song Yan raised an eyebrow, calmly arguing with her. "You put on a show when I'm not home. I come back and you give me the cold shoulder. Then why did you call me to come back in the first place?" In an argument, the worst is when the other party reacts too calmly, like punching cotton, truly frustrating. He even dared to bite back at her. Wenli, breathless, said it was because he came home unexpectedly. "It's because you came back without any notice, making me lose face like that, huh?" Wenli was stunned. Song Yan said softly, "With over 100,000 people watching, why weren't you worried about losing face in front of them, but you're afraid of losing face in front of me? Could it be that your standards change when it comes to me?" These words hit the mark. Wenli found them very reasonable. She looked at him, eyes wide open, asking if she had double standards. Song Yan shrugged and gave a slight She didn't realize she only had double standards with Song Yan. In the evening before bed, Wenli washed her face clean, lying on the soft bed in the master bedroom, leaving half the bed for Song Yan. Waiting for Song Yan to finish washing up and get into bed, Wenli was still playing on her phone. She turned her back to Song Yan, suddenly speaking up to ask him, "Didn't you have a sudden schedule? Why did you come back?" Then she turned back, with a bit of disdain and arrogance, saying, actually, she didn't need him. She could have managed it alone. His voice was very deep. Even his sleepy breathing was louder than his voice. He said he had seen. Alone, occupying 5 hot searches, Mrs. Song was really impressive. When Lee was praised, her mouth curled up, proudly saying, "You know that. If you knew, why did you come back?" Song Yan suddenly paused, his voice losing some of its sleepiness. "You didn't want me to come back." When Lai hesitated for a few seconds, then immediately puffed her cheeks, blushed, and turned away, firmly answering Kling, "Don't want." Right after, she spoke again, her voice very small, with a hint of reproach and some arrogance and a bit of concern she wasn't aware of, telling him if work couldn't be postponed, don't postpone it. She could handle it alone, didn't need him, she could still do well. Wen Li felt her attitude was sufficiently proud. Song Yan absolutely couldn't hear any humanitarian spirit in her words. Then she heard a sigh from the man behind her. After more than half a day without hearing anyone respond, Wen Li turned around, slightly frowning, asking him, "Are you asleep?" Just as she turned, she caught Song Yan's smiling yet not smiling eyes. Panicking inside, Wen Li dared not look directly. Her cheeks reddening, she immediately turned away again, even blaming him. "If you're not asleep, why didn't you say anything?" Song Yan replied in a pensive tone, saying he was still thinking about something. Animals like cats, quirky, arrogant, behave as if they're bestowing charity when approaching others. God knows such animals wouldn't be liked by humans, so he gave them an appearance that that suits human aesthetics. Beautiful cat faces, clear eyes, soft bodies, fluffy fur, the sound of meow meow. As long as this animal deigns to lower itself, snuggling up to humans, making a sound meow, using that soft, gentle body to rub lightly a few times, no one can resist. They just want to hold this small, arrogant creature to their chest, rub until it gets annoyed. Song-yan whispered again, asking if she knew why dogs are closer to humans than cats. Yet many people still prefer cats. Wen-li fed. She thought he was planning to keep a cat, so she warned in advance, not allowing it. The whole house would be full of disgusting cat hair. Song-yan paid no attention. Smiling, he reached out, his finger twirling her long hair spread around the pillow. He also said her hair falls so much in the bathroom, yet she's not ashamed to say that. Wen-li turned her head again, her eyes filled with humiliation. Bristling like a startled cat, she yelled, "Are you mocking me for being bald?" Seeing the man stunned by her words, speechless, unable to say a word, Wen-li fell silent, no longer paying attention to him. In the society far from the city of Mingshui, the men in Mountain Water Sky Love were holding teacups in their hands, chatting with each other very happily. Some famous directors present here have been making films since their debut in the 1970s and 1980s. Now they have achieved much fame. Many of them have won countless awards both domestically and internationally. Director Wu Weiguang poured tea for Song-yan, calling him CEO Song, saying, "You should quickly taste this tea that was just air-shipped from West Lake and see if it's fresh." The one teasing Song-yan was the person who, years ago at the school gate, had spotted Song-yan with just a glance, tall and shining among the crowd. That film had helped him climb to the top, becoming a newcomer in the film industry. For Song-yan, he was a talent scout and also a teacher. Song-yan immediately showed a warm smile, humbly replying, saying, "Teacher Wu should still call me A-yan instead." Director Guo next to him chimed in, saying, "Old Wu can call you A-yan, but the rest of us should honestly call you CEO Yan. He's shooting a film in the last 6 months of the year. If Bai Shi hadn't invested those 2 billion, he'd probably still be anxious and flustered." Song-yan humbly replied, "That was CEO Bai's decision. This credit truly can't be placed on me." After frequent exchanges and mutual praises, enough had been said, and the flattery was over. The topic shifted to films. Director Guo vaguely asked, "Does Ayan have any schedules for next year? I have a script for a major IP xianxia drama. Wondering if you're interested. I can have someone bring it to you." Before Song-yan could answer, another director laughed and exposed, telling Director Guo not to talk about such grand things. The main theme is just romance. This type of film is trending now. Hearing this, Song-yan smiled gently and politely declined. He said, "It's not that I don't want to accept. It's just that acting in romance and such isn't my strength or expertise. I'm afraid I'd ruin this major IP work." Director Guo didn't let it go, saying, "Isn't your wife also acting in idol dramas?" Old Guo was actually trying to shift towards inviting Wen-li. Hearing this, he lowered his head, slowly raised his teacup, and told Old Guo, "If you've set your sights on my wife, you can contact her manager directly. But if you want to invite her because of me, then there's no need. In this regard, she doesn't want too many connections related to me. She's quite competitive." The tea party ended. Song-yan went home. Along the dimly lit corridor, his lonely silhouette thought glumly about Wen-li. She doesn't like to bother others. If there's something she can handle herself, she'll take care of it alone. He thought painfully that all along, she didn't want to be involved with him either. The door opened. Wen-li's beautiful face immediately caught his eye. She was wearing cartoon pajamas, her hair tied up in a bun. At home, she dressed very simply. Her face wore a bright smile as she surprised him, seeming to have waited for him for a long time. "You're back." Song-yan was startled, frozen in place, not believing what was displayed before him. He had only one thought at that moment. Could it be that he had entered the wrong house? Wen-li was even more lively and quick, offering to help him put away his shoes. Song-yan looked at her and began to analyze silently. On her face, light makeup. He instinctively glanced at the camera in the living room. He seemed to understand now. Wen-li then took out slippers and placed them neatly beside his feet. Looking at him with an innocent smile, she said, "Come in quickly." Song-yan looked at her in confusion. He picked up the slippers and turned them upside down, discovering there were no hidden needles inside. Seeing this action, Wen-li didn't understand and asked, "What are you doing?" Song-yan's expression remained unchanged. He calmly replied he was looking for hidden needles. At this moment downstairs, the entire film crew sat facing the monitors, laughing until their stomachs hurt. All unusual things have reasons. They believed Mr. Song feared being trapped by his wife. It seems that until now, Ms. Wen had never acted coquettishly with Mr. Song. Song-yan put on the slippers and entered. One arm was pulled back by Wen-li. He stiffened slightly and asked her what's wrong. Wen-li put on an industrial smile. her eyes curved into crescents. You've had a tiring day outside. Come, sit down. I'll massage your shoulders. Pulling him to sit on the sofa, Wenli stood behind and massaged his shoulders. But fearing she might press too hard or too soft, she leaned down near his ear and gently asked, "Is this pressure okay?" Songyan's eyes darkened. He grabbed her hand, smiled and said, "Don't trouble yourself. I'll just go to my room and rest for a while." Wenli watched wide-eyed as he walked into the bedroom without looking back, then closed the door. Inside the room, Songyan leaned against the door, his cheeks flushed like a drunk person. His whole body felt hot as if on fire, the heat coming from his heart pounding in his chest. Meanwhile, Wenli bent down and whispered to the camera in the living room, "He's not cooperating. I can't do this." The small green light on the camera lit up. The director's voice came through, telling her, "That can't be called acting coy. How is what I did not acting coy?" She stood up, hands on hips, arguing with the camera. She added, "Do I have to keep saying brother, brother for it to be considered acting coy?" The director hadn't anticipated this rebuttal from her and nearly choked on his saliva. Then he relayed that she should do it like that. Wenli gritted her teeth, discouraged, saying she wouldn't do it anymore. At this crucial moment, it was the editor who had an idea and asked if she wanted to see how other female guests did it. "How about Miss Zheng?" they said. "Watch and learn from her." Wenli bit her lip, thinking of Zheng Shui. Her competitive spirit was successfully provoked. After hearing this, Wenli reconsidered. Right, she couldn't lose. However, she still asked worriedly, "If he doesn't cooperate, wouldn't that be very embarrassing for me?" The advisory team immediately suggested a solution, saying she should tell Songyan that the camera was off. They thought it might be because of the camera that Mr. Song wasn't cooperating well with her. Wenli scratched her neck and sighed, determined to give it a try. The small green light was turned off. Wenli found some fruit in the house, washed it clean and cut it into small pieces. Then she carried the fruit plate and opened the bedroom door. She said nothing, pretending to walk to the camera. Then she feigned turning it off. Song Yan, lying on the bed, turned to look at her. He suddenly squinted and asked why she had turned off the camera. Wenli casually replied, "Well, we can't keep it on all day. It's late now, so we're shutting it down." She brought the fruit plate to the bedside. Smiling, she asked, "Would you like some fruit?" Song Yan looked at her for about 10 seconds before reaching out his hand, saying thank you. Wenli held the fruit plate behind her back, saying, "Let me feed you." Looking at the apple slice in her hand approaching him, Song Yan opened his mouth. His curious gaze never left her face. He chewed very elegantly, using his tongue to savor the sweetness of the apple in his mouth. Her finger accidentally brushed against his soft lips. Song Yan then lightly touched them with his thumb. His eyes were full of contemplation. "All right, now it's my turn to feed you." Wenli opened her mouth with a big, eager hamburger. Song Yan's expression was profound, like a zoologist observing a monkey. He obliged and fed her a piece of fruit. Wenli put on a face of enjoyment, saying sweetly, sighing and coyly calling him Gege. "Gege, feed me this apple slice. It's so sweet." The camera crew downstairs couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Song Yan was stunned. He moistened his lips, his beautiful eyebrows raised, and asked in a low voice, "What did you just call me?" Wenli replied innocently, "Jage, of course." She thought to herself, isn't this the coquettish trick of weak little sisters? Why isn't this man showing any reaction? She tilted her head, blinking her eyes. "Or do you prefer me to call you husband?" Song Yan's Adam's apple moved slightly. His eyelids lowered, eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. When he looked up at her again, his eyes were covered by a thick layer of mist, his mood mixed with inexplicable, difficult-to-interpret emotions. He made a slightly nasal sound of agreement, telling her to come closer and call him once more. Wenli hurriedly asked, "Which one, Gege or husband?" The man's voice was slightly hoarse, as if he had a cold. "Up to you." Wenli thought to herself, it's not difficult to say either way, be it husband or Gege. After all, this was all to make the show more interesting. She might as well indulge him, even rubbing his arm as she spoke coquettishly. "I want to eat more grapes, Gege, hubby." Her soft hair, like cat fur, brushed against his Adam's apple. As Wenli was wondering if her carefully constructed image had just crumbled, she was suddenly pulled onto the bed by the man before her. The fruit plate crashed to the floor with a clatter. Song Yan turned over, his arm propped above her, looking down at her. He tugged at the rabbit ear on her pajama hood, seemingly asking with just his breath, "You little minx, after turning off the camera, what exactly do you want to do?" Wenli's mind short-circuited. For a moment, she couldn't understand how it had come to this. She didn't know where she had angered Song Yan. When others act coy, it's all sweet and gentle. She hadn't expected him to cooperate fully, but at least he should have given some words of agreement, not put on such a frightening face. She swallowed naively, continuing, "Well, I just wanted to eat grapes." The man pressing down on her laughed roguishly, squinting at her, his voice somewhat restrained. I think you're lacking something else entirely. Wenlei's cheeks flushed red, her eyes wide, staring intently at him. For a moment, she still didn't know what to do, her mind completely blank. They say people have two sides, in bed and out of bed. Sometimes Songyan would be like this. When aroused, he'd speak flirtatiously without thinking. One hand pinned Wenlei down, while the other mischievously touched her thigh. Gradually, that large hand moved upward, caressing the hot, smooth skin. Unfortunately, Mr. Song still didn't know he was being teased by a whole group. Miss Wen in front of him was already blushing with embarrassment on his behalf. Songyan then raised his hand to lift her chin. As he gradually leaned closer, Wenlei felt her mind in chaos. Her heart nearly leapt out of her chest, both their breaths becoming more rapid. Wenlei, before being overcome by him, finally rationally cried out, "I haven't turned off the camera yet. Please calm down." All of Songyan's movements stopped. He stared at her, stunned into immobility. Wenla closed her eyes tightly, like a person who'd lost her mind. She could still string together the vocabulary in her head into complete sentences. What was that? You get up first. The camera's red light finally went out. The excited director ordered the team, "Tomorrow, cut this part out and make it into a trailer for me. When Songyan says that line, remember to mute the last two words. It's ruined." This time, not only had her image crumbled, but his image had also gone to hell. Songyan, annoyed, held his forehead and frowned, asking her what she was doing. It was the show's production team's script. Wenli sat up, pitifully hugging her knees. "If I said there was a camera, I feared you wouldn't cooperate well. So She stopped, not daring to continue, just slightly raising her head to peek at him. Then she began to make excuses, pushing the blame far away. Firmly, she declared, "It was all the production team's request. It had nothing to do with me." Songyan sighed. Having made a mess herself, Wenlei saw him sigh without speaking. She turned to ask concernedly, "Mr. Song, are you okay?" Songyan glanced at her, reaching out to push her face aside. Rarely abandoning his composure, he said coldly, "Okay, my ass." She felt a bit uneasy, but still shamelessly turned her head back, insisting she wasn't wrong. "So you can't blame me." While picking up a fruit, Songyan replied that he didn't blame. Wenlei watched him, suddenly feeling guilty. "Are you angry?" Songyan found this question of hers to be out of nowhere. He laughed bitterly, asking her, "Why should I be angry?" She made an "oh" sound, letting out a sigh of relief. She then said she thought calling him like that just now made him feel sick to death. Wenli relaxed. Anyway, the camera was off. She sat cross-legged on the bed and spoke frankly to him, saying, "Just now I was going to call you senior." But then she thought they had graduated so many years ago. Calling him that seemed too fake, so she didn't. Songyan picked up the last cherry, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. He stood up and said, "What does this have to do with age? Even at 80, you'd still be my junior." Because this was such excellent live material, the excited director had it edited and cut the very next day. The public had successfully witnessed Wenlei's act of coquetry. They were even more excited to see a video clip with a pitch-black screen and regretful subtitles. As per the request of the broadcasting station and the guests, this footage is not suitable for broadcast. Only Wenlei's helpless screams can be heard in response to Songyan's animalistic outburst. Without visuals, the audio clip made people even more anxious. They really wanted to see the entire scene. It's no surprise that Wenlei and Songyan again topped the hot search list. The hot keywords were, what did Songyan actually say? Little minx? Behind the scenes? Human World has you trailer? 18 plus? Top-tier flirting techniques. Reading what appeared on the search list, Zheng Shui's hands couldn't help but tremble. She threw her phone to one side. The poor phone fell next to Lu Ming. Zheng Shui didn't forget to remind him to cooperate with her later. Lu Ming glanced at the still-lit phone screen. He understood why Zheng Shui was so angry. The car started moving. Lu Ming responded with a The filming location wasn't in Yan City, but in a city with a TV station arranged by the crew. On the way to the airport, taking advantage of the cameramen not being in the same car as them, Wenla temporarily turned off the camera. She seriously talked to Songyan. "Mr. Song, it all depends on you. No need to make Lu Ming and Zheng Shui die of anger, but at least we should trample them underfoot." Seeing his expressionless face, Wenla smiled as brightly as the sun. She started flattering him, saying, "You've won the Best Actor award. I trust your acting skills. You'll definitely be able to guide me." Today, Songyan wore a light-colored jacket. His soft bangs were swept to one side, looking very youthful and casual. He paid no attention to her flattery. Instead, he asked her if she still hadn't forgotten him after 2 years. He was misunderstanding that she wasn't over Lu Ming. Wenlei immediately frowned excitedly and declared that of course she couldn't forget. She only said that much, but didn't tell him that she was still bitter about being falsely accused of being the other woman. After hearing Wenlei say that, Songyan turned to look at the scenery, his face showing he didn't want to talk. Seeing this, Wenlei pressed him, asking what's wrong. Are you feeling sad about being used as a tool? Songyan glanced at her appraisingly, his voice devoid of emotion, saying, you see me as a tool. Shouldn't I feel sad? Wenlei stared at him blankly for a moment, then crossed her arms over her chest. Thinking he didn't want to help her, Wenlei became angry instantly, feeling this good friend was boring. She blamed him, saying if he wasn't willing, why didn't he say so earlier? He didn't need to come today. Wenlei felt indignant inside, thinking he clearly promised to come film the show. He should keep his word, but now he's being strange. She even thought he was narrow-minded and holding a grudge against her. Recalling painful memories 2 years ago, the one who was miserably scolded wasn't him. She thought, what does he know? Wenlei firmly believed she wasn't wrong. She turned to lean on the window and look at the scenery. Seeing her like this, Songyan, though feeling extremely helpless inside, couldn't do anything about it. Songyan took 2 deep breaths, inwardly not knowing how to convince himself. Finally, he spoke softly, saying, it's not that he doesn't want to. The entire street was currently very lively. Their whole group stopped at a restaurant for a meal, split into 2 tables, men on one side, women on the other, eating and chatting happily. Speaking of the steamed shrimp at this restaurant, it wasn't bad. Wenlei watched Wen eating and couldn't help but drool with envy. Wen felt sorry for her and picked up a shrimp in Wenlei's bowl, saying she should eat one. Just one piece wouldn't hurt. Wenli held the shrimp in her hand, her eyes sparkling with light, her mouth still proud. She said if Wen insisted, she wouldn't refuse. But before she could put it in her mouth, the manager sister across from her cleared her throat with an ahem. Wenlei immediately stopped. Manager Dan then gave her a lecture, saying 1 bite leads to a second bite leads to a third bite. With your appetite, eating 5 kilos of shrimp in one night wouldn't surprise her at all. The more she spoke, the more fired up she got. In the end, she punished Wenlei to go to the gym as usual, not allowed to leave until 3 hours had passed. Wenlei painfully put the shrimp back on the plate, but couldn't cry. At the men's table, they were drinking beer happily. Songyan tilted his head back for a sip, his eyes purposely sneaking a glance at Wenlei behind him. Seeing her longingly holding her chopsticks like that, he couldn't help but chuckle quietly. After the meal, the whole group hurriedly got back in the car. Taking advantage of the manager's sister and others not being there, Wenlei, sitting in the car, let out cries of misery, complaining to Wen that she was so pitiful. A celebrity like her, who earns so much money every year, can buy any luxury brand she wants. Even her phone case is a globally limited edition, but she can't even eat a kilo of shrimp worth a few $100,000. Wen, hearing this, didn't know what to say. She just felt that the suffering of a celebrity was indeed different from ordinary people. Wenlei in the back was still complaining. She's 1.63 meters tall, and during the new year, she couldn't control herself and gained a few kilos, reaching 48 kilograms. Afterwards, people online said she was fat. Wenlei had to eat vegetarian to lose weight for a month, then she got thin again. She was so angry she could bite her phone. They were already the thinnest, even their cremated ashes, plus the urn would only weigh 48 kilograms. Wen, hearing this, couldn't take it anymore and yelled seriously, asking her to speak in a civilized manner. At the hotel, Wen asked again if they really didn't need to go to the pharmacy to buy some hangover pills for Wenlei. Really? Wenlei bluntly said she wasn't drunk. Even if she was, she'd be fine after a nap. That stubborn girl was leaning heavily on the elevator railing while waving her hand, telling Wen that she wasn't that weak. Wen had no choice but to follow along. The elevator doors opened, and the people waiting for the elevator turned out to be Zheng Shui and Lu Ming. This shocked Wenlei immensely. The couple also froze for a moment. Zheng Shui frowned with displeasure, her lips curled up as if ready for combat. Lu Ming then pulled her hand back, telling her to wait for the next elevator. But Zheng Shui refused. She struggled, saying, "Why should they wait? On what grounds? Is this elevator Wenlei's property?" She even told Lu Ming that he must be feeling guilty. Seeing this, Wenlei remained calm, folding her arms and smiling slightly as she observed. The elevator went up. All 4 people exited. Wenlei, who was just playful, suddenly became arrogant. Before anyone could do anything, Zheng Shui couldn't hold back and turned to snap at Wenlei. "Wenlei, tell me, how can you make others hate you so much?" Wenlei took a deep breath, preparing. "Want to argue, right? Very well. I couldn't eat shrimp today, so I'm already angry inside." Wenlei pushed up her glasses, saying there are many people who hate her, asking Zheng Shui which number she was. Zheng Shui was so angry she gritted her teeth. Wenlei tilted her chin up, her finger twirling a lock of hair. She asked Zheng Shui if she had forgotten already. She was voted #1 by the filming crew. She said if Zheng Shui wasn't as famous, she should shut up. She and her husband weren't famous enough to rely on her to increase their popularity. Zheng Shui was so angry she trembled all over. Lu Ming beside her awkwardly held her shoulders, advising her to calm down and leave quickly. But Zheng Shui instead flared up. Pointing at Wenlei's face, she said, "Don't think she doesn't know about her and Song Yan. In this entertainment industry, there's no one like them. No need to pretend with her." She also said Wenlei just wanted to cling to her husband. No wonder Song Yan wasn't afraid of being labeled a cuckold and agreed to film the show with her. Wenlei pushed up her glasses, saying directly that she didn't care about Lu Ming. As for the ambiguous messages he sent her, if it weren't for the sake of their couple pairing at that time, she would have blocked him long ago. Hearing this, Lu Ming felt guilty and turned away, avoiding Wenlei's gaze. Wenlei still mocked Zheng Shui's love-addled brain for thinking Lu Ming was a good person. Wenlei stood in front of them and started bragging about her husband, saying that her Mr. Song was 100,000 times better than Zheng Shui's husband, more handsome than him, better at making money than him. She wasn't blind. She didn't need to make her Mr. Song suffer for the sake of Zheng Shui's husband. It would be unfair to him. Zheng Shui was provoked to madness and quickly raised her voice to interrupt Wenlei, saying she and Song Yan were just in a contract marriage relationship. What's the use of him being handsome and good at making money? You two aren't even a real couple. Wenlei smirked contemptuously. Who says we're not a real couple? She stepped forward, her proud demeanor resolute. My Mr. Song is a man of few words but great action. Just one night and I couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. Lu Ming, can he do that? The couple Lu Ming and Zheng Shui were immediately stunned by her words. Finally, Zheng Shui was forcibly led away. Wenlei looked at them haughtily, then turned her head, flipping her hair as she left. But a moment later, she was shocked herself. Her glasses reflected a familiar figure. It was Song Yan, standing very close by, silently looking at her. Mr. Song, you were clearly still in the restaurant having a late dinner, suddenly appearing here, holding a packaged bag of crayfish standing there. They looked at each other awkwardly. Wenlei's cheeks unconsciously reddened. Back in the hotel room, Wenlei looked at Song Yan. She pushed up her glasses, tentatively asking when he had returned. Song Yan put the crayfish box on the table, looking at her and softly replying. A few minutes ago. Wenlei rubbed her chin, analyzing. She thought that a few minutes ago he might not have heard what she said. Finally, to be sure, she cautiously asked if he had heard anything. Song Yan suppressed a smile and put on an innocent expression. Heard what? Although very embarrassed, Wenlei still had to force herself to say sternly that it was the content of her argument with Zheng Shui. Did you hear it? Song Yan appeared to be deep in thought. He was silent and pensive, as if trying to recall, while Wenlei held her breath waiting. She lowered her face in embarrassment, her loose hair sliding off her shoulders. At this moment, a hand suddenly removed her sunglasses. Song Yan stood in front of her, leaned down and said in a low voice, I heard it. Wenlei was so embarrassed, she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She frantically pushed him away and tried to dash off. In her panic, her feet stumbled and she was about to fall. Song Yan quickly reached out to catch Wenlei, who was flailing. The result was still inevitable as Wenlei fell onto the chair, with him leaning closely over her. Wenlei turned her face sideways towards Song Yan, chin lifted high, but her ears were unusually soft. They bore none of their owner's usual haughty demeanor at this moment. The entire part of her ear facing him was flushed red. She spoke in an utterly pitiful voice, expressing her resentment, asking if he was a real man. Song Yan was bewildered, not understanding her meaning. Wenlei, still underneath, continued to blame him forcefully, saying he didn't have even a bit of masculine charm. Even if you did hear it, you should have said you didn't hear anything. Even if I'm not wrong, I don't care. You can play dirty, you can get angry, but I'll have a way to make others feel that I'm the most pitiful one. It's all your fault. You're not good. You're bullying me. You're the eternal sinner. Song Yan admitted defeat. He felt utterly impressed by her. Song Yan released her wrist. Wenlei immediately raised her arm to block his view. Her chest heaved violently. Only after hearing him say he'd brought crayfish back for her did Wenlei suddenly sit up. She saw Song Yan take the bag of crayfish to the dining table across the room and open it. She bit her lip, slowly walking over, but her eyes were already gleaming. While Wenlei was peeling crayfish with gusto, Songyan reclined on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. Putting a crayfish in her mouth, Wenlei's gaze fell on the hangover medicine on the table. Her agent Lu Dan said she had a few drinks, so he bought hangover medicine for her. Wenlei silently peeled several crayfish and quietly put them in a bowl. After peeling a few, she pushed the bowl in front of Songyan. Wenlei silently peeled several crayfish and quietly put them in a bowl. After peeling a few, she pushed the bowl in front of Songyan. She said she had eaten a lot already. It would be wasteful if not finished. Songyan looked at that bowl of crayfish, saying nothing for a while. Wenlei sighed, thinking he didn't want to eat, so she said if he didn't want it, throw it away. Songyan shifted his gaze to her face, observing with amusement. He then took a crayfish and put it in his mouth, then casually asked what her mouth was made of, why it was so hard. There's work tomorrow morning, so tonight we need to sleep early. Otherwise, the complexion won't be good the next day, and a thick layer of powder will be needed to cover it up. She was drowsily preparing to sleep when suddenly the mattress beside her sank. Thinking Songyan had finished bathing, she didn't pay much attention and continued to drift off to sleep until she smelled the same shower gel as hers on the man approaching her. She felt warm breath on her ear. Want to try the feeling of not being able to get out of bed for 3 days? The suggestion was extremely ambiguous yet straightforward. Wenlei's ears burned hot. She was wide awake now, half her face buried in the soft goose-down comforter. She scornfully said, "Don't." She said that just to provoke Zhang Shui. She asked if he thought he was that impressive. On the contrary, Songyan was very honest. He chuckled and replied, "Not 3 days, but 1 day is doable." Wenla pursed her lips, squirming under the covers. She said, "Go away." His voice softened. He gently stroked the back of her head. He said he was worried that when she saw them together, she'd feel miserable and uncomfortable. Now Songyan felt he had underestimated her. Wenla turned around, looking at him with hazy eyes, and asked why she should be sad. Songyan raised an eyebrow and asked if she didn't like looming. Hearing this, Wenlei's eyes widened. In a doubtful tone, she asked which blogger he heard this fake news from. Tomorrow she'd ask Sister Dan to have a lawyer sue them. Songyan was silent for a moment. He asked softly, if she didn't like him, then what was she crying about in the dressing room 2 years ago? He still remembered that year. Behind everyone's back, someone was lying on the table, crying until her face was covered in tears. It was a bit cute. As soon as she heard him mention 2 years ago, Wenla felt a bit embarrassed. Why would I cry? Her hand gripped the soft pillow, seemingly struggling to speak. Finally, she said, when you're young, everyone has a heart of crystal. Songyan looked at her with a calm gaze, saying that means she once really liked him. The man expressed his opinion. After a few seconds, he calmly continued, if you no longer have feelings for him now, there's nothing wrong with admitting it. It's all in the past. Wenli saw that he seemed to misunderstand and was about to jump up to refute and deny. Her mouth stammered. It's not like that. She seemed unsure how to express herself. Songyan sighed again, interrupting her. He said, go to sleep. You have to get up early tomorrow. He tucked her in. Then he turned to switch off the bedside lamp. Wenla bit her lip. Compared to letting others know that she was so fragile back then and weak that she cried from netizens' insults, it seemed that letting others misunderstand that she once liked Xu Ming was even more embarrassing. She kept staring at Songyan's back, feeling annoyed. Wenlei's pride and self-respect firmly refused to let Songyan misunderstand that she liked that kind of scum. If that were true, it would be an insult to her judgment and upbringing. Wenlei gritted her teeth. She sprang up from the bed. Using all her strength, like a small dog, she pulled him to turn him over. After moving to his side, she forced Songyan to face her. Songyan looked at her in slight surprise. He propped himself up and asked what she was doing, what she meant. Wenlei's long legs were already on top of him. She didn't care about her current graceful posture. Wenlei loudly explained in the darkness, I cried out of anger. Those were tears of rage. The more Wenlei thought, the angrier she got. She opened her mouth to complain to Songyan that that piece of trash already had a girlfriend, but still dared to promote a couple with her. Before deciding to promote it, Sister Dan had asked him clearly, but he said he was still single. Well, it turned out he and Zheng Shui had been secretly dating for years. She was framed by him and got scolded for half a year. If it wasn't for Sister Dan's advice, who said everyone in the industry would often meet each other, and moreover, her career was in an unstable phase at that time, not yet established, so directly waging war wouldn't be good. She told her to endure and let it pass. Wait for some time and it would be better. Otherwise, she would have beaten him to disability long ago. Songyan still hadn't said anything. Wenlei couldn't see any expression on his face. Slightly disappointed, she asked if even he didn't believe her. Songyan calmly replied, no. His gaze pierced deep into her dark pupils. After he said that, Wenli suddenly felt his warm breath pressing against her face, getting closer and closer. She instinctively dodged. Originally, when going to sleep, Songyan lay at the edge of the bed. Actually, when she climbed over here, there was only a small gap enough to lie in. Half of her body was suspended in the air. Just now, when she leaned back, in a moment, she would have fallen straight off the bed. Wenlei cried out in fear. Songyan anxiously called her name, quickly turned on the light, and saw her lying on the floor, her face contorted. Songyan was momentarily stunned, then sighed and laughed. Wenlei rubbed her hip, fiercely scolding him. What are you laughing at? But a moment later, Songyan got off the bed, picked her up, and concernedly asked, did the fall hurt? Where does it hurt? Wenlei lay on the bed. After instinctively scolding him for asking the obvious, she pointed to her nape. In a weak voice, she said she might have a concussion. A large hand reached out to massage her. After a few rubs, it indeed felt much better. Wenlei felt her tailbone also hurt a bit, but that area was rather sensitive, so she rubbed it herself. He saw this and asked with concern if that area hurt too. She immediately evaded, saying she could rub it herself. Songyan noticed her embarrassment and calmly moved his hand to her tailbone. He said she didn't need to be shy. It's not like he hadn't touched it before. When doing this kind of thing with the lights on and both fully awake, Wenlei still wasn't quite used to it, but his massage felt very good. Conflicted, she allowed him to care for her for a moment. Then she remembered something and told him not to tell others that she cried over those things. If it spread and anti-fans found out she cried because of their abusive comments, they might enjoy insulting her even more in the future. Songyan's voice showed concern, asking if they said very hurtful things. Wenlei sat up straight, smiling vibrantly, and said she was used to it now. She also had many fans who loved her. But Songyan still felt very sympathetic and couldn't help but pull her into his arms, hugging her, patting her back gently like comforting a child. It's all over. Bright lights illuminated the stage. The MC spoke to the cheering crowd below. Next is the appearance of two guest couples. Lu Ming and Zheng Shui walked out, arm in arm affectionately. But when Wenlei and Songyan hand in hand stepped onto the stage, everyone understood what an explosion was. Double the visual, lighting up the whole screen. After the simple opening, the MC continued to invite the other three guest couples onto the stage together, preparing to start the game section. The first game, one of the show's traditional games, checking compatibility. The guests were divided into 4 teams. One person was responsible for acting out the topic on the cardboard. The other would guess. The team that guessed more within the time limit would win. It was Wenlei's and Songyan's turn. Wenlei glanced at the cardboard behind Songyan and immediately acted. She spread her arms, making flying motions, her small wings flapping rapidly. Songyan seriously guessed and gave the answer, chicken flies, egg breaks. Correct answer. The next question was given. It came to the hot words on the internet. As soon as Wenlei saw the first phrase, she blanked out. She stood still for a long time, not moving. Songyan looked at her, feeling a bit confused. The timer showed only a few seconds left. The MC, holding back laughter, shouted, "Hurry up! Time's almost up." Wenlei refused without hesitation, waving her hand saying she couldn't do it. Skip it. Next question. But fans below the stage shouted in unison, no changing, no changing. Wenlei, dissatisfied, asked the fans below if she was playing or they were playing. The fans paid no attention to her, eagerly shouting towards the stage. People want to eat grapes. Songyan smiled, softly saying 3 words, little mischief. The shouting below the stage continued endlessly, wave after wave. Even the MC on stage was holding his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. This was the completely correct answer. On stage, only one person couldn't laugh, her cheeks flushed and burning hot. Wenlei bit her lip, eyes looking down in embarrassment, her hands nervously gripping her skirt, speechless. Wenlei immediately turned to leave the stage, pouting as she told Songyan, "Let's go, no more filming." Songyan obediently let her pull him backstage, not forgetting to wave goodbye to the fans below. The MC then blamed the editor. "Editor, did you hear that? Those questions you chose have upset Wenlei now." The innocent editor sitting below shouted, "The fans like it." The MC used the microphone to ask the fans if they liked it. The crowd unanimously roared that they loved it. The MC then cheerfully told them to wait together for the next segment, reenacting classic scenes from films. Wenlei was in the wings preparing her costume while also reviewing the script. She couldn't help but marvel. Screenwriters back then were really daring. Forbidden love between adopted siblings, love not accepted by society. Reading the part where the female lead is forcibly kissed by the male lead, Wenlei frowned. She waved the script in front of the screenwriter, desperately asking if it's a real kiss or just pretend. She replied, "Either is fine. It's up to you two, as long as you both are comfortable." The screenwriter smiled meaningfully and added that surely the audience would love to see them kiss. Wenlei replied that she understood, but of course I won't do a real kiss. She stood in front of the mirror, buttoning her shirt, already hearing the audience's cheers praising the couple Zheng Shui and Lu Ming. A knock on the door sounded, followed by a warm voice. "Miss Wen, it's time to go on stage." Now, Wenlei snapped out of her dreamy thoughts, replying that she'd be right there. The stage was set up very meticulously. It felt like a quiet night, with moonlight softly shining down. The figures of Wenlei and Songyan gradually appeared. Songyan's head was slightly bowed, his eyes calmly gazing at her. Wenlei acted according to the script, slightly bending her knees and lowering her head, speaking in a soft, aggrieved voice. "Hello, elder brother." Songyan supported her, gently guiding her, his demeanor somewhat pained. He replied in a deep voice, "Hello, sister." His gaze then fell on her, full of affection. Wenlei, in character, avoided his gaze, her cherry lips turned down, eyes filled with sorrow. Before they even started acting, with only 2 lines spoken, the screams from below the stage rose like a tidal wave, sweeping through the entire place, up to the roof. The man's eyes were deep and cold, tall and handsome, standing straight as a cypress tree. His thick, wide cloak touched the ground, his belt tightly wrapped. The collar was buttoned up tight, wearing a crisp navy blue military uniform. Badges and medals on his shoulders gleamed dazzlingly, military boots an outstanding presence. His sister stood beside him, wearing a pale yellow qipao. Her waist was encircled, as if unable to bear being tightly bound. Long hair flowing, slender neck, gentle and beautiful, her figure graceful, incomparable, one glorious and cold, one youthful and beautiful. The two standing together in one frame, the photo quickly posted on Weibo by the fan club president. The comment section immediately became lively. "Oh my, is this beauty that I can admire for free? I didn't expect them to look so good in Republican-era clothes." Below the stage was very noisy. The MC, slightly overwhelmed by this commotion, quickly reminded the audience to keep some secrets for this episode. If it trends on search now, how will it attract viewers when it airs later? Then the performance continued. Wenlei, on stage, began to get into character. With eyes tinged with sadness, she said, "Elder brother, I don't want to stay here. I want to go back to find mom and dad." Songyan stepped closer, reached out and took her hand, pulling her towards him. Below the stage, very faint sounds of exclamation emerged. Songyan looked down at her from above. "Think about it. If you go back this time, do you think mom and dad will let you go out again?" Wenlei avoided his gaze, saying softly, "If not, then I won't go out. I'm treated very well at home." Songyan stepped even closer to her, lowering his head to look directly at her and asked, "Then what should I do? Sister, don't you need your brother anymore? Tell me, is there something wrong with me?" Wenlei looked at him, her eyelashes drooping. The fans below gradually quieted down, focusing on the performance. The host was very moved, eyes slightly moist. The staff responsible for sound knew how to do their job well. Throughout the filming area, the theme song of the drama, familiar for many years, could be heard. Wenlei understood that at this moment, a comedic effect was needed. They were filming a show, not actually performing a drama. So she turned around, rubbed her eyes, crying and shouting, "When you sleep, you snore too loudly." Songyan immediately froze. Everyone on and off stage was silent for 2 seconds, then burst out laughing. At first, Songyan was also very surprised. If acting, he could lead this young lady along. But in the realm of game show television, she had more experience than him. He suppressed a laugh, coldly following her lead, and asked back, "So when you grind your teeth in your sleep, do I say anything?" The show became much livelier. Just moments ago, the atmosphere was immersed in tragic and painful unrequited love, but now it had completely disappeared. Wenlei didn't expect Songyan to adapt so quickly. She could barely hold back her laughter, but still tried to continue acting. Finally, it came to the forced kiss scene at the end. The piercing screams from below started to appear enthusiastically. The two were in sync. Of course, they They couldn't actually kiss on the show, but it couldn't look too fake either. So Song-yan directly pressed Wen-lei against the doorframe that was set up as part of the scene. Wen-lei struggled, saying, "Let go from below." The audience couldn't bear to blink, full of anticipation. He turned his back to the host and VIP guests standing at the side of the stage, facing the audience on this side. He raised his hand, using his arm to block half of both their faces. With steady breath, he began to lean in for a kiss, just barely touching the tip of her nose. For those who couldn't see the situation clearly, this hazy and ambiguous image made it even more unbearable for the audience. Wen-lei, flustered, gently pushed him away, whispering that the performance was over. Wen-lei pushed Song-yan, signaling him to step back. The man didn't move, a hint of smile in his eyes. In a brief moment, he suddenly tilted his head and leaned forward slightly, gently brushing past her lips, then quickly retreated, leaving behind a tiny trace of air on those petals. Wen-lei's eyes widened in confusion. After coming to her senses, she stepped back. The MC hurriedly ran up, asking if they had kissed. "Did you kiss? Did you?" Song-yan bit his lower lip, tasting the lipstick that stuck to it. Then, with an unchanged expression, he lied, saying, "We didn't kiss." End scene. The MC couldn't help but praise their excellent performance, asking the entire audience for a round of applause. The next segment was also teased. It was a segment about the true happiness in our lives. While Wen-lei and Song-yan were beaming, waving to the audience, the MC began to introduce. All the guests had brought mementos that held the greatest meaning in their hearts. Now these mementos would be brought out for the audience below to evaluate and examine. There were 8 different items in total. Most were in large boxes waiting to be revealed. Only one was different. It was wrapped in oil painting canvas on the outside, large and neat. One could guess at a glance that it was a painting or a framed photograph. Lifting the oil painting canvas, inside was the famous painting, "Many Suns, Many Blessings Pomegranate." Before the MC could react, from below, a fan immediately said it belonged to Beauty and Third Force. Because in the first episode of There's You in the World, this painting hung in their living room and was captured by the camera, so the fan group had a deep impression of it. The audience in the entire studio had no doubt, guessing this was the memento of Song-yan and Wen-lei. Only Wen-lei looked at this painting with a puzzled expression, confused. She nudged Song-yan, asking softly, "Did you bring this?" Unexpectedly, he had carried her father's painting here. Song-yan shook his head in denial. He also felt this painting should be at home. The host and other distinguished guests, due to the hint from the audience below, all guessed that this painting belonged to Song-yan and Wen-lei. Waiting for the announcement of the owner, Zheng Shui stood up with a smile devoid of ambition, saying, "This is the memento of her and Lu Ming." It was a painting by the master artist Xu Shimao. He had only this one pomegranate tree painting, extremely unique. This was bought by Lu Ming 2 years before their marriage, spending a lot of money from an antique collector. The symbolism of the pomegranate tree is also good. Zheng Shui felt it was very meaningful as a wedding gift, so she decided to bring it here. The host exclaimed, asking again, why did the audience below insist it belonged to Song-yan and Wen-lei, making him think his guess was wrong. The fans below the stage immediately spoke up, all talking at once. Zheng Shui exclaimed in surprise. She said, "Indeed, this painting was truly one of a kind." Zheng Shui smiled, showing concern as she turned to say, "I'm sorry, Wen-lei. She didn't know their home also had one. Perhaps it was painted by someone else. If not, she'd put this painting away and bring another memento instead." For a moment, the MC was quite embarrassed. To ease the awkward atmosphere, he quickly suggested changing the item, not forgetting to praise Miss Zheng for her thoughtfulness. Zheng Shui also pretended to respond that she didn't know she'd caused such trouble. Leaving the studio, Wen-lei got into the car in an irritated mood. There was no one else in the car, just her and Song-yan, plus their 2 assistants. With no outsiders, all the pent-up anger of Wen-lei couldn't be hidden. I'm telling you all, she definitely did it on purpose. 100%. Wen-lei clutched her chest, her voice full of conviction. "Anyway, I didn't tell her where that painting came from. Your painting is definitely authentic. Your father gave it to you. You hung it in the living room so visibly. Yet Zheng Shui told you that she didn't know. Wen-lei didn't believe that when the show aired, she didn't watch any of her segments. If Sister Dan hadn't held me back, I would have torn into her face-to-face right then and there." Wenlei scrolled through Weibo. The entire page was talking about how she earned so much money in a year, yet still bought fake paintings, saying she had no integrity, didn't understand art, and just had to buy fake national paintings. When exposed, she kept her mouth shut. Seeing Wenlei getting more and more angry as she spoke, her young assistant Wen turned around, saying that Sister Dan had prepared a PR statement in advance. There were too many people at the scene. Tomorrow, for sure, some bloggers will post about this for discussion. Wenli frowned irritably, angrily cursing Zhengshe for bringing a fake painting and trying to turn it against her. Now she would contact an appraiser. Looking at her phone's lock screen, she just realized it was late at night. She thought dejectedly that people would have gone to bed early. Her father was probably asleep too. Wenlei scrolled through Weibo again. There, Zhengshe and her fans were running rampant, dominating the conversation. Zhengshe had even posted a status, uploading a line pretending to be kind and virtuous, telling her fans that this was a small matter. Don't go bothering others. After reading that, Wenli lay on the bed, her head still wrapped in a towel, so angry that all the water had evaporated from her hair. She threw her phone onto the mattress, her other hand pinching the bed sheet. Wenli breathed heavily in anger. She glanced and saw Songyan still standing on the balcony, catching the breeze, not knowing who he was talking to on the phone. They were in the same boat, but she couldn't believe this man could remain so calm. Wenlei waited in bed for Songyan for over half an hour, then realized he was still on the phone. She had wanted to share her grievances with him, but now could only swallow them. Wenlei slept comfortably until noon the next day. At noon, as soon as she opened her eyes, she hurriedly jumped out of bed to look for someone. Songyan was sitting at the dining table in the room. Wenlei ran to his side, her voice panicked, asking if he had seen Weibo yet. Had her manager helped her handle it or not? Songyan gently said she should have breakfast first. Wenlei ruffled her messy hair, dejected, saying she wasn't in the mood. She told him to answer first, then she'd eat. At this point, Songyan calmly said that everything had been resolved. Last night, it was too late to get proof, so he directly contacted Weibo to add it. Songyan said it couldn't be explained clearly in just a few sentences. He took out his phone to show her. On Weibo, there was a long post from Shimao's studio. It clarified that 2 years ago, Mr. Shimao had painted a picture. At that time, Songyan and Wenlei officially announced their marriage, news flying everywhere. He personally gifted Wenlei the painting, Many Children, Many Blessings Pomegranate, to express his sincere blessings for their happy occasion. The post also tagged Wenlei and Songyan. It also specifically tagged Zhengshe and Lu Ming, urging them to contact them quickly, as they implied these two were victims of counterfeit paintings and should protect their legitimate rights. This statement had been posted on Weibo for 10 minutes. The topic quickly heated up. The comment section was refreshing, one after another, very lively. It was a spectacular turn of events from Wenlei and Songyan's position. Their fans laughed so hard their stomachs hurt as they called for Zhengshui's fans to come out. Pity the mouths that always said others' paintings were fake. In the end, their own painting was fake. Seeing Wenlei's confused expression, Songyan added that from now on, the person in charge on her father's side would take over this Weibo account. Wenlei couldn't believe she had only slept for one night, and it felt like a year had passed online. She knew full well her father didn't know how to use Weibo. Looking at the calm man in front of her, Wenlei slowly asked him how the post came about. Songyan calmly replied with 3 words, "I wrote it." Wenlei's face went blank, speechless. After a long while, she finally asked if he was an angel. Songyan looked at her messy hair after waking up, just like a fool staring at him with wide eyes and open mouth. He pushed her forehead, amused, saying, "No, I'm your husband. Wash your face and let's eat." Although he spoke in a very casual tone, as if he had just casually helped her a little, Wenlin knew that in just one short night, he had to contact her father in Weibo, confirm with the government, file declarations and verifications, and write a long clarification post to clear things up. This efficiency could rival an entire top-notch public relations department. No wonder he was on the phone all last night. She had misunderstood, thinking he was coldly ignoring her plight and had been sulking all day. She was dejected for a long while, frowning and wrinkling her nose, hesitating before finally uttering a thank you. Songyan calmly replied, telling her not to be so formal. Wenlei's mood immediately brightened. She lifted her beautiful face, patted her chest, and asked what gift he wanted. Just say it. She had money. Songyan looked at her and replied that he didn't lack money. All right. They both didn't lack money. Wenlei pressed on, asking what he wanted. Wenlei thought to herself, surely he wouldn't be like those sleazy types who like to take advantage of girls, asking for a kiss or something. As a result, surprisingly, Songyan didn't act as usual. Very old-fashioned, he asked her to kiss him. Wenlei Wenlei's whole body froze. Although Wenlei had many complaints in her heart, she had to satisfy the request of her benefactor. She coughed lightly, shifted closer to him, tilted her head up, intending to kiss his face. Songyan turned to look at her, his tone quite surprised, exclaiming and asking why she didn't refuse. He thought she would act like usual. Then, he suddenly imitated her everyday expression, pouting and telling her to dream on. Then, amused by his own tone, he laughed. He winked at her a few times, feigning confusion, asking why she was so obedient today. Wenlei's kiss stopped midair. She thought his imitation was very accurate. Wenlei's anger flared up. She stood up, tilted her head to look at him, and using all her strength, loudly said her catchphrase, "No more thank you gifts. I'm going to wash my face." Songyan wasn't angry at all. He looked at her with an expression saying, "This is the real you." Wenlei turned around, her face slightly confused. So he was just teasing her earlier, not actually wanting her to kiss him. This proved he wasn't old-fashioned, nor was he the type to take advantage of her. She wondered what she was angry about. She felt her thoughts were as deep as searching for a needle in the ocean. Sometimes even she couldn't understand them. She took 2 steps towards the bathroom, then turned back, raising an eyebrow to ask if he really didn't want a thank you gift. Hearing Songyan say he didn't need one, an unnamed disappointment rose in her heart. Wenlei suppressed this puzzling emotion again, arrogantly tilting her chin, saying it was up to him. In the bathroom, Wenlei looked at herself in the mirror. She blankly asked herself what she was disappointed about, until another person appeared in the mirror. Wenlei glanced slightly and asked what he wanted. Songyan didn't speak. He came closer, placing one hand on the counter, bending slightly, then leaned in to quickly kiss her cheek. He spoke as if nothing had happened, saying that even if he were to ask for a thank you gift, he wouldn't ask for it like this. "You're my wife. Do I need an excuse to kiss your cheek?" The side of her face he kissed burned like fire. Wenlei was stunned for a long time, not expecting him to use such a unique move. She was so angry, her jaw trembled. Finally, she couldn't help but shout, "I haven't washed my face yet. Don't you know it's dirty?" The next day, Wenlei had a schedule at the main hall of Gary Entertainment. The elevator arrived, and Wenlei stepped out, her whole being radiating brilliance. Behind her was manager Lu Dan, briefing her about today's events. For the boy group audition, besides the boss and company staff, media reporters would also be there. She had just read this far when she stopped because Wenlei's footsteps suddenly halted. She was looking ahead. A young girl was walking towards them, with a decent aura. This was Shua Jingyue, the center position member of a popular girl group, Wenlei's junior. Seeing her, Wenlei enthusiastically raised her hand to greet her first. "Are you here for a meeting too?" But the arrogant girl just tilted her head up haughtily. She walked straight past, not even glancing at her senior once. Wenlei and manager Lu Dan were stunned. Manager Lu Dan frowned, saying this Shua Jingyue, last year before her debut, would actively call Wenlei's sister when seeing her at the company, holding her hand to build connections. Now, just 1 year of fame and she's like this. Wenlei pushed up her glasses, her red lips speaking, who said her luck isn't good. She's enjoying the idol's red benefits, getting support wherever she goes. Wenlei didn't care anymore. She turned around, telling manager Lu Dan to hurry. They still had a meeting later with that snobbish junior. They met again in the meeting room. Boss Zhang introduced Wenlei to Mr. Li, the CEO of Feng Tan. Wenlei tilted her head, smiling brightly, initiating a handshake. Looking forward to a smooth cooperation, Mr. Li Shua Jingyu followed suit, shaking hands with a seemingly polite manner. Mr. Li couldn't help but praise this girl from Jiarui Company, saying she's truly impressive. That Jiarui, from bosses to artists, all are great beauties. Even more surprising, after Shua Jingyu greeted Mr. Li, she turned with eyes crinkled in a smile and warmly greeted Wenlei, saying, "Hello, sister," 3 times. Wenlei was stunned for a moment, then smiled benevolently, her eyebrows raised, saying, "So Shua Jingyue's throat isn't damaged after all." Boss Zhang also asked Shua Jingyue what was wrong with her throat. Jingyue replied confusedly that her throat was fine, while Mr. Li silently observed them. Wenlei then waved her hand in front of the girl and smiled sympathetically, saying she must have forgotten to wear her contacts. Otherwise, why didn't she see her when she greeted her earlier? Shua. Jingyue's expression became awkward. She immediately apologized, admitting she did forget her contacts and promised to be more careful in the future. Mr. Li then burst into laughter, praising the good atmosphere between the two. He said his first selection seemed appropriate. When they show their affection in the program, it will surely have a good effect. Boss Zhang also reminded Jingyu that if she's nearsighted, she should cancel all appointments for 2 months to get surgery done, to avoid a day when she doesn't even recognize her boss to say hello. Shua Jingyue, embarrassed, bowed her head, and apologized once more, promising to wear contacts next time. There wasn't much time left. Mr. Lee had other matters to attend to soon. Ms. Zhang then turned and said everyone should start the meeting quickly. After the meeting, Boss Zhang and Wenlei stayed behind to talk privately. Wenlei couldn't help but ask Boss Zhang in surprise why she was keeping her back, alone. The boss tilted her head, closed her eyes, and tiredly asked Wenlei why she had hinted at Xua Jingyo in front of Mr. Lee earlier. Recently, that girl had been receiving a lot of support from Feng Tan. She asked if Wenlei felt her own resources were too good and wanted to scratch some away. Wenlei frowned slightly and asked Boss Zhang angrily why she had spoken up for her earlier then. Boss Zhang opened her eyes to look at Wenlei, saying frankly that she acknowledged Wenlei as her biggest moneymaker. She couldn't offend her for Xua Jingyu's sake. Hearing this, Wenlei finally showed a satisfied smile. Boss Zhang continued, asking if Wenlei's husband was free recently. She leaned closer to Wenlei, telling her to talk to him. If he agreed to do a guest appearance on Flying Invitation, that episode would surely make it to the top trends. It could also tie in with the game show that the couple was currently participating in. Wenlei frowned and told Boss Zhang to directly contact Song Yan's manager to discuss it. After all, Boss Zhang was acquainted with the CEO of their company, Mr. Bai. Boss Zhang patted her shoulder warmly, saying why should she waste effort begging others when Song Yan's wife was right in front of her. Hearing the word wife, Wenlei fell silent and lowered her head, pressing her lips together. Finally, she cautiously spoke up, saying he might not come even if she asked. Miss Zhang frowned in confusion, finally telling her to let her know after finishing work tonight. That evening, after work was done, sitting in the car on the way back, Wenlei couldn't stop thinking. She felt that she was just a wife on paper, even less than others. There was no one else in the car, only assistant Wen driving. Wen glanced at the rearview mirror, telling Wenlei in the back about next week's selection show. Sister Dan told her that Boss Zhang wanted Wenlei to ask Mr. Song to be a surprise guest for one episode. Wen asked if Wenlei had talked to him yet. The task from Boss Zhang had to be completed. Regardless of whether Song Yan would go or not, she had to ask him first. So she turned to Song Yan, who was focused on his phone, and arrogantly asked if he had heard what her assistant just said and if he was free. Song Yan didn't respond. Wenlei thought he was considering whether he could go or not. She thought he had forgotten or didn't know his schedule, like she often did. So she reminded him, if you don't remember, you can ask your manager. But Song Yan then replied that he hadn't heard anything, his eyes still glued to his phone. Wenlei couldn't hold back. She tilted her head, staring at him, then yelled at Wen for speaking so loudly, yet he said he didn't hear. How come you can hear me when I speak? Do you have some kind of filter installed in your ears? Song Yan glanced at her, his face still expressionless. He calmly replied, no, I don't. Wenlei's hand clenched into a fist. Then she reached out to pinch his ear. Oh, really? Let me see if you have one or not. Just as she touched his thin ear, Song Yan suddenly grabbed her wrist. Wenlei struggled twice, but couldn't break free. About to get angry, she was pulled forward by the person holding her wrist. She almost fell into his lap. They looked at each other, face to face. Because of the close distance, she could clearly see Song Yan's angular face, his thick, handsome eyebrows, thin, seductive lips. Over the years, she had worked with countless artists. Of course, there were beautiful ones, but Song Yan's face could be said to be top tier among beautiful faces. Even a beauty was stunned by another beauty. He finally feared he couldn't control himself and let go of her hand, but still looked straight into her clear eyes. He bluntly said, "You always use others' words to make requests of me." Then the man leaned back a bit, paused slightly, and asked Wenlei, "Which one is actually my wife?" At the filming site of season 2 of the show For You I Form a Group, the audience below was cheering loudly. Meanwhile, in Wenlei's dressing room, staff had knocked on the door asking if she was ready. It was almost her turn to appear. Wenlei had just finished her makeup at this point. She quickly replied that she'd be there right away. Hearing this, the program staff opened the door and entered, saying there was still not enough time, and it was okay to wait a bit longer. Before finishing her sentence, the staff member was stunned by Wenlei's appearance. She couldn't help but exclaim, praising her idol-style makeup, saying how beautiful it was. Wenlei still had to join the film crew, so she couldn't dye her hair permanently. Therefore, the stylist used a type of one-time dye in a delicious taro purple color. From roots to tips, her hair gradually turned purple and was paired with a skillfully beautiful braided hairstyle. The program staff felt regretful, thinking it would be such a pity if the show didn't include scenes of Wenlei. Hearing the praise, Wenlei smiled happily and thanked them. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, truly captivating. dancing. Feeling pleased, Wenlei secretly took out her phone and took a few selfies. First, she sent the photos to her agent and assistant. After receiving praise from everyone, she moved her finger to Song Yan's WeChat profile picture. While she was still hesitating, the staff came to say it was her turn and asked her to hand over her phone. When Lee agreed to hand over the phone, the screen suddenly lit up with a notification saying her photo had been sent successfully. Following the staff to the stage waiting area through a screen, she could see the venue still introducing each mentor in the lineup. As each person took the stage, there were ear-piercing screams and cheers from the contestants. At this moment, on stage, they began introducing Xu Xingyue. She smiled brightly, waving her hand. The production team tried to create an air of mystery while introducing her background, saying Xu Xingyue came from the Starry Tears group, returning to the stage of For You I Form a Group in the role of a coach. The group of contestants immediately cheered in admiration, collectively calling her Senior Xu Shijie. The MC then enthusiastically said, "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment because next we will welcome together the witness to the beginning of this secret party." He hinted, "She's from Jiarui Entertainment Company." The MC then introduced that this artist has famous films every year, has tens of millions of fans on Weibo, and has created many classic characters. Finally, on the big screen, a video played, showing edited clips from the films she had starred in. Using the timeless period drama video, no matter how many times it's watched, the feeling of awe doesn't diminish. Along with the MC's shout, announcing her as Wenlei began walking from the dark area into the light. Her appearance was completely different from the period drama video on the big screen earlier. She had completely changed, dyeing her long hair purple. Her face was exquisitely made up, with shimmering eyeshadow like mermaid tears. At the corner of her eyes, she had added sparkling crystal glitter. Her lips were a vibrant, deep color. She wore a short dress with a French-style corset waist, which perfectly complemented her hair today. Walking past Xu Xingyue, the two exchanged slight smiles and nods. Now that both the coach and the witness were in position, the MC introduced the next segment, which would be a performance by Coach Xu Xingyue. The entire auditorium immediately erupted in cheers. The stage lit up brilliantly. All the lights focused on Xu Xingyue. She was also very professional, truly living up to her background as someone who had followed the idol path from the start. Xingyue knelt down, her body forming an eye-catching curve. Below, the cheering was incessant, especially from the excited trainees. Xingyue finished her performance. She smiled and scratched her head, saying with a humble expression, "Was my performance okay? I didn't embarrass the seniors from previous seasons, did I?" The audience below unanimously answered, "No." Then Xu Xingyue looked towards Wenlei, sitting in the center position, sweetly calling her sister Wen. Wenlei didn't know why she suddenly called her. Then Xingyue continued. She said, "The four mentors have all prepared performances. Everyone has performed tonight. You're the witness for the group, but you're hiding your abilities. It would be odd if you didn't show us a little." Wenlei was surprised because from the beginning, didn't the show producers say she was just a guest? She only needed to come to add excitement and didn't need to prepare a performance. Right after that, Xu Xingyue answered the question for her. She said, "Originally, the show didn't have this segment, but since Wenlei has come to this stage and is even the first witness, she must have extraordinary skills. We really hope to see her showcase her talent." After speaking, Xingyue turned to ask everyone, "Isn't that right? Don't you want to see Wenlei perform a little?" The group of trainees was silent for a few seconds, then immediately erupted in a unanimous yes. Wenla looked at the series of applause, somewhat at a loss for words. She waved her hand, slightly flustered, saying she hadn't prepared a performance. Her mind was in turmoil. She wondered what Xu Xingyue was up to. This wasn't something to joke about. Xu Xingyue, seeing her rather unwilling appearance, immediately offered a suggestion. "Just dance as you like, improvise according to the song." Following Xingyue's guidance, the trainees shouted in unison, "Freestyle." Wenla took a deep breath. She felt she couldn't escape this predicament. After regaining her composure, Wenli smiled again, saying if everyone wanted to see it so badly, she could only show her less flattering side. A second later, the music started playing. She clenched her fists, silently hoping the song would be one she had practiced in the training rooms. The rhythm of this song was very lively. The melody of the intro sounded like a popping rhythm. Some groups of trainees below couldn't help but move their shoulders to the beat. As luck would have it, Wenlei had learned this song when she was a trainee abroad. Over there, they held monthly evaluation tests. One of those evaluation tests happened to be this song. Her muscles moved smoothly from memory. Before she could even react, her body instinctively fell into the rhythm of the music. Her movements were precise, both beautiful and captivating, causing the trainees below to exclaim that Miss Wen had been hiding her talents. The final move was a squatting position that looked very cool. But since she was wearing a skirt and couldn't do this move, Wenlei replaced it by placing her hand on her heart to end the dance. After a brief moment of silence, there was nothing but thunderous cheers. Everyone in the studio was stunned, constantly praising how cool Miss Wen was. The MC also applauded enthusiastically, thanking Miss Wen for her excellent performance. Everyone now had to admit that Wenlei's presence was justified, and Xu Xingyue, who made this suggestion, instead became the hero. The expression on Xu Xingyue's face wasn't great, but she still had to force a stiff smile. Backstage, the director and scriptwriter were both chuckling, praising the recent effect as excellent. They didn't expect Wenlei to not only act well, but also to be so skilled in dancing. Xu Xingyue, standing outside, heard these words and felt frustrated inside. As she was about to leave, suddenly an arm blocked her way. Wenlei approached, shrugging and tilting her head mockingly. "Junior, you're so good. The script changes as you say." Wenlei lowered her head, not daring to look directly, but still pretended to be innocent. She said she only made a suggestion to the director. Wenlei also took this chance to confront the director. She complained, "Even if it's for the show's effect, you should have told me in advance. You said no preparation was needed, but then when I arrived at the studio, I received notice of this kind of work." Meanwhile, Xu Xingyue had already flounced out the door, humming as she went, acting as if it had nothing to do with her. The director had to apologize to Wenlei. He said it wasn't his intention to make things difficult for her. He was afraid offending Xu Xingyue wouldn't be good. She had someone backing her. Wenlei understood. If one could rely on connections to rise quickly, who would actually choose the path of advancing through their own abilities? After adjusting the cameras for better quality, the staff announced they could continue filming. Wenlei returned to her seat. This time, she didn't look at Xu Xingyue on the other side anymore, not even a glance. She just waved her hand and said, "Next group of trainees, come up quickly." Wenlei held the microphone and looked at the information. Her tone suddenly became a bit strange when she saw two names, Wang Yiyuan and Qi Lei. Sila quickly stepped onto the stage, obediently greeting the judges. Wenlei smiled awkwardly, praising his appearance as not bad, but inwardly wondered why he was here. After finishing the show, the first thing she did was find a staff member to get her phone back. Moreover, she quickly called Wen to pick her up and take her home to sleep. As the car was about to start, Wen hurriedly told Wenlei to wait a moment. The phone in her hand beeped with a WeChat message. She thought it was Song Yan, but unexpectedly, Song Yan hadn't read her message. She was about to message back asking why he hadn't said anything. In the end, her pride made her quickly delete those words. Wenlei tossed her phone aside, angrily complaining that Song Yan had finished filming but still hadn't replied to her. There weren't many people in the parking lot. Wen looked around, checking back and forth to make sure there were no paparazzi following to take photos before letting Sile put on a hat and hoodie and quickly get in the car. Pulling the door closed, Sile, like a little rascal, leaned back in his seat, hands in his pockets, chewing gum. His tone was arrogant. Anyone who didn't know might think this kid was all grown up. The little guy then spoke up, asking Wenlei why she came to this show without telling him. Wenlei, angry, snatched Silei's hat off. Scolding him, she said, "Who does Chile think he is?" She told him to be more respectful when talking to her. Wenlei ruffled Chile's hair, her voice softening as she asked to Bu. Wasn't he studying classical guitar? What was he doing on this show? Sai Li's face showed impatience. His tone was bold. While blowing his long bangs out of his eyes, he replied that the company said now making these purely instrumental albums can't make money, suggesting he come here to attract some fans. Wenlei's voice clearly showed her annoyance, asking why Sile didn't tell her about this. Did he look down on her connections in the industry? Chi Li replied with a defiant attitude, saying if she could rely on herself to get where she is today, so could he. Otherwise, he would have gone to Brother Bai Shen and Teacher Song long ago. Wenlei, upon hearing these words, felt even more displeased. She raised her hand as if to hit Sile, reproaching that they both came from the same mother's womb. If he wanted to enter the entertainment industry, she should have been the first person he thought of. Instead, he wanted to go to those two men. Sai Li turned away dismissively, his voice calm as he changed the subject. He said he heard from their father that she hadn't been doing well lately. He didn't want her to worry about him, and reminded Wenlei to take care of herself. After Sai Li finished speaking, he was about to leave, but was pulled back by his sister, startling the boy. Wenli then leaned in to tease him. "Practice well, and don't you dare find a brother-in-law from among the 99 trainees, okay?" Sai Li gave the middle finger towards Wenlei in the car. He left without looking back. It was very late when she got home. After Wenlei showered, She glanced at the clock. It was already 11 p.m. Songyan hadn't returned yet. A moment later, she heard the sound of the door opening. Wenlei called out a greeting. "You're back." She anxiously opened the door for him, her mouth nagging like a young wife, "You're only coming back now." Songyan held his jacket in his hand. He also caringly asked why she wasn't asleep yet. He then revealed that he had been out drinking a bit with Bai Shen. His beautiful eyes looked towards the camera. He carefully asked if she had turned it off. Wenli proudly said it was off already. She even laughed, chiding him for not trusting her. Songyan indeed didn't trust her. He hurriedly checked for himself. Only after seeing it was truly off did he relax and leave to change clothes. Wenlei took advantage of his inattention. She immediately fiddled with his phone. She wondered to herself if it was because the internet at the drinking place wasn't good that he didn't receive the photos she sent. She held the phone and crawled onto the bed. The mobile screen lit up in an instant. Wenlei immediately froze. Songyan was in the middle of taking off his shirt. Seeing her holding his phone, he felt uneasy. Before he could say anything, Wenlei suddenly regained her composure and spoke up to expose him. "Well done. You didn't reply to my WeChat messages. That's fine. But you secretly used my photo as your lock screen." This was like catching his weakness. Wenlei, pleased with herself, smiled. She raised an eyebrow and asked him if her makeup looked very beautiful in this style. So beautiful that even someone like him, who never changes his lock screen for 1,000 years, willingly changed it to her photo. "It's okay. You don't need to admit it. I won't blame you for infringing on my image rights," she said. She told him to use it freely. Her expression clearly showed, "Look how beautiful I am. What can you do about it?" Then she began to admire her own photo. Songyan felt a bit helpless, not knowing what to say. He just felt her observation skills weren't bad, but her detective abilities were quite poor. While she was immersed in the lock screen photo, the phone notified of a new WeChat message. She handed the phone back to him. Songyan unlocked the phone and opened WeChat. His finger paused slightly on the screen. Seeing this, Wenlei became curious and came closer to look. She asked who it was. Who would send him messages after midnight? Upon looking, she recognized the familiar avatar, the familiar ID. It was Xu Jingyue sending a friend request to Songyan. She greeted him as senior and introduced herself as Xu Jingyue from Jiarui Entertainment, Wenlei's junior. She had boldly, without permission, obtained his personal contact information from others. Wenlei looked at Songyan. With a not-so-good expression, she probed, saying someone wants to add him as a friend. Why doesn't he accept? Songyan didn't pay much attention to this. He handed the phone to her, saying if it's her junior, she should handle it. Hearing this, Wenlei deliberately said if she handles it, she'll scold her so badly it'll make her cry. She asked if he's sure he wants her to do it. Songyan looked at her amusedly, his voice slightly sarcastic. He asked, "Since when does Miss Wen need to inform him before scolding someone?" Wenlei's tone was a bit complex. She complained to him about today's events. Originally, she wanted to settle scores with her, but the important issue was she didn't know who was backing her. Even the director had to follow her wishes. If it's someone like her uncle, what should she do then? She's afraid if she goes against them, her uncle will immediately have an excuse to take her back and lock her up at home for discipline. Songyan, quite clear about this, reassured her not to worry. He said her backer wasn't an outsider. It was Director Guo. She's the newly adopted daughter of Director Guo. He then lowered his head in thought, feeling that to please his adopted daughter, even Songyan's WeChat and personal number were given to her by him. Today, Xu Jingyue's actions towards Wenlei on the show were likely prearranged by Director Guo. He might have even negotiated some conditions with the director. Afterwards, Songyan went to the balcony with a heavy heart. Wenlei, looking at the phone, thought no wonder Jingyue always brought up Songyan when talking to her before. It turns out she had other intentions. Sitting on the bed, Wenlei maintained a steady posture. Instead, she wanted to see what Xu Jingyue wanted to say to Songyan. To be honest, she should have directly rejected this friend request, but Wenlei accepted it. She pressed the accept button. The other side immediately sent messages, ding-ding several times. She asked if she was disturbing his rest. Not expecting to be able to friend Teacher Song, she was excited and messaged a bit too much. She hoped Teacher Song wouldn't be annoyed. Then, Jingyue explained herself, saying she heard from Director Guo that he didn't want to act in that Xianxia film. She wanted to ask why not. For months, she had been taking acting classes. She very much hoped to work with Teacher Song. Wenlei's focus, however, was on not understanding understanding how she had so many cute stickers. She wondered where she downloaded them. Wenle was too lazy to play the typing game with her, so she called directly. On the other end of the line, Jingyue sprang up like a spring, elated. She was clearly quite surprised, not expecting the other party to call. It took a few seconds before she answered, a cautious and soft voice, unable to hide the trembling within it. Just as she uttered Teacher Song, Wenle coldly replied, "Shujingye, it's me." Shujingye seemed to crack. After a long while, without Shujingye responding, Wenle asked her if she had forgotten. Even if she found a strong backer, she was still an artist of Jia Shui. She told her to ask Boss Zhang if she would agree to give the position of Jia Shui's big sister for her to sit on. Xu Jingyue laughed, her tone somewhat innocent. She explained she had no other intentions. Wenlei chuckled twice, her words full of implications. She said whether or not she had intentions, she knew in her heart. She also asked if she thought Wenlei had no one backing her, so she wanted to climb on her head, right? She laughed coldly and advised Jingyue that if she went through the back door, she should be aware of her position as someone who went through the back door. Don't flaunt it as if it's something to be proud of. Jingyue still argued, seemingly touched in her pride. She told Wenlei not to speak nonsense without evidence. Then Songyan spoke up. Would it count as evidence if I say it? Suddenly, Xu Jingyue fell silent. Songyan continued, while covering Wenlei with a blanket. He said he wouldn't accept the film. Out of respect for Director Guo, he didn't refuse directly to his face in public. He asked her to pass on the message to him on his behalf. Jingyue's fingers began to tremble. Her throat choked as she apologized for the disturbance. Just as she was about to hang up, Wenlei shouted into the speaker, telling her to wait a moment. She bluntly accused Jingyue, saying that adding her husband on WeChat at midnight was disturbing their nighttime life as a couple. Finally, Xu Jingyue couldn't maintain her politeness anymore. She hung up directly. Wenlei didn't make any unnecessary moves. She immediately blocked her, then returned the phone to Songyan. Songyan took the phone and casually set it aside. He grabbed his nightgown and went out, saying he was going to shower and prepare a bit. Wenlei asked cluelessly what he was preparing for. Songyan turned back to look at her, his eyes smiling as he replied, "Preparing for our nighttime life, as a couple." Wenlei was about to explain, but somehow, her face turned hot. She put her hand behind her neck, embarrassed. He really went to shower. Wenlei felt a bit tired again. Was it time for action already? The next day, on the entertainment show's homepage, Wenlei's position as the lead for You, I Form a Group was confirmed. They were just waiting for the broadcast to start. Sitting in the car, Sister Lu Dan told Wenlei that yesterday she wasn't set up by Jingyue. Today, she had prepared everything in advance. She also said Xu Jingjie became popular too quickly and seemed a bit lost. Director Zhang had mentioned Wenlei. Sister Lu Dan then held her head and asked her if she remembered the charity gala dress for next month. It was that high-end C-brand dress sent from France, the one Wenlei had previously tried on in the store. Afterwards, Xu Jingyue also brought people there, saying she wanted to try on that dress too. Sister Dan then patted Wenlei's shoulder, telling her not to worry. The brand over there refused immediately. It was also because of this that Boss Zhang mentioned her to her, but Wenlei didn't seem calm. She suddenly spoke loudly, telling Wenwen to turn the car around. "Let's go try on clothes." At that famous custom clothing store, Wenlei asked the staff if Xu Jingyue wanted to try on any other outfits when she came to the store last time. Hearing from the staff that besides the outfit Wenlei was wearing, she had tried on 2 other sets. Wenlei immediately took out her phone and took several photos while asking the staff to bring those 2 sets for her to try on. As for that junior colleague, she asked the staff to find another set for her. The staff bowed their head and told Wenlei to wait while they brought out the outfits. Wenwen couldn't help but give Wenlei a thumbs up, saying, "Jingyue took 1 set from you. You took 2 from her. That's awesome." The photo was sent to Jingyue's hands. She angrily threw it to the floor. The cracked screen still displayed their message exchange. After the photo with the glamorous dress, Wenlei asked Jingyue if she thought it was beautiful. Jingyue angrily replied with an uncouth message. But the message didn't reach Wenlei. It had been blocked. Today was the broadcast day for the first episode of For You, I Form a Group. Earlier, the gossip-loving public had already received good news. As soon as they entered, without a word, they dragged the broadcast progress bar to the key points. For the first time, Wenlei styled herself as an idol on stage. For the first time, the purple color emanating from her made her whole person stand out. Her fans quickly and excitedly praised Wenlei profusely. "Bali's purple hair is so beautiful, it's heart-stopping. There's a fairy flower, a rose born in the collapsed palace of the Middle Ages. That's Bali." Looking Looking at the video of herself dancing, which had broken through to several million views, Wenlei couldn't help but continuously like it. Then she fell back on the bed with a smile. She even hugged her phone and rolled back and forth several times in enjoyment. Wenlei's mood afterwards became extremely relaxed. She opened the door and stepped out of the room. She happened to run into Songyan. Wenlei asked in surprise when he had returned. Songyan put his hands in his pockets, casually replied he'd been back for 2 hours already. Seeing she was asleep, he didn't want to disturb her. Wenlei then cleared her throat. With a mysterious air, she asked if he had seen the search rankings yet. Songyan looked confused. What search rankings? Wenlei cheerfully waved her hand, saying it was nothing. However, in her heart, she couldn't help but think smugly. The search rankings for my stunning images, of course. On the other hand, in another development, the staff monitoring through the screens on the other side were sighing and feeling discouraged because all afternoon the couple had been doing their own things. One thought the other wasn't home. One thought the other was sleeping. There was no topic at all. Perhaps after the 3rd episode of Human Has You, the production team would still receive a flood of criticism. Again, necessity is the mother of invention. At this moment, a staff member told the discouraged director that they had zoomed in on the image and asked him to take a look. The director hugged the screen with happiness welling up. Finally, he had found a topic. Today, Wenlei and Songyan were live streaming together. The fans were all very happy because finally Wenlei wasn't live streaming alone anymore. She then gently poked his hand, reminding him quietly to remember to thank the fans for their gifts. Songyan was very obedient. He immediately looked at the screen and said thank you, but a second later he stopped speaking. His whole body froze. It turned out to be a mischievous fan again, wanting to tease him like they teased Wenlei last time. Seeing this, Songyan remained calm and smiled slightly. Thank you for the 100 submarines of one night with beautiful Bali several times. It's a private matter, not convenient to answer. He hadn't finished speaking when Wenlei beside him bristled up. She blushed and shouted, "This fan is at it again." Wenlei's reaction made the fans laugh with delight. Wenlei had to teach her husband again. She leaned in and whispered, telling him not to read IDs like that in the future, or the live stream room would be locked. Then she looked at the phone and shouted, "Can you fans have purer thoughts, please?" She even asked if they were adults yet. The fans immediately commented enthusiastically. Some even claimed to be 80 years old already. Their only wish was to see Wenlei and Songyan kiss. While she was arguing loudly with the fans, Songyan rested his chin and focused on watching her. He was about to continue thanking the audience when he suddenly caught a comment asking if they had seen the 30-second promo video that the production team had just posted. Both Wenlei and Songyan shook their heads. The fans laughed and told them to watch it quickly. "It's really well edited," they said. Hearing this, Wenlei turned to ask Songyan if he wanted to watch. Songyan indulged her and agreed. Wenlei then opened the video. The main content was, let's see what a female celebrity usually does on her day off. The video showed images of Wenlei lying on the bed looking at her phone. Then they zoomed in on the screen. Now they could clearly see her mobile phone screen. At that moment, Wenlei picked up her phone again, once more watching the video and contributing another view to her own focus cam. Wenlei didn't expect her embarrassing, self-indulgent action would be made public to everyone. She felt extremely ashamed. The fans felt that it turns out earlier when this woman said she didn't know what attracted fans to her. She was just being modest. The camera staff continued to adjust the camera. On the screen appeared an image of Songyan sitting in a chair. The script was on the table. His hand casually held his phone. They zoomed in on the screen again. Then they saw Songyan's phone screen. They saw the familiar focus cam video. Wasn't it the video that Miss Wen had just watched, to the point of narcissistically laughing? Haha. After the 2-minute video finished, Songyan dragged the progress bar back to the beginning to watch it one more time. Moreover, in the comment section, he liked each and every comment praising his wife's beauty. Then he saw a comment saying they wanted to snatch this girl from Songyan and take her for themselves. Only for this one, Songyan pressed report. Wenla turned to look at him, not believing her eyes. Songyan's face turned red, his ears flushed as he lowered his head to avoid her gaze. He could only laugh dryly. Compared to Wenlei, his actions were even more interesting. After the live stream ended, they went back to bed. Wenlei, out of habit, scrolled through Weibo for a few minutes. She read a post where Songyan had shared the dance trailer from the program. "For you, I form a group." Wenlei then bent her leg and kicked Songyan, asking him, didn't he say he wouldn't look at the search rankings? Songyan asked himself bewilderedly, Did he say that? Wenlei opened her eyes wide, thinking he was pretending to agree with her. Songyan still seriously replied that he only asked her what search rankings she meant. There were so many keywords. How would he know which one she was talking about? He also asked, didn't she want him to watch the video that was on her search rankings at that time? Was she embarrassed to say it? Hit right in the heart, Wenlei stammered, unable to argue back. After Songyan's rebuttal, he turned his back to sleep elsewhere, looking sulky. Wenlei couldn't stand it and flipped his blanket over. She pressed down on him, scolding him not to change the subject. She really wanted to know why he wanted to watch her behind-the-scenes video. As Wenlei spoke, she used both hands to hold Songyan's neck, forcing him to look straight at her. She didn't know that her posture right now was extremely alluring. Songyan tried to stay calm. He asked again, was he not allowed to watch? Wenlei then asked him why he watched it so many times and even liked fans' comments and reported fans' comments. Songyan was silent for a moment. Then he said she was his wife. Was there a problem with what he did? Wenlei turned away haughtily, saying, it's just a contract. Did he think it was real? Songyan then lowered his head slightly. His voice seemed restrained. Wenlei, if you don't get off, I'll take it as real. Wenlei stubbornly refused to get off. She even challenged, what can you do to me? Songyan used his large hands to grip her small waist. Finally, he quickly pulled her down, pinning Wenlei to the bed. He then tickled her, making Wenlei burst into laughter. Haha, will you say more? No more. I won't say any more. Hearing her words, Songyan gently patted her head as a warning. Wenlei was dazed after the fit of laughter. Her tone suddenly became serious. She said to Songyan, it was the same last time. Without saying a word, you secretly used my photo as your wallpaper. Songyan held his breath, waiting for her next words. A moment later, she looked up at him with her beautiful brown eyes, with a look that seemed to see through everything. Are you my fan? Life hadn't even been peaceful for half a day when Wenlei and Songyan received a notification from the show's team. Because they would be filming outside in 2 days, they were called down to discuss in advance. In the temporary interview room set up in the house, the staff member in charge held up a question card and said that to prepare for the next segment's filming, she would ask the two of them if they had any deep impressions of each other's works. She also told them not to mention the film they had collaborated on before. Wenlei was dumbfounded, feeling like the staff member was joking. They had never collaborated before. Actually, the script for all 4 guest couples was the same. The last part was meant for the other 3 couples to hear. Wenlei thought for a moment and mentioned the unmasked maniac. In the film, Songyan played Xu Jian, a senior inspector at the police station, upright, taciturn, and honest, wearing a white police uniform with silver floral insignia and straight stripes, looking very imposing and serious. As for Songyan, he said he was most impressed by 9 Layers of Drunken Jade Ice, a film. This was her Xianxia film from 4 years ago, which was extremely popular, especially the male lead. Because the male lead's image was so good, the female lead's role was overshadowed. Later, the work's popularity raised her name in the industry, but it was the period drama she acted in with Lu Ming. Wenlei was surprised to hear that he had watched this film. Afterwards, they both obediently sat listening to the staff member explain. The outdoor task, 2 days later, was to go to a location that the show's team had arranged for them in advance. They would use the works they just chose as content and reenact a scene from that film together. The next day, Wenlei felt very panicked, afraid she would have to play a male role. Wenlei slightly regretted choosing this film because she could only choose a male character to play. Songyan beside her also chimed in, saying that indeed, in that film of his, there were no scenes of physical contact between male and female characters. He then suggested she watch that Xianxia drama first. Suddenly, Wenlei's expression became complex. She questioned, saying she had many films, so why did he deliberately choose this one? Songyan blinked, laughed, and said it's because he had the deepest impression of it. This Xianxia drama of hers wasn't badly shot, nor was the script problematic. She just couldn't stand her character setup in this film. Until now, she never wanted to watch it again. But Songyan had found this film of hers and started playing the first episode. This one appeared to be Xianxia, but actually it was a sweet romance between a man and a woman. The male lead was a respected immortal in the 3 realms, while the female lead was a small snow fox who had just cultivated into human form. They both looked at the TV screen. In the first episode, the small snow fox who had just transformed into human form, played by Wenlei, had just become human. It struggled to walk and couldn't speak human language, so its expressions and movements were extremely funny. Wenlei was utterly shocked seeing this. She refused to look, grabbing the remote control, resolutely pressing the pause button. Songyan tilted his head to look at her and asked what's wrong. Wenlei also felt embarrassed by her impulsiveness. She rested her chin on her hand and mumbled, saying actually she couldn't act it. Back then, to act in this, she had to build up her mindset for a long time. Songyan's tone was calm, as if advising. He said, if she could overcome it back then, why couldn't she now? Or was Miss Wen not confident in herself? Wenlei was speechless. What she found difficult wasn't the acting, but the image, the plot that was too embarrassing. Songyan immediately found a scene with the male and female leads together, then said, if she felt anxious, they could try rehearsing first. Knowing she was worried, he even covered the camera with his hand and smiled, telling her not to worry, he wouldn't let them see. The staff, sitting in front of the camera, were very dissatisfied and grumbled. It's just a rehearsal. Why can't we watch it? They're not going to bed to rest, are they? Why do they want to turn off the camera? Can't they consider the ratings a bit? Wenlei then held the script in her hand and looked at it intently for a long time. The scene they were going to act was where the female lead, the snow fox, goes into heat. She transforms into human form and begs the Taoist master. Ready, Wenlei and Songyan begin. The young woman's entire body flushes red, emitting a strong fragrance. She lies on the ground, legs tightly clenched, slightly biting her lip, tears welling up, evoking pity. She's in heat. The snow fox softly calls out to the Taoist master, trembling, as she begs him to help her a little. Songyan, as the Taoist master, closes his eyes, trying to maintain the righteous mind of a cultivator. He turns away, suppressing himself, telling her to try to endure. The snow fox grips his shoulder, slowly wrapping herself around the immortal's body, but the immortal still doesn't react. Her eyes turn red as she cries out, her breath hot and heavy, I can't bear it, I'll die. Animals like snow foxes, if they don't mate with a male during their heat cycle, will cough up blood, their qi unable to circulate, and easily lose their life. The Taoist master's lips suddenly press together, seeming to waver slightly. She wraps her arms around the Taoist master's neck, her mouth constantly calling out to him. Please help me a little. Don't you cultivators say that saving people accumulates virtue. I'm helping you accumulate virtue here. The young woman's breath was like an orchid, each of her breaths striking directly at the tense emotions of the immortal, gradually stirring up hidden waves in his heart. The Taoist master's hand trembled, as if wanting to touch her waist, yet seeming not to dare. Finally, she was held tightly in the man's arms. She softly complained, saying, Teacher Song, you acted it wrong. At this point, you should have pushed me away. Songyan admitted his mistake and apologized. He sighed, his mind trying to suppress something as he said, I think I'm not suitable to play the role of a Taoist priest. She felt confused, looking at him with wide eyes, her hand patting his back encouragingly. No, you acted quite well, actually. In her heart, she secretly thought, that expression of hidden restraint and celibacy of his, it looked really genuine. Her finger poked at his solid back, asking if he wanted to continue or not. But the person before her didn't let go, and she didn't struggle away, allowing him to hold her for a long while. Until her waist started to hurt, she finally had to call out to him with a confused tone. Sitting in the car, Wenlei browsed Weibo again. The news about her and Songyan acting in the action film Boulevard of Ambition had been posted. All the fans felt frustrated because other couples' side stories were all sweet as sugar, while the Yanlei couple was pointing guns at each other's heads. Wenlei tilted her head, feeling that as a serious actress, she couldn't act in that indescribable 9 layers of drunken jade ice again. Her wandering thoughts brought her back to yesterday's memories. When she asked if he could continue, what was wrong with him after all? He buried his face in her fragrant snow-white neck, his voice suppressed, probably in heat. Wenlei's eyes had widened at that moment, feeling she must have misheard. What on earth was he saying? After finishing the 3rd episode of The World Has You, right after was the ceremony for celebrity charity activities of a famous magazine. It could be said this was a party for celebrities held once every year. Any artist with high fame and popularity this year would be invited to attend, making it an extremely grand event. It was truly spectacular. Outside the Yancheng Stadium, a large red carpet had been laid out to properly welcome the distinguished guests. Hundreds of media companies were waiting outside. Countless lights, flashing camera flashes illuminated the entire length of the small red carpet. In previous years, Songyan and Wenlei would walk their own red carpets separately. It was rare to have the opportunity to be arranged together to appear on the red carpet like today. The gown Wenlei was wearing had been tried on many times. It was this year's high-end spring-summer dress, making its first appearance on screen before the traditional media, highlighting the aura of the person wearing it. She was the first domestic female artist to wear this dress. Usually, Songyan wore light-colored suits to match his image and personality. Today, to coordinate with the strapless pale pink organza dress Wenlei was wearing, he wore a black suit. As soon as the two entered the hall, people soon began waving and greeting them. This senior figure showed no arrogance. Seeing Songyan leading Wenlei over, he calmly complimented them, saying, "Ah Yan, your wife looks beautiful today." Wenlei politely extended her hand. Senior Wang cheerfully asked when she planned to collaborate with Songyan. "Ah Yan has quite a few good scripts in hand." "Don't keep them to yourself," Senior Wang said. "Show them to your wife. Let the two of you develop together." Wenlei smiled modestly and replied, "I'm not yet capable of taking on film roles. To be honest, I should still train more. I'm afraid I'll hold him back if I participate now." Soon after, the couple was pulled by Wang to sit at the same table. Quite a few people came to greet them. Some Wenli recognized, some she didn't, but her face always maintained a smile. Until someone appeared who made it impossible for her to smile. Zheng Shui. Zheng Shui's face was both pure and cold. Wearing a black gown further revealed her ethereal aura that seemed to sway with the wind. Zheng Shui greeted each person in the front row, then continued to raise her glass to Songyan. "Teacher Song, it's been a long time." After exchanging a few words, she circled around to Wenlei's side. Leaning slightly, she whispered in Wenlei's ear, "I must say, how do you have the face to sit here?" Wenlei turned her head to face her. Her tone calm and carefree, riding on her husband's wide connections, she replied, "It's only because my husband is Songyan." Zheng Shui immediately sneered and asked her, "Besides relying on your husband, what else can you rely on?" Wenlei sipped her wine, closed her eyes, relaxed, and retorted, "Zheng Shui, if I can't even rely on my own husband, aren't you in an even more pitiful state?" Zheng Shui's expression changed, darkening. A deep furrow appeared between her brows. Finally, she scurried away in anger. Seeing this, Wenlei couldn't help but flash a smug smile. She considered this round of combat her victory. Today's gathering also included several small performances. Currently on stage was Chi Si Han, a member of a popular girl group. One of the coaches from For You, I Become a Group. After Chi Si Han's dance performance ended, she was called back by the host after finishing her dance. She was now being interviewed. The MC asked Chi Si Han, with so many guests participating today, if there was anyone she really wanted to collaborate with in the future. Seeing Chi Si Han nod and say yes, the MC curiously asked if she could say who it was. He jokingly added that if it was a male artist, was Si Han worried about making that person's fans jealous. Si Han then replied, but with some shyness. She said it wasn't a male idol. The answer was left ambiguous. Si Han's fans below even thought maybe she was into girls. Finally, Si Han's gaze turned towards that direction. Her face slightly reddened. Her small lips continued her previous words. "It's Sister Wenlei." Wenlei didn't understand why the camera panned to her. Although before shooting the selection show, she had heard that Chi Si Han had said she was her fan in another program. But she thought it was just a polite compliment, building an image as someone's fan. But she didn't expect this young girl was actually her fan. Wenlei quickly waved at the camera. Wenlei had no mic, so her words couldn't be heard. She desperately nodded at the screen and even sent a heart to Chi Si Han, who was on stage. The MC above laughed happily and asked Si Han further, saying she openly confessed to Wenlei right in front of teacher Songyan like this. Wasn't she afraid of offending him? The camera was very smart to pan to Songyan. On screen, Songyan slightly furrowed his brow, politely curved his lips in a smile, looking as if he didn't care at all. This was the aura of the main spouse. Regardless of male or female, as long as they had thoughts about his wife, they were all love rivals. Chi Si Han hurriedly explained, her cheeks flushing red, adorably saying she only had feelings of admiration and respect for Sister Wenlei. There was no other meaning, hoping Brother Songyan wouldn't mind. Next, Si Han looked at Wenlei with expectant eyes. Last time in the program, Sister Wenlei stood on stage and danced a part of a boy group's choreography, looking extremely cool. Chi Si Han, full of anticipation, gripped the microphone tightly. She expressed her wish for collaboration. If there was an opportunity, she very much wanted to dance with Ms. Wenlei to one of their girl group songs. The host seized the opportunity to ask Wenlei if she wanted to teach her right here. Wenlei immediately pointed at the flowing dress on her body, looking at the camera to indicate that her outfit today wasn't suitable for that. But wanting to give Chi Si Han a way out, she took the mic from a staff member and spoke up, showing care by saying there's no need for Sihan to teach her. At home, she would learn by herself. When she's good enough, she'll submit her homework to her. The host took the chance to decide that right here today, they would make an agreement. Wenlei must quickly learn to dance a girl group choreography very soon. Wenlei smiled, but felt bitter inside. She didn't expect that with so many people in the audience, the bomb would land on her. In the VIP room on the second floor, a quiet man appeared, observing the noisy scene below. The assistant, seeing Wenlei's image on the screen, said to that man that this actress Wenlei shares the same surname as you. The CEO of Xingyi Group, named Wen Yan, upon hearing this, calmly replied, "Yes, it's my family name." Wen Yan's eyes were cold as he said indifferently, "If it weren't for that man named Song Yan, we could have asked Wenlei to come up here to greet us." Then he glanced at manager Li behind him, seemingly threatening as he said that since she bears his surname, Director Li should refrain from making such jokes. Wen Li below was fiddling around, trying to find out what style Chi Sihan's group songs were, when suddenly, her phone received a message. As soon as she saw it, Wenlei got goosebumps all over. Then she leaned her head on Song Yan's shoulder, her restless fingers lightly playing with his sleeve. Her eyes blinked as she called out Mr. Song. Song Yan, hearing this, was stunned for a moment before responding. Wenlei, like a coquettish kitten, smiled with her eyes. We're husband and wife, we're one. Now I'm in trouble. Will you agree to help? Song Yan gently leaned down to ask what was the matter. Then Wenlei smiled helplessly and held out her phone for him to see. On it was a message from Wen Yan. That uncle said that instead of learning to dance, she should spare some time to go home and visit her grandfather. Wenlei gave him a choice: meet her uncle or help her dance to girl group songs. She made him choose one of the two. Song Yan, faced with this awkward situation, immediately decided to go meet her uncle. Wenlei's tone naturally became listless as she asked dejectedly, "You're not choosing the latter." Song Yan looked at her gently. "Miss Wen, don't be greedy. Otherwise, I won't help with either." The charity event lasted for 5 hours. It finally ended. The crowd leisurely moved towards the exit. During this time, Wenlei accidentally saw a strange girl with Lu Ming happily walking nearby. She was a new generation actress. Because she looked similar to Wenlei, she was nicknamed Little Wenlei. Wenlei looked at her, couldn't help but frown. Feeling quite unlucky, she turned to Song Yan asking him to go upstairs with her to meet her uncle, telling the assistant to wait elsewhere. When they're done, he can come pick them up. Whether it was due to being intimidated by her uncle's aura or not, Wenlei felt even more nervous. She even needed to use the restroom. Finally, when they reached the restaurant hallway, she pushed Song Yan forward, saying her uncle wouldn't dare scold him. Watching Wenlei hurry off to the restroom, Song Yan felt he wasn't that important. Indeed, after he entered the room, the man sitting on the sofa frowned, asking unhappily where Wenlei was. Song Yan sat down opposite him and simply replied that she went to the restroom. Wen Yan calmly assessed Song Yan, curling his lips to say ambiguously, "Mr. Song has developed quite well these years." Song Yan politely lowered his head with a slight smile, saying, "It's all thanks to Director Wen's blessing." Wen Yan, showing no other expression, smiled sarcastically, "Thanks to my blessing. This pleasantry is quite well said." Song Yan then coldly replied, "If Director Wen knows this is just a pleasantry, hearing it once is enough. No need to mind it." Then he asked Wen Yan if he had any instructions for seeking out his wife. Wen Yan maintained his displeased attitude, even seeming unwilling to accept this nephew-in-law. Taking a sip of tea, the man spoke coldly, telling him not to interfere in his family matters. Song Yan rested his hand on his cheek, eyes showing boredom. He replied that he had no interest in Wen Yan's family affairs, but Wenlei was his wife. Protecting her was natural. Wen Yan sneered again, asking Song Yan if he could really protect her. Song Yan, faced with this sarcastic remark, remained very calm. He leaned forward, his lips also curling up. "Compared to someone like you as an uncle, at least I managed to do it 2 years ago. It's not that difficult, is it?" Wen Yan was slightly surprised by Song Yan's demeanor. He frowned, chuckling in surprise and sighing. Indeed, this nephew-in-law is no longer the same as 10 years ago. In Wen Yan's mind suddenly appeared the image of that high school student from years ago, young but extraordinary. Faced with Wen Yan's question about what right he had to ask the Wen family to give up the promise to Bai Shen's parents and entrust Wenlei to him, Song Yan didn't answer at that time, but but his determined gaze said it all. The two men fell silent for a moment without talking, as if engaged in a silent battle of wills, until Songyan received a WeChat message from Wen Lei. She said she had run into Wen Shen and couldn't come out for now. She asked him to deal with her uncle first on her behalf. Wen Lei was standing at the sink washing her hands, unaware of the situation inside the room. She hadn't intended to leave Songyan alone with her uncle, but in life, there are always unexpected occurrences. One of those was running into Zheng Shui in the restroom. When Zheng Shui saw her, she was also very surprised. Angrily questioning, she asked why she hadn't left yet. Wen Lei, unflustered, replied directly, "Aren't you still here too?" Zheng Shui pursed her lips, her face growing darker. After enduring for half a day, she couldn't hold back anymore. She took 2 steps forward and grabbed Wen Lei's wrist. With a jealous wife's tone, she asked if Wen Lei had arranged to meet her husband here. Wen Lei couldn't understand. She forcefully pushed her away. Zheng Shui, holding her long formal dress, staggered back a few steps. Wen Lei irritably told her if she wanted to fight, schedule it another day. Today, she was wearing this dress and it wasn't convenient. She asked her to stay away. Then, she took out a handkerchief to wipe where Zheng Shui had grabbed her, with utter disgust. Zheng Shui seemed unwilling to stop. She gripped her skirt tightly, head slightly lowered, her eyes thus bulging as she looked at Wen Lei. She said that although she didn't like her, she admitted that she was stronger and better than herself. She liked her way of attracting fans more. Her face was prettier. Even though they had competed for resources in the past, back and forth, it was all just business matters. Wen Lei looked at Zheng Shui as if seeing a ghost. She never thought there'd be a day when she'd hear such praise from the mouth of her rival, a life-and-death opponent. In a puzzled tone, "What spirit has possessed you?" Zheng Shui took a deep breath. Clenching her jaw, she told Wen Lei to hear her out. Then she continued tensely. Their work teams had always been in fierce competition, tit for tat. That was normal competition in the industry. But no matter what, she shouldn't get involved with her husband. They had been together since school. Their deep feelings lasted for many years, but just because of collaborating with her in a film 2 years ago, after only a few months of on-screen coupling, he started to neglect her. She told Wen Lei to put her hand on her own chest and ask herself if being the third party left her with any conscience. Wen Lei took a deep breath and said coldly once again, during that time, between her and Lu Ming, it was purely normal on-screen coupling. From the beginning, her agent had inquired. He confirmed and replied to her that he was single. Zheng Shui immediately refuted, saying that was impossible. Wen Lei's tone was firm. She emphasized clearly to Zheng Shui her husband was trash. He was a scumbag who had a girlfriend, yet liked to show affection to other women. Only cowards and weaklings push all their faults onto women. Zheng Shui laughed twice. She seemed not to believe it. Then she asked Wen Lei, if she claimed innocence, why was she here? Wen Lei was speechless. She shrugged and replied that her being here wasn't an issue. Had Zheng Shui booked all the VIP rooms on this second floor or something? Zheng Shui clenched her fist and laughed bitterly. She said she had just seen Lu Ming go upstairs, so she chased after him, only to find Wen Lei here. Yet she still denied that they had a private meeting arranged here. Suddenly Wen Lei frowned. Without a word, she immediately went out. Zheng Shui called after her, shouting to ask where she was going. Wen Lei ignored her. She went straight to the room where you had arranged to meet her earlier. Wen Lei opened the door and went in. Inside, Wen Lei disregarded Wen Yan's displeased look directed at her. She went straight up to you, with an arrogant attitude. "I know you have a way to get the keys to all the rooms on this floor. Help me get them." Wen Yan frowned. In a voice so cold it was as if ice was under his tongue, he asked Wen Lei to think about who she was talking to. Wen Lei immediately switched to a pleading attitude. Her eyes showed sincerity as she coyly called out Uncle once. Wen Lei sighed and said, "Now I urgently need the room keys to prove I'm not the third party. Please help me with this urgent matter first." Unexpectedly, when Wen Yan heard the latter part, he frowned even more deeply and questioned who saw her as the third party. Wen Lei couldn't stand it anymore. She hurriedly pulled her uncle's hand, saying, "Uncle, can't you wait until this matter is resolved before asking?" Wen Lei's face looked annoyed as she complained. "Usually, you look like a quick-witted man, but why are you so slow at this crucial moment?" Beside them, Song Yan, who hadn't said a word, suddenly burst out laughing. Wen Yan's face turned black. He then started to lecture Wen Lei. "Wen Lei, I'm your uncle. You put away that commanding tone right now." Song Yan asked, now gently inquiring, "What do you want the room keys for?" Wen Lei's tone was very heroic. She emphasized loudly the 2 words "catch cheaters." By the time Wen Lei came out of the room, outside, Zheng Shui was waiting, almost out of patience. Wen Lei was surprised, not expecting Zheng Shui to wait so obediently. She then said jokingly, "Looks like you really love your husband." Zheng Shui's face darkened. Gritting her teeth, she snapped, saying even if she had misunderstood her earlier, what Wenlei wanted to do now was none of her business. Wenlei ignored the insult. At that moment, she suddenly noticed something and signaled Zheng Shui to be quiet. This room was dark outside with no lights on, but in the bathroom there was light. From inside came the sound of ambiguous kissing. When hearing the words echoing from inside, Wenlei didn't know whether to sympathize or mock Zheng Shui. Inside, a woman called Little Wenlei was softly and coyly asking Zheng Shui's husband, "Finally, do you like Zheng Shui more or do you like Wenlei more?" Lu Ming said without hesitation that he and Zheng Shui had been together for 7 or 8 years now, since they were in school. He then sighed and said that he did like Wenlei too, but during that period of flirting, when she found out he had a girlfriend, she cut off all ties with him. On the contrary, it made him like Wenlei even more. The voice of Little Wenlei inside sounded naive, saying that she was just a substitute for Wenlei then. Through the door crack, Zheng Shui heard Lu Ming urging the girl. He said, "Substitute or not, what does it matter? Don't talk so much. Hurry up and finish. I need to go." Little Wenlei inside complained that he was too impatient, not waiting until they could go to a hotel. Zheng Shui's body was already shaking uncontrollably. Wenlei, feeling sympathy, touched her shoulder. The voice of Lu Ming came out, scolding Little Wenlei for being stupid. He assured her that this room was for VIP guests, and reporters couldn't even access the second floor. It was even safer than a hotel. Zheng Shui's limbs trembled, crying silently. Wenlei suppressed her nausea, calmly asking her to hand over her phone. Zheng Shui looked at Wenlei with tear-filled eyes, asking softly what she wanted to do. Wenlei scoffed, sliding the camera through the door crack. She said, "Look, you foolish woman." So foolish indeed. At this moment, Zheng Shui suddenly gripped her hand tightly, saying in a reluctant tone, "If you expose this matter, Lu Ming's life will be ruined." Wenlei brushed her hand away, angrily saying that helping Zheng Shui record what this guy was doing as evidence was already disgusting enough for her. She also told Zheng Shui not to let her foolish actions of loving to the point of losing her mind infect her as well. Zheng Shui's face turned pale from the scolding. Unwilling to accept it, she retorted, saying, "What did Wenlei know? If Song Yan were to change his heart, let's see if she wouldn't be just as foolish." Wenlei let out a cold laugh. She said indifferently, "If he dared to fool around outside, I would castrate him on the spot." She also scolded Zheng Shui, asking if she thought everyone was like her, probably treating a cheating scumbag like a precious treasure to cherish. The two of them outside the bathroom door were exchanging words in whispers. The sounds inside were getting louder, gradually drowning out their voices. Zheng Shui's tears flowed more heavily, as if enduring torture. She screamed and rushed inside. Since the evidence was already captured, Wenlei didn't stop her. She also had no intention of lecturing or educating the scumbag and the third party inside. At first, the two people inside the toilet were startled by the noise outside the door. After seeing clearly who had arrived, the frightened expression on their faces quickly turned into panic and confusion. Lu Ming instinctively called out Xiao Shui stutteringly. Looking at their disheveled clothes that barely covered them, the other woman was hurriedly and clumsily trying to put her clothes back on. Zheng Shui's eyes darkened. Her legs went weak, her whole body losing the strength to stand. At this moment, she weakly squatted on the ground and cried loudly. Lu Ming, without thinking, immediately defended himself, saying the girl seduced him. He said, "Xiao Shui, you have to believe me." Zheng Shui heard his excuses. In her throat, it felt like a large blood clot was stuck, unable to speak. Lu Ming anxiously grabbed his wife's shoulders, even dragging Wenlei into it. He said that girl was like Wenlei 2 years ago, knowing full well he was married, but she said to seize the opportunity. His attitude towards her was no different than towards Wenlei. Only Xiao Shui was. Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of heels clicking on the wooden floor rang out. Lu Ming's face changed dramatically. He froze on the spot, his face as white as a freshly painted wall. Wenli slightly bent down, looking at him with contempt. She said, "Finally, I understand how he brainwashed his wife 2 years ago." Lu Ming's mind went blank, his jaw stiffened, unable to say anything. Wenli continued speaking, saying, "Today is truly worth." Leaving the sentence unfinished, Wenli took 2 or 3 steps forward. Concentrating all her strength into her right arm, she slapped Lu Ming hard across the face. His cheeks stung with pain, the ear on the slapped side ringing for a long time. Wenlei rubbed her wrist while continuing her unfinished sentence. "It's just a pity that today this lady is here and won't let you succeed in brainwashing anyone again. Sorry about that." At this moment, Wenlei was looking at him with disgust, though 2 years ago they had been friends. She only glanced briefly at Zheng Shui, who was crying on the floor, before leaving. Wenlei then hurried back to her room. She placed the room card on a corner of the table to return to you. Then she quickly wanted to leave, saying Tongyan was waiting for her. She had to go first. Her uncle spoke up loudly, saying, "Wait a moment," and asked if Wenlei had finished her business. Wenlei lifted her chin proudly and replied that it was done. She felt she stood on the moral high ground, so she was quite at ease. Wenlei paused for a moment, as if wanting to say something. She said softly, "Thank you for the room card matter." Unexpectedly, the niece who seemed to hate him and always tried to annoy him to death was now saying words of thanks. Wenyan frowned, about to say something but was interrupted by her. Wenlei coughed lightly, speaking clearly and rationally. "Today was considered an emergency situation, which is why I had to have you open the back door for me. It doesn't count as me relying on family connections to solve everything. Therefore, you can't use this reason to force me to admit defeat and go back home. I wasn't planning to use this to force you to admit defeat. I don't know what this girl is worrying about for no reason." But the Wen family had a tradition of being lazy with explanations, cold-faced and sharp-tongued. Wenyan squinted his eyes and said, "All right." Finally, he waved his hand and said, "Go on with your career as a star." He didn't forget to remind her to visit her grandfather when she had time. Wenlei saw that he didn't intend to hold this against her. She sighed in relief, still a bit surprised. Finally, she smiled brightly and waved goodbye to him. Wenlei went down to the parking garage. She was quite surprised to see Zheng Shui already waiting there. When she saw Wenlei, she immediately informed her that she had contacted the team already. Once everything was arranged, Zheng Shui would expose Lu Ming's affair. Wenlei was surprised for a few seconds, thinking Zheng Shui would still be foolishly helping that scumbag Lu Ming out of love. She didn't expect her to suddenly come to her senses, but she just calmly said Zheng Shui should go ahead and publish it. After hearing Zheng Shui say she wanted to inform her in advance, so her side could be prepared, and when the time comes, not to get hurt, Wenlei let out a surprised, "Oh." Suddenly, Zheng Shui lowered her head and hesitantly asked Wenlei if she was very happy now, seeing Zheng Shui face this kind of karma. Wenlei coldly but seriously replied that she wasn't like that. She said Zheng Shui's current outcome was because she loved to the point of losing her mind, so she deserved what she got. But as fellow women, Wenlei wouldn't say words to mock her. At least between Zheng Shui and Lu Ming, Wenlei said she hated him more. Zheng Shui was silent for a moment, then softly said she loved him very much. At this point, Wenlei felt that Zheng Shui was truly beyond help. Then Zheng Shui continued, saying she didn't know what the situation was between her and Tongyan, whether it was a contract marriage or not, but Zheng Shui thought that, just now in front of the bathroom, she could say those words so eloquently simply because she didn't love him that much. Wenlei felt empty inside. She immediately refuted, telling Zheng Shui that just because she was brainlessly in love to the point of recklessness, she shouldn't think all women in the world were like that. Zheng Shui seemed a bit agitated. She raised her voice and asked Wenlei, what if today she caught Tongyan cheating? Wenlei silently looked at Zheng Shui. A moment later, the corner of Wenlei's mouth suddenly curved up, her expression extremely calm and confident. After talking for a long time, by the time Wenlei got in the car to go home, it was already dawn. She looked at Tongyan, sleeping with his eyes closed beside her, and thought to herself that Tongyan definitely wasn't that kind of person. The stream of memories brought Wenlei back to the conversation earlier with Zheng Shui. At that time, Zheng Shui paused for a moment. She then said that just now she felt Wenlei didn't love Tongyan very much, but with her current attitude, Zheng Shui now felt that she seemed to love him very much. Wenlei just coldly said Zheng Shui should worry about her own affairs first. She also said if Zheng Shui dared to go back on her word, then she and that scumbag should pack up and leave the industry together. Finally, before leaving, Wenlei added one more thing. Moreover, I trust Mr. Tong because I know he loves me very much. He loves me so much that he can't control it. In his heart, there's no room for any other woman in there anymore. Just as she finished thinking, Wenlei couldn't help but look at Tongyan. She said to him if he wasn't sound asleep, he should open his eyes quickly. Tongyan woke up, with a wronged expression accusing her gaze of waking him up. Wenlei turned her head away, mimicking his words exactly. Seeing this, Tongyan knew he should be considerate and smiled while apologizing to her. His eyes were gentle. It's okay, I'm not angry with you. Wen, who was driving, heard this exchange between the two of them. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wenlei was embarrassed and shouted, scolding him for eavesdropping on their conversation. After arriving home, after showering, Wenlei sat on the bed in a daze, wondering why she believed Mr. Tong wouldn't cheat. At this moment, a cool sensation pressed against her cheek, making her snap out of it. Tong Yan handed her a glass of water, asking why she was spacing out. Wenlei took the glass, her expression still confused. Finally, she spoke like a machine, recounting the day's events to him eloquently. She said just thinking about today's events made her feel disgusted. She never expected Lu Ming would find someone who looked like her to cheat with. The important thing is that woman willingly agreed to be a substitute. She has no honor or self-respect at all. For better or worse, she looks like me by about 30 or 40%. It's like throwing away my face. Not talking about the bad stuff anymore, Wenlei collected herself and then boasted about her achievements today. Today, she not only taught that beast a lesson, scolded Zheng Shui, but also spoke up for him. After hearing this, Tongyan calmly said thank you. His calm demeanor made Wenlei think he didn't believe her. She tugged at Tongyan's pajamas and said, Zheng Shui said if she caught him cheating, she wouldn't be so calm. At that time, she had retorted saying he definitely wasn't that kind of person. She said this before in the car. He had heard it. Tongyan raised his eyebrows, asking if she trusted him that much. What if he really cheated? Wenli opened her eyes wide, loudly asking if he really cheated. Then she said they were only married by contract anyway. Even if he found someone else, as long as she didn't find out, it would be fine. It seemed she had no reason to be angry with him. Tongyan sighed. His eyes showed sadness as he told her to sleep. It's past 3 a.m. After turning off the lights, Wenlei worried and thought, back and forth, tossing and turning for a while, before realizing that what she had just said wasn't quite right. She thought her words were like telling him that it wouldn't matter if he cheated, that his infidelity wouldn't be a problem. They were married by contract, and she didn't care about that. What if he heard this and actually went out to cheat? What should she do then? Wenla panicked at the thought, sat up and turned on the bedside lamp. Tongyan instinctively frowned, and the next second she patted his face. She really liked waking people up while they were sleeping. Tongyan asked in a deep voice if Wenlei wanted to sleep at all. Wenlei anxiously said she'd sleep after finishing what she had to say. Wenlei bit her lip, suppressing the feeling of being slapped in the face, and spoke eloquently and reasonably. Although we're married by contract, you can't find someone else before the contract expires. She said it wasn't that she wanted to control him. Of course, who he likes has nothing to do with her, but she felt that as long as they're still husband and wife, they should maintain face for each other. Don't let it end in an unpleasant, noisy breakup. Do you understand what I mean? Tong Yan didn't speak for a long time. He stared at her with wide, confused eyes. Wenlei hurriedly added, Of course, after the divorce, you're free to find whoever you want. She meant at least during this period. You can't. Before she could finish speaking, she was pulled into his chest. He gently asked, Talking so much, doesn't your mouth get tired? Tong Yan patted the back of her neck. You could just say straight out that you don't allow me to cheat. Isn't that more concise? Wenli suddenly blushed. After he let her go, she lightly punched his chest and shouted, What are you laughing at? Tong Yan held her hand and once again embraced Wenlei. He promised her that he wouldn't find someone else. Wenla smiled with satisfaction. She also told him to warn him not to cheat during the contract period. She felt it necessary to remind him that she had told Zheng Shui if he dared to misbehave, she would castrate him. A few days later, as soon as Wenlei woke up, she had to call and scold Zheng Shui for still trying to save face for Lu Ming. Wenlei spoke with her hands on her hips, asking Zheng Shui if she had seen the consequences. Lu Ming thought that she couldn't provide any evidence of his infidelity, so he had started to turn against Zheng Shui now. Wenlei couldn't help but scold her as a stupid woman. Today you leave a lifeline for that cheating man. Tomorrow, he might use this very path to stab you once more. On Weibo, unfavorable news about Zheng Shui was spreading. All were saying that Zheng Shui was slandering Lu Ming for the divorce. Lu Ming had been mentally oppressed by Zheng Shui for a long time. Even Wenlei's name was dragged into it, saying their breakup was related to her. Wenlei looked at the hot search list while lecturing Zheng Shui, saying that cheaters won't regret because of her softness. Wenlei then felt she was still lucky for keeping one move for self-protection. She immediately posted screenshots of her messages with Lu Ming. He admitted to having a relationship with Zheng Shui, but still had feelings for Wenlei. Wenlei at that time only replied with one word, scram. Even Zheng Shui didn't want to be weak anymore and posted videos of his infidelity. Finally, they went through with the divorce. Now everything has come to light. The online community learned the truth of the story. Last year, Lu Ming and Wenlei were a couple on screen, leading to him developing feelings for Wenlei. Zheng Jie became jealous and pressured Lu Ming. Then she publicly announced her relationship with Lu Ming. Wenlei avoided Lu Ming like the plague after that. As a result, he still lingered over her and tried to seduce a young Wenlei. Everyone felt extremely angry with Lu Ming and this couple. Above all, there was utmost sympathy for Wenlei, who had been wrongly cursed for so long. Tongyan just woke up. As he walked into the living room, he heard Wenlei happily talking on the phone with Sister Ludan. She was extremely happy because she finally waited for the day he had to post an apology. At the same time, she asked Sister Ludan if she could share that post of Zheng Shei's. Tong Yan was also happy for her. He took out his phone and scrolled through the newsfeed. Wenlei had shared Zheng Shei's apology post. She had apologized and begged for Wenlei's forgiveness. Wenlei now stretched comfortably. She had finally dealt with everything. Looking at the camera on the table, she thought again. Lu Ming's affair had been exposed, so this game show they can't continue filming anymore. Unexpectedly, Wenlei came here to participate because of her rival, but the rival has now withdrawn. She wondered if she and Tong Yan need to continue acting. Thinking of this, Wenlei let out a sigh. Meanwhile, Tong Yan had finished preparing breakfast for her. Seeing Wenlei like this, he asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Wenlei listlessly replied, "It's just that she was thinking about this year's schedule stretching all the way to the end of the year, so she felt a bit tired." Tong Yan pushed the food towards her, saying caringly that if she doesn't want to be so tired, she could decline some unnecessary appointments. Wenlei, dejected, said that's true, but she still thinks with Zheng Shei withdrawing from The World Has You, it would no longer make sense to film The World Has You anymore. Wenlei thought about leaving that show, her hand unconsciously tightening on the milk glass. She thought if she withdraws from The World Has You, then the program's filming game shows won't invite her and Tong Yan anymore. The schedules where they go together would no longer exist. In the future, she and Tong Yan would return to their old orbits. No need to act in front of the public anymore. When the public's interest in their Dianlei couple decreases, the news of their divorce will also be conveniently released. But it seems Wenlei feels she can't bear it. Wenlei's train of thought was cut off by Tong Yan's call. He looked at her with worried eyes, then gently pressed his forehead against hers, asking if she stayed up too late yesterday and caught a cold. He carefully checked her temperature, then blurted out that she doesn't seem to have a fever. Wenlei's face slightly reddened, then she backed away, smiling and saying it's nothing. Tong Yan was still very worried, saying money can't be earned endlessly. If she can't decide, he'll talk to her manager to negotiate a bit. Wenlei felt very conflicted. Clearly 2 years ago, she swore not to do couple shows anymore. Now she's stepping into the same trap once again, even having to be bound to Tong Yan for some more time. Wenlei could only blame herself for being too greedy for money, so she smiled and replied that she had already decided. Being a little tired is no big deal. The electric kettle made a clicking sound at this moment. The man of the house immediately stood up, eyes still looking at her worriedly, asking if she can handle it all. Wenlei immediately put on a determined and passionate expression. "Of course, earning money is my joy," she said. In her heart, she was self-hypnotizing. That's right, it's not because she can't bear to part with Mr. Tong, but because earning money makes her happy. In just a few more days, it will be the official filming day of the Male Idol selection show. At the charity party last time, Wenlei had agreed with Chi Si-han to submit their group's dance routine when filming the show. In general, words spoken cannot be taken back. While the program The World was on hold, Wenlei spent the next 2 days at the dance studio to practice. Not wanting to offend Wenlei, the dance instructor spoke very gently, using extremely tactful words, saying, "The background of this song is a 17 or 18-year-old girl just beginning to know love. So when you dance, the expression on your face needs to clearly show shyness and cuteness." Also saying Ms. Wen is an actress. Surely you can understand what I mean, right? After that, Wenlei was taught by the dance instructor to make a gesture with both hands clasped, then cover her face, mouth making a pouting action. In Wenlei's head, she could only send out SOS signals. Practicing until noon, she finally managed to fix her expression. Wenlei sent a short video clip for Wen to see, wanting her to check if there was any hint of a schoolgirl vibe appearing. Wen downloaded it and used editing software to create a short video clip for her, then sent it back to Wenlei, telling her to watch it quickly. It's extremely cute. Wen edited this video quite well, adding a sweet love song as background music and adding a layer of light pink filter. Wenlei's face even had cute cat emotion icons. In an instant, Wenlei's confidence soared, feeling that she was very, 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 very cute. She thought for a while, then decided to send it to Tong Yan to help her see if she really looked 10 years younger, if she looked like she was back to being 16 years old. At Tong Yan's filming location, the director had just given him a 20-minute break. Immediately, he took out his phone and received Wenlei's message. After knowing he was on break, Wenlei told him to go somewhere a bit far away. "Once you're sure no one's around, I'll send it to you." Tongyan couldn't help but be curious and asked what she wanted to send. Wenlei frowned. She waited for a while but still didn't see Tongyan reply. In the chat window, it still showed the other party is typing, while Wenlei thought he wasn't interested, hesitating for so long because he was thinking how to refuse her. When her confidence was starting to wane, Tongyan suddenly replied, asking if this was a treat for him. Wenlei blushed, silently cursing him as a damn pervert. Forget it, don't ask this pervert. Better ask an innocent youth instead. Then she went to send this video to Silei. Wenlei sent the video, eagerly asking her little brother if he thought his sister looked like a 16-year-old girl. The kid was in the dormitory, just finished training. Seeing the video of his sister, he suddenly felt embarrassed. His lips twisted, mouth letting out a max-level scornful laugh, then broke out in a cold sweat. Sai Li then messaged his sister back, telling Wenlei to quickly promise him not to send this to Tongyan to see. Harming him alone was enough. Right after that, Silei received a barrage of scolding from Wenlei, calling him a damn brat with no aesthetic sense. How do you know Tongyan wouldn't like it? Serve you right for being a single dog. She also asked if he had learned the dance for the theme song yet. Hiding in the bathroom to play on the phone, probably. Wenlei even wanted to tattle to the program team that Silei was using his phone secretly. Silei then said he had evidence. He asked Wenlei if she remembered when Tongyan tutored her. He had already shown his high-level aesthetic taste then. By the way, Silei also said he was in the dormitory, not in the bathroom. Wenlei started asking a series of questions with a surprised and smug attitude. She asked Silei if he didn't know the dorm had cameras for live streaming. Did he forget his brain in his mother's womb when he was born? Sure enough, someone quickly came to take away Silei's phone. Wenlei was now sighing deeply, saying she wouldn't send it to Tongyan anymore. When the program staff came to collect the mobile phone, they also took the opportunity to ask Silei which girl he was looking at on his phone just now. Silei crossed his arms, pouted, and replied Wenlei. The staff member immediately thought he was her fan. Silei's face darkened as he objected, but the staff member patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't be shy." He even asked if he wanted to dance a romantic scene with Wenlei. Silei turned away, wishing he could vomit to prove his innocence. Midnight, while Tongyan was lying down scrolling his phone, Silei sent him that video clip, saying that his sister showed him today. This kind of torment he couldn't bear alone. Tongyan turned to Wenlei and asked softly, "What video is it after all, Miss Wen?" Wenlei didn't answer. She remembered Silei's words. Memory took her back to school days. It seemed there was once when she wore a beautiful white dress with clear makeup and asked Senior Tongyan if she looked pretty. He only said, "Ordinary." Those two cold words made Wenlei feel very lucky that she hadn't shown him yet. She closed her eyes to sleep. 10 years ago. 16-year-old Wenlei wore a flowing long dress. For ease of dancing, her long, messy hair was neatly tied up on her head. Standing in front of Silei's room, head held high like a proud peacock, she arrogantly asked her brother if she looked beautiful. Silei glanced at his sister from head to toe, then grimaced and said she looked ugly. He was immediately hit by Wenlei. Before leaving, she deliberately looked at Tongyan, who hadn't said anything. With a glimmer of hope, she asked him, "Senior, do you think I look beautiful?" Tongyan quickly shifted his gaze. He softly said ordinary, but his cheeks were slightly red. Silei immediately laughed and teased. Ordinary means not beautiful. In front of her damned little brother and Senior, Wenlei's confidence was shaken. She glared at both of them and angrily left. Only then did Tongyan look up, watching her leave with lingering eyes. After Zheng Shui and Lu Ming left, Human World quickly found another couple to join to complete the lineup. This time, unexpectedly, there was the appearance of Qi Si-han and a young man named Yan Zhuan. In the comments below Si-han's post, fans were calling for Wenlei. They thought Si-han was pursuing her idol by joining the game show. Wenlei at home had just heard the news and was quite surprised, but she thought about Qi Si-han's group's dance. However, the online comments made Wenlei pay attention to something else. The fans were all tagging Tongyan, saying his wife was in danger. Come back and rescue her. Wenlei is about to play Yuri with Si-han. Tongyan had just finished showering. Seeing Wenlei frowning on the couch, he asked with concern what she was looking at. Tongyan also took out his phone to scroll through Weibo for updates. On this side, Wenlei informed him that Qi Si-han confirmed she would participate in Human World Has You Already. She was just doing a little interaction. She covered her phone screen and told him not to pay attention anymore. Otherwise, the drama from these netizens would never end. Wenlei sat down on the couch. While reading the script, she cleared her throat and asked, "I guess you probably don't watch those game shows for selecting boy bands, right?" Tongyan sat down, calmly replied he doesn't watch. He added, "If Miss Wen wants him to watch, then..." He hadn't finished his sentence when Wenlei jumped up to cover his mouth, stopping him. She said she doesn't want that. She seriously suggested he should stick to his principles. Tongyan held her hand. With gentle eyes, he obediently replied, "As you command," Wenlei later went to the Human World Has You set. While she was doing makeup backstage, outside, the MC's voice could be heard announcing that next, they would announce the assessment results of the show Human World Has You for this term. Looking at Wenlei's styling today, Wen couldn't stop praising how beautiful it was. Wenlei wore a short, light blue dress with a slightly flared skirt, just like a schoolgirl uniform. The stylist was also adding hair accessories for her. Looking at herself in the mirror with this pure makeup, Wenlei was a bit dazed for a moment. Wen beside her eagerly asked Wenlei if she wanted to take a selfie. She would help edit and post it for her. Seeing Wenlei quickly wave her hand saying it's not necessary, Wen pouted in disappointment. Why not? It's clearly very cute. Wenla put her hand on her forehead, her face darkening, and said, Wen wouldn't understand. She thought to herself she had already used all the tricks. It was difficult enough to just ask the director to cut this part out. Now posting it online. Wouldn't that be like asking for public execution? At this moment, Shua, Jingyue walked in, still maintaining a friendly attitude, asking if the senior was ready. Wenlei turned her head, asking her if the director was rushing her. Jingyue quickly replied no, she just came to check on her own. Jingyue sat down, shamelessly asking Wenlei if Tongyan was coming to the set today. Wenlei immediately replied no, and cautiously asked if she had any business with him. Wenlei felt annoyed inside, thinking she hadn't even settled the score about Jingyu befriending Tongyan at midnight. She still hadn't dealt with that yet. Jingyu then looked helpless, sighing and saying, it's not that she had any business, but the trainees out there were hoping Tongyan would appear, while Wenlei was dancing to the song Confessing Love. That would be nice. Wenlei's face darkened. She silently wondered what Tongyan would do here. Watch her be publicly executed or what? Jingyue then looked at Wenlei with a pitying gaze, her words dripping with sarcasm. She thought that Mr. Tongyan's schedule must be very packed. He'd have to come specially just to watch you dance one song. What a shame. Wenlei glanced at her, then said, Jingyue, you've said so much, but is Tongyan coming or not? Jingyue crossed her arms, shook her head, and replied she hadn't received any notice from the director. Contrary to what she had imagined, that Wenlei would be very disappointed and sad, unexpectedly, Wenlei stood up and sighed in relief. She even complained that Jingyue had scared her to death. Next time, could she say everything in one go? Jingyue was extremely frustrated. She wondered why Tongyan wasn't coming, yet Wenlei seemed so happy about it. Meanwhile, Wenlei had gone on stage. All the lights were turned off, preparing for her surprise appearance. Wenla raised her head, telling herself it's for the money. Dancing one song isn't a big deal. She didn't know that down in the audience, a young man wearing a black hat was approaching. It was Tongyan. He squeezed through the crowd, getting closer and closer to the stage. He stood quietly watching her, secretly. His eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Wenlei appear in the brilliant stage lights. She was pure, gentle, and full of energy like a schoolgirl. Wenlei smiled softly at the audience, then performed a series of adorable dance moves. Below, the trainees immediately cheered her name. Wenlei winked and smiled playfully while singing that Love Confession theme song. Tongyan watched her intently from below, a slight smile on his face. Wenlei's eyes suddenly noticed his presence. She panicked slightly. Just like the lyrics of her song now, the moment I see you, I panic and don't know what to do. Going back to this afternoon, before the incident occurred, the program team had arranged for Tongyan to make a surprise visit during the day and asked if he was looking forward to anything. Tongyan smiled at the camera and replied that he was quite looking forward to it. The person in charge of filming asked again, Miss Wen is coming as a guest for the male idol selection program. She'll be surrounded by young, energetic male contestants. I wonder if Mr. Tong feels worried about that. Tongyan was silent for a moment, then joked about himself. He said, aside from the age issue, I think I'm quite attractive myself. The staff in the car burst into laughter. Someone even said with a grin, I heard some trainees are around the same age as you. The deputy director in the car suddenly had an idea to boost the show's ratings. How about Mr. Tong also wears a trainee uniform? Maybe learn a few dance moves too. Tongyan raised an eyebrow, coldly refusing with one word, no. The deputy director felt embarrassed, coughed a few times before saying, don't take the idol burden so seriously. Even someone like Wenlei has gotten through it. The deputy director said, I've seen the video of that girl group dancing. It doesn't suit her, but she said she'd really learn it. Isn't it that once you learn, you know. Tong Yan looked out the window, softly replying, I don't think it doesn't suit her. He recalled his school days. When he was walking down the hallway, Wenli ran out to scare him. Her face showed clear satisfaction. He was surprised too. A second later, Wenli realized she had scared the wrong person. The boo was still stuck in her throat, her mouth wide open, not yet closed. Her face instantly turned red, her body stiff. Tong Yan looked at her, his face showing no emotion. Wenli felt uneasy under his stare. She bit her lip, embarrassed but unwilling to apologize. She kept mumbling, blaming him. Who told you to be as tall as Bai Shen? And you're even wearing the same uniform. It's not my fault. Tong Yan didn't understand why he had become the culprit. Not sure if he smiled out of anger or something else, he smirked. In a slightly lazy tone, he said she was just like a cat. Besides Bai Shen, who else can you scare? Wenlei glared fiercely, deliberately taunting. Yeah, you're so great. And she flipped her ponytail, raised her chin, and ran off. Tong Yan watched her turn and run to the hallway corner. Right then, she bumped into Bai Shen coming from the other side. Bai Shen asked her if she was trying to scare him again. Wenlei immediately denied it. Then Bai Shen grabbed her collar and knocked her head. The two started playing around again. Tong Yan watched until they left. That day seemed to be during the lunch break. The sunlight that day was as bright as the light outside the car right now. At this moment, he was awakened by the voices of the staff members. It seemed there was a traffic jam outside. They were worried about not making it in time for Wenlei's performance. Finally, Tong Yan arrived outside the studio of youth group. The deputy director urged him to go inside quickly. They said it was about to start. Tong Yan lowered his hat to cover his face. Inside the studio, the lights were dimmed in preparation for Wenlei's performance. Wenlei stepped onto the stage, her hair in two ponytails, wearing a short skirt with cherry blossom-style makeup, looking extremely sweet. Tong Yan watched her from below, mesmerized. Wenlei was still very focused on her performance, interacting with the audience through eye contact. When she sang the part, "The moment you send a smile towards me, I panic." Not knowing what to do, Wenlei had discovered Tong Yan below. Their eyes met for a few seconds. Wenlei's cheeks flushed red. Tong Yan also had to quickly lower his face after regaining his composure. Wenlei, on stage, had knelt down, covering her face. Wenlei herself couldn't stand this cutesy style of dress, but in the eyes of everyone around her, it was very adorable. Still, she feared he would disapprove of her. Amidst the cheers of all the trainees, Tong Yan stepped into the light. Tu-han smiled and said, "Everyone, look who's here." Tong Yan then spoke softly. "Hello, everyone. I'm Tong Yan. I'm here today to visit the set." Most of the people here were young newcomers, just entering the entertainment industry. Their ability to handle couldn't match that of experienced artists, those long accustomed to being surrounded by spotlights. Suddenly, a big star, frequently seen on screen, appeared right in front of them. The reactions of these young people were no different from ordinary people. It seemed that what they were seeing wasn't a person, but a fairy. Someone even wanted to call their mom to say they'd met Tong Yan. Their mom really liked him, but then they remembered their phones had been taken away. The young person below could only shout in frustration. Wang Yiyuan was so excited he couldn't speak. He could only desperately grab Zilei's arm, hoping to find some sense of reality in this dreamlike scene. He shook Zilei, asking if this was real. Zilei's face twisted in pain. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Damn it, what do you think?" The atmosphere at the scene was very noisy. Chi Zihan, torn between laughter and tears, covered both his ears. Using the microphone, he asked if Tong Yan could come up on stage to help our Ms. Wen up. She's too tired from dancing to stand up. Tong Yan walked towards the stage. The piercing screams of the trainees were even louder than before. The truth proved that the voices of the male trainees shouting echoed much more than the shy female trainees. Is this what they call couple interaction? Wenli sensed the lively atmosphere as Tong Yan came up. When Tong Yan slightly bent down to touch her, she immediately jumped up and retreated to the opposite side, a few steps away from him, then stiffly said she could stand up on her own. Tong Yan's hand was left hanging in midair. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, he asked what she was avoiding. Wenli gripped the mic tightly, stammering shyly. Finally, she blurted out, "I'm embarrassed." After Tong Yan finished his visit, he went home first. The assistant director excitedly called him right away, saying thanks to him, today's show effect was extremely good. Tong Yan politely replied, "That's good. You've worked hard." Then he went to the bathroom to wash his face. Cold water ran over his skin, wetting his bangs. Tong Yan looked up at the mirror. He recalled when he was on stage, Chi Zihan had asked him what he thought of Wenlei's dance. Tongyan, polite and tactful, first praised Chizihan's group's song. He said the music was pleasant to the ear, the dance was very cute, full of youthful vitality. Chizihan was flattered yet scared, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Tongyan. This is our group's song," she said. Wenlei didn't say a word throughout the entire conversation. Though she didn't expect Tongyan to say anything good or make any bad comments about her, when she actually heard him not mention her at all, she couldn't help but feel a bit upset. She lowered her eyes and glanced away from the camera. Then Tongyan smiled and said, "The person dancing this is even cuter." Though he didn't specify a name, just using a simple way to express it, everyone present there knew who the person dancing was referring to. Below there was a burst of surprised gasps and excited screams. Wenlei's cheeks turned pink again. She pouted, puffed her cheeks, and lowered her eyes. Tongyan remembered this, letting his thoughts distract him. He accidentally turned on the wrong faucet and ice-cold water sprayed his face. Tongyan was soaked through. He laughed helplessly at himself. Fortunately, she didn't see him in this dazed state. Wenlei, meanwhile, was still at the studio, behind the stage wings for the group performance. Wenlei had changed out of that light blue short dress, switching to a white dress with a waist tie, looking more mature. Her hairstyle also changed from a ponytail to loose hair, simple, making her whole person much more comfortable. Then the staff asked the first question, which was about Teacher Tongyan's visit to the set today. They asked if Miss Wen felt surprised and happy about it. Wenlei's expression became tense. She lowered her eyes and sighed deeply. Terrified? Yes. Your show just wants to create an effect, but you don't need to play me like this. The staff there laughed. Wenlei used her hand to pat her face, then put her hands on her hips, looking extremely resentful towards the show, saying, "Just thinking about those scenes is unbearable for me. I'm determined not to dance these girl group choreographies anymore. Even if Cheesy Han gets down on her knees and begs me, I absolutely won't dance." Another staff member chimed in, saying, "Didn't Mr. Tong say you were very cute?" Wenlei then seriously explained to them, "He's an actor. Don't let his acting skills fool you all." Wenlei's tone was extremely certain, asserting that he's definitely laughing at me inside. The staff members looked at each other. Their faces went blank as they said, "Is that so?" They all felt that he didn't seem to be acting at all. When she got home, Wenlei hesitated outside. She didn't know how to face him. As she opened the door, Wenlei encouraged herself. "It's my own home after all. What's there to fear?" Just as she stepped inside, she suddenly heard a noise from the room. Her eyes widened. Memories of the morning's shoot came flooding back to her mind. In that moment, she didn't care about taking off her shoes. She pressed against the wall and ran towards the other room to hide. Finally, from the dining room, she escaped to the balcony. Wenlei forcefully closed the glass door, locking that man inside the room. Tongyan looked at her, smiling as he asked if she was back. Wenlei realized she couldn't escape, immediately showing an embarrassed expression. He stepped forward again, knocking on the glass, wanting to talk to her for a bit. Wenlei lowered her head sulkily, telling herself and him that they had nothing to talk about. She accused him of colluding with the show's team to embarrass her today, making her lose face completely. She wasn't settling scores with him because she was generous and didn't hold grudges. She told him if he was smart, he should quickly disappear from her sight right away. Tongyan tilted his head. His Adam's apple moved. He took a deep breath, exhaling with a smile. He held back, saying, "All right, I'll go then." Then he turned to leave, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curling up. Wenlei watched him leave, her hand holding the door loosened a bit, exhaling a sigh of relief. But the man who was supposed to have turned to leave suddenly spun back, taking long strides. In 2 or 3 steps, he ran to the balcony door. Before Wenlei could react, he quickly pulled the door open. Wenlei didn't expect him to pull this move. Her face clearly panicked. Tongyan closed the balcony door. Wenlei stepped back twice, watching him warily. She asked, "What do you want to do? You're not planning to push me off this balcony, are you?" Amused by her absurd thought, he laughed. He pressed his tongue against his cheek, chuckling. Wenlei, even more embarrassed, shouted, asking what he was laughing at. Just as Wenlei was being irritable and grumpy, suddenly Tongyan reached out and pulled her arm, making her fall into his embrace. "I'm laughing at how silly you are." Tongyan held the back of her neck firmly, his other arm tightly hugging her waist. He lifted her slightly, and just like that, his lips pressed down. Their breathing gradually became hurried. Wenlei unconsciously clutched his shirt tightly. In the monitoring room, a group of staff members uncomfortably stared at the screen. Only the director, with a dark face, was scolding and asking who was responsible for installing the cameras. Why didn't anyone remember to install cameras on the balcony too? Now, what could they film? Nothing at all. Finally, the exchange of breaths ended with Wenlei's soft words, "There are cameras." When the balcony door was pushed open again, the staff standing in front of the monitoring sharing screen, immediately stepped forward to watch. They were glad that there was finally some movement. Wenli came out first, walking towards the bathroom while fanning her face, pretending nothing had happened. She muttered, "It's not even summer yet. Why is it so hot?" Seeing them like this, the filming crew thought they had just argued on the balcony. Another person shook their head and said, "Certainly not. Wenlei is a regular guest on game shows. Many of her reactions are just for the show's effect. She wouldn't actually get angry with Tong Yan over a plot point." The director now lowered his face. He felt he had a very strong intuition. It reminded him that he had just missed a very important scene. In the evening, the two still didn't interact with each other. Wenlei sat on the bed playing with her phone. Tong Yan sat reading a book. Their quietness was broken by a staff member. The doorbell rang a few times. As she just stepped out, she saw Tong Yan already at the entrance, preparing to open the door for the staff. At this moment, the staff member stood at the door with tools, opening with, "Sorry, you two." He said they were now planning to install additional cameras on the balcony. "Hoping you two won't mind." Tong Yan and Wenlei looked at each other. They both understood. Indeed, their image of going to the balcony earlier was recorded already. Then, because they couldn't capture footage out there, now they're coming to install more cameras. Wenlei felt unbearably embarrassed inside, but couldn't help sighing with relief. Much later, after the staff finished installing cameras on the balcony, they left one by one. Only the two of them remained in the house. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them both. As Wenlei was cheerfully smiling, saying goodbye to the staff, Tong Yan turned to look at her. She immediately backed away. Tong Yan stopped looking. He obediently took out a suitcase from the cabinet, intending to pack some clothes he'd wear for the next few days while working in Rongcheng. As Tong Yan was putting clothes into the suitcase, suddenly a hand appeared pressing down on the pile of clothes. He looked up at her. Wenlei boldly looked back, stiffly saying, "You should apologize to me." Tong Yan spoke very gently. "Apologize for what?" Wenlei crossed her arms, her face slightly embarrassed as she accused. She said, "This afternoon. If it wasn't for the fact that at that moment on the balcony there were no cameras installed, your beastly, depraved behavior would have been recorded. Then, after the show is broadcast, it would cause so many negative effects. Do you know that?" Tong Yan remained calm, replying nonchalantly, "What effects?" Wenlei started to get anxiously flustered, stammering, "You, in broad daylight, doing that to me." Tong Yan laughed out loud. He stood up, a head taller than her, put his hands on his hips, head slightly lowered, still asking persistently what exactly he did that would affect her so much. Wenlei thought about it and realized there really wasn't any effect at all. She was just talking nonsense out of embarrassment. Seeing her dumbfounded, Tong Yan asked again. He seemed a bit hurt. "Those male artists you've worked with before, did Miss Wen also demand apologies from them?" Wenlei retorted. "That was acting. It was all in the script. But you didn't have a script. This is you taking advantage of me. Shouldn't you apologize for taking advantage?" Tong Yan raised his eyebrows, as if accepting this reasoning. He apologized for his impulsive behavior this afternoon. Seeing him compromise so quickly, it was Wenlei who was stunned instead. She then spoke in surprise. "All right, forget it. I forgive you." After saying she forgave him, the atmosphere around them became somewhat strange. She then said she was going to take a shower. Just as she was about to leave, Tong Yan pulled her back. The strong man forced her to sit on the bed, calmly saying, "Don't go yet. Listen to my full apology first." Wenlei didn't understand, confused. "Didn't he just apologize?" Tong Yan shook his head vigorously, saying besides this afternoon, there were also times before. Wenlei still asked confusedly, "What do you mean before?" Tong Yan curved his lips, his tone becoming earnest as he confessed. He admitted that he had touched her before, the time he secretly kissed her while filming the show, and even the first time when they were drunk. Before he could finish speaking, his mouth was covered by her hand. Wenlei was dumbfounded. He recounted each incident one by one. The more she heard, the more dizzy Wenlei felt. In her mind, she recalled events from 2 years ago. At that time, Wenlei was completely drunk. She tremblingly crawled onto the bed. Tong Yan was already asleep on it. Wenlei was mumbling, cursing that party for not even having fruit juice. Unable to control her body, she fell on top of Tong Yan. He was awakened, his drowsy eyes opened, finding Wenlei collapsed beside him. He shook her to wake up. Wenlei also opened her eyes slightly, both of them radiating intense heat. Their gazes locked onto each other, as if they both understood what the other wanted. Tong Yan, blushing, asked if it was okay. Wenlei hazily nodded. Tong Yan finally couldn't resist anymore. He pressed onto her, kissing her fervently. Just thinking about this, Wenlei was panicked enough. She immediately yelled at him to stop apologizing and shut up. Tong Yan then smiled and asked if she had forgiven him. Wenlei, aggrieved, replied that he was so thick-skinned. Even if she didn't want to forgive him, What could she do about it? Tongyan then smiled contentedly. Good to know. Down in the basement, the director had already told the staff to inform Wenle and Tongyan. The next station for filming was Wrong City. The director clenched his fist in frustration. He couldn't believe they hadn't filmed anything yet. After learning they had to go to Wrong City to film, Wenle hesitantly looked at the wardrobe. She decided to bring a few more outfits. Glancing at Tongyan's wardrobe, Wenle hesitated. She felt he'd look good in light colors and dark colors too. Tongyan came close to her, also appearing confused as he asked which outfits he should bring. Wenle pointed up and down. This one, that one, and this one. Tongyan smiled obediently like a young husband. Okay, I'll listen to you. Wenle, on the contrary, felt like she was a wife packing for her husband's business trip. As Tongyan turned to leave, Wenle pulled him back, saying, "Wait, help me choose a few outfits too." Tongyan couldn't hide his smile but calmly replied with a single okay. Then, the two of them in the room put on a fashion show. Wenle wore an outfit paired with a blouse with puffy sleeves and youthful shorts. Standing in front of him, asking if this outfit looked good, Tongyan hummed in agreement. The next outfit was a square-neck top with jeans, revealing her long legs and white swan-like neck, full chest. Tongyan said it wasn't bad. The next was a white spaghetti strap dress, light fabric flowing, making Wenle look like a beautiful lily. Tongyan immediately said all outfits were beautiful, telling her to bring them all. Unexpectedly, his attitude made Wenle think he was impatient. She complained, "Why not bring the whole house then? I'll choose myself. You go to sleep." As Wenle was about to leave, she was pulled back by Tongyan. He asked her, "Aren't you tired of running back and forth?" Tongyan smiled meaningfully, saying, "Wenle should change right here." Wenle was bewildered, saying, "How could she change with him here?" Tongyan looked at her with wide eyes, asking why not. After hearing what he said, some thoughts appeared in Wenle's mind that couldn't be shared. Slightly embarrassed and a bit uncertain, she still persisted. "Tell me why." Tongyan shook his head. With puppy-like innocent eyes, he replied, "I don't know." Wenle was so angered by his shameless, thick-skinned behavior that she gritted her teeth. She raised her hand and pointed her index finger at his lips. "Don't pretend. Liars' noses grow longer." Tongyan laughed so hard his shoulders shook. Unable to keep pretending, he gently bit her fingertips. He said his nose wouldn't grow longer, but something else would. Wenle gasped unconsciously as he tightly hugged her waist. An hour later, Wenle sat wrapped in a blanket on the bed. Wenle thought about her clothes. Wrapped in the blanket, she stubbornly asked about the outfits she had just tried on. Which one was the most beautiful after all? Tongyan still answered as before, saying he wasn't just giving a perfunctory answer, he really felt that every outfit was beautiful. Wenle insisted he choose the most beautiful one. Tongyan considered for a moment. "Then it's the one you wore during the morning show recording." Wenle was stunned for a moment. Suddenly her expression became complex. She said she didn't expect him to like school uniforms. Finally, she concluded with a statement that all you men are indeed perverts. Tongyan, being called a pervert, wasn't angry at all and asked back, "Is liking school uniforms perverted?" Le mumbled a few sounds as if catching his weakness. In a triumphant tone, she said, "Why wouldn't it be?" She recounted, "The stylist that day said I look like a young girl, probably only about 16 or 17, still a minor. You like how minors dress. If you're not a pervert, then what are you?" Tongyan was defeated by her logic. After a moment of silence, he muttered softly, "Then I guess I'm a pervert." "Pervert." Wenle called him back in revenge. Then she asked again, "Do you really think I look beautiful dressed like that? Don't you feel I'm trying to act younger than I am?" Tongyan calmly shook his head and firmly replied that he didn't think so. Wenle, being praised, felt her confidence surge. She believed she danced very well today, full of youthful vitality. She even told Tongyan, "This dance is too simple for me, it's like a piece of cake." She claimed to be a professional, able to dance many different styles. After saying this, she made a few impromptu moves, throwing the blanket over his face, saying, "Next time you come as a guest, I'll dance some street dance for you to see. It's really cool." Tongyan, not very interested, lazily nodded and said a single, "Okay." Wenle saw that he didn't seem very enthusiastic. She leaned closer, pouting, and asked, "Aren't you interested in street dance? Then what kind of dance do you like?" Tongyan leaned over, touching her chin, and said, his eyes becoming more suggestive, "I like striptease." Wenle blushed and bit her lip, her eyes expressing speechlessness. Finally, she yelled in a stern voice, calling him a real pervert. Before the day of departure to Rongcheng to film the program, "For You I Shine," seeing Wenle smiling happily in the car, the cameraman asked her what she was watching. Wenle replied that she was watching the latest trailer for the next episode of For You I Shine. Everyone thought Wenle was happy because she saw herself dancing, but Wenle immediately denied it. She said, "No, Not at all. They forced me to dance. The camera then panned to Tong Yan, asking him what he thought about this super cute dance. Tong Yan shrugged, saying he felt a bit regretful, because afterwards he begged Wenlei to dance again, but she absolutely refused. Wenlei, falsely accused by him, got angry and said loudly, "Hey, back then you told me to strip dance." At this point, Wenlei suddenly realized something was wrong. She stopped in panic and then carelessly bit her tongue. Wenlei grimaced and let out a cry. While holding her mouth, she was also worried because she realized she might have said something wrong just now. Tong Yan beside her turned with a concerned look and asked if she could still speak. Only then did Wenlei notice that all the staff in the car had raised their heads with extremely curious looks. Wenlei, keeping a straight face, said, "Nonsense. I misspoke. I meant the broom dance at home." The director and scriptwriter watching the camera also felt that what she said was hard for anyone to believe. Finally, the director gave Ms. Wen some face, telling the team not to expose her. This part will be cut for the trailer. The word strip doesn't need to be removed, but the part after must be completely deleted. The rest is for the viewers to guess. The staff were confused and asked each other if they needed to delete the later part or not, as that would be too much censorship. The director stroked his chin, smiling slyly. He actually wanted the audience to guess, but not be able to know the exact answer. The trailer for each episode of For You I Shine was always carefully edited footage. Each time they would use short video clips of the most attractive moments of the participants to serve as the trailer. Wenlei returned to the hotel and immediately lay down to watch the latest trailer. She couldn't help but sigh that they still managed to film it. In the trailer was footage of the Yanlei couple on the balcony with a subtitle, "Normal couple's fun is hugging and cuddling. The Yanlei couple's fun is playing hide and seek." Wenlei was dancing to a girl group's choreography. Unexpectedly joined by her husband, she got shy and looked for a place to hide. The video stopped there with no following scenes. The post-production team had no choice but to add an explanation that due to a small oversight, the brother responsible for the equipment forgot to install a camera on the balcony, so these 10+ minutes couldn't be viewed. Wenlei sighed in relief, because at least they didn't film the balcony scene. She shook her head and smiled smugly, saying it's too late for them to install it now. Fans flooded the comments section, all feeling so disappointed they were angry, wanting to find the Weibo of the staff member who forgot to install the camera to demand compensation. Some people said that in 10+ minutes, Tong Yan wouldn't have time to do anything. Others argued back, asking what if he did it quickly. Wenlei looked at this and bit her straw, thinking to herself that it wasn't that fast. The video then showed the interview segment in the car from earlier. Wenlei saw this and became anxious. She didn't expect the director to include this part too. What was meant to happen, happened. Wenlei's slip of the tongue made it to the trailer. "Hey, back then you told me to strip dance." Suddenly, the screen went dark. Fans wondered what the beep beep meant. Their minds started to wander to darker thoughts. On the way to the filming set, Wen happily informed Wenlei that she was trending on Hot Search again. There were two hottest search topics. One was about wanting to beat up the staff member who forgot to install the camera on the balcony. The other was searching for strip dance beep beep, wondering what kind of strip dance Wenlei meant. Wenlei held her head helplessly, wondering when the hot search would ever be normal. At this moment, Wen also informed her and Tong Yan that they had arrived. Outside the car, fans had already packed the area. They were extremely excited to see Tong the Beauty and Tam Look. Wenlei and Tong Yan stepped out of the car, waving and smiling friendly. Unexpectedly, some fans even pushed forward, shouting loudly to ask what kind of strip dance Tong Yan wanted Wenlei to do. Wenlei, embarrassed, hid behind Tong Yan, quietly urging him to hurry along. Tong Yan suddenly stopped, looking at her with that gentle gaze. He held her hand tighter, making Wenlei feel something was off. Wenlei was pulled close to his side. In front of all those people there, Tong Yan hugged her waist, curved his lips and said, "It's a secret." Inside the Dongthan film set, all the guests had already arrived. The program team officially announced the rules for today's game. Their theme for today was discovering the beauty of Dongthan. Hearing that the two people in the group would split up to take action, Wenlei and Tong Yan waved to temporarily separate from each other. The program team gave each of them a walkie-talkie. They were to describe their surroundings to each other, based on their talent, intelligence, and of course, the rapport between them to find each other. Once they found each other, they would move on to the next task. Tong Yan was now blindfolded. He couldn't help but frown, thinking that game shows were so complicated. When Tong Yan was taken to another location, the program team told him he could remove his blindfold. Tong Yan looked left and right, but saw no one. At this moment, the walkie-talkie in his hands suddenly rang out with Wenlei's voice. Wenlei turned on the walkie-talkie, calling repeatedly, "Hey, hey, hey, Teacher Tong, it's Wenlei. If you hear me, please respond. Over." The static crackled a few times. He immediately replied, saying he could hear her. Wenlei then proceeded to describe her surroundings. She sadly discovered that she couldn't describe exactly where she was standing. Behind her was a crowd taking pictures because they recognized her as the famous Ba Luke. Finally, Wenlei said there was an uncle selling paintings next to her on the street, and there were rice flower shops around. Tong Yan listened carefully, but what he heard was only a chaotic mix of crowd noise from the other end of the line. Wenlei was now asking the uncle if he could help her draw one more character. The uncle agreed, telling Wenlei to quickly write on the paper. Looking at the two characters Tong Yan, the shop owner couldn't help but be surprised, asking what relation that person had to her. Hearing Wenlei reply that it was her husband, the uncle exclaimed, surprised that a celebrity would marry while still so young. Receiving the candy, Wenlei happily thanked him. Fans, seeing her sweet expression, immediately melted. Wenlei took a small bite, feeling proud and self-satisfied, thinking she was truly a genius at social interaction. Wenlei ate the candy while walking out of the small alley. Suddenly, she saw a shopping mall in front of her, a few hundred meters away. Suddenly, Wenlei pointed upwards, excitedly calling Tong Yan. The cameraman was surprised, wondering if Tong Yan had gone up to a higher floor. So he immediately turned the camera towards where she was pointing and looked. In front of them was actually an advertising poster of Tong Yan hanging outside the mall. Wenlei then took the walkie-talkie and told Tong Yan that she was now at the Rongcheng shopping mall. Tong Yan heard clearly and replied he'd be there right away. Wenlei then proudly boasted that she had a candy stick with his name on it. He needed to find her quickly or she'd eat it all. Tong Yan immediately replied loudly, "No way, that's mine." Wenlei heard this and pooted. "This is what I got for myself. How did it become yours?" Tong Yan on the other end grinned, his voice sweet as he said, "Because you're mine too." The shopping mall was right in front of him. Tong Yan asked where she was. Wenlei quickly replied, "On the 4th floor. There are so many people behind me." Tong Yan worriedly asked if she was afraid of being recognized. It was very noisy around. Tong Yan had to bend down to hear her clearly. "I have disguise techniques." Hearing a lot of noise on his end, Wenlei anxiously reminded him not to come in yet. "Just stay outside. I'll come find you now." Tong Yan was surrounded by countless fans. He dejectedly told Wenlei it was too late. Earlier, he thought that when you went inside, it was because the barrier ropes were already set up. Now he could only solemnly declare that he was surrounded. The crowd made it very difficult for him. Even if he got lost, it wouldn't be easy to get past them. Suddenly, Tong Yan heard a familiar voice coming from behind. The 3 words "I'm here" startled him, making him turn around. Behind him, the crowd was also confused as a small fox mascot ran towards them. The small fox quickly cleared a path, finally grabbing Tong Yan's hand tightly. The two ran away from the chaotic crowd. Reaching the parking lot, the small fox finally let go of his hand and panted heavily. Tong Yan saw the small fox make a few sounds. "Tada." Wenlei took off the bulky costume drenched in sweat. She shook her hair loose, then looked at Tong Yan with bright eyes. "Mr. Tong, it's me." Going back half an hour earlier, after telling Tong Yan that she was at the Rongcheng Mall, Wenlei had secretly rushed into the shopping mall. When she came out, she was already wearing this mascot costume. She was extremely pleased with herself. The director, seeing her rush in through the monitor, had hurriedly reminded the cameramen not to let her go inside. They feared they hadn't gotten permission from the mall, and filming inside would be very troublesome. But before the cameramen could say anything, they saw Wenlei happily taking pictures with the shop staff. She then successfully borrowed the costume. The cameraman could only reply that she went to find some staff members, used some group photos and autographs to borrow a mascot costume of this mall, asking the director if that was okay. The director replied that it's fine as long as she's not recognized. It would also create a good effect for the show. On this side, Wenlei successfully borrowed the costume. The mall's mascot was a bright orange fox. She was now standing on the 1st floor, where skincare products and women's jewelry were sold. She had just spotted a certain brand displaying a poster featuring her as their spokesperson. Wenlei hugged her chest, looking at her own poster, sighing self-mockingly. If only her skin was as beautiful as in the poster, how nice that would be. If that were the case, she wouldn't have to spend so much money on expensive cosmetics or go to spas. Then Wenlei struck a few poses, looking cool. Walking a few more steps, she saw another poster featuring Tong Yan as a brand ambassador. Wenlei pretended to study it carefully before commenting that he still wasn't as handsome as her. She then received a report from Tong Yan that he had arrived at the mall. She immediately said she was on the 4th floor and had an invisibility technique, so she wasn't worried about being discovered. On the contrary, Wenlei was concerned that he lacked game show experience and might be recognized by the public and get eliminated. She told him not to rush in, saying she'd come find him. Peeking over the railing, Wenlei spotted Tong Yan and saw the crowd surrounding him like that. She panicked and rushed down. Faced with such a thick wall of people, Wenlei didn't know how to get through. Finally, she spotted her target at the center of the crowd. Wenlei launched herself like a bullet, pushing aside the onlookers around her, forcing a path through desperately. Back to reality, after successfully rescuing the handsome Tong, Wenlei was extremely happy. Although wearing the fox head, Wenlei still felt scared. She hoped he didn't think she was one of those human traffickers, so she kept clarifying that it was her, Wenlei. The man still didn't speak, just raised his hand to tuck some hair behind her ear. Wenlei truly felt very hot, not wanting to move at all. Having someone help tuck her hair was very nice, so she tilted her head back to enjoy it. She even said if he's at it, he could wipe her sweat too. Tong Yan then used his fingertips to gently wipe the sweat for her, not using too much force, afraid of smudging her makeup. In this hot weather, she was wearing thick clothes and running under the sun. He softly asked with concern if she wasn't afraid of heat stroke. Wenlei was still tired, hadn't recovered much yet, so she didn't speak. Tong Yan, on the other hand, nagged like a mother, saying this costume she was wearing wasn't convenient for moving around. The visibility wasn't good either, and you deliberately squeezed into that crowd. What if you had fallen? He scolded her in a deep voice. Just for filming a show, you risk getting hurt. Is it worth it? Wenlei wrinkled her nose, unconvinced, and retorted, but I didn't fall, did I? Hearing her answer, his voice deepened further. What if you had? With so many people, what if someone had stepped on you? Wenlei lowered her head. She still wanted to argue. Tong Yan's tone wasn't very good. His handsome face showed a stern expression, eyebrows tightly knitted, but his eyes revealed heartache and helplessness. A moment later, Wenlei spoke up, saying softly, "Isn't that why you're here to save me?" Tong Yan sighed. They stood facing each other, but neither spoke. Finally, Tong Yan spoke first, Hearing his apology, Wenlei's resentment dissipated like smoke in an instant. Feeling a bit sore, she hugged the fake head and said awkwardly, she turned away. What are you sorry for? You don't often participate in these kinds of shows either. I should have told you beforehand. It's not your fault. But Tong Yan was still immersed in self-blame, saying it was he who had caused trouble for her, if you had been hurt. At this point, his lips unconsciously tightened. Tong Yan reached out to wipe her sweat, scolding her for giving him such a fright. Wenlei looked at him, then comforted him, saying, this fox costume serves as protective gear. Even if I fell, it would be fine. As if she thought of something, she put on a reasonable expression and said to him, I just rescued you from that crowd. Aren't you going to thank me? Tong Yan nodded, smiling gently. His hand reached out to stroke her messy hair. Thank you, my little fox. They rested in the parking lot for a few minutes, then went to the commercial office. The couple hurriedly bowed and apologized for causing trouble to everyone. The shopping center had a manager come out. They didn't mind this small, unexpected incident at all, and were even extremely grateful. Seeing that Wenlei was still wearing the mascot costume of the shopping center, they, with their business instincts kicking in, immediately gifted this set to Wenlei. They also gave Tong Yan a set as well, considering it promotion for their local supermarket. Tong Yan could only smile and say a few polite words. 3 minutes later, he was carrying 2 huge fox bodies on his shoulders. In front, Wenlei was holding 2 fox heads, urging him to hurry up. They couldn't afford to fall behind. After reaching the gathering point, Wenlei bent over, taking deep breaths. Tong Yan had to stand behind her, rubbing her back. The MC congratulated them on successfully gathering, then guided them to draw lots to choose their mode of transport to the dinner venue. Wenlei really couldn't bear to look. She nudged Tong Yan, saying, you go draw. She said her luck was terrible. She had played many games before, but had never drawn an SSR until now, so Tongyan went to draw. Wenlei thought to herself that Tongyan's luck must be much better than hers. She clasped her hands in prayer, begging heaven and Buddha. Her heart full of anticipation, she opened the drawn lot. The lot was drawn, and Tongyan immediately handed it to Wenlei to open. Tongyan saw the frozen expression on her face and frowned slightly, asking what they had drawn. The two stood with complex expressions in front of a tricycle. Wenlei, bewildered, said to Tongyan, "You look like a European emperor. How did you draw such bad luck?" Standing before the tricycle, Wenlei felt awkward, thinking that whether she sat in front with Tongyan in the back, or both of them sat in the back, they would both lose face. She pondered, then slapped her forehead. First, they had to put the two costumes on the vehicle, then take them away after filming. Seeing Wen pull the two fox costumes out of the vehicle, Wenlei called out loudly to Tongyan, who was jumping onto the vehicle. He felt that riding this wasn't actually too bad. Wenlei's eyes lit up as she ran over, saying she had an idea. Very soon after, passers-by were amazed to see a strange sight. A white fox, slightly larger than normal, was sitting on the tricycle driver's seat. In the back sat a smaller fox. A car drove slowly beside them like an old turtle. No matter where they went, passers-by cast curious glances to look. Even the cameraman in the car couldn't help but laugh as he watched them. Throughout, Tongyan didn't speak, but Wenlei patted his back, cheerfully shouting words of comfort, saying, "It's all right. Both of us are wearing fox heads. No one can recognize us." Tongyan's face inside the fox head had already fallen. He recalled when Wenlei finished changing into the small fox costume, the program staff behind them remarked that his and Wenlei's costumes looked like a pair. He was very happy to put it on because of that. Wenlei behind him had now stretched up to stand, asking him why he wasn't saying anything. Was he unhappy? Tongyan saw the police in front of them and reminded her that she had no seatbelt yet dared to move around. He told her to sit properly quickly. The filming crew even captured a short clip of the police officer introducing a traffic talk segment. Today, let's see if there are any vehicles on the road not following traffic regulations. At this moment, the pair of small foxes happened to ride by. The police officer couldn't help but notice, his face immediately becoming bewildered. He spoke loudly into his radio. "All right, I've seen it. In front there's a tricycle. A white fox is sitting in front. It can be recognized as the husband fox. In the back, it's carrying a smaller fox, which can be recognized as the wife fox." The police officer kept running after them while holding a megaphone. "It's not allowed for people to sit in the back of a tricycle. It's extremely dangerous. Let's quickly go talk to them and instruct these two foxes." He shouted into the megaphone, "Hey, tricycle in front. Female fox, look at me." Her face froze. The police officer chased after them again, yelling for them to stop the vehicle immediately. The female fox, face pale as a frog's bottom, hurriedly asked the male fox quietly, "Are we in trouble now?" The police officer in his blue uniform approached, still holding a recording microphone in his hand. Following the police officer was the film crew's vehicle. Seeing the familiar equipment, the two artists and staff sitting in the car immediately wondered aloud to each other, could this be a segment that director Yan temporarily added? In the end, they could only urge each other to quickly inform the director. Wenlei thought to herself, "We're doomed." She wondered why there were even police involved. She unconsciously moved closer to Tongyan. From the police officer's perspective, he saw the small, slightly short fox become flustered upon seeing the police, fearfully hiding behind the husband fox. The officer quickly smiled and reassured them, saying not to be afraid. He was just a friendly and approachable traffic officer. Then he greeted them. "Good afternoon, fox friends. Have you two had lunch yet?" Perhaps because their costumes were so cute, the two foxes, one big and one small, standing side by side, with large round blue eyes, even though they were adults with tall figures, the police officer instinctively used a way of speaking as if talking to children by instinct. Wenlei, still in a daze, bewilderedly answered, "Not yet. We're just on our way." The officer continued, "First, I apologize for interrupting your lunchtime. Then I'd like to ask if you two know why you've been stopped." Wenlei shook her head. Then suddenly realizing the officer wouldn't see her shaking her head, she raised her hands to hold both sides of her head and made it wobble from side to side and back again. The officer laughed on the spot. He looked at the cameraman beside him and exclaimed that this little fox was quite adorable. Then he asked if the two were married. At this point, Tongyan finally spoke up, saying that was correct. After a few humorous exchanges, the officer finally used a righteous tone and looked straight at the bigger fox. He said that where he had his wife sit was extremely dangerous. Without a seatbelt, you dare to let your wife sit there. Do you have a conscience, or do you have some bad intentions? Is this really your wife? Seeing Tong Yan remain silent, Wen Lei thought to herself, this won't do. I must speak up for Tong Yan. I can't let him take all the blame. So she proactively spoke up, saying she was his wife, and that she chose to sit in the back herself. It had nothing to do with him. The officer glanced at them and remarked, I didn't expect you to speak up for your husband. This is truly love. But he still couldn't let them off easily. The officer raised his megaphone and said, your husband is wearing such a large, bulky head while driving. Even if I, as an officer, consider it as a temporary helmet, it's still very easy for an accident to happen. Moreover, the back of a tricycle is not meant for passengers, especially when there's heavy traffic on the road. If an accident were to happen, a loving couple like you two might end up as husband and wife in heaven. The two foxes looked at each other, finally understanding the issue. Tong Yan and Wen Lei had always traveled by car, so tricycles were something very new to them. They knew nothing about these things, so now they felt enlightened. The officer used this humorous approach to educate them about traffic safety. It was effective without making them lose face. At this moment, both of them realized their mistake and immediately bowed their heads to apologize. The officer was pleased and nodded approvingly, praising their sincere attitude in admitting their mistake. But then the officer suggested that the two remove their disguises. He asked them to take off their fake heads so they could see their real faces behind the fox heads. Tong Yan and Wen Lei didn't dare move, standing timidly like planted trees. Wen Lei was an obedient citizen, not daring to go against the officer's wishes. She could only say her appearance was very ugly and feared scaring the officer. The officer waved his big hand as if he was about to make some grand statement. He told her not to worry. As long as one agrees to obey traffic laws, they are all beautiful people. At this point, the director poked his head out, hurriedly pulling the officer aside to talk. The program staff and the officer talked for a few minutes. Suddenly, the officer's eyes widened, asking instinctively, "You're filming a show, so these two are actually celebrities." The director quickly nodded and said those two were their show's guests. Normally, these two foxes had never ridden a tricycle before. They too were unaware of this issue. They sincerely could only apologize for causing trouble for the officer. But the results still didn't convince the officer to make an exception. Wen Lei and Tong Yan were still required by him to remove their masks, so that when their show airs later, everyone would know about it. Wen Lei and Tong Yan removed their masks. Both had long, dejected faces. Neither dared to look at the other or say a word. Wen Lei sighed helplessly. She had been in this industry for many years, and for the sake of the show's effect, she had often sacrificed her own image. But to lose face to this extent was a first. But she carefully reconsidered. Tong Yan had also been in the industry for many years, even though he hadn't participated in many reality shows. So his burden as an idol was much heavier than hers. Now he was losing even more face than her. Tong Yan was calmer. He forced a smile and apologized to the officer. The officer then said to both of them, "As celebrities, how can you not be truthful?" He smiled and chided Wen Lei for saying earlier that she was ugly. If they were ugly, then what was he? Wen Lei, surrounded by all kinds of cameras pointed at her face, taking pictures, could only blush and compliment back. "The people's police are the most beautiful." The officer laughed heartily again. Before leaving, he still remembered to remind Tong Yan once more. "Next time, don't let your wife sit in such a dangerous spot." Tong Yan's expression was complex, his brows furrowed. Someone's handsome face looked a bit funny. He could only bitterly reply that he would remember. Due to the tricycle incident, the show didn't dare let them ride on it again, so they put the two artists in a car. The staff in the car tried to console Wen Lei, telling her to think positively. Wait until this police traffic program is broadcast. She and Mr. Tong will become even more famous. Their recognition in Wrong City will increase. Thinking this way, it might actually be a good thing. But even so, she and Tong Yan still couldn't recover from the incident of being caught by the patrol officer right when they were sitting on the back of a tricycle, both hands on their foreheads, sighing deeply. Wen Lei even felt that she would never come to Wrong City again. The staff tried to find a positive angle, telling Wen Lei to think of it as saving money on buying hot searches. Isn't that a good thing? Wen Lei immediately scoffed. Are you going to give me the money you saved from not buying hot searches? Then she paused for a moment. Her tone became panicky as she looked at her phone. She feared being on the hot search list again and opened the newsfeed to check. Wenlei thought it wasn't certain. There were so many people standing around watching earlier. Who knows how many photos were taken? The Weibo hot search hadn't updated yet. It takes time to get on the hot search list. It's not that fast. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she went online to check the netizens forum. She searched for The World Has Her. Sure enough, there were already several related posts. There was a photo taken by a passerby who had posted saying they were walking in wrong city when they unexpectedly saw Wenlei and Tongyan driving a tricycle and getting caught by the police. There were even comments from anti-fans using this to criticize the two, saying that although they studied acting, they should at least study more about culture too. Isn't Tongyan supposed to have a master's degree? This degree must have been bought just for show. Wenlei felt things were getting out of hand. About to fall apart, she immediately called her manager Lu Dan. When they returned to the hotel, the official fan page of The World Has Her had already posted an apology to the local police due to mistakes and carelessness in planning during the filming process. A moment later, the traffic program also used their official account to announce on Weibo, saying the traffic police stated it was an unexpected but positive incident. They told viewers to watch the City Traffic channel at 7:30 p.m. tonight, with the participation of 2 actors temporarily playing Mr. and Mrs. Yanlei as people unfamiliar with the law. Moreover, they acted without pay. The post also tagged Tongyan and Wenlei, saying they had cooperated with the traffic police to teach people some traffic knowledge. They hoped everyone could remember the rules when participating in traffic and travel safely. Wenwen also called Wenlei immediately, telling her to check quickly. Sister Lu Dan had already handled the media. Wenlei could relax and prepare for the next live stream. Wenlei finally breathed a sigh of relief. The public opinion had been managed. Her next task was the live stream. As soon as she turned on the device, Wenlei announced that Mr. Tong had some business to attend to and would arrive shortly. When comments flooded the screen, all with the same content asking her to watch the traffic program, Wenlei didn't understand why viewers liked to see them react to themselves. She felt embarrassed, but had to please the audience. Just as she looked at the title, Wenlei almost choked. It was a large line of text that read The Dangerous Adventure of the Fox Couple. Although she had mentally prepared herself, this was still a bit beyond what she had imagined. Tongyan finished dealing with his work. He turned to see his wife choking on water and immediately went over, concerned. He bent down to rub Wenlei's back, asking her what was wrong. Before Wenlei could answer, he thought she was cold and wanted to go inside to get her a blanket. Fortunately, as he turned around, about to leave, Wenlei pulled him back. Tongyan stopped. He heard Wenlei's soft and pitiful voice in his ear. She held his hand tightly, her face reddening. Biting her lip out of habit, she pleaded, Don't leave me alone to lose face here." Finally, after watching the 20 minutes, Wenlei bit her lip and stared at the camera in front of her, saying, "I've finished watching. Are you all satisfied now?" The fans immediately commented that they were satisfied and asked Wenlei if she wanted to emigrate. They said they would raise money for her to go. Wenlei tensely said, "What do you mean go?" She then, with the intention of shifting everyone's attention to Tongyan, said, "Someone like Teacher Tong here hasn't even said he wants to emigrate, right? Today, his image is completely ruined." Anyway, she was in the same boat. The damage was already done. Might as well go all out. No need to be careful anymore. Tongyan, being mentioned, raised his eyes to look at her. In a cold tone, he asked whose fault it was that their image collapsed. Suddenly, Wenlei lowered her voice and blamed herself, admitting it was her fault. She shouldn't have suggested wearing that bulky outfit. Then, thinking of something, she loudly argued back. Wenlei stood up, hands on hips, blaming him. If it wasn't for his bad luck drawing the tricycle, she wouldn't have suggested wearing that outfit. So the real culprit was still him. Tongyan calmly asked back, "So you'd rather sit in a supermarket shopping cart?" Wenlei was immediately speechless. She just said quietly that she didn't want that either. The two argued like children, accidentally revealing unaired parts as content for their argument. Fans hearing this didn't understand and commented below the live stream, asking the post-production team of tonight's show to stop sleeping and air the new episode right away. Wenwen could only helplessly signal Wenlei not to spoil. The show hasn't been announced yet. Wenlei fell silent. She had to find another way to hint to the watching fans to wait for the show to air, then they'll know. It takes two to tango, right? She was the one who suggested it, but Teacher Tong wasn't off the hook either. Wenlei shrugged sarcastically, saying that anyway, she had great endurance. When the time comes, let's see how your Teacher Tong alone will be embarrassed on the hot search. After saying this, she pouted, putting on a face that seemed to invite trouble, tilting her chin up high. Hearing these words, Tongyan gritted his teeth, both angry and amused. He reached out to pinch her face, blaming her for standing by while he alone lost face. "Aren't you my wife?" he said. Comments flooded the screen so much they covered the image. The fans wondered if they were dreaming. They complained that when the two were being lovey-dovey, why didn't they give a warning? One bold fan even demanded they stop pinching cheeks. They should lock their lips tightly instead. Wenla blushed. They were still live streaming. Normally, when in private, caressing and pinching were fine. Wenla held the pinch spot on her face, wanting to scold him, but hesitated because hundreds of thousands of eyes were watching them. The words on the tip of her tongue remained unspoken. Her heart was beating a bit fast. She decided to ignore Tongyan and pretended to be calm, shifting her gaze to the live stream comment section. She prepared to thank those who had sent gifts. "Thank you. Give me a kiss and I'll gift 500 submarines for gifting 20 submarines." Reading this far, Wenlei snapped irritably, telling that fan to dream on. Although she said words unbefitting her image, the fans in the comment section didn't mind at all. In fact, they even rallied to push this livestream to the hot search so the whole country could see the couple's affection, making Wenlei even more embarrassed. Wen, standing behind, quickly checked Weibo. Surprisingly, it really made it. She could only excitedly exclaim that this would save them money on hot search fees. Sure enough, at the top of the hot search was the keyword about the Fox couple Tongyan and Wenlei. The livestream ended. Tongyan stood by, seriously listening to the editor explain tomorrow's filming schedule. Wenlei lay limp on the sofa, fiddling with her phone. Chi Sihan sent a WeChat message, saying she had seen the hot search already. No wonder Wenlei's family rides a tricycle that's even slower than their shopping cart. Wenlei clicked her tongue, very embarrassed, and had to send a sticker of a depressed figure lying flat. Chi Sihan recognized her embarrassment from this meme. She comforted her, saying that photos of her and Yanjun today, helping each other push a shopping cart on the street, were also captured and leaked. They looked terrifying, very embarrassing. Without comparison, there's no pain. Wenlei's mood improved a bit. She replied, "Though it's a bit unethical seeing you and Yanjun in a worse state than us, I feel much better. The script for tomorrow's filming needs to be revised a bit. The show's team must notify and discuss with the guests at any time to carry out the work in the best way." The scriptwriter said she understood. With Ms. Wen's personality, it would be very difficult to complete the confession part in the schoolyard. The editor looked awkwardly at Wenlei sitting on the sofa, holding her phone, lost in thought about who knows what. She used her eyes to beg for help from Tongyan, saying that after all, their show is a romance show. They need to consider the couple's fans a bit. Their couple fans are in a miserable state. Wenlei, eavesdropping, secretly thought whether she should take this opportunity to do some business. The scriptwriter then spoke up and asked what Tongyan thought. He frowned, saying it was indeed difficult. It was also late. The scriptwriter then bid farewell and left. Seeing Wenlei and Tongyan say everyone had worked hard, the editor quickly waved it off. It's not hard. The show cares most about the guests' feelings. After saying goodbye to the editor, Tongyan looked at Wenlei, who was still sitting dazed on the sofa, not knowing what she was thinking. He then explained that just now the scriptwriter felt the confession scene wasn't designed delicately enough, so she went to find the director to discuss a solution. Already, Wenlei, with her goldfish memory, asked what the previous script was. Tongyan patiently explained the schedule to her. Tomorrow they will go to the University of Natural Sciences. In the school they have a large road lined with ginkgo trees, very suitable for couples' dates. The confession scene tomorrow will take place there. Seeing her clueless expression, Tongyan chuckled and said, "The show knows she's allergic to romance, so they'll probably change it to a normal game activity." Wenlei wrinkled her nose, pouted dissatisfied, and said, "Don't think she's so picky. It's just a confession." She even said she came up through acting. A few lines of confession can be said right away. No script needed. Tongyan rested his chin on his hand, his expression quite expectant. Finally, he challenged Wenlei to try saying a line. Wenlei arrogantly replied with 3 words, "I'll say it." But after looking into his eyes, her mouth froze. She felt strange. Usually she could say such cheesy lines. Why was she tongue-tied now? Tongyan waited for a long time, but didn't hear her speak. In the end, he could only sigh. He was both understanding and indulgent, patting Wenlei's head, saying she didn't need to force herself. After saying that, Tongyan turned to go take a shower, as if he was trying to escape the strange atmosphere. But he had only taken 1 step when he felt someone pulling him back. Tongyan looked at Wenlei with surprise. Indeed, her hand was grasping his shirt. Wenlei, competitive, leaned close to him, her voice soft near Tongyan's ear. "Wait, Teacher Tong, I like you. Faced with this move from Wenle, Tongyan was completely stunned. He seemed to be breathless, and only after a while did he turn to look at her, astonished, asking who she just said she liked. Wenle covered half her face, lowering her head to hide her blushing cheeks. I like you, teacher Tongyan. Tongyan tried to suppress his excitement, shifting his attention to his phone screen. His voice low, he reminded her not to forget they still had to go to the university campus tomorrow to film the game show. Wenle looked up as if nothing had happened. She again flashed a bright smile in response. That's right, senior. I like you. This time, Tongyan was dumbfounded again, staring at the woman in front of him. Wenle, seeing his reaction, silently asked, "What's wrong? Wasn't it said to be practice for tomorrow? Why hasn't he reacted after so long?" She then started to wonder if her acting was too poor. Tongyan on the opposite side held his head, slowly letting out a long sigh. He said softly, "Miss Wen, you've broken the rules." Wenlei pretended to be upset, saying she originally wanted to do couple marketing, but if he says it's against the rules, then forget it. Anyway, if not couple marketing, then fans only can't escape fans either. Tongyan was stunned again, looking at her. He seemed unable to believe the word marketing came from her mouth. Wenlei crossed her arms and nodded seriously, asking him what else he thought it was. After speaking, Wenlei carelessly took her clothes to shower, leaving behind a boy who had just been dreaming and mistaken. Tongyan lowered his head and smiled bitterly, mumbling, "So that's how it is." He leaned back in his chair, looking up at the ceiling. Only when alone did Tongyan quietly confide in the night. What he wanted was for her to truly like him. When Wenlei finished showering, Tongyan had been asleep in bed for a while. Wenlei crawled into bed, took out her phone to play with, smiling to herself, thinking back on her previous confessions. Although Lu Ming was a bit annoying, she thought she acted very well. On the other hand, there were many couple fans. Wenlei wondered why no one had edited clips of her with Tongyan. Looking at the video comments, Wenlei read that fans said they heard directly from Tongyan that he doesn't act in many romance films, so he doesn't like this kind of thing much. They couldn't find any decent material. Now, Wenlei realized this was the reason. She looked over at the sleeping Tongyan. Wenlei said softly to him, saying she broke the rules, but it turns out he had no experience. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Tongyan turned to look at her. Wenlei froze, stammering, "You're not asleep." Tongyan used his slender fingers to gently twirl a few strands of her hair, asking if she hadn't dried her hair. Hearing this, Wenlei didn't know how to respond. Finally, as he was drying her hair, Wenlei said she had already dried it. It was just still a bit damp. Tongyan asked her worriedly, "Don't you want to avoid a headache tomorrow?" Now he suddenly seemed to remember and asked about what she said earlier. What did she mean by saying he had no experience? Wenlei held up her phone and smiled. "You know, about confessing love. Your fans said you've never filmed a romantic movie before." Then she proudly showed him some videos of her acting those scenes. Indeed, Wenlei had acted in many such scenes. Whether in period or modern dramas, she always confessed love very well. From her eyes, voice, to dialogue, all very authentic. Tongyan unconsciously frowned. He turned off Wenlei's phone, then held it up high. Despite her demands and reaching for it, he wouldn't return it. The next moment, he threw the phone onto the bed. Wenlei panicked, turning her head to look, asking what he was doing. Tongyan had already wrapped his arm around her waist, quickly pressing her down to sit on the bed. "You showed me this to make me unhappy." Wenlei smiled mischievously, asking if he felt she acted better than him and was feeling self-conscious. Tongyan leaned in closer, his eyes dreamy and intense. He lowered his voice, telling her to consider other possibilities. Wenlei waved her hand, grinning as she said she didn't think he was jealous of Lu Ming. "Your EQ is too low," Wenlei said. "I didn't even notice. Why would you care?" Tongyan leaned in closer, touching his forehead to hers. He asked if she was being stupid. The next moment, he moved too quickly, causing their heads to bump. Wenlei flared up, put her hands on her hips and scolded him. "You're the stupid one. Not only stupid, but also clueless." Tong Yan calmly nodded, saying he married a little fool, so he himself became not very smart. The next moment, the whole hotel echoed with Wenlei's loud, angry shout. The next day, on the set, 3 couples were sitting having dinner together. This was a rooftop scene. Everyone sat under the sky, sharing heartfelt words. Besides the couple of Chi Si-han and Wenlei, there was also a middle-aged actor couple, Chu Hong and Chen Zidong. Chu Hong picked up a can of Coca-Cola, smiling slightly as he sighed and said, "This morning I saw students confessing love and felt that these pure matters should still be left to the young people." Chi Si-han turned to Wenlei excitedly, saying she was using this filming opportunity just to gossip. She curiously asked if during high school, Wenlei had a very good relationship with any male student. Hearing this, Wenlei immediately thought of Ba Shen. She replied yes, but she added that it wasn't someone she met at school. It was a close friend she'd known since childhood. Immediately, Chi Si-han teasingly exclaimed that this was the classic childhood sweetheart situation. She was even more curious, asking if anything developed between them later. But Wenlei waved her hand, saying, "How could that be?" There was a guest who laughed and asked if she was so hurried because she feared Tong Yan would be jealous. Wenlei denied this too. In her heart, she was thinking that back then, Tong Yan was with Ba Shen every day. How could he not know? Wenlei glanced at Tong Yan, thinking to herself, "You know too. There's nothing to be afraid of." Chi Si-han felt that following this childhood sweetheart path wouldn't lead anywhere. Instead, she asked something else. "Besides your childhood friend, did you have good relationships with any other male friends?" Instinctively, Wenlei looked at Tong Yan again, but then she withdrew her gaze and shook her head, answering no. Her other friends were all girls. Clearly, Chi Si-han was a bit disappointed with this answer. She then asked Tong Yan, "What about you, Mr. Tong?" Tong Yan's voice was very soft, with a hint of self-mockery. In the night, it sounded like a breeze passing by. He said, "I was young then, so I didn't interact much with girls. Sometimes when facing certain people, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. Afraid of revealing my feelings, I could only pretend to be cold." Chi Si-han's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Tong Yan, you were too shy." Wenlei felt his words carried a different meaning. She continued to look at Tong Yan. Tong Yan also tilted his head to look at her, his eyes showing playfulness and inquiry. He used those deep, meaningful eyes to communicate. Wenlei felt she understood a little, but not completely. Yet whether she understood or not, she couldn't bear it. She turned her face away, her heart frantically beating fast in the cool night breeze. His voice then lowered. "Yes, I was indeed very timid back then." The director chimed in, saying he didn't believe it. Clearly, both their faces showed that they still had more to their story. "Are you afraid that if you speak, the other person will be jealous?" Then he reminded them that lying in a truth-telling segment would result in a penalty. Finally, everyone had to shift their attention to another couple. At 10 o'clock at night, everyone completed the final stroke in the painting of their journey in Wrong City. The director held up a megaphone and said loudly that everyone had worked hard. Tomorrow they could go home and rest well. Director Yan had also been working hard these past few days. Coming up with so many devious tricks to deal with the guests, it was indeed very tiring. The director laughed, talking with everyone while directing other staff to pack up the equipment. In the center, one camera was still on. Usually, it was turned off late at night. It was responsible for capturing some interesting behind-the-scenes stories to make highlight clips for high-energy segments. At this moment, when everyone thought all the equipment had been turned off, they continued talking about the topic from earlier. Chu Hong enthusiastically suggested, "Speaking of first loves, everyone has already shared theirs. How about we ask about first kisses? After all, we've finished filming, and the cameras aren't recording this. No need to worry about fans' reactions. Let's all share, shall we?" His wife beside him immediately tapped his head, reminding him why he was so nosy about the guests' affairs. Chi Si-han and Yan Jun were practiced spouses, not afraid of making each other jealous, so they shared freely. But their answers couldn't be more boring, because neither of them had experienced love or dating before. Wenlei suddenly remembered Lu Ming and Zheng Shui. If they were here, she thought they would probably proudly say, "Our first kiss was with each other, wasn't it?" Wenlei glanced at Tong Yan again. Surely she and Tong Yan would feel embarrassed and couldn't do that to such an extent. While Wenlei was lost in her own thoughts, Chu Hong asked Wenlei why she was spacing out. "Are you thinking about how to list it?" Chi Si-han beside her decisively answered for her, saying, Wenlei never dated when she was in school. Her first kiss was probably on screen. Unexpectedly, Wenlei replied, "Although I haven't dated before, I've had my first kiss. It was in high school." Immediately, all the guests asked in unison who it was with. Wenlei covered her mouth. "How can I talk about this?" Everyone unanimously looked at Tong Yan, wanting to see if he would show any small reaction. As a result, he showed no expression at all, appearing relaxed and comfortable, not jealous in the slightest. Chi Si-han boldly asked, "What about Teacher Tong?" Tong Yan smiled slightly and replied, "What a coincidence. I also had mine in high school." Everyone was surprised. Had they inadvertently stumbled upon something potentially explosive? Had they uncovered something incredibly shocking? The more Chu Hong thought about it, the more unusual it seemed. Since neither of them dated early, how could they have had their first kiss? They didn't know each other in high school, so it definitely wasn't with each other. Asking further might lead to big trouble. The director standing outside frowned because this final segment contained a lot of information. If fans saw this, they would cry their eyes out. He could only regret that it couldn't be aired. Although that segment was cut, some people couldn't resist leaking information outside. It was about how the guest couples on the show talked about their first kisses. Not on screen. This part wasn't in the original script. It was just the guests chatting with each other. As a result, among the 4 couples, except for the older married couple, their first kisses weren't with each other. This news made fans feel very uncomfortable. They had thought Wenli and Tongyan were each other's first loves. Unexpectedly, they had their first kisses while still in school. This must have been their most unforgettable school romance. Wenwen, also a fan of the couple, upon receiving this news, could only try to hold back tears and comment that although it's realistic, it still feels a bit uncomfortable. But now, they have each other, and that's enough. Life must go on. Later, Wenwen would have to tell Wenlei about tomorrow's schedule. The 2 outfits in her hands also held great sentimental value. Wenwen decided to take them home. Wenlei was lying down scrolling through Weibo. She noticed the fans were unusually quiet today. She felt uneasy and wondered if the news about the marriage contract had been accidentally leaked by someone. Tongyan sat down in the chair. He told Wenlei that apparently the content of their conversation on the show had been leaked outside. Some fans were sad because the couple they liked had their first kisses with someone other than each other. Hearing this, Wenlei sighed in relief. So that's what it was. You scared me to death. Tongyan looked at her, his lips curling slightly. He said it was really a pity. If someone had asked him one more question back then, it would have been good. The fans wouldn't be heartbroken anymore. Wenli suddenly remembered when everyone frantically asked who her first kiss was with. She quickly used her hand to cover Tongyan's mouth. Wenlei frowned and emphasized that he shouldn't say it. Tongyan was very obedient. He looked down at her, smiling slightly. As you command, he said. Later, while Wenlei was sitting in front of the mirror doing her makeup, Tongyan suddenly came to her side. He said he had something he wanted to give her. He told Wenlei not to be shy. She could wear it during filming. Wenlei received the gift box with surprised eyes. Tongyan beside her was still explaining. He said he recently collaborated with a brand spokesperson. The company specially made a pair of watches for them. Wenli still didn't respond. As she fiddled with the gift box, she thought this brand seemed to be one of the 7 in her Uncle Wenyan's super collection. Thinking this, she spoke up to ask Tongyan, "Is this brand spokesperson for Asia Pacific or for China?" Hearing Tongyan reply that it was a global brand spokesperson, Wenlei looked at Tongyan with an expression of heartache. Tongyan could only smile awkwardly. He guessed she was jealous of him now. Looking at the watch with their initials engraved, Wenlei looked up and asked him if wearing this during filming would be a bit too showy. Tongyan smiled and said casually, "It's up to you. You can put it away if you want." Wenlei didn't respond, but from her eyes, it was clear she really liked it. Even the way she touched the watch was very gentle. Wenlei treated it like a treasure. On the way to the filming location, Wenwen quickly noticed that watch on Wenlei. She couldn't stop praising how beautiful it was. She also mentioned that before, she had seen Tongyan wearing one like it. She then asked if this was a couple's model. Wenlei replied naturally that it was indeed a pair with Tongyan's. Hearing Wenlei confirm it was really a pair with Tongyan's watch, Wenwen couldn't help but exclaim, "How nice," which made Wenlei feel embarrassed. She then tried to argue that wearing luxury items could let brands know about one's popularity. Wenlei was also trying to convince herself that this was a way to cater to the couple fans' feelings. Couple watches shouldn't count as fan service, right? At the entrance of the filming location for You I Shine, Wenlei stood there posing for the reporters to take some photos. Very soon, the latest news was posted online, revealing the look of one of the 4 teachers of For You I Shine, accompanied by a photo of Wenlei. The watch on Wenlei's wrist became the center of attention. Some fans recognized that Wenlei's watch was similar to Xu Jingyue's. They wondered if the 2 were wearing matching sister watches, but that information had to be refuted because Xu Jingyue's watch had been discovered to be fake, while JL's limited edition product costs no less than $1 million. Finally, there were some comments from anti-fans scolding Wenlei for being embarrassing, unworthy of her idol position. Jingyue's $1,000,000 limited edition Wenlei could buy for just 100,000 yuan. As Wenlei read the comments, her blood was boiling. She argued in her mind, "What regular model? This is a special model. There's only one like this in the world, much rarer than a limited edition." She could only blame the photographer for being so poor, not even capturing her initials engraved on it. At this moment, a staff member came in to announce that filming was about to begin, and it was time for Wenlei to go on stage. On the stage at this time, Silei's group was performing. The audience below was also cheering enthusiastically. Wenli couldn't hide the pride in her eyes as she looked at her little brother. Unexpectedly, he had so many fans before even debuting. He could be considered a hot trainee. When he releases an album, he won't have to worry about fan support. Although his dancing was a bit lacking, Shilei could be considered enthusiastic. When the whole group performed the final move, the audience below cheered in unison. Mama loves you. Little Lei is so handsome. Yuanbao is super cute. Wenlei then stepped onto the stage, thanking the audience for their enthusiastic support of the trainees. Next came the comments from the young mentors. Li saw his sister standing nearby, his face clearly showing confusion, and then quietly increased the distance between them. Jingyue commented on each person individually. First, she gave an overall positive assessment of the performance, so the team leader deserved praise. The team leader bowed his head to thank Jingyue. Next was Silei's turn. Jingyue commented that his vocals were very good, but his dancing still needed improvement. Silei was very receptive and smiled happily in thanks. Jingyue then revealed her nitpicking ability by saying that just now Wenlei was standing next to Silei. She noticed he automatically moved away. Jingyue then asked if this action meant he liked or disliked Wenlei. The siblings froze on the spot. Wenlei glanced at Silei. Both mumbled, "Don't." Wenli clasped her hands in front of her, silently considering possible scenarios. If he said he liked her, Silei's fans would think that because he's still a trainee, she was deliberately trying to pull him in, and those witnessing would be unhappy. If he said he didn't like her, her fans would resent Silei. Either way, they'd surely be criticized. Seeing Jingyue tilt her head with a smug smile, Wenlei couldn't believe she dared to scheme against her own brother. At this moment, Silei spoke up. He said he was a fan of Wenlei Laoshi and also a fan of Songyan Laoshi. As he spoke, Chile scratched his head embarrassedly. The kid admitted he had just finished dancing, was all sweaty, and didn't want to get the smell on Wenlei. That's why he moved away earlier. Immediately, the audience below burst into laughter, and at the same time, praised Chile for being so considerate. Wenlei also smiled widely, thanking Chile for liking both her and her husband. She also said she would definitely tell Mr. Song about it. In her heart, she never expected that one day she would hear from this kid's mouth the words, "I'm your fan." Li thanked Wenlei politely, but inwardly he retorted, saying he had Songyan's Weibo, so there was no need for her to relay the message. Jingyue's face now clearly showed disappointment. The trainees were now being guided off stage by Wenlei. Jingyue sat down, suddenly hearing someone call her name. Wenlei leaned down and spoke softly, just enough for the two of them to hear, but each word clear. "If you speak like that again, I'm your senior, I can scold you too." Seeing the two teachers suddenly talking to each other without microphones, the trainees below started whispering among themselves. They asked each other if Wenlei was angry. Some thought it was because Jingyue had gone too far with her joke, and who wouldn't be angry. At this moment, Jingyue took the mic and smiled, as if very happy. She explained that she was afraid the earlier avoidance might have hurt Wenlei's feelings, so she was just helping her vent. Wenlei smiled stiffly, as if saying, "Oh, so that's how it is." Then she said, "Actually, I didn't mind about that at all. But on the other hand, if Jingyue were standing here," Wenlei said, "I'm sure she might have already held a grudge against Silei. Fortunately, she's a coach sitting below, so she only needs to give comments. She doesn't need to worry about trainees hurting her feelings." Jingyue's smile immediately became awkward. She didn't intend to let this go. Again, with a sarcastic tone, she asked Wenlei if that meant she was implying only she was selfish or petty. Wenlei laughed heartily and said she knew Jingyue was just joking earlier, but she thought Jingyue was really very attentive. Finally, Wenlei turned to wave at the trainees below, saying her relationship with Jingyue was very good, telling them not to speculate wildly. Wenlei then turned back to Jingyue, asking if that wasn't right, Junior. Jingyue had to take Wenlei's hand, nodding affectionately. Wenlei put her hand on the table right next to Jingyue and asked if today she had intentionally chosen to wear a watch of the same brand as hers. "You probably wanted to create a surprise for me, right?" Wenlei said with a feigned natural tone and sighed. "Indeed, you are my junior. "Your thoughts are truly meticulous." Jingyue covered her face, her cheeks turning red, acting cute as she replied, "Oh my senior has figured it out." Wenlei didn't want to waste more time with her. She turned around to invite the next group of contestants to perform. Jingyue still tried to glance at Wenlei, her thoughts in turmoil. Although today she deliberately wore the watch that Director Guo gave her to show off to Wenlei, but unexpectedly, Wenlei skillfully turned the watch topic around, making it seem like she was imitating her. Xu Jingyue's eyebrows furrowed. She thought even if she was using a watch left behind by someone else, it was still more valuable than what Wenlei was wearing. After all, whoever was inferior would know it themselves. As soon as Wenlei finished filming, she went to vent to Song Yan, saying that during the program, she deliberately provoked her and Shi Lei in front of everyone. Song Yan gently folded Wenlei's outer jacket that she had just thrown over. He raised an eyebrow and said, "So that's what made our Wenlei so angry." Wenlei erupted like a volcano, immediately shouting that it wasn't like that. Indeed, her words and actions didn't match at all. Wenlei then held up her phone, telling him to look quickly. She showed him the post with those comments and began to explain. It was just because she wore this watch 2 days ago. So today, Jingyue deliberately wore a watch of the same brand. Then, those reporters took clear photos of the watch she wore, saying hers was a limited edition, criticizing Wenlei's as a cheaper version. The more Wenlei thought about it, the more annoyed she felt. She crossed her arms, frowning as she continued to explain that during the show's filming, she had also hinted at this watch. She had also asked her manager to post an announcement that this watch was custom-made. As she was saying this, she noticed Song Yan nonchalantly hanging up clothes. Wenlei stopped talking. Song Yan also looked at her with a puzzled expression. Wenlei then spoke with feigned indifference, asking when his endorsement would be announced. If it couldn't be revealed, then forget it. She didn't care anymore. Song Yan sat down beside Wenlei. He smiled and asked if she really didn't care. Wenlei, hit right in her weak spot, was speechless. She tried to stay calm, looking at the watch on her wrist. She said that after all, it was a watch he gave her, so she had to care a little. Song Yan moved a bit closer to her. "Then what do you think?" Wenlei pouted. Although she wanted to say she didn't care much, but she wasn't exactly a magnanimous person. The next moment, Wenlei suddenly lay down with her head on Song Yan's lap. She said with a sulky tone, "Teacher Song, I'm very unhappy." Song Yan very gently tucked her messy hair behind her ear. He softly said he understood. Now, they stayed in that position until the sunset light tinted the room red. Wenlei seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Song Yan remained sitting there, both scrolling on his phone and playing with her hair. But suddenly he frowned, seeming to have seen something important. On the screen was a message he sent to Brother Ben, asking him to help contact the brand. The other party agreed, saying they could discuss it as early as tonight. On the forums, especially on the major fan pages of Xu Jingyue, there were already posts saying Wenlei was jealous of Jingyue. Below were countless sarcastic comments, saying Jingyue earned her own money to buy the watch but still got matched. They said Wenlei had the ability to mock others, but not the ability to buy a new one. That comment got a full 999 likes. After reading, Wenlei threw her phone to a corner. Wenwen had to quickly comfort her, saying, "Wenlei shouldn't get angry because of those people. It's not worth it." The girl then scrolled through Weibo, reading something unknown. Wenwen's eyes and mouth formed O shapes as she exclaimed in surprise. She then remarked, "So handsome." Her boss was angry, yet her assistant was still praising someone else's looks. Wenlei immediately boiled with anger. She scolded Wenwen for being her assistant, yet admiring other male celebrities while she was upset. Wenlei threatened to dock her pay. Wenwen broke out in a sweat, denying it wasn't like that. She smiled and explained it was Teacher Song, then handed the phone to Wenlei to see for herself. At first, Wenlei didn't want to look, thinking it was just Song Yan's new advertisement. She felt she had seen too many of those already, but in the end, she didn't want to disappoint little Wenwen and took a look. On the screen was a post from the J&L brand. The post tagged both Song Yan and Wenlei, announcing a couple's watch set. This was a limited edition, the only one in the world with just this one pair. Below was a photo of Song Yan with the watch on his wrist. His face was as beautiful as silver moonlight, his eyes cold and alluring like cool water, perfectly matching the theme of moon and water for the watch pair. Immediately, the comment section exploded. People said global limited editions might still have dozens available, but this watch pair was priceless. It belonged to private collector's items. Only invaluable could sum it up. Wenla read until she was dazed. Wenwen, curious, asked Wenlei if she knew beforehand that this advertisement advertisement would be made public. Wenli shook her head, saying she didn't know. The little assistant then asserted that this advertisement was Songyan's idea. Wenli refuted, saying he was the spokesperson, not the ad writer. Wen retracted her excited expression, just letting out an "oh." Wenli fell silent. She remembered the last time she had complained to him about it. She seemed to recall him asking, "So, how do you feel about it?" Now, she suddenly realized. So that's what it was about. As soon as she got home, Wenli told Songyan that she had already seen the hot search. Then she asked him how much J&L paid for the advertisement per month. She wanted to hire them to write press releases for her. After hearing her, Songyan let out an "oh." He smiled and asked how much she planned to pay him, saying if it's too little, he won't do it. Looking at his handsome face, like a sculpted statue, Wenli was momentarily dazed. Then her face started to redden. Wenli turned away, waving her hand, saying she couldn't afford it. He was too expensive. Songyan shrugged and smiled, saying, "Actually, it's not that expensive." This statement left Wenli both understanding and not. She stood there in a daze. Songyan's phone on the table suddenly vibrated. As he answered, he glanced at his watch, saying he'd be there shortly. Songyan stood up and walked to the door, briefly explaining it was Ba Shen calling. Tonight, he'd be back. Wenli waved goodbye, saying, "Okay, see you tonight." After he left, Wenli stood alone, dazed in the house. She felt her heart racing, hot blood rushing under her skin. Wenli bit her lip gently. She felt doomed. Something seemed off. Meanwhile, Songyan was at Bashi Entertainment in the chairman's office. A tall, elegant man with platinum hair walked out, telling Songyan as he went that initially Songyan's manager was still negotiating prices with J&L yesterday, thinking about earning more, but unexpectedly, right after Songyan's discussion, he immediately let them post on Weibo publicly. That man was Ba Shen, chairman of Bashi Entertainment, Wenli's childhood friend. Ba Shen knew that advertisement was Songyan's idea, so he asked how much they paid him for it. Songyan shrugged, generously replying that the brand ambassador fee was already enough. This he considered as a gift to them. Hearing this, Ba Shen teasingly patted his shoulder and asked why Teacher Song suddenly became so generous. Before, he was filming while studying for a business degree, as if wanting to earn all the money in the world. Ba Shen smiled and asked Songyan if it was because of that girl Wenli. Songyan leaned back in his chair, his 10 fingers interlaced. He replied that he was just lending a hand. Ba Shen sipped the wine in his hand and started teasing again. "It's too strange. 2 years ago, when that girl had troubles, her uncle forbade us childhood friends from helping her. You just happened to marry her." Ba Shen clicked his tongue, then said, "Wenli and her competitors wanted to compete for resources. Then Songyan just happened to join that variety show. Now she's clashing with others over a watch endorsement. Songyan just happened to write this advertisement." Ba Shen sat down, turned, and asked if Ayan grew up with so many hands. Songyan glared, asking what Ba Shen was insinuating. Ba Shen smiled, saying they're both men, so pretending is useless. He asked Songyan if he liked that girl Wenli. Ba Shen proudly claimed to be a master of romance. Ayan couldn't fool him. But Songyan said Ba Shen's title of romance master was just an empty title. In another development, Wenli was rolling around on the bed. She was thinking about her relationship with Songyan. The contract was in black and white. Physical needs were also instincts of adults. The former had legal effect. They both restrained each other. The latter satisfied both. No one lost out. But now, Wenli just realized that she had actually fallen for him. She could only roll from one corner of the bed to the other, blaming herself for giving her heart away. Why did she really fall for him? Finally, Wenli sat up. She felt out of options. Isn't it just pursuing someone after all? How hard could it be? By evening, Songyan and Ba Shen were still sitting together. Ba Shen mentioned the reality TV show Real Person Show was nearing its end. He wanted to invite Songyan as a guest, so he asked for help to convey this. Then he talked about that girl Wenli, saying in romance she's slow like a silly carp, but her acting is really soulful. Ba Shen suggested that both Wenli and Songyan find a scene in the show to develop feelings. Songyan, faced with Ba Shen's not bad suggestion, hesitantly replied that he needed to think about it. Just then, his phone rang. A call from Wenli interrupted Songyan's train of thought. Ba Shen quickly snatched the phone and urged Songyan to think fast because he had already agreed with the show's producers. Regardless of who was calling, Ba Shen said he'd answer it first. As soon as Ba Shen looked at the screen, he grinned with delight, thinking, isn't this his ex-fiancée, the little firecracker? So when Songyan asked who was calling, Ba Shen pretended it was an unknown number. Then he answered the call. As soon as he put it to his ear, Ba Shen's eyes nearly popped out, hearing Wenlei's sweet, sappy voice asking, "Teacher Song, when are you coming home?" Ba Shen immediately moved the phone away, his whole body shaking as he exclaimed, "Oh my God." He couldn't believe the firecracker had turned into a little vixen. Wenlei, on the other end, hearing Ba Shen's voice, immediately blushed with embarrassment. Ba Shen quickly responded, saying it was indeed him. He then asked Wenlei if she was practicing her lines. Song Yan, realizing the caller was his Wenlei, stopped thinking and quickly grabbed the phone. But when it was his turn to listen, there were no sweet words left, only Wenlei's torrent of curses. She was scolding Ba Shen for being too free to answer other people's phones. Or was he eavesdropping on her and Song Yan's conversation? Were Song Yan's arms not long enough, or his mouth not wide enough, that he needed Ba Shen to answer for him? Wenlei ranted on, finally asking where Song Yan was. Brother Yan listened until his head spun. He finally waited for Wenlei to finish cursing before speaking up. "It's me." But when Wenlei heard Song Yan's voice, she lost the courage to continue being fierce. She hesitated, then accusingly asked why he let Ba Shen answer the phone, making him laugh at her. Song Yan replied that Ba Shen had snatched it himself. He then asked Wenlei what she had said earlier. Wenlei, embarrassed, no longer had the spirit to say those sweet words for him to hear. She finally replied it was nothing and hung up. The long beep left Song Yan stunned for a moment. He glanced at Ba Shen again, questioning what Wenlei had said on the phone earlier. Ba Shen nonchalantly replied, "Nothing much." Then he briefly recounted that she asked when you'd be coming home. Song Yan didn't believe it. He looked at Ba Shen with suspicious eyes. "Just for that, you laughed so much." Ba Shen grinned slyly again, replying, "It's fun. We haven't been in touch for a while. She's still my ex-fiancée after all. Who knows? Maybe an experienced player like me could even create some opportunities for you." Song Yan said sternly, telling him not to meddle. He added that if it's nothing, then have less contact with her. Ba Shen put on a dissatisfied face, saying he hadn't even blamed Song Yan for snatching his ex-fiancée, yet he was being more narrow-minded than himself. Song Yan's voice suddenly deepened. He said with a hint of regret, "She was originally my fiancée." Ba Shen stopped his joking around. Both of them fell into deep thought. Ba Shen then said, Song Yan was only 11 when he moved to Yan City. Before that, he had always been in Macau living as a young master. Who are you trying to fool? However, Ba Shen still told Song Yan not to worry. He absolutely wouldn't touch that girl. After all, Ba Shen knew what Song Yan looked like when he got angry and started hitting people. Their memories took them back to high school. Back then, Ba Shen and the boys in class were discussing a trip. Those kids even suggested to Ba Shen that for the graduation trip, he should bring along that fiancée of his. Ba Shen dismissed it, saying Wenlei wasn't familiar with the girls in their class. How would they sleep at night? Those mischievous boys then said Wenlei was Ba Shen's fiancée. Sooner or later, they'd be sleeping together anyway. Might as well enjoy it early. Hearing this, Ba Shen became visibly angry. Before he could yell at them to stop talking nonsense, he saw those boys being pummeled by Song Yan, who had rushed in. At that time, Song Yan was truly furious. Those boys, under the intimidating aura Song Yan emitted, could only clasp their hands and apologize. Ba Shen, thinking of that scene, felt it was truly thrilling. For his own safety, back then he could only wave his hands and shout. In the end, he became the umbrella shielding Song Yan on his path of love. After saying this, Ba Shen asked Song Yan what he thought. Was that brotherly enough? Song Yan was finally satisfied and patted Ba Shen's shoulder. I'll consider you sensible. It was getting dark. Song Yan turned to leave after speaking, saying that regarding the guest pilots, he'd leave it to Ban Ka to arrange for him. Watching Song Yan leave in a hurry, Ba Shen could only shout from behind, "You really value women over friends." Song Yan walked away with an even more confident attitude. He told himself that regardless of whose fiancée she used to be, she was now his wife. As soon as Song Yan entered the house, while taking off his shoes, Wenlei peeked out. "You're back." Song Yan, seeing her come to the door to greet him today, became suspicious. He immediately glanced at the camera in the corner and asked her why she came all the way here to greet him today. Last time it was to act coy. What about this time? Wenla blushed and sat down nervously, telling him that there really was a task. In the monitoring room, the director and assistant director argued. "Why did you change the script without my approval? There's no task. is there? The assistant director quickly waved his hands in denial, saying, "No, no, absolutely not." Meanwhile, Song Yan, hearing Wenlei say that, felt utterly helpless and asked what the task was. Wenlei beckoned him. He obediently leaned in close to her. The distance was very close. She said the task was to do anything, just stay for a while. Song Yan, indulging Wenlei, asked her what she wanted to do. Wenlei took out her phone and invited him to play a game. It was the Sheng Tang fantasy game he had previously represented. Now there was a trial version available. Both Song Yan and Wenlei logged in to play. Looking at the character designs in it, Wenlei proudly asked, "Well, the character I designed for you looks very similar, doesn't it?" Song Yan indeed couldn't deny that it was very similar. Wenlei had also entered the game. She happily called Song Yan to do the beginner's quest. When both focused on the combat state, their coordination was excellent. While playing the game, Wenlei secretly wanted to get a little closer to him. She leaned over, gradually resting her head on his shoulder. Her cheeks unconsciously turned red. At this point, she just wanted to enjoy the moment and not do any fighting. Wenlei used the remote flag-waving effect to cheer for Song Yan in the game. Song Yan thought she was bored. He said she could go do her own missions first, but Wenlei only noticed that he was reaching his hand behind his neck. She also reached out, accidentally touching his fingers. Wenlei replied she wasn't bored and asked if his neck was sore. "Let me massage it for you." Without waiting for his agreement, Wenlei's hands started rubbing and pressing Song Yan's nape. "Is this okay?" Seeing Song Yan remain silent, Wenlei leaned in closer to him, saying it would be better if he gave some feedback. Song Yan still didn't speak, but Wenlei saw on his phone screen it was game over. She couldn't help but frown, criticizing him for dying to such a small monster. So noob. At this moment, Song Yan suddenly stood up. He just cleared his throat and said he was going to get some water. Wenlei trailed behind him, making Song Yan extremely confused. "Why are you following me like a tail?" Wenlei used the task as an excuse again, saying the task required them to stay together. Song Yan raised his eyebrows, looking puzzled, saying he was just going to drink water for 2 minutes. Wenlei put her hands on her hips, puffed her cheeks, and argued. 2 minutes also counts as being apart. In that moment, Wenlei's words made him feel moved. Song Yan hid his face with its complex expression behind his large hand. A second later, he firmly grasped Wenlei's wrist. She blushed and asked in confusion, "Didn't you want to go drink water? Why are you going to the bathroom?" He didn't answer. The sound of a door closing echoed. Wenlei was pressed into a corner by him. Still arrogantly crossing her arms, she said she wasn't perverted enough to watch him use the bathroom. Song Yan retorted, "On the contrary, didn't you say 2 minutes also counts as being apart?" Wenlei thought he was serious and panicked, closing her eyes tightly. She hurriedly said, "Go ahead. I promise I won't peek." At this moment, Song Yan whispered in her ear. He said there are no cameras in the bathroom. What exactly is the task? He told her to secretly tell him. The production team wouldn't find out anyway. Wenlei stiffly turned her head sideways, stubbornly protecting her basic lie. "It's really the task that requires us to stay by each other's side." Song Yan remained skeptical. He put out his other hand, blocking all her escape routes. Just staying by each other's side doesn't require not being apart, even for 2 minutes. You want to be a tail. Wenlei lowered her face, her cheeks flushing red. "Today I just want to be that tail. Is that not allowed?" Song Yan cupped her face, making her look into his eyes. "Tail, what exactly is your purpose?" Wenlei felt her whole body burning up. She stuttered, unable to say a single word. Song Yan just slightly frowned. He didn't want to make it difficult for her. So he said, if she's not comfortable saying it, then forget it. But when Song Yan was about to move his hand away, Wenlei grabbed it tightly. Her eyes showed both expectation and a hint of coyness. "Aren't you going to kiss me?" Song Yan's defenses officially collapsed. He leaned down and placed a deep kiss on her lips. Song Yan let Wenlei sit on the table behind her. He cupped Wenlei's cheeks. The kiss was wet and lingering. For Wenlei, kissing was both work and a physiological need, but right now, it was neither. The way Wenlei enjoyed the kiss, while caressing his face with her soft little hand, was different. She had invited, and Song Yan had accepted this invitation. A long, long time later, when their breathing seemed to become difficult, they still had no intention of stopping. But at this moment, a phone ring sounded at the wrong time. Wenlei quickly pushed Song Yan away gently. It was Director Lee texting, asking if the two teachers were chatting in the bathroom. Wenlei instructed Song Yan to go out first. She would come out later. Otherwise, she feared if this got out, it would lead to unnecessary gossip. Song Yan silently observed Wenlei. Her lips seemed slightly swollen and red, clear signs of passionate kissing. He gently raised his hand to wipe them lightly. His gentle voice soothed her worries. Even if it's figured out, it's not considered gossip. It can only be said that they secretly did something naughty and got caught. Wenlei laughed shyly, scolding him for saying such misleading things. Songyan then retorted, "You're scolding me, but what are you laughing at now?" Caught by his words, Wenlei angrily shouted, "How dare you control me?" At this moment, her voice lowered. Wenlei boldly looked straight into his eyes. Her hand lightly patted him a few times, emphasizing each word. "I like doing naughty things with you. How about that?" Songyan was stunned. Wenlei ignored him, swaying happily out of the bathroom first, in an extremely good mood. However, Songyan today was left in a state of confusion by her. He leaned slightly against the wall, touching his lips again. His eyes stared into nothingness. Wenlei maintained that mood until the next day. When she just woke up, she happily spun around. Wenlei evaluated her husband-chasing progress last night. They had basically made skin-to-skin contact already. Their relationship had progressed far from the starting point. From now on, relying on her own charm, she was confident pursuing him would be easy. Once she succeeded, the divorce agreement would be regretted even if it wasn't before. At this moment, she received a call from Sister Dan. Wenlei happily answered, cheerfully saying, "Good afternoon, sis." Sister Dan, seeing Wenlei unusually happy, asked bewilderedly if she had won the lottery. Then she told Wenlei to be serious so she could discuss some work. Wenlei stopped joking around. She immediately regained her professional seriousness and listened. Sister Dan explained that for the past half year, she had wanted Wenlei to take on Frozen City. This film's director and screenwriter had won gold medals. The participating investment companies were also industry leaders. Seeing her sister pause there, Wenlei asked, "So what's the but?" Sister Dan then continued, "But they value viewership numbers. I've met with the director several times before, but he always gave vague answers in 1 or 2 sentences, unless the director thinks Wenlei is suitable for this character. Moreover, the male lead has been set as Song Yan, and he's been extending his work schedule without meeting Sister Dan to discuss." Sister Dan therefore felt there was no chance at all. The finale of the show acting competition is coming up soon. The S-Level Acting Award, director Chu of Frozen City will also be there. Lu Dan then sent her the show's script, telling Wenlei to perform her best then, and not to disappoint her. Wenlei smiled and replied that she understood. After ending the call, seeing Songyan enter, she asked if he wanted to use the study. If so, she'd go to the bedroom to read the script. Songyan replied wasn't there still a task, telling her to stay here. Wenlei felt guilty and avoided his gaze. She could only sigh. "Oh right, I forgot about that." When outside the sunset was falling, glowing red, Wenlei stretched tiredly. She had finally finished reading. She rested her chin on her hand, dreamily looking at Songyan, silently thinking that after she discovered she liked him, his forehead, eyes, nose, lips, it seemed that every part of his face had grown to match her taste perfectly. As Wenlei was admiring, suddenly Songyan moved closer and asked what she was looking at. Wenlei replied seriously that she was looking at him. Songyan, even more seriously, reminded her to be more professional. After reading the script, she's intently staring at others. Does she want to be caught reading the script while doing personal things? Wenlei counterattacked. She leaned in closer, whispering in his ear, "If I get caught, it's your fault. Who told Teacher Song to be more handsome than the script?" Songyan turned away after hearing this, scolding her as a flatterer. Wenlei wouldn't accept it, frowning in dissatisfaction. Telling the truth, how did I become a flatterer? Then she turned to leave. Songyan had to quickly hold Wenlei back, asking why she wanted to leave. Wenlei looked at him, her cheeks slightly reddening. "You're more handsome than the script. If I stay in the study room, I won't be able to focus on reading." Hearing this, Songyan had to let her go. The show staff, seeing this scene, asked each other how Wenlei could deliver lines from an idol drama script so calmly. Director Lee then replied that he had seen many female leads in idol dramas before. He's long been used to it. Observing further, he saw Songyan unconsciously gripping a corner of the script. The director remarked, saying Songyan seemed quite relaxed. Songyan seemed unable to concentrate anymore. He raised his hand to touch his dry throat. The director and assistant director took turns analyzing his expressions. They said Songyan had never acted in an idol drama before. These ordinary tricks for him were already too much. Indeed, it was too much. Songyan closed his eyes tightly, his cheeks flushed. He seemed to be trying to keep a cool head, but it didn't look easy. Later, when Wenlei was focused on reading the script in the bedroom, Songyan walked in. He placed a bowl of salad in front of her. Seeing this, Wenlei happily said thank you, as she hadn't remembered it was time to eat. Songyan didn't respond, but his eyes noticed what she was reading. It was the script for Ice God. Songyan started to think. The news of him playing the lead role in this film had already been widely circulated. He was sure Wenlei knew about it too, but he didn't understand why she hadn't mentioned it to him even once. Songyan wondered if Wenlei didn't want his help, or if she didn't want to film with him. At this moment, Wenlei suddenly looked at the salad bowl and exclaimed that there was too much dressing. She then demanded he tell the truth about whether he wanted to fatten her up like a pig. Songyan shook his head, denying that he had any such intention. Wenlei, like a powder keg about to explode, puffed up her cheeks and warned him not to evade. She said she heard him call her a dog. Songyan didn't avoid it anymore. He directly touched Wenlei's nose tip lightly, gently scolding her lovingly, saying she really was a puppy who didn't understand others' intentions. Then he explained that it was a high-fiber dish, so she wouldn't get fat from it. Only then did Wenlei feel at ease to eat, blaming him for not saying so earlier. In her heart, she was actually reminding herself to show restraint. After all, she was the one who wanted to pursue him, so she should treat him more kindly. Thinking this, Wenlei immediately leaned her head on his shoulder and cooed, praising how delicious the food he made was. Seeing no reaction from Songyan, Wenlei glanced up secretly to observe. "Why don't you try a bite too? Let me feed you, okay?" Seeing Wenlei's attitude, Songyan couldn't help but suspiciously ask her if this was another new mission. A moment later, Wenlei pointed towards the camera, saying, "Look, the red light is clearly off. Don't you believe what I'm saying? I've already said it's not a mission this time." Songyan was still confused. He cautiously asked her what she was plotting. Wenlei blushed, her voice softening but still very coquettish. "What plot? I'm just caring for you. I want to feed you a bite of salad. This is what people call caring." Although Songyan found the last sentence a bit strange, he decided to let it go. His eyebrows relaxed, and Songyan smiled, telling her to go ahead and feed him. Wenlei's eyes shone like stars. She took a piece of salad and brought it to her mouth to bite. Songyan looked confused and asked, "Didn't you want to feed me? Why are you eating it yourself?" A moment later, Wenlei cupped his face with both hands, forcing him to look straight at her. Wenlei moved closer and closer, finally using her own mouth to feed him. When the piece of salad successfully split in half, their lips lightly touched. Wenlei's cheeks flushed slightly. She then tried to act as if nothing had happened, pushing him away while loudly explaining that the piece was too big. She was afraid he couldn't finish it alone, so she ate half to help him. Inwardly, Wenlei was already crying out to heaven and earth. She desperately wanted a pair of pants to put over her head, while also fearing he might dislike her saliva. But after thinking about how he had swallowed her saliva many times before, Wenlei finally sighed in relief, telling herself it should be fine. Wenlei then put on a cheerful face and turned to ask Songyan if it was very delicious. Songyan silently swallowed. A few seconds later, he softly replied, very delicious." A few days later, Songyan attended the cast meeting for the Ice God film. Around him were famous directors and screenwriters engaged in lively conversation. Songyan was intently looking at his phone. On the screen was a message from Wenlei, reminding him that he had agreed to come home early today. Songyan cheerfully replied, telling her not to worry, he would keep his word. Seeing Ayan texting so happily caught the attention of the director sitting next to him, who asked why he was smiling to himself. What was so amusing? Songyan immediately looked up and cheerfully replied that he was talking to his wife. The director then asked if Wenlei needed his help with something. Songyan immediately shook his head. He said that he had actually wanted to help her many times, but she wouldn't let him. She has a strong, resilient personality and is tough, but also a bit stubborn, which is quite adorable. Hearing this, the director turned to Director Chu and said, "Wenlei's personality like that, isn't it very suitable for the female lead in the Ice God script that you need?" Director Chu also smiled and said it was very fitting. They then turned to Songyan and said that, although his wife's personality suits Wanwan very well, it seems that his personality doesn't quite match the character of Ding Feng. They said that last time they watched the game show he participated in, it seemed that after getting married, his personality had changed a lot. Songyan laughed and said the directors were just teasing him, then stood up, using the excuse of going to the bathroom to leave for a moment. Songyan was actually embarrassed. and the directors knew it, so they just laughed amusedly. As he turned to leave, he felt that it was just that bit, and they had already found an excuse to tease him. Then he thought, what if the scene from that day was broadcast? So Song Yan decided to talk to director Yan in advance about this matter. When director Yan answered the call, he quickly said he thought Song Yan had already gone home and was about to tell someone to turn on the cameras. But Song Yan immediately said he hadn't gone home yet and that he just had something he wanted to discuss with director Yan. He said that a few days ago, the fruit-eating task that he had asked Wenlei to do, could that part be cut out? Unexpectedly, director Yan was confused and said there wasn't any such task. He hadn't arranged any tasks for Wenlei at all. Song Yan asked in surprise, if there was no task, then why that day did she pretend to turn off the camera? Director Yan was even more shocked after hearing this. He shouted into the phone, "What?" in disbelief. Then he said that when they turned off the camera that day, he thought it was because of some secret matter that couldn't be made public. Song Yan realized that everything wasn't arranged by the production team, so he didn't want to continue the conversation. After saying goodbye to director Yan, he quickly hung up the phone. Behind him at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared. She called out to Song Yan in a sweet voice. He turned around. The woman had shoulder-length hair, slightly curled. She was wearing a classic dress. Her whole being exuded an elegant aura, like a lady from the Republican era. She looked at Song Yan with a slight smile and said, "Long time no see." Rewinding a bit, before Song Yan went to the gathering, Wenlei had asked if he could come home a bit earlier tonight. Song Yan agreed while putting on his coat. He asked her if she had a filming task. Wenlei lazily rested her head on the chair, replying that she wanted him to cooperate in acting with her. The content of the script usually requires very little acting, but she felt a bit unsure about it. Song Yan affectionately patted her head, saying that if Teacher Wen has spoken up, she'll definitely succeed. Wenlei, like a little cat, happily grasped his hand tightly. She said that before he returns, she'll practice a few times by herself. This overly excited behavior made Song Yan feel a bit confused. He tilted his head and asked why she hadn't mentioned before why she wanted to take this role. Wenlei lifted her chin, listing a bunch of benefits and resources that the film would bring. Moreover, she added, it would also help her successfully change her image. In her heart, she secretly added another reason. That is, this film would allow her to be by his side, pursuing him every moment. After hearing Wenlei's economically driven reasons, Song Yan showed a bit of disappointment. At this moment, vaguely, he heard a voice calling his name. Song Yan was pulled out of his thoughts about Wenlei. The one calling him was Tang Meiren, sitting next to him. He startled and smiled awkwardly, quickly apologizing and explaining that just now he didn't hear. Tang Meiren gently tucked her hair behind her ear. She said that she heard from Director Yu that they were having dinner here today, so she boldly came without an invitation. Song Yan politely waved his hand and pointed towards Director Chu, saying he was very happy to see her arrive. Director Chu indeed warmly said, "Come over here quickly. The film producers also want to get acquainted with you." Director Chu then secretly whispered to Song Yan, saying this girl had quite good temperament. Her appearance was also classic, but not the same type as Wan Wan in Bancheng. Wan Wan can play cute styles, energetic types, and can also do the generous and straightforward style, just like your wife, Wenlei. Song Yan also smiled and replied to his father-in-law, saying if his wife heard Director Chu praising her like that, she would be overjoyed. You'll see. Director Chu then expressed regret. He said that he alone couldn't decide on an entire film. He had sent the script early, but waited and still hadn't heard back from his wife. As a result, this Tang girl contacted them instead. Old Chu said, "You should understand what I mean." Song Yan lowered his eyes, his face slightly sad, not responding. Then Director Chu came over, asking Old Chu why he was sitting here, what he was saying to Song Yan like that. The beauty over there still wanted to toast him, you know. Old Chu smiled and replied they were discussing Song Yan's wife. Hearing this, Tang Meiren also took the initiative to start a conversation, asking Song Yan why his wife didn't come today. Song Yan held the wine cup in his hand, replying neither warmly nor coldly. The role isn't necessarily hers yet. My wife is very shy, so she didn't want to come. Tang Meiren felt a bit uneasy hearing this. She just lowered her head and said, "Is that so?" A moment later, everything seemed to return to normal. The two directors no longer paid attention to Tang Meiren, but only focused on Song Yan. Song Yan carefully chose his words, saying that his wife always hoped to receive guidance from Master Chu, but he was a husband who feared his wife. Just seeing her feeling sad, he felt sorry for her, hoping Director Chu could be gentle with his wife. The directors laughed and nodded after hearing this, saying saying they would restrain themselves when the time came. Gradually being pushed to the sidelines of the conversation, the frequency with which the directors mentioned Wenlei increased day by day. Tang Marin could only silently stand and listen. As the party ended, Songyan and Tang Marin said goodbye to Master Chu and Director Chu. Watching Songyan and Tang Marin go separate ways, the two masters behind them secretly felt regret. Director Chu sighed, saying today he saw the once famous on-screen couple so distant from each other. It seems Yu Guang indeed didn't hide it from me. Old Chu didn't know, so he eagerly asked what happened. Old Chu began to tell the story. It was 10 years ago, Songyan's debut work, a film directed by Yu Weiguang. At that time, Songyan was still a pure high school student, like a blank sheet of paper. When Songyan met Tang Jiaren, there was basically nothing in his eyes, which made director Yu Weiguang very distressed. Old Chu, hearing this, curiously asked, wasn't it that year Songyan won the Newcomer Award? Those two were even voted by netizens that year as the best on-screen couple. Old Chu continued the story. That year, just explaining each plot to Songyan wasn't effective. Director Yu then asked Songyan if there was a girl he liked. Seeing Songyan's face slightly redden, Director Yu said, "Put yourself in that situation. The girl you love is like light high up in the sky, while you're just a swamp on the ground. You love her very much, but aren't worthy of her." Old Chu, hearing this, let out an "oh." He only now understood that in that film, in Songyan's eyes, it wasn't the female lead, nor was it Tang Jiaren, but the girl in his heart. The two masters ended their conversation by reminding each other not to gossip about this matter outside, lest director Yu Weiguang get angry again. In another development, hearing the house door open, Wenlei quickly ran like a squirrel to greet Songyan. Her forehead was dotted with sweat. She hurriedly told him to rest a bit, and by the way, watch her performance. Seeing Wenlei so immersed in front of him, Songyan couldn't help but think, the girl he loved, she was always like light, high up in the sky. In front of her, he would always be like mud looking up. After Wenlei finished her performance, Songyan immediately gave her some words of praise and a series of applause. Wenlei wiped her sweat, excitedly asking if his praise was genuine. Songyan replied it was, and also told her about how the producer had told him today that her image was very suitable, and they hoped she could seize this opportunity. Wenlei was so happy she couldn't believe her ears. A moment later, she sat down on the chair, asking him if he thought she could seize it. Songyan gently pulled Wenlei into his arms, letting her rest her head on his shoulder. "Of course I hope so," he said, seeing Wenlei smile brightly, saying she would definitely try her best. Songyan thought that even if he wasn't worthy, he wanted her to shine brighter every day, freely expressing herself. Songyan ran with all his might in the rain, the surrounding space entirely dark. In front of him, a girl's silhouette suddenly appeared. Songyan stopped. After realizing it was Wenlei, he started running forward again, but just a few steps away, he was blocked by a man. It was Wenyan. His eyes were cold. He said if Songyan's father hadn't gone bankrupt, he would still be a young master. Wenyan's niece would still be his fiancée. But now, Songyan's father had nothing left. Wenyan asked Songyan if he thought by studying hard, taking slow steps, did he think that one day he could return to his old life. Songyan once lived in luxury. Wenyan said he must know, if he were in Wenyan's place, would he want his niece to accept such a marriage? Those words were like sharp knives, stabbing Songyan repeatedly. Until Wenyan's figure disappeared, Songyan painfully held his head. Unconsciously, he heard someone calling his name. Songyan hazily woke up. On his forehead was Wenlei's gentle hand. Seeing him like this, Wenlei was very worried and asked if he was all right. Songyan gently held Wenlei's hand. He replied that he was fine. It was just a nightmare, perhaps due to recent fatigue. Wenlei let out a sigh, then caringly got a jacket for Songyan, scolding him for scaring her to death. Then she told him to go rest if he's tired. Now that he seemed okay, Wenlei turned to leave. Songyan watched her, the nightmare rushing back with unspeakable fear. Songyan immediately grabbed her hand, holding Wenlei back. Wenlei looked back at him, asking if something was wrong. Songyan guiltily let her go. "Ah, it's nothing." He returned the small blanket to Wenlei, thanked her, then urged her to go back to work. Wenlei smiled brightly and waved at him. Before leaving, she reminded him to call her if anything happened, and also reminded him, if convenient, to remember to read the S-level award script as well. Songyan nodded in agreement. After she left, he obediently picked up the documents to read. However, his spirit wasn't quite stable. Songyan held his head, slightly frowning in discomfort. He wondered why he dreamed of that. Seeing him sit at the desk reading the script, director Lee Lee asked Director Yan if he was reading the S-level award script. Director Yan replied that he had heard the award-winning TV clips would be arranged randomly. He was afraid guests wouldn't grasp the award sequence, so he sent scripts for guests to read to familiarize themselves beforehand. Director Lee then wondered if he was reading the script, why after an hour, Song-yan hadn't turned a page yet. Old Yan frowned thoughtfully, then thought he must be distracted. Indeed, Song-yan was not focused. He kept thinking about that dream. Finally, Song-yan closed the script. He felt he couldn't read anymore. Director Yan sensitively noticed and wailed. "I knew it. He must be thinking of something dark. Otherwise, why would he hide it from us?" Director Lee had to hold Director Yan to calm the old man down. After Song-yan stopped reading the script, he took out his phone. He searched online for analyses of girls who are arrogant, narcissistic, clumsy, and easily angered. The top search result was that such girls are difficult to like. Only men who are good at enduring should love such girls. Otherwise, it's best to break up. Song-yan read it in disbelief. He blurted out that this was nonsense. Song-yan racked his brain for another approach. He thought if the theory was correct, then those who understand Wenlei's personality best must be her fans. So he decided to find out what people thought Wenlei was like. Song-yan found an old video clip cut from one of Wenlei's live streams. She was teaching people how to win over their crush. He thus learned that Wenlei seduces men with tricks like dancing, acting coy, and feeding them fruit. Especially, she would attack directly in front of him, flirting intensely to make him explode. Even as an old married couple, one must absolutely not forget to say sweet and loving words. Especially, hands and feet must be agile, touching his weak spots. That was all of Wenlei's strategies for pursuing men. Song-yan trembled as he listened. He felt he had all the information without investigating. He wondered if she really liked him. After all, Wenlei only returned from work in the evening. She stretched languidly, feeling utterly exhausted. Then she saw Song, her man, sound asleep peacefully. Wenlei couldn't help but wonder why he went to bed so early today. Seeing Song-yan sleeping with a tense frown, Wenlei used her hand to gently massage his forehead. Song-yan was surely not having a pleasant dream. In his dream, Wenlei asked if he liked her. He remained silent. Wenlei grew impatient and asked why he wouldn't answer. Song-yan could only muster a weak voice, saying he was afraid of her. Before he could finish, the Wenlei before him suddenly became distant, as if about to dissolve into the surrounding clouds. Song-yan's eyes widened in panic. He shouted, "Don't." Fear made him lunge forward, holding her tightly in his arms, clinging to Wenlei and begging, "I like you. Can you please not leave?" The feeling of the embrace was so real. Song-yan probably didn't know that even outside the dream, he had actually embraced her. Wenlei was momentarily startled. She heard Song-yan burying his face against her, his breath hot on her neck. His voice softly whispered 3 words, "Don't go." Wenlei, though not understanding, blushed deeply. Going back to Wenlei's workday, before entering the set, she had spent some time getting ready. Wen saw her and couldn't help but praise Wenlei's makeup today, saying it was really beautiful indeed. Wenlei also looked at her delicate face in the mirror, feeling that Wen was right indeed. Wenlei then wanted to go home tonight and let Song-yan see it too. At this moment, her phone suddenly received a message. The sender was Wenlei's younger uncle, Wen Zheng. The young uncle told her that Song-yan came to eat at his restaurant. In the group, Wen Zheng also saw a female celebrity. Wenlei, confused, asked her uncle, "So what?" Wen Zheng immediately told her that the woman was Tang Jiaran. Wen Zheng, concerned for his niece, said to Wenlei, "Even if it's a contract marriage, fidelity should be the minimum requirement." Wenlei silently pondered, lost in thought. Then she was startled by the noise from Wen's phone, bringing her back to reality. Wenlei immediately turned to ask Wen what she was watching. "Is it My Thousand Traps from Super Dialogue Couple?" Seeing Wenlei guess correctly, Wen let out a surprised gasp and then asked if Wenlei had watched it too. Wen then recalled Wenlei just said it was hers and widened her eyes, asking if this was Wenlei's disguised admission. Wenlei refused to accept this. She immediately slapped the table, saying those video clips were too unreasonable already. She held up her phone to clarify to everyone that the video was made by fans. It was just taking things out of context. She would never speak so unrestrained like that. The stylist laughed, telling Wenlei to stop talking, because it really looked like Wenlei was intentionally flirting with teacher Song-yan. Wenlei lowered her head in embarrassment, still weakly protesting in her heart. All these materials were from before. Back then, she didn't have any thoughts she shouldn't have about Song-yan at all. How could it be intentional? Then, a sudden phone call from manager Sister Lu Dan came in. Wenlei was informed by her that the day after tomorrow, she needs to go to High City to film a program already. She asked if Wenlei had memorized the Bang Cheng's script. Wenli replied, "It's okay." Then, feeling guilty, she added, saying that due to recent busy preparations for the game show, she hadn't read it in the past 2 days. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately received a long lecture from that manager sister. The main point was that her participation in this game show was primarily to get the role in Bang Cheng. If director Chu asks her to perform a scene, how could she compete with those young actresses if she doesn't perform well? Sister Dan even mentioned the previous personal gathering of the Bang Cheng script team. Tang Jiaran also attended. Sister Dan asserted that woman must be determined to win, otherwise she wouldn't have said anything and casually come to sit together. Hearing this, Wenlei became serious. She asked gravely, "Sister Dan, do you think Tang Jiaran's return this time is ultimately to get this role or to collaborate with Song Yan?" Sister Dan, on the contrary, didn't want to talk about her yet. Instead, she asked Wenlei if she wanted the role or to collaborate with Song Yan. Wenlei answered without hesitation that she wanted both. This was rare for Sister Dan to hear. She didn't expect Wenlei to finally be honest. Hearing this, Wenlei blushed with embarrassment. Now Sister Dan continued about the Tang Jiaran issue. If Wenlei wanted both, let alone her, she's been abroad for these years and has contacted home many times. Otherwise, Wenlei would have already married Song Yan. Her passion for Song Yan couldn't have lasted this long otherwise. Wenlei pouted. She felt that wasn't as much as her and Song Yan's couple fans. Sister Dan's next question made Wenlei reconsider. She asked what would happen when their contract ends. When Song Yan becomes single again, if they continue their previous relationship, what then? Wenlei fell into complete confusion. Although she told herself it's just collaboration for one film, there's no previous relationship, she was really scared. Wenlei brought her suppressed worry home. She pushed the door hard, thinking she and Song Yan knew each other even before Tang Jiaran and him. After showering, she entered the room to find Song Yan already asleep. She could only sigh and say, "It's so late, he should be sleeping." Wenlei lowered her head regretfully. She had intentionally not removed her makeup, wanting to come home and dazzle Song Yan for a moment. Unexpectedly, he was already asleep. Wenlei went to remove her makeup again. She then looked at Song Yan with dissatisfied eyes. Wenlei jumped onto the bed irritably. He's already asleep. Who is there to dazzle? She then opened her phone, wanting to see how well-matched the Tang Song couple was. The entire room suddenly fell into silence. Wenlei seemed to lose all her previous self-confidence. She was watching a classic scene from the movie Paper Airplane. Wenlei looked at him and thought, so he can be so cold, yet towards the girl he likes, he can reveal such a gentle, longing expression like that. She remembered his indifferent attitude when she showed him her new look in high school. Wenlei felt he wasn't like that then. Seeing her, he was always so cold, almost as if "Wen Li is hateful" was written on his face. Finally, she angrily stuffed the phone under her pillow, not wanting to look at other people's couples anymore. Before she could lie down, she heard Song Yan let out a soft cry. Wenlei reached out to stroke his forehead, looking at him sympathetically as he frowned in his sleep. Song Yan wasn't sleeping well. A moment later, due to that nightmare, he suddenly wrapped his arms tightly around Wenlei, his mouth fearfully, begging her not to go. Wenlei looked at him in confusion. She knew he was having a nightmare. Wenlei, feeling sorry for him, raised her hand to gently caress Song Yan's angular face. She whispered to Song Yan words from the bottom of her heart. "Senior, clearly you and I have known each other for a long time. If you hadn't disliked me so much back then, perhaps I would have liked you already." The next morning, as sunlight filled the room, Song Yan and Wenlei were sleeping in each other's arms, their posture just like a newlywed couple, impossibly sweet. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang out with a buzzing sound. Wenlei drowsily opened her eyes, sleepily asking who it was, calling so early in the morning. But a second later, she realized what was pressed against her cheek was Song Yan's firm chest. Wenlei immediately woke up fully. She let go of him, her clothes disheveled as she sat up. This early morning scene made her feel quite excited. Just as she turned on her phone, the voice of little assistant Wen echoed in her ear, saying Wenlei and Song Yan had to fly to Shanghai this morning. It's time to wake up. Song Yan was awakened by the noise, eyes still closed, as he asked what was going on. Wenlei had to quickly go to the bathroom for personal care. Although the schedule was quite tight, but Sister Dan had found a theater director in Shanghai. They couldn't not go. The room door was then pushed open again. Song Yan entered with messy hair, his mouth still yawning sleepily. The image of Song Yan just waking up made Wenlei think it was just like in the movie Paper Airplane. Just thinking about him showing such a look to another woman made Wenlei feel uncomfortable. She immediately turned her face away as if avoiding his gaze. Her avoidance became increasingly obvious. Wenlei only left Songyan with one cold sentence. "I'll call you when I'm done in a bit." Songyan noticed her unusual attitude. He was now fully awake. He lowered his head sadly, saying he'd go pack first. Songyan left the bathroom. While packing, he thought to himself that her fans don't understand her either. She doesn't like him. Songyan thought and then laughed at his own delusion. It was just his own wishful thinking. Songyan and Wenlei brought their luggage down and waited under the building. Wenlei told Songyan that Wen said there's a bit of traffic at the community entrance. She'll be here soon. Wenli then secretly glanced at him. She blamed herself for watching Paper Airplane too late last night. Early in the morning, she didn't know how to start a conversation with him. Director Yan was equally troubled. Seeing Wenlei and Songyan standing 1 meter apart like that, he frowned and wondered if they had any feeling of being a married couple at all. The final shot before going to Shanghai didn't leave any sweetness either. Director Yan was unsatisfied, so he sent the cameraman filming this time to Shanghai with the two of them. The task wasn't too heavy, just needed to capture a few scenes to insert into the main program to ensure the duration was enough. The cameraman knew that on this trip he wouldn't be able to film much. He could only stand before the director, who was driven mad by the lack of scenes from this couple, and say he would try his best. Before getting in the car, Wenlei had thought of a way to close the distance with her husband. On the plane, Wenlei secretly looked at Songyan. She thought that under the guise of the production team, she could stay close if she wanted to stay close and do whatever she wanted to do. After a few seconds of clearing her throat, Wenlei told Songyan that there was a new task. Songyan turned to look at her, asking puzzled what task. Wenlei proactively took his hand, which slightly surprised Songyan. Then she blushed and said the task was for them to hold hands until the plane landed. After the last time, Songyan knew she was making it up. He didn't expose her but just smiled slightly. Seeing him silent, Wenlei pouted and asked him if he didn't want to cooperate to complete the task from the production team. She sulked and pushed Songyan's hand away. "If you won't cooperate, then forget it," she said. But Songyan knew Wenlei was thin-skinned, so he quickly grabbed her hand. Songyan explained in a gentle voice, "It's not that I won't cooperate." Wenlei blushed, looking at him, waiting for him to finish his sentence. Songyan continued, "It's just that if this is a task, we should carry it out more seriously." As he spoke, his fingers intertwined tightly with Wenlei's. Wenlei's face reddened even more. She didn't speak. Songyan looked at her smiling and asked, "How's this?" He brought Wenlei's hand close to his lips, affectionately placing a kiss on it. Having overcome the desire to take advantage, Wenlei smiled contentedly. He looked at her proud smile like a little fox who had successfully executed its scheme. Suddenly he leaned in closer, whispering close to her ear, asking, "Are you sure the task is just holding hands and not lip-to-lip contact?" Wenlei's mind froze. She shook her head instinctively, firmly stating there's no such thing. Songyan put on an expression and looked at her with very regretful eyes, but the corners of his mouth were always curved up, never dropping. Wenlei wasn't that naive. She suddenly thought, wondering if he had realized how poor the excuse she made up was. She scrutinized him. Though her mind was in a hazy void, she still put on a proper demeanor and asked what kind of joke he was making. "Are you doubting me?" she asked. She said she had never lied to him before. Songyan shook his head and explained. He said, "Not at all. In his heart, Miss Wen is someone who doesn't know how to lie. How could he think of her that way?" Wenlei smiled contentedly and happily replied, saying, "You're right to think that way." But Songyan still wanted to tease her. The next second, Songyan said with a smile, "But the cameraman isn't here. Even if they complete the task, he won't be able to film it. Should we call him up from economy class to business class, where they're sitting?" Wenlei blushed from his teasing. She secretly cursed. "Well done. Playing with me so early in the morning." Clearly, he knew from the start but deliberately teased her. If you can't win the cake, at least win the argument. Wenlei, stubborn as a mule, still insisted strongly, saying, "There's no need to call the cameraman here. I'm practicing holding hands with you first now. I'm afraid I'll be shy when we're in front of the camera. This is what people call thorough preparation. Just getting ready for the job, that's all." Songyan nodded, verbally accepting her explanation but unable to hide the amusement in his eyes. He just softly said, "Is that so?" Wenlei knew he didn't believe her. Not satisfied, she boldly leaned towards him, grabbing his collar and pulling him close. "I said the task was to hold hands. You knew nothing about it but already asked if it was mouth to mouth. You think you can take advantage of me, don't you?" Every time she used this unusual unusual attitude to talk, not being aggressive, but not speaking in an odd, unpleasant way either. Song Yan was always stunned by her. He looked at her intently without saying anything. His Adam's apple moving involuntarily explained everything. Using a counterattack to win brilliantly, Wen Lei was in a good mood, extremely pleased with herself. She tilted her head up and waved her hand, saying, "Forget it. Who told you my charm was too great? You want to take advantage of me. I can understand that." Then she gave him a look that said, "I forgive you, too." Song Yan was about to say something more, but she didn't give him the chance. Wen Lei pulled the eye mask down from her forehead, saying she was sleepy now. She'd see him after landing. Song Yan looked at the girl in front of him and could only sigh. He was truly speechless. He gently gripped her hand tightly, blaming himself. "Who told me to be so infatuated with you?" The plane landed safely at Shanghai Airport. As soon as they stepped off, Wen Lei and Song Yan were faced with countless camera flashes. Their fans had been waiting for a long time, continuously screaming, calling out Bali and Song Beauty non-stop. Some fans even tried to rush forward to touch them. Song Yan, worried, immediately put his arm around her, while reminding her to be careful. She had slept on the plane. After waking up, not forgetting about her little tricks, she wondered if he had seen through her intentions. But she quickly rationalized it. So what if he saw through it? If he saw through it, what of it? He didn't expose it. She would continue to play dumb, see who could endure it. A grown man over 1.8 meters tall, teased by her to the point of speechlessness. It was truly embarrassing. Later, when things were settled, thinking about how she could often bring this up to mock him, Wen Lei couldn't help but feel smug. In her mind, she began to imagine scenes of lovers' intimacy. Wen Lei patted her face, marveling at her own increasing thickness of skin over time. The fans saw her suddenly slap her face a few times and thought she was lacking confidence before participating in the show. They rushed to comfort her. "Bali, don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's okay if you don't perform well. We'll help you control the comments online. With brother-in-law here, you'll definitely perform well." Wen Lei looked up at them, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She then reminded the fans, "Don't think about attacking people online anymore. Have a little faith in me. Wen Lei will definitely not disappoint you all." The fans obediently nodded. They didn't forget to encourage brother-in-law to do his best too. Unexpectedly, hearing the fans call Song Yan brother-in-law, Wen Lei thought it wasn't really wrong. It's just that the new way of addressing him felt a bit awkward. Song Yan beside her attentively helped her into the car. The fans' cheers were unceasing. Among them, he noticed most was a fan shouting, reminding him to take good care of his wife. Song Yan pulled Wen Lei closer to him. He responded with 3 words, "Of course I will." Since arriving, they hadn't had a moment's rest. Surrounding the two of them were many staff members working. The staff also had to remark that today's schedule for the two would be very busy. A staff member then turned to say something, but was immediately signaled by Song Yan to speak softly so Wen Lei could sleep. The staff member then cooperated and whispered, asking if they were tired, having just gotten off the plane and heading to the set. Song Yan politely replied it was fine and assured they would actively cooperate. Wen Lei rested her head on Song Yan's shoulder tiredly, softly reminding him to wake her when they arrived. Song Yan responded with an Then he also gently rested his head on hers. He knew he could slowly wait for her to remove her clumsy disguise. Wait for Wen Lei to discover she liked him. With Wen Lei, Song Yan was always patient. But what was this situation? He was standing there watching Wen Lei confess to another man. This scene made him feel pushed to the sidelines. The surrounding crowd also burst into whispers, discussing his current emotions. This story goes back to before filming the S-Class Acting Awards. In the car, Song Yan was helping Wen Lei a bit with the acting content. He was quite familiar with these film segments, so he handed the script to Wen Lei, telling her he could rehearse with her anytime if needed. After reading the script, Wen Lei's eyes widened in confusion, asking why he avoided all the romantic scenes. She then shyly used the document folder to cover half her face, telling him that if he wouldn't rehearse these romantic scenes with her, she'd have to do them with someone else. She asked if he wasn't jealous. Song Yan put his hand on his chin, looking serious, saying he wasn't very experienced with romantic scenes. He added that it would be more natural if she acted with someone else. For these romantic scenes, he really couldn't help her. Wen Lei just responded with a perfunctory ire. "Oh," her face showing disappointment. Meanwhile, Song Yan was still deeply thinking about which scene Wen Lei should rely on to win the award and gain the director's favor. He was actually afraid that if he performed poorly in those scenes with with her, Director Chu would watch and think Wenlei's acting wasn't good, which would be troublesome. A while later, they arrived at the rehearsal room for the S-Class Acting Awards. Everyone gathered around Songyan and Wenlei to greet them. Then Wenlei and he separated. He followed the staff to the actors he needed to guide. She, meanwhile, received the scene assigned by the program. It was Daoqi's confession scene. Wenlei went towards two young actors. The young male actor was named Ning Junxian. The actress was named Wang Yao. She asked if they had rehearsed together before. Wang Yao replied that they had, but the director said when she and the male lead looked at each other, there wasn't the shyness and embarrassment of a young girl in love. So it didn't look like she was being confessed to, but like she was listening to someone read lines. Wenlei listened and quickly concluded to herself that the problem was they weren't in character. Then, being a senior herself and assigned by the program, Wenlei took the initiative to say she would perform that scene for them to observe closely. Wang Yao was naturally very happy and thanked her profusely. Then Wenlei waved her hand, signaling Ning Junxian to come over quickly to act with her. Meanwhile, Songyan was also very focused on guiding a younger actor. At this moment, an actor came over and told Songyan that Wenlei was over there guiding Ning Junxian in acting, asking if he didn't want to go watch. Songyan immediately replied that he didn't want to. The people around started whispering, teasing, and asking if he was jealous. But Wenlei has done so many idol dramas, so how many times a year must he be jealous? So Songyan had to go watch to stop them from teasing him. Songyan walked towards where Wenlei was acting, telling himself that he couldn't possibly be jealous. It was just that he simply didn't want to watch. He probably had to rethink that in the next second. Songyan's eyes widened at the scene before him. Wenlei was standing in front of Ning Junxian. She was shy and bashful like a young girl, finding it hard to express her feelings of love. Songyan was stunned by the scene that seemed too real. Meanwhile, the crowd around was whispering about the interesting scene before them. They wondered if Teacher Song was okay. Unexpectedly, this was a scene they could watch without paying any money. Songyan unconsciously raised his hand to rub his forehead in frustration. The soft strands of hair fell over his angular face. He thought again, how could he not be jealous? Ha! He seemed to have overestimated himself. Finally, the scene before him had to reluctantly stop when the director discovered that Ning Junxian was being overshadowed by Wenlei to an uncomfortable degree. Ning Junxian shyly scratched his head and laughed, saying that being stared at so intently by Miss Wen, his heart had become so depraved, it was just pounding like that. Suddenly, Junxian felt a chill run down his spine. He must have realized that he had entered Songyan's line of sight. Wenlei hadn't yet noticed his presence. She was very professional, encouraging the young actor. She told him to perform it once more, and it would be fine. Ning Junxian laughed nervously, choosing his words carefully. He said Wenlei was really good. With her husband nearby, she could still act so authentically. In his heart, the boy was screaming for Wenlei to look up quickly. He was really scared. Wenlei, under Ning Junxian's subtle hint, also looked up to see where her husband was. Songyan spoke first. I'm standing here. His voice deepened. Praising someone while making them feel a bit chilled to the bone? Well acted. This scene made those around feel a bit suffocated. That is to say, Songyan's smile suddenly became gloomy and cold again. The applause he produced was dry and disjointed. His gaze swept over Wenlei and Ning Junxian. He spoke with a cold tone tinged with challenge. As it happens, I'm not good at acting in romance films. Miss Wen, could you guide me? Wenli avoided his eyes, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. She had to quickly shake her head vigorously to dispel the vague thoughts in her mind. Wenli thought, no, that's not right. I was just acting, not having an affair, so why do I feel guilty? So she patted Songyan a few times, politely declining that if she acted with him, it would waste their practice time. But the young actors didn't give Wenlei a way out, all saying loudly, it's fine. They said they also wanted to learn more about how to act in romantic scenes. They really wanted to see the two of them act together. Wenlei sighed and said, all right then. Then, as a precaution, Wenlei turned to tell Songyan in advance that her skill level wasn't enough to teach him. If he felt her acting wasn't good, he should say so. She would definitely accept the feedback. Songyan obediently smiled and took the script. As he read, he replied, if I don't act well, I hope Miss Wen won't criticize me. In his heart, he was certain that she would definitely find him not good at romantic films, at least not 15 years ago. After a certain amount of time, seeing that both were ready, the director signaled to begin. The opening scene was Songyan grabbing Wenlei's hand tightly, holding her back. His mouth shouted a cry both painful and angry. Little vixen. He lowered his head, his gaze piercing deep, bitterly asking her if she really couldn't see his feelings for her. Wenlei looked up at him with her large, delicate eyes. Her cheeks were already flushed. In her mind, she kept reminding herself to stay calm. Songyan's words rang out again. He said mournfully that he had never indulged any girl to this extent before. He had never missed someone this much, nor had he ever been so troubled. When she's happy, he's happy. When she's sad, he's sad. Songyan then gently placed his lips on her finger affectionately. He always spoke of morality and righteousness. Each time he said helping her was just a small matter, but he knew himself well. He knew he liked her very much. As Songyan finished speaking, he embraced Wenlei tightly. Wenlei seemed to still not understand what was happening and looked up with wide eyes. Songyan whispered in her ear. His voice was bitter, as if he himself was in that situation. He said, "I've said so much, silly little vixen. Do you still not understand my feelings?" Wenlei's lips trembled. For a moment, she couldn't distinguish reality from fiction. She wished this scene would never end, but the scene still required her to continue acting. Wenlei pushed him away forcefully. Her mouth stammered shyly, mixed with a bit of resistance, saying she didn't want to hear such cheesy words from him. Wenlei turned away, embarrassed, and remarked, "It gives me goosebumps." In her mind, she was frantically scolding herself, unworthy of being an actress, stammering like that. Songyan proactively grasped Wenlei's shoulders, pulling her to face him. He looked straight at her, saying his words might be cheesy, but every word was sincere. Wenlei seemed to be moved by his words. Her mind gradually relaxed. He also carefully moved closer, placing his large, warm hand on her face. Both tilted their heads, eyes closing. Only their lips unconsciously parted in anticipation. His lips touched Wenlei's. It was really just a moment away. Surely a deep kiss was about to happen, compensating for the male lead's longing over the years of waiting. But no. Among the onlookers, suddenly a mischievous mouth blurted out, "Goodness, it's a kissing scene." Wenlei was startled by those words and opened her eyes wide. The director then called cut completely, bringing the two back to reality. Wenlei's face turned bright red. Covering her mouth with her hand, she stammered to Songyan, "That must have been hard for you." At this moment, a round of applause erupted around them. He also praised, "Indeed, married couples acting together are different. It was truly intense and moving." Songyan and Wenlei also smiled shyly. She then regained her composure and spoke to Wang Yao, saying, "This is exactly the feeling." Wang Yao's eyes sparkled like stars. She had truly become a fangirl. She kept praising teacher Wen for being so skilled. Hearing the praise, Wenlei silently refuted in her mind. What skill? At that moment, if it hadn't stopped, she would have died of embarrassment. The young actresses later regretfully said to each other, why, when the atmosphere was already at that point, didn't the director arrange a kissing scene? Wang Yao then explained that actually, in the original work, there was a kissing scene, but their time was tight, fearing they couldn't convey it fully, so the production team had removed that scene. Hearing everyone's disappointment about getting to that point without seeing them kiss, Wenlei secretly stopped Songyan. Then she whispered, scolding him that there was basically no kissing scene in the script, so what was he doing earlier? Songyan replied that he really liked this film of Wenlei's, so he had watched it many times. He said he of course remembered what happened afterwards. Hearing this, Wenlei crossed her arms and pouted, saying if he knew it so well, why didn't he rehearse the script with her? And he even tricked her by saying he wasn't good at it. Songyan tilted his head up, the corners of his mouth rising. I didn't trick you. In fact, just now, I almost couldn't keep up with your script. Your eyes just now were really not bad. I'd say you almost made me think you liked me. Wenlei was struck right in the heart, bewildered, and not knowing how to respond. Luckily, a staff member came to Wenlei's rescue. He called Songyan away, saying someone needed his guidance. As Songyan left, he made a gesture of clutching his heart like a victim, blaming it all on Wenlei, saying she made him still have a racing heart and shaky legs. He couldn't take it anymore, had to go work to calm down. Wenlei angrily shouted from behind, "You, what racing heart and shaky legs? You think you're still a young teenager just in your teens." After finishing the guidance, Songyan and Wenlei stood together again. He turned to her, saying that Director Chu had just sent him a message, saying he had arrived. Now they would go over to greet him. The staff member also pointed out to them that the directors were in the break room, telling them to just go straight that way and they'd arrive. Wenlei and he thanked the staff member. Then they went together in the direction they were pointed to. Wenlei was feeling very awkward. She didn't know what to say to him now. After clearing her throat, she said that actually, today, when she and he were acting together, She got a bit too immersed. She asked him if that would affect his guidance of their acting later. Songyan casually shook his head and said no, it's fine. He also got too immersed then. Hearing this, Wenlei raised her eyebrows and asked, "You were immersed too?" Songyan lowered his head and replied that he got too into the character, so he was a bit immersed. Hearing this, Wenlei got angry, venting her frustrations from the past few days. She grabbed his sleeve and asked him who he thought she was. Was she Duan Jiaren? Songyan was confused, not understanding. Wenlei quickly lowered her head in disappointment. She walked ahead of him, saying, "Forget it." Songyan now somewhat understood the issue. He ran to pull her back. This action surprised Wenlei a bit. He then gently called out Wenlei. She turned her head, bewildered, asking why he called her. Songyan's eyes were more determined than ever. "I'm not calling you. I'm answering your question from earlier. I'm saying that at that time I saw you as Wenlei." After changing their costumes, they went to meet the directors. Songyan introduced to Wenlei the man in front of them as director Wu Wei Guang. Wenlei very politely shook his hand and greeted him. Director Chu Ping of the Ice City film was at that moment on one side observing and examining Wenlei. He secretly felt that her appearance really resembled Wan Wan from the script. However, her screen presence was hard to tell. Next, it was his turn to be greeted by Wenlei. Director Chu was slightly startled and snapped out of his thoughts. Wenlei looked at him with very strong and determined eyes, saying she would definitely perform well. Director Chu was somewhat stunned by her. While Wenlei had turned to draw lots for filming as instructed by the organizers, Director Chu was still behind, gleefully making a silent observation about Wenlei's dialogue skills. Those subtle, persuasive words were not bad at all. They then gathered at the scene to film the S-level performance. The MC was asking Wenlei a question before she drew lots about which script she wanted to draw. Wenlei answered skillfully. She didn't specify, but only replied that whatever she drew, she wouldn't embarrass Teacher Song. The MC didn't want to hear her flatter anymore, so he urged Wenlei to quickly draw and see which scenes she got. Everyone on the set was made to laugh by the MC. Wenlei, too, laughing while opening the slip. Inside was the scene of Empress Dowager Jin An, a film scene, still from Wu Wei Guang's power play script. The romantic line was still the most difficult to control and observe. Wenlei felt this scene was really too challenging. After her, other guests came up to draw lots. After all the guests had finished drawing, the MC then guided them to find partners from the new actors to complete the scene together. Starting with Songyan first. Following Songyan's gaze, the young actors below eagerly raised their hands, hoping for a chance to act with him. Songyan, however, mentioned a familiar name. He said he heard Ning Junxian was a junior from the same school, so he chose him. The MC was also very excited and commented that this was a face-off between two campus heartthrobs from the Drama Academy. Next came Wenlei's turn to choose. Faced with countless calls from young actors below, Wenlei was very hesitant. At this moment, Songyan suddenly spoke slowly. He pointed at his face, smiling brightly. "Why don't you choose me?" The entire set was instantly stunned. Only Songyan maintained his innocent smile. Seeing this, Director Wu spoke up and asked if Songyan could handle two scripts by himself without overloading. Songyan appeared sincere and said that mainly he really liked this film of Director Wu's, but couldn't accept it then due to scheduling conflicts. He still regretted it a bit now. Director Wu listened and secretly smiled. In his heart, he knew well it wasn't about scheduling at all. It was clearly because he said he couldn't act in romantic films. He shouldn't be pushed into it. Director Chu beside was silently analyzing. He knew well that Wenlei wanted to use this scene to compete for his Wan Wan role. In a scene, an actor's state isn't just related to their own abilities. It also can't be too far from their partners. Choosing a new actor with unstable performance really wasn't appropriate. The MC had now asked for his opinion, asking if it was possible. Could a guest performer find another guest performer as a partner? Director Wu had replied that it was possible. Wenlei then turned her hopeful gaze towards Director Chu. He then thought that young Songyan, who looked so dignified, had actually set his heart on his wife for a long time. Director Chu then asked Wenlei if she agreed. Wenlei nodded happily, saying she agreed. This was considered as Director Chu's approval. Wenlei was overjoyed because compared to the group of concubines of similar skill level, the main consort Song was still more appealing. The MC then turned to a young male actor famous for his lead roles in dramas. He was named Duan Hong. Duan Hong had just drawn Wenlei's ancient fantasy segment. It was said he had never acted in this type of work before. The MC then asked if he felt nervous. This Duan Hong answered with a smiling face, but his words had a strange implication. He said this type of script normally wouldn't pass his manager's approval, so it was quite challenging. He also expressed confidence in his female co-star, emphasizing they both came from formal drama backgrounds. Acting together, it surely wouldn't be too difficult to communicate. Wenlei listened, just slightly pursing her lips, her expression unchanged. The MC didn't want to ask Duan Hong any more questions and told all the guests to prepare well for the next 2 days. Wenli and Song Yan then had a practice session beforehand. After the director called cut, she pitifully asked him if her emotions were too intense just now. Song Yan wiped his sweat, eyes on the script, and said no. He just felt she saw him as Duan Hong, which is why she was so fierce. Wenlei immediately pressed on the mic on her collar and whispered to him frantically not to say that out loud. She then sighed, saying to let her be angry alone. Song Yan was a film emperor. He was also a TV emperor. When the show airs, she feared Song Yan might turn against Duan Hong because of her. That wouldn't be good for him. Song Yan, seeing she understood his intentions, secretly smiled. He pinched Wenlei's cheek affectionately and said, how could he not be angry? Wenlei, like a small powder keg, started twisting him, asking why he didn't help her vent her anger just now. Song Yan put on the most innocent face possible. He replied that he thought acting this scene with her, leaving Duan Hong speechless, was helping her vent her anger. He then sighed, clenching his fist, and said, if she had given him a signal at that time, he would have directly punched that guy. Wenlei, having been skillfully comforted, immediately hugged him happily, saying she didn't expect that besides filming, he also knew these things. Song Yan gently replied of course he knew, it was all for her. In his heart, he added, when in school he had fought quite a bit for her too. She just didn't know. Wenlei, more excited, hugged Song Yan's face and nuzzled it. All men are the same. How come Teacher Song is so good? Song Yan gently held her hand. He smiled meaningfully. If I'm so good, then can you like me? Wenli didn't answer. Song Yan's eyes instantly drooped. He then changed the subject, saying, let's practice the lines once more. Unexpectedly, Wenlei suddenly gripped his hand tightly and shouted, I can, so you should quickly like me too. Song Yan was startled. Then he froze stiff as if sprayed with glue. Wenlei's face turned red as a tomato. She berated herself, wondering what she was doing. It was truly incomprehensible. Song Yan felt his face heat up. He spoke in a deep, warm voice, saying, you've broken the rules again. Wenlei just gaped blankly, not fully understanding what he meant. At this moment, the door opened and a staff member poked his head in. He asked Song Yan if the microphone was okay. Song Yan smiled amiably and said it was fine. He explained that he was just having a private conversation with Wenlei, so he turned it off for a moment. Meanwhile, Wenlei took the opportunity to go to a corner and lecture herself. She repeatedly patted her face, telling herself that pursuing someone is a long-term affair. Her important task now was to quickly practice acting. Wenlei then turned back to secretly look at him. The corners of her mouth curved up smugly. She was thinking, although Song Yan used to ignore her before, now wasn't he gradually being enchanted and falling for her? Wenlei thus became cheerful the next moment. Holding the script, she skipped over to tell him that she would memorize her lines and told him to remember a bit too. Later, they would rehearse together again. Song Yan couldn't bear to scold her time and time again before she memorized her lines. But half an hour later, he basically couldn't remember anything. Song Yan sat dejectedly in a corner. Wenlei suddenly came to chat with him, asking if he still hadn't finished memorizing. Did he need to prepare 2 scripts to switch back and forth? Song Yan blushed and shook his head, replying, it's not about the script. Hearing this, Wenlei directly sat down close to him and even held his hand, asking which line he was stuck on. Wenlei was very excited inside. Along with the joy of helping others, clinging to him under the guise of guidance was too great. She then very gently and naturally rested her head on his shoulder, proactively wanting to help him review a bit. Song Yan's face turned bright red. He felt he couldn't take it anymore. Finally, Song Yan stood up, making an excuse to go next door to check on the juniors first. Wenlei was a bit bewildered. Then she also told him to go ahead. Afterwards, Wenlei still tried to call after him, reminding him that Ning Junxian's talent was quite good, but perhaps because his external conditions were too good, sometimes he might not be able to let go. You could give him advice to make the lines sound better. Song Yan suddenly felt a bit annoyed. He turned and told her that he would take care of it. As for her, she should focus on preparing for her own performance. 2 hours later, in Ning Junxian's practice room, Song Yan was in a position pressing Junxian's head to the ground. He commented this time, your movements and expressions when punching were very good. Junxian immediately thanked Teacher Song. The two of them then rested for a moment. Ning Junxian couldn't stop praising that Teacher Song's fighting just now was really beautiful. Song Yan thanked him and took the water bottle from his junior. He tilted his head back and took big gulps. Junxian beside him spoke again, saying he suddenly understood why he acted in more action scenes now. The movements were too cool. Ning Junxian was dazzled just watching. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how Teacher Song drinking water could also look so masculine. Just after praising Teacher Song, the next second Junxian received a meaningful look from him. Song Yan still remembered clearly. He asked Junxian if he was also dazzled when talking to Miss Wen before like that. Junxian immediately froze and stammered no. He explained that it wasn't him being dazzled, it was that he was conquered by Wenlei's acting skills. Hearing this, Song Yan stopped teasing Junxian. He urged him to quickly practice. Miss Wen was still waiting for him over there. A moment later, it was Wenlei who came over here herself. Hearing the sounds of fighting, she wondered if they were practicing. Wenlei entered, just as Song Yan and Junxian were doing the final move. He looked up and asked if she had arrived. Wenlei nodded slightly, saying she came to watch them practice. Seeing this, Song Yan pulled Junxian up, saying that they would practice one more time. Wenlei stood on the side with her arms crossed. She thought to herself that it's really convenient between men. There's really no jealousy when rehearsing together. She then thought if she and he were to rehearse like that, it would start with him pinning her down. She would struggle to resist, but still be controlled by him. Finally, it would end with a really melodramatic finish. He would look at her intensely. I told you, you can't escape. This frivolous thought and that line seemed familiar to Wenlei. She pondered, thinking it seemed she had heard it somewhere before. Wenlei thought and thought, finally realizing it was in bed. That night, he said she wouldn't escape. This realization made Wenlei blush. Then, a call from Ning Junxian rang out. Wenlei, startled, snapped back to reality. Junxian then ran over excitedly, asking her how his performance just now was. But Wenlei hadn't been watching at all. She could only give a general comment that it was very good, then made an excuse to go back and review her lines before leaving. Wenlei's departure left Ningxian a bit confused. The young man awkwardly scratched his head, wondering what was wrong with Wenlei. As for Songyan, he remained silent, his face ice cold. He thought she had just come in and stared intently at this junior. At that moment, the unfortunate Ning Junxian spoke up to ask his senior, "Did I not do well?" Songyan frowned irritably and curtly replied, "Don't know." Even after practice was over, on the ride back, for some unknown reason, the atmosphere in the car was really cold. Wenlei and Songyan each sat facing different directions, neither saying a word to the other. Wenwen felt awkward about this and turned to quietly ask Wenlei if something was wrong. Wenlei didn't answer. Just then, Songyan received a voice message from Junxian. He pressed play to listen. Wenlei also perked up her ears. The young man said he didn't understand a line of dialogue, asking if he was free to help with this. Before Songyan could say anything, Wenlei spoke up, asking him why he wasn't there with his junior who was practicing. Is this teacher Song's style of being a senior? Songyan frowned and looked at her, asking if she cared that much about the junior. Wenlei immediately said no. Then she added that she thought if he practiced with him, it would be more effective than practicing with her. When rehearsing with her, he couldn't even remember his lines. Hearing this, Songyan smiled coldly and asked again if she really wasn't concerned about him. Then why during today's practice did she keep staring at him like that? Hearing this, Wenlei immediately exploded in rebuttal. She said he personally taught him to act, but as a result, it distracted her from her own lines. Songyan lowered his head pensively. He denied the guilt she was placing on him and even suggested that she originally had a great responsibility. They looked at each other, sparks flying. The air was thick with tension. Wenlei spoke up again to argue. She said she was talking about his junior. He treated his junior better than her. He was clearly biased. Songyan immediately argued back, saying he didn't know who was treating him and his junior differently. Wenwen couldn't take it anymore either. She finally had to shout, "Stop!" The girl turned to Wenlei and Songyan, saying they were both adults now. If they're jealous, just say they're jealous, okay? Wenli stubbornly turned her face away, proudly saying, "Who's jealous?" Songyan also didn't bother to look at her or say anything. Wenli felt panicked inside. She felt it was hopeless. The atmosphere was even worse than before. Arriving home, Wenlei grabbed her clothes, saying she'd shower first. Hearing Songyan say he'd wait for her, Wenlei poked her head out of the bathroom, telling him he should go to sleep first. They had to be at the rehearsal early tomorrow morning. She was worried that Songyan had been too busy lately. Today, their relationship had some progress, but tomorrow he had to go to work again. She calculated that the deadline was approaching too. After hearing Wenlei, Songyan looked up, asking what tomorrow's rehearsal had to do with him waiting for her to shower. He only intended to wait for her. that's all. But Wenlei thought he had other intentions, so she embarrassedly slammed the door shut. Her attitude like this made Song Yan feel very strange. He tilted his head back to the ceiling, thinking. The sound of running water echoed. It couldn't cool Wenlei's flushed face. She covered her face with her hands, inwardly blaming herself for overthinking. She needed to shower to calm down. After thinking for a while, Song Yan started to urge her. He crossed his arms, leaning against the door. "Teacher Wen, hurry up. But it would be faster if we showered together, you know." Wenlei was so embarrassed by him that she became angry. In the misty steam, Wenlei gripped the door handle tightly, her mouth cursing. "Shower your head. Are you itching for a beating?" Song Yan replied immediately, feeling very hot, urging her to hurry up, not to keep him waiting long. Because Empress Dowager Jinan has a lot of lines, we'll need quite some time to work on them. This immediately made Wenlei die of embarrassment. She hastily stammered, "I know." In the bathroom, Wenlei scolded herself again. "What were you just thinking about? Wenlei, oh Wenlei, are you even an actress?" Finally, she had to force herself to snap out of it. Stop worrying about chasing men. By the time Song Yan finished showering, Wenlei was sitting on the bed reading the script. Wenlei couldn't help but laugh at herself, so his waiting for me meant waiting for her to finish showering so he could take his turn. Wenlei then waved her hand, reciting a line from the script. "Child, come here." Song Yan immediately put on a cold expression. His throat growled each word, asking what she just called him. Wenlei waved the script. She smiled and said, "Mother is calling you, child. Come here and have a dialogue with Mother." She was feeling very smug inside. Who told him to play her son in the script? Song Yan couldn't bear it anymore and rushed forward to pinch Wenlei's cheek, scolding her for daring to call him like that. He was older than her. He even asked if she could give birth to a child his age. Wenlei writhed in pain, retorting that it was just acting. "Aren't you an actor? How do you know I can't give birth?" Song Yan's tone immediately changed. His voice softened yet challenging. "Then give birth to one for me to see. Can't have a child alone. Do you need my help?" Wenlei looked up, raising her hand to caress his angular face. "All right then, let's have one. When it's born, you'll have to call it Dad." In the ambiguous atmosphere and suggestive words, they immediately kissed each other without prompting, their moist lips intertwined teasingly. After the passionate kiss, Wenlei's finger lightly traced his lips. She asked if he was afraid. Song Yan leaned close to her, touching foreheads, their noses touching. He looked straight into Wenlei's eyes, sincerely saying he was afraid. He asked how long she planned to play with him. Wenlei didn't yet understand what was happening. He expressed the frustration he'd felt all day. He asked if she liked feeling victorious, using her junior to make him jealous. "You're happy, aren't you?" Wenlei in turn reproached him for clearly favoring her junior over her. He was good when rehearsing with him, but distracted when acting with her. Song Yan blamed her again, asking if she thought everyone was as slow as her. She hung her arms around his neck, asking how he couldn't be distracted. After speaking, he reached to pinch Wenlei's waist. She laughed from ticklishness, but still remembered to retort that it was a strategy to pursue men. Song Yan asked if she had succeeded in her pursuit. Wenlei blushed as she looked at him. Then she casually traced her finger on him, saying, wasn't he now a defeated general under her hand? Song Yan felt his body temperature rise. He held her head firmly. "Teacher Wen, do you know what consequences there are for deliberately angering a man?" "What consequences?" Surely Wenlei understood by now. One of Wenlei's dress straps was undone by him. The soft silk glided gently over Wenlei's tender skin. She nervously said to the man sitting in front of her, "Teacher Song, wait a moment." She then began using logic to accuse him of always using his body to intimidate her. After all, he was a man. Didn't he feel ashamed? Song Yan looked at her as he spoke, his body gradually moving closer. His eyes looked at her like a wild animal eyeing its prey. Though Wenlei was talking tough, it was only a weak resistance. She kept instinctively backing away. He then wrapped his arms around her tightly, gently whispering in her ear that it had come to this point. He told her not to be harsh anymore. Wenlei squirmed in his arms, but to no avail. Only her mouth remained incredibly stubborn, blaming everything on him. He just slightly curved his lips in a smile, saying if she didn't want to admit it, he wouldn't force her. He asked what she thought about both of them getting along and continuing like this tomorrow. Wenlei, upon hearing this, excitedly asked if he was serious. She couldn't believe there could be such a good thing. He gave her all the initiative. Her joy lasted less than 3 seconds before Song Yan set his condition. He said she must give him an answer. He wasn't like her. He didn't like toying with others. Wenlei unconsciously backed away again, her voice weak. She accused him of talking as if she were a bad woman, saying she had already explained it was just a method. Song Yan looked straight into her eyes, clearly stating his view that her method was too strong, making him restless every day. He really didn't want to play along with her anymore. Hearing this, Wenlei's face reddened. She shyly asked him if she was really that powerful. Song Yan immediately used his wet tongue to lick her earlobe. If you weren't powerful, why would I be doing this now? Wenlei felt her whole body heat up. She couldn't think of anything more to argue with. He said this was the answer. Let's see if she dares to tease others again. With great difficulty, she managed to say it was too ticklish, asking him to stop licking, but then her lips were sealed by his kiss. His soft and mischievous tongue slipped between Wenlei's teeth, exchanging sweet nectar. Wenlei gradually sank into enjoyment. Occasionally, amorous moans escaped from her throat. When they reluctantly parted, both their lips were swollen and red. The room was filled with heavy breathing and her provocative whimpers. She knew what he intended to do. She weakly uttered a single wait, but he couldn't bear it anymore and replied if she refused, it meant she didn't like him. Wenlei looked at him, indignation flooding her eyes. She wanted to argue back, asking who said that, but he didn't give her the chance. Songyan leaned down again, his warm lips touching Wenlei's shoulder. Her silence he took as her liking it. Wenlei could only tightly grip his neck, pitifully threatening that she would continue to tease him to death. Finally, unable to threaten anymore, her voice gradually turned into pleading moans, begging him to stop. Songyan sat up, his body burning hot, looking at her with gentle but lustful eyes. All right, I'll be gentler. Afterwards, the room was filled with Wenlei's cries. His mischievous voice softly asked, Junior, do you like me now? Wenlei cried out in pleasure, while trying to maintain a bit of sanity to reply, who likes you? But her words were all broken up by those frenzied screams. She finally had to lie there submissively, face down in the pillow, unable to say anything. Songyan, above her, still leaned down, caressing that hot body. He even gently bit her ear. Junior, you like me now? In her ecstasy, Wenlei's voice weakly rang out again. Senior, do you like repeating that? Junior, I do like repeating it. You like me now? The next morning, Wenlei was in the makeup room getting ready. The makeup artist, while applying makeup, said, It's strange. You've never been late for work, but this morning you're half an hour late. Wenlei coughed lightly, trying to stay calm. She then blamed it all on Songyan, accusing him of being too lazy. A young actress nearby, seeing this, smiled meaningfully and asked Wenlei, why not say the staff went on a business trip? She also said she wouldn't take a lunch break later, but would practice Teacher Song's lesson instead. Songyan suddenly appeared at the door. He immediately added casually, Of course. To make up for it, Teacher Wen has asked me to review that dialogue dozens of times. Seeing him arrive, Wenlei immediately stood up. She approached Songyan, saying cheerfully, Let's go quickly. The young actress watched and thought to herself, how wonderful. She finally understands why her agent told her not to easily accept period dramas. With their appearance and traditional costumes, she felt she couldn't compare at all. Wenlei, acting like a senior, waved to her junior Wang Yao and encouraged her, saying there wouldn't be any problems. Later, half an hour later, after Wang Yao and Xuan Xian finished their performance, backstage, a staff member told Wenlei and Songyan to get ready, as it was almost their turn. On stage, teacher Duan Hong was currently giving her evaluation. Duan Hong, as talkative as ever, praised Wang Yao's part as very good, even better than Wenlei's original version. The detailed design was more flexible than the original female lead character. Perhaps this is the advantage of an actor with a professional background. These words directly made Wang Yao anxious. All of that was taught by Teacher Wen. Wang Yao didn't expect that it would now be used to step on Teacher Wen like this. The MC had to quickly stop Duan Hong's gossipy mouth with another question. He asked him if he would appear in the appreciation clip for this play soon, and if he was worried about it. Duan Hong still couldn't answer properly. He said he wasn't worried, just thought he wasn't suitable for this type of film. He thought the important thing was for actors to know their position. This type of film is more suitable for Wenlei to act in. She's really unlucky taking director Yu's role. Wenlei heard this and frowned. Whispers erupted from below. Everyone there realized that this Duan Hong was hinting that Bali didn't have professional training, and her acting skills weren't as good as newcomers. In his eyes, those who act in idol dramas have no acting skills, and those who act in serious films are just acting. Following Duan Hong's implied hints, they naturally felt dislike towards Wenlei. Wenlei then gently tugged on Songyan's clothes. She said she felt a bit worried and asked him to encourage her. Songyan turned off the microphone. Don't worry, I'm here. Wenlei was still anxious. She asked, What if I drag you down? Will you blame me? Songyan knew she had been affected by Duanhong's words. He had to be as gentle with her as possible. How could I blame you? Songyan brushed her hair. Junior, when you were in high school, you could dance alone on stage at the school's anniversary. He added that now she has him by her side. Even if she makes a mistake, her husband will be there to support her. So there's no need to worry. She just needs to perform normally. Hearing his encouragement, Wenlei's mood improved significantly. A smile appeared on her lips, and her brows were no longer furrowed. Wenlei then asked him if she were someone else. Would he be as generous and easy to talk to? Songyan smiled confidently. Forget about others. Hearing him say this, Wenlei couldn't help but exclaim that he was really unfair. Songyan gently took her hand again. Don't talk to me about fairness. I'm very biased. Who told me to only like you? Right after that, the MC invited Wenlei and Songyan to perform a classic scene from the drama Empress Jinan. Below, there were whispers from young actors, asking each other about the content of this drama. This is a political intrigue drama. In the film, the prince is helped to the throne by his young stepmother, the Empress. Later, he develops complicated feelings for his stepmother. This scene is where they pull each other. Wenlei, as the Empress, sits with a very dignified expression on the chair. Beside her is a young eunuch reporting that the emperor has arrived to pay respects. The Empress opens her eyes with stunning beauty and an air of superiority, giving a sense that no one could casually touch her. The emperor then steps forward, bowing to pay respects. After being allowed to stand by the Empress, the emperor slowly rises. At this moment, the emperor says he heard that Scholar Zhang hanged himself in prison. Thinking that Scholar Zhang was the teacher of the former crown prince and the Empress Dowager, he came especially to console her, hoping the Empress Mother would suppress her grief, not worry too much, and harm her health. The Empress Dowager laughs scornfully, her face darkening with anger, as she says she originally didn't know or worry, but the emperor deliberately came to say this, truly making his filial piety difficult. The emperor maintains his composure, pulls his sleeve to offer tea, his mouth full of hidden meaning, saying that if only the Empress Dowager is willing to let go, she will forever be the mistress of Renshou Palace, his Empress Mother, the Empress Dowager with power over the world. The Empress Dowager frowns, her words coming out gently but firmly, saying using the hands of eunuchs to deal with loyal ministers, she sees the emperor as not even equal to a 3-year-old child. As soon as she finishes speaking, the emperor with his dubious intentions lunges forward, causing the young Empress Dowager to fall back in shock. He says with urgency, so this is what the Empress Mother thinks. Faced with the emperor's sudden approach, the Empress Dowager can't help but get angry. She frowns and shouts, Juyolan, what are you trying to do? The emperor looks at her, seemingly wanting to let out a dry laugh, his face clearly showing surprise. You called my name. The Empress Dowager, though embarrassed, still tries to assert her authority. So, what if I called it? Do you want to kill me too? But the emperor's voice suddenly becomes strangely soft. He says, would the Empress Dowager be willing to call it once more? The Empress Dowager doesn't understand. She imagines she has angered the emperor and is very ready to face death. Now, before this request, she gives him a surprised and puzzled look, unable to speak. The emperor still shows a hint of a smile in his eyes, saying she should call his childhood name one more time. The relatives of Scholar Zhang, he can spare them a way out. The scene ends here. The director shouts cut, and the MC's voice invites Wenlei and Songyan to step onto the stage. Below in the audience, a round of applause erupts. Wenlei looks up and whispers to Songyan that she's very nervous. Clearly, she's a guest, but why does it feel like she's in a competition? Songyan holds her hand tightly to encourage her. It's okay, I'm here, with you. Wenlei regains her composure, smiles brightly with him, and steps onto the stage to greet the audience. After that, it's time for comments from the judges and directors. The judges and directors can't stop praising them, saying they're truly beautiful. The acting is on-screen acting. The beauty is a combination for idol dramas. Every aspect deserves full marks. Director Wu Yong expresses that when he directed this romantic scene years ago, in his heart, he criticized and mocked this romantic plot a lot. So for everyone present, including himself, to see them perform it as a beautiful love story, he's a bit surprised, but also amazed. A married couple's collaboration is indeed different. The film producer following couldn't contain his excitement and called for the couple to collaborate quickly. What genre do they want to perform? He will go by the script, as long as they agree to accept. Old Wu then nudges Old Chu's shoulder, asking him if he was also drawn into the plot just now, right? Did he hear the audience wanting them to collaborate? Director Chu still looks dazed, unable to answer. Then Wen Lei takes the mic and speaks to Duan Hong, asking how he felt about her performance just now. Duan Hong, embarrassed, can only lower his head and answer softly, "Very good." Wen Lei smiles brightly and thanks him. She says he's a professionally trained actor, and she believes the genuine assessment in his heart must be accurate. Then she turns to address everyone below. She says actors without professional backgrounds, who haven't been exposed to formal training systems, to perform well in a film, often have to take many detours and must sacrifice more effort. Here she wants to use herself as an example to tell everyone that having a degree in the field or not is not the standard for judging a good actor. It depends on whether they perform well or not. As Wen Lei finishes speaking, countless cheers of agreement erupt. Tamluk is so cool tonight, absolutely killing it. She then raises Song Yan's hand, saying she still has a long way to go. She will try to speak like a professional actor, for example, like her teacher Song. To perform this scene with her, that professional actor has been accompanying her for the past 2 days. Song Yan holds Wen Lei's hand tightly, looking at her lovingly, and replies, "That's what I should do." This is the sugar the two of them are giving to the audience. Tonight, the MC also takes the opportunity to reveal a small detail to everyone. He asks the audience if they know why the guest collaborators and supporting actors are all new students. Only Wen Lei is not, right? He then explains that it's because Song Yan broke the show's rules, nominating himself. Our director Wu didn't dare to offend teacher Song, so he could only agree. Wen Lei wants to explain it's mainly because he wanted to teach her, but the screams from below are so loud they drown out her voice. They're already overdosing on dog food. A fan's voice shouts loudly, saying Song Yan should admit that he didn't want Wen Lei to perform romantic scenes with others. Song Yan, hearing this, just lowers his head in embarrassment. Wen Lei beside him immediately comforts him, saying it's okay, this part can be cut, but the crowd below vehemently objects, saying it can't be. After cheering for a while, not only do they not want to cut that scene, they even want to see the two kiss. Wen Lei hears this and is bewildered. The MC also chimes in, saying this is the voice of the masses. Song Yan finally looks up with a smile, one arm embracing Wen Lei's shoulder. His other hand speaks into the microphone. No, we'll talk about it at home. The MC reluctantly lets them leave. Next is the performance of the following guest. A staff member guides Wen Lei to the exit. Song Yan thanks him and says he can manage on his own. After the staff member leaves, Wen Lei secretly observes Song Yan's every expression. As soon as she sees him sigh, she immediately asks worriedly if she didn't perform well earlier. Song Yan shakes his head, smiling, and replies the opposite, just that he feels a bit regretful. Actually, the audience's request wasn't too much. Hearing this, Wen Lei suddenly stops. She lowers her face, blushing, and stammers, "I think you're right." Song Yan, bewildered, glances at her, still not hearing clearly what she said. He asks her to repeat what she said. Immediately, he gets his answer. Wen Lei, quick as a squirrel, plants on his lips a sweet kiss that leaves him dazed. Song Yan looks at her, gently playing with the long string of beads in Wen Lei's hair. Finally, he closes his eyes to savor that emotional moment. After finishing the show's recording that night, Wen Lei and Song Yan return home. Lying on the bed, embracing affectionately. Resting her head on Song Yan's shoulder, Wen Lei says today she had time to watch the entire film. She just realized how impactful the original film was. Wen Lei looks up at the screen showing Empress Jinan and tells Song Yan that him missing this film is truly a pity. She also recalls his appearance today in her mind, silently praising that whether it's looks or aura, Song Yan is the best. Finally, she can't help but tell him that if he had acted in it, this film would have been even more perfect. After saying this, she feels a bit regretful, because Wen Lei thinks that by this standard, those romantic scenes, she suddenly doesn't feel sorry about missing them anymore. Song Yan then shakes his head and says, "It's not certain. Each actor has different strengths in acting. He considered it at the time, and that's why he didn't choose it." Wen Lei pokes his cheek with her finger, showing that she understands everything. She asks if he's trying to make an excuse to deceive her, that he's not good at romantic films, isn't he? Don't say you're not good. She thinks he's very good. If you acted in idol dramas, what would happen to those male actors? Hearing this, Song Yan immediately looks at her with a probing gaze, asking if he's better than the male actors she has worked with before. Wen Lei answers immediately, "Of course, there's no need for comparison." Song Yan smiles meaningfully. "We're all men. Of course there's comparison." Wen Lei hears this and lets out an, "Oh, so male actors are also so competitive." Then she says he can rest assured because in her heart, they're not in the same league as him. Song Yan's heart flutters at her acknowledgement, making his heart race. He takes Wen Lei's hand, softly saying, "Thank you." In that ambiguous atmosphere, Wenlei suddenly looks at him with expectant eyes, asking if there's anything else besides thank you. Seeing Songyan's confused look, not understanding, Wenlei frowns in dissatisfaction. She stands up sulkily, saying she's leaving. The movie's over, time to shower and sleep. Songyan has to pull Wenlei back down. He makes her sit leaning on his lap, while giving her a light kiss on the cheek and asking her why she has so little patience. Wenlei, on the contrary, still blames him, saying he clearly knows what she's hinting at, but still plays dumb. Songyan nuzzles Wenlei's face again, apologizing, because your sulky look is really cute. Wenlei still maintains a haughty tone, replying that she doesn't need him to tell her she's cute. Songyan starts to flirt, using the tip of his nose to touch her ear. The heat from his suggestive words makes Wenlei shiver. Then, Your Majesty, do you want me to act out a scene with you tonight? Wenlei tilts her head back, yawning widely, saying the acting is all done, no need anymore. She then tells him about Director Chu, asking her to schedule time for an audition after he returns to Yan City. Then he invited her for a meal. Wenlei puts on a thoughtful expression, analyzing. She thinks the meal isn't the main point. Her manager said several actresses are also in contact for this role. If it weren't for the screenwriter, Mr. Chu, feeling that she resembles Wan Wan, her advantage wouldn't be great at all. Songyan comforts her with a calm face, saying she resembles Wan Wan, which is already a big advantage. Just need to prepare well. Wenlei immediately becomes excited and full of spirit, saying she should thank her parents for that, but she still needs to work hard herself. After she chatters for a while, Songyan pulls her closer by the waist, asking if she's finished talking about work. Wenlei leans on his shoulder, still continuing. She says she's never worked with Director Chu before, so she wants him to share some experience with her. It'll help her be more confident at the audition. Songyan impatiently agrees and says they'll discuss it after waking up, so his main concern is whether she's done talking about work. Wenlei immediately jumps out of his arms, angrily asking him why he keeps asking if she's finished talking. Is he impatient? Songyan presses his face against her neck, admitting that he is indeed impatient. He wants to do it now. He's been hinting at it for a long time. He asks if they can talk about work after they're done. Wenlei looks visibly flustered. Her hand moves to embrace his neck but stops midair. Finally, reason prevails. She pushes him away, firmly saying no, because if they do it, she won't have energy left to talk about work with him. Wenlei asks him to share his experience first. Songyan, helpless, has to comply. Seeing Wenlei about to take out a notebook to write, he swiftly pushes it away. He says this experience can't be conveyed through words. It's about understanding. Wenlei suddenly realizes, agreeing he's right. Acting is very abstract. Much experience can only be understood and not explained verbally, unlike textbook theories. So she tells him to continue. Unexpectedly, his continuation is leaning into her chest for a quick kiss. Wenlei hugs him, still thinking this is a mandatory audition by the director. Then she pushes him away again, asking if she remembers any bed scenes in the Ice God script. She's starting to understand his intention. While pulling her clothes, Wenlei seriously suggests he shouldn't rely on his good looks to do whatever he wants. Songyan won't let her off so easily. He replies, telling Wenlei she's wrong. He's clearly relying on her liking him to do whatever he wants. Wenlei is very displeased, about to reproach him for always talking about liking like an elementary school student. But before she can finish, he gently bites her earlobe. He calls her junior again, asking if she can call him senior once more. Wenlei trembles, blushing as she struggles to say senior. Songyan can't hold back anymore and kisses her. The wet sounds of their tongues intertwining can be heard, along with soft moans from the young woman's throat. Songyan holds her waist, slowly lifting her up, making her moan and beg Senior to be gentler. Late at night, curled up next to Songyan in a weak posture, Wenlei dazedly asks him why he likes her calling him Senior so much. Songyan gently strokes her hair. He kisses her forehead lightly and answers, because it gives him a sense of satisfaction that his fantasy has become reality. This couple is settled now, but there's still someone who's not too happy. The program staff, gossiping among themselves, learned that Director Yan was angered by Wenlei and Songyan's couple. Every day, the cameras at their place were turned off. Each time, they could only patch together 30 seconds. As a result, when participating in the S-Level Acting Award, not only was there a love scene excerpt, but even the trailer alone was over a minute long. Director Yan was now furious and made the scriptwriter change the script. This time, they'll switch to a charity live stream. With live streaming, they can't turn off the cameras. Following director Yan's instructions, the nervous staff had to get to work immediately. Very soon, the live stream began. It opened with an introduction by a petite MC, introducing that today's charity live stream is a collaboration between them, a brand, and a recently popular variety show called The World Has You. For each product sold during this live stream, the brand will donate 1 RMB to the charity organization. Next are the distinguished guests from the show The World Has You. Wenlei and Songyan appear wearing matching outfits. Their dazzling beauty immediately causes the entire live stream room to explode. It's not just the two of them. There's also the middle-aged actor couple, Hongge and Zi Tong. At this point, the MC announces that today's live stream isn't just for selling products, but also invites guests to participate in a small game. It's both to promote products and to enhance marital relationships. The couples look at each other in confusion, not understanding what this is about. Wenlei then thinks to herself that a charity live stream probably won't have many viewers, so losing shouldn't be a big deal. So she puts on a carefree smile. Unexpectedly, the next second, the MC announces that the live stream currently has 10 million viewers. The game will start in 10 minutes. Wenlei suddenly feels embarrassed. Then she turns to pat Songyan's shoulder, encouraging him to do his best. They can't lose. Immediately, a fan reminds her that this game is mainly to enhance marital relationships, not about winning or losing. They suggest she clarify her priorities. Shortly after, the MC brings a pack of tissues. The first game is related to the Quangfong tissue product, Quangfong. To prove that the tissue is truly soft and flexible, the program will invite the guests to use Quangfong tissues as props for the first game. This is the tissue passing game. Seeing Wenlei and Songyan, the couple, blushing, fans are truly excited. Comments are about to cover the screen, saying, if the two kiss, they'll buy immediately. The rules of the game are one person holds the tissue in their mouth, the other uses their mouth to receive it. The couple who passes the most tissues within the time limit wins. Meanwhile, since Yanjun and Chi Si-han are a trainee couple, they won't participate. Wenlei puts a tissue in her mouth, puckering her lips like a little bird, and asks Songyan if this is okay. Songyan nods, saying it's fine. When the MC announces the guests should get ready to start, Wenlei's face shows a clear expression of tension. The middle-aged couple starts with a kiss that burns the viewer's eyes. The fans are all very excited. It seems the chemistry between the guests needs to improve. Further, the camera now turns to the young couple, Wenlei and Songyan. They seem to be adapting very well, smooth as flowing water. Generally speaking, it's fluid, but this kind of serious behavior makes the fans very unhappy. They just want the two to throw away the tissues. The first contest ends. Wenlei and Songyan have won this round. Wenlei looks at the screen smugly, asking if any of her fans are watching the live stream. Isn't she great? Beside her, Songyan also obediently applauds. But the fans don't understand what she's so proud of. Everyone wants to find a way to curb her competitiveness. This is like winning the game but losing in life. Songyan cares less about what fans want than what Wenlei wants. He uses a tissue to wipe the sweat from Wenlei's forehead, gently asking if she's having fun. Wenlei nods obediently. This is considered a small reward for the fans. Some comments even ask them to do it again. The organizers immediately arrange for them to play again one more time. They don't forget to remind the players not to be too serious. This time, the two people in the same team will switch positions. That is, Songyan will pass the tissue to Wenlei. He holds a tissue between his lips, his eyebrows raised, asking if she's ready. Wenlei then slowly approaches him, her lips slightly parted. His warm breath makes the tissue flutter slightly, but it makes Wenlei blush and frown. She thinks, with him breathing like this, how can she take it? Songyan's gaze becomes mischievous. He beckons her with his finger, telling her to come closer. Looking at the tissue loosely on his lips, Wenlei thinks this isn't good. It seems about to fall. Waiting for her for too long, Songyan directly uses his hand to pull the dazed Wenlei closer. When their lips touch, just in time to keep the tissue in place, Wenlei blushes. Songyan's eyes are tightly closed. He feels her warm lips through the thin tissue. The fans keep commenting, praising Songyan for being so skilled. Some even admit that while his wife is silly, he isn't. This face is just too beautiful. The ladies are urging each other to quickly capture the screen to use as their new phone wallpaper. When the tissue is on Wenlei's mouth, Songyan looks at her tenderly, as captivated as if everything in this world is summed up in Wenlei. His gaze makes her blush unconsciously. She freezes. The tissue falls. Songyan moves closer and closer, his Adam's apple bobs, his breath getting stronger. Just as fans are cheering for them to get closer, to kiss properly, Wenlei pushes his face away. She shouts at him to be more serious. This scene directly makes Songyan blush and everyone at the scene is left open-mouthed. Viewers feel helpless, asking if Wenlei grew up in a steel factory, wanting to escape from being a fan so badly. Someone even jokes and asks if besides Guangfeng, there are any other tissue brands. They want to buy a few boxes. Not unexpectedly, Wenlei later sits comfortably on the hot search. She's crowned as the first person to do reverse product placement. Wenlei reads it, confused, not understanding what reverse product placement means here. She justifies to herself that, clearly before leaving, the MC had told her those tissues were sold out. The elevator door opens. Wenlei still holds her phone, rambling that it's slander. Surely some rival wants to smear her reputation. Then she shows her phone to Song Yan, asking him to look. He immediately declines, telling her not to ask him, but to talk to the fans instead. Wenlei finds his attitude strange, so she bends down to look at his face, asking what's wrong. Is he angry because she hit him on the live stream? She asks. Song Yan pushes the door open and enters. His eyebrows still furrowed, he answers no, he just hurt himself. Seeing him so sad, Wenlei hesitates a bit. She suddenly lowers her face, deep in thought. Thinking about Song Yan being heartbroken, she again finds it adorable. He hears her mumbling and immediately asks what she said. Before he can collect himself, Wenlei has already wrapped her arms around his neck and pulls him down. Song Yan can't help but pinch her cheek in annoyance and asks what she's doing. Wenlei looks at him with bright eyes. You're so cute, Teacher Song. I didn't realize before how adorable you are. Wenlei is asking Song Yan if he knows how cute he is. He then rubs his head against her. She can't help but exclaim that it's itchy. He then sighs with a pitiful expression, saying he doesn't know if he's cute or not, but he feels he's very easy to coax. Wenlei looks up at him with her eyes. Confused, she asks what easy to coax means. At this point, he takes her hand and explains that he means to praise her tactics as very skillful. His lips gently kiss Wenlei's small fingers. His warm breath brushes her hand. He says he willingly submits to being defeated. Wenlei looks at him wide-eyed for a few seconds, then lowers her head, blushing. She says this is nothing. She has even more skillful tactics. As she speaks, Wenlei's fingers lightly hook into the back of his pants. Immediately, her shy face becomes increasingly mischievous. She asks if he wants to experience a bit more. Song Yan can't help himself and puts his hand on Wenlei's waist. His voice is gentle. I want to. I really need Teacher Wen's guidance. In the ambiguity of subtle hints, Wenlei and Song Yan close their eyes and bring their lips close. But just then a strange sound occurs. Wenlei, alert, immediately covers his mouth, turns her head and shouts, "What's that sound?" Her eyes have spotted a camera emitting a blue light in a corner over there. Under Wenlei's scrutinizing gaze, the camera sheepishly turns away. Wenlei and Song Yan immediately cover their faces in embarrassment. Blood rushes to their heads, the two turn into two small tomatoes. Song Yan helplessly sighs, "No one's home. Why isn't the camera off?" Wenlei also sighs and says, "We almost forgot about it." Song Yan then immediately reaches out to turn off the camera. He grumbles, "If this year's Most Professional Film Crew Award doesn't go to the production team of You and My World, I'll report it as fraud." Having dealt with that troublesome camera, Song Yan turns and scoops Wenlei up in his arms. His voice full of suggestion, "Let's go to the room. Hurry, and let me experience your secret tactics." Meanwhile, the wailing of a monitoring room staff member echoes. He holds his head in distress, blaming himself that if just now he hadn't touched the audio device, they wouldn't have been discovered. But this footage should be enough for him to receive a bonus. The pain in his heart eases a bit. In another development, director Yan is out relieving stress. He can't help but complain to his drinking buddy that he's about to be driven to menopause by that couple. He blames them, saying what's wrong with giving him a bit of footage. Just as he receives a call from the monitoring staff, director Yan loudly says, "If you can't film, then don't film anymore. Come here and eat." But when he hears they've managed to film, Yin does a complete 180-degree turn. He even cheerfully toasts everyone, wanting everyone to drink until they're drunk. This attitude of his makes the staff and colleagues worry, thinking that recently director Yan, due to excessive work pressure, has developed a split personality. But the path to director Yan's beautiful scenes is not smooth. Early in the morning, Wenlei and Song Yan have already come to demand cuts. Director Yan is shocked to hear this. He says it's just a few words adults say to each other in a private room. There's no problem. The audience might not even understand. But Wenlei still disagrees. She demands he delete all the words spoken afterwards, reasoning that there are underage viewers too. She thinks to herself that Song Yan has already played many roles for the audience on screen. Now, these private, flirtatious words and passionate reactions are only for her. which isn't too much to ask. Finally, director Yan has to sigh and agree to delete the latter part. But Song Yan now looks at her and asks Wenlei, how about deleting it all? Wenlei indulges him, saying, okay. Only director Yan hears this and gets annoyed. He quickly shouts, what do you mean okay? Not okay. He stands up abruptly, looks at Song Yan and asks, your wife praising you as adorable. What's wrong with showing that? Song Yan, hearing this, can only keep quiet. Wenlei is also jolted to her senses by the director's shout. She looks at Song Yan and says, actually, she feels this line is fine. No choice. Song Yan also smiles and agrees. The next day, Wen is sitting in the car taking Wenlei to eat with the director. Suddenly, she sees the preview of The World Has You has hit the hot search. In the video clip, Wenlei and Song Yan are embracing each other, praising each other as adorable. The fans are immediately stunned. They didn't expect to finally see a kissing scene. Wen can't help but admire it, saying, it's even the top one hot search. Then she curiously asks what exactly Wenlei and Song Yan had her brother cut out in post-production. Wenlei shyly evades the question. She quickly changes the subject, turning to ask Song Yan if those lines were actually fine. Keeping them in was really good. Song Yan looks at her, gently nodding. In his mind, director Yan's words echo again. Teacher Song, let me ask you, your wife praising you as adorable, what's wrong with showing that? He turns to look at himself, reflected in the car window. He thinks there's nothing wrong with this line. It's just the person who said it, the smile at that moment, the tenderness in her eyes, and even that sweet voice are all private charms that only he should enjoy. He doesn't want others to see them. Now, Wenlei gently reaches out to touch his still dazed face. She says director Yan isn't wrong. Wenlei turns his face to look at her. Her eyes shine brightly, full of affection. Your wife praising you as adorable, indeed. There's no problem with showing that. Soon, the couple arrives at the restaurant to meet the key members of the film crew. Song Yan becomes the bridge, introducing Wenlei to screenwriter Zhou of Ice God. They shake hands and greet each other happily. Screenwriter Zhou looks at Wenlei and exclaims, you're exactly as I imagined. You are Wan. The film producer then comes over, pushing screenwriter Zhou to sit at the table. His face cheerful, he turns back to tell Wenlei that today is just a simple private dinner, telling her to feel free to chat without formalities. He also mentions that during the previous game show recording, since your performance piece was Old Yu's work, as soon as he heard the producer wanted to invite you for dinner, he also came to join. Yu Guang now also gives a thumbs up towards Wenlei, praising her performance as the Empress Dowager as truly excellent. He also asks her if she must have put in quite a lot of effort herself. Wenlei nods and smiles, saying it's also because Song Yan helped her a lot. She has very few films, not much experience in this area. Fortunately, with his guidance, she was able to perform well. Director Yu, hearing this, looks at Song Yan with dissatisfied eyes. He lets out an "oh" and reproaches him for initially looking down on this script of his, but now having free time to put effort into pondering it with his wife. Song Yan smiles awkwardly and explains how could he possibly look down on director Yu's script. That's impossible. Yu Guang, annoyed, tells him to say whatever he likes now, but he remembers when he first entered showbiz, he was much more clueless than his wife. He taught until his throat was dry before you gradually understood. Hearing this, Wenlei turns her face away to hide a smile. Meanwhile, Song Yan nods slowly, with an expression of taking all the blame, saying he'll accept it all. Smiling, he says it must have been tough for the teacher. Old Yu still wants to bring up old stories. Finally, he says one sentence. He says, if back then you had half the patience you have with your wife, the beauty wouldn't have been implicated by you, causing her to be scolded by him along with you. Hearing this, Wenlei can't smile anymore. Her face immediately stiffens. Song Yan beside her also notices her attitude seems different. A moment later, Wenlei regains her cheerful look. Smiling, she says director Yu's earnest advice was really effective. Those two really acted very well. Director Yu shakes his head vigorously, saying it was also because their ages matched, plus the roles. Youth at just the right time. Now, if you find those two to act, it probably wouldn't have the same effect anymore. The producer also gets excited and tells Old Yu to wait until Tang Meiren goes to Lai Chu's place for an audition. Tell Song Yan to go there and act again. Wouldn't that work? Hearing this, Wenlei becomes so distracted that she bumps into her wine glass. The liquid inside ripples and spills a little on her hand. The two carefree men continue talking about having Tang Jiren and Song Yan collaborate to film a separate piece, so fans can reminisce about their youth. Old Yu then tells the producer to speak less, because today's audience is very different. If they recreate a classic work, people will accuse them of ruining it. Wenlei feels a surge of discomfort. She wonders to herself, is that really a classic work? Many years have passed. A youthful couple will always be on everyone's lips, unforgettable. Wenlei unconsciously bites her lip. When thinking of him and Tong Jaerin, the feeling is indescribable. At that moment, she suddenly feels warmth through her palm. It's Song-yan holding her hand. He gently asks Wenlei what's wrong. Wenlei immediately shakes her head, lying that she's just worried about the audition in 2 days. He perceptively tries to probe if there's anything else. Wenlei quickly withdraws her hand, putting on the most composed face possible, answering, "There's nothing else." Song-yan clearly feels something is very strange about her, but with Wenlei saying this, he's at a loss. Just as he's about to speak again, Wenlei suddenly grimaces, holding her stomach and saying quietly that she needs to use the restroom. Song-yan tells her to go quickly. Old Yu only then shows concern, coming over to ask Song-yan if his wife was bothered by what was just said. Song-yan shakes his head, replying that he initially thought she was bothered, but when he asked, he realized he was overthinking. He tilts his head, looking a bit dazed for a moment. Originally, he was afraid she would mind, but when he learned she didn't, Song-yan felt that a man couldn't be as open-minded as her. Wen-lei in the bathroom, her mind still dwelling on those words. In the past, she wouldn't have cared. Before, she only felt a little jealous of Ning Junshun, at most just a bit of defiance. Even if she said it, Song-yan wouldn't take it seriously. It wouldn't affect their relationship. Looking at herself in the mirror, Wen-lei admits that she thinks Tong Jaerin is different. When Song-yan debuted, his performance was at its most youthful and sincere. It was completed with her. For Song-yan, it must also be the most unforgettable experience. Wen-lei slaps her own face repeatedly, forcing herself to be rational. Because she's also an actress, she shouldn't mind this. It looks very unreasonable. Now Song-yan likes her. She tells herself it doesn't matter who he liked 10 years ago. While still reassuring herself, she suddenly hears someone calling her, Song-yan's wife. She immediately puts on a smiling face and asks if Director Yu is also out here. Director Yu frankly replies that he came out here to talk to her. The producer next to him is usually like that. He's used to saying whatever comes to mind. He tells her not to mind it. Wen-lei smiles, her eyes crinkling, and quickly says she was just thinking about the audition earlier. Hearing this, old Yu laughs heartily. "Oh, I thought Ayan's wife was being narrow-minded. Well, if there's nothing else, let's go back to the room." However, as Yu director turns to leave, Wen-lei reveals her true feelings. Her face shows loss and contemplation. She can't help but call out to Director Yu. Wen-lei speaks with a hint of unease, her mouth still trying to justify that, although she doesn't mind, could he tell her about Song-yan's film from 10 years ago? Director Yu asks her with a grin, why not ask Song-yan directly? Wen-lei laughs embarrassedly. Isn't it because I'm too shy to ask? In her heart, she's too proud to think about directly asking Song-yan if he and Tong Jaerin ever developed feelings while filming back then. That would be too embarrassing. She's afraid he'll think she lacks confidence. Director Yu then smiles and asks her to quickly say what she wants to know. Wen-lei doesn't hide her thoughts anymore. Although it's difficult to say, she still tries to request that if Director Yu doesn't mind, he should tell her as much detail as possible. For example, about him and Tong Jaerin. In her heart, she has to admit that she still cares. Director Yu then replies that between Song-yan and Tong Jaerin, there's really nothing worth mentioning. Then he recounts that back then, Song-yan was extremely fond of foreign idol groups. If there's anything special to mention, Director Yu remembers after he invited Song-yan to act in a TV series and was rejected. A few days later, he suddenly came to find him. Song-yan looked young then, with a somewhat pitiful appearance, and asked Director Yu if he became an actor, would he be famous? Would he make a lot of money? Wen-lei is surprised to hear this, wondering if he was very short on money back then. As they were about to continue talking, suddenly they hear Song-yan's voice. Director Yu stops his story, looking towards him and saying he and his wife were reminiscing about old times, talking non-stop. Then he promises Wen-lei that when there's a chance later, they'll continue talking. Now they must return to the meal. After Teacher Yu leaves, Song-yan turns to ask his wife what stories the teacher had told her already. Wen-lei stammers and finally chooses to give an evasive answer, saying Teacher Yu told her about his dark history. While he's still bewildered, Teacher Yu speaks up again, urging the two to come quickly. Wen-lei stands before the dining table, raising her wine glass. Then she says she sincerely hopes to collaborate with the seniors present. Now she thanks them in advance for their future guidance. After speaking, Wen-lei tilts her head back and drains the glass in her hand. Around her, the seniors can't stop praising Ayan's wife's excellent drinking capacity. They want to drink more with her. At this point, Song-yan beside her grabs her wrist tightly. He quietly pulls Wen-lei down, saying he'll help her drink a few glasses. Wen-lei's face is now red. She gently pushes him away, her head still clear enough to argue with him, saying that she really wants to get this role. So tonight he doesn't need to help. Just let her drink by herself. Songyan becomes more worried, saying her face is already flushed. Before he finishes, Wenlei interrupts him. Wenlei gently puts her hand on his shoulder, saying, "You're a man. If you drink today, don't expect to return sober. I'm a woman. If I can't drink more, I can pretend to be pitiful. They won't force me to drink anymore. Besides, if I get drunk, you as my husband can take care of and serve me. If you get drunk too, what use are you to me?" Songyan is convinced by this series of arguments. He reluctantly obeys. Wenlei becomes more enthusiastic, standing up, patting her chest, apologizing to everyone. Today, it's not Songyan and his wife, but Wenlei and her husband. "I'll vouch for my husband. If there's anything, just tell me." This statement of hers stuns scriptwriter Zhao. Director Yu laughs loudly, saying, "Songyan, how can you as a husband let your wife vouch for you?" The producer also winks teasingly, saying, "Before, when your wife wasn't here to cover for you, today your wife is here. How does it feel to be the little man?" Songyan slightly curls his lips and calmly replies, "Very enjoyable, sir." The whole room erupts in hearty laughter because of this. When it's time to leave, Wenlei is already soft and leaning her head on Songyan, letting him support her. The producer takes the chance to give her some advice, saying the audition is in 2 days. Just relax. Your most natural state in daily life already resembles Wanwan very much. Then Director Yu also quietly reminds her that old Chu is a director who values eye acting very much. He tells her during the audition, there's nothing in front of her. Imagine someone she loves or hates is in front of her. In short, put in the most genuine emotions. Definitely don't use any performance tricks to fool him. Director Yu also mentions that Ayan's eyes weren't good at first. It was only after he told him this method that he had an epiphany. That's all there is to say. The driver has arrived. The producer also calls old Yu to come quickly, or he'll have to take a taxi home. Old Yu has to hurry away quickly. Songyan then struggles to get the drunk Wenlei into the car. Before he could get inside, he heard a familiar deep, hoarse voice, calling him young Master Song. Songyan turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. It was Wenyan, Wenlei's uncle. He told Songyan to quickly come talk with him. Songyan also told Wen and Wenlei to quickly wait for him in the car. As soon as he stood in front of Wenyan, this uncle reproached him for going drinking with Wenlei. "She's drunk like this while you seem like nothing happened." Wenyan cleared his throat sarcastically. "Young Master Song, is this how you take care of my niece? Huh?" Songyan calmly replied, "It's because Wenlei cares for him. She didn't want him to drink." However, Wenyan has never been cared for by his niece. Songyan said he doesn't understand, and that's normal. Hearing this, Wenyan couldn't help but frown. His arms crossed in front of his chest. His body seemed to become even larger. He asked Songyan if he was showing off to him, asking if he expected him to congratulate him on waiting until the clouds clear to see the bright moon. Finally using true love to defeat an old-fashioned parent who separates lovers like me. Songyan turned around, his face expressionless. "No need. Your blessings, as far as I'm concerned, are not important. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." Songyan had only taken 2 steps when Wenyan behind him sneered again, bringing up old matters. He said that years ago, Wenlei's grandfather, out of old friendship with Songyan's father, kindly helped him return to the country to study. Yet he showed no gratitude. Instead, he kidnapped his granddaughter. Wenyan said other things he was too lazy to mention. What's done is done. He just reminded him that regardless of the purpose of Songyan's marriage to his niece, he must take good care of her, not to have her feeling sorry for him. While Wenyan was still talking, Songyan's face gradually became gloomy. Suddenly, Wenlei ran out from the car. She hugged Songyan and complained, "Why aren't you attending to me, but instead chatting out here with another man?" By the time Wenyan was too angry to hold back anymore, he shouted Wenlei. She only then realized it was her uncle. Then came a flood of sarcastic and mocking words. "Uncle, you're an old bachelor king, over 30 years old already. Apart from this useless face, no girl has ever looked at you, so you're eyeing my man." Wenyan was so angry his temples throbbed. "Wenlei, you're asking for a beating, aren't you?" Wenlei, with one hand pulling Songyan, her mouth still teasing her old uncle, said, "If you're so good, come and hit me. Hit me once, and I'll call the police, saying you molested me." Wenyan's face turned purple with rage. He shouted at Wenlei to listen to what nonsense she was talking. Wenlei stuck out her tongue, sneering. "Only you are righteous. So righteous you can't even get a girlfriend." After saying this, she pulled Songyan away. In the car was also his assistant, Ben Ji. He told him to drive. The car rolled on the empty road. It was already very late. In the car, Wenlei hugged his neck, drunkenly complaining that he tossed her aside to talk with others. "Is this how you act as a husband?" Songyan curved his lips and gently replied. It was just 2 or 3 sentences, then leaned on his shoulder, feeling aggrieved. asked him about Duong Jianyan. Songyan looked bewildered for a moment, then saw Wenlei's flushed face move closer, her voice coy. I'm jealous. She nuzzled against him again, saying he shouldn't think she's making a fuss over nothing, because this is a sign that she likes him. If I didn't like you, I wouldn't be jealous. Understand. Songyan hugged her close, his lips curving, replied, understood. Wenlei was like a little cat, constantly rubbing against him, saying, if you understand, why aren't you comforting me? Songyan glanced at the front. Wen and Bengay blushed, their ears red, sharing the same thought. Secretly relieved that Teacher Song finally remembered the car had a partition. Single dogs like them also had a chance to survive, but the sound was still clear as day. They could still hear Song Yan comforting Wenlei. Behind that partition, he had placed her on his lap, gently embracing her. Wenlei's hand caressed his shirt. She was still unsatisfied, saying, is this all you've got to try and win me over? I'm not that easy to please. Then Wenlei leaned in to kiss his lips, a quick peck like a dragonfly skimming water, but enough for Song Yan to feel the sweet, strong scent of alcohol lingering. A moment later, Wenlei pushed him away, looking at him resentfully. Song Yan, what's wrong with you? A kiss without using your tongue can hardly be called a kiss. Meanwhile, when director Yan learned that Wenlei and Song Yan had gone home, he quickly called to tell Team A to turn on the cameras. The staff member immediately had to tell him that as soon as Song Yan got home, he had turned off all the cameras that had been set up. This statement directly made director Yan purple with anger. Wenlei returned home and sat on the couch, her face still flushed from alcohol. Seeing Song Yan approach, she asked if he had turned off the cameras. After Song Yan said he had, she felt relieved and immediately pulled him over to sit with her. Song Yan gently caressed Wenlei's hot cheeks, asking with concern if she felt any better. Why is your face so hot? Hearing her say she felt hot, he quickly stood up to lower the air conditioning temperature even more. As usual, Wenlei pulled him back, boldly, pinning him down beneath her, her mouth asking if he was stupid. Wenlei kissed his forehead lightly again, saying she was hot not because of the high temperature, but because he was beside her. Suddenly, Wenlei seemed possessed by a domineering CEO like this. Song Yan really couldn't help but ask if she could talk properly, but Wenlei still gritted her teeth and called him darling, showing an attitude that she spoke like this. Wasn't he satisfied? Song Yan looked up at her, his attitude completely opposed. Drunk girl, who are you calling darling? Talk properly or I'll spank you. Wenlei's eyes began to fill with tears. Using a soft tone, she told him that she was serious. Every word she said was sincere. She admitted that she had wanted to say these words for a long time already. Whenever she saw him, Wenlei's heart would beat very fast. She also said that when filming with others, she didn't feel moved at all. But when facing him, even though it was clearly the male lead confessing to the female lead, she shamelessly thought he was confessing to her. After all that, Wenlei blamed him for making her not act like a professional actress at all. Like this, how could she change her image to win the Best Actress award? With alcohol in, words came out. Wenlei expressed all her thoughts. She was afraid that the Bing Cheng script was also the script he was acting out. If he were to affect her, causing her to act poorly, what should she do? Song Yan waited for Wenlei to finish before gently asking, then, what if I stop acting and let only Wenlei act? Would that be okay? Wenlei immediately wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. With such a good script, Wenlei insisted on acting together with him. Song Yan couldn't help but laugh at her behavior. He tried to tease her by asking what if he accidentally affected her. Wenlei stubbornly replied, then affect me. I allow you to affect me. Song Yan was immediately enchanted by Wenlei. He tenderly kissed her fair neck, saying that he wasn't professional either because he had used the excuse of acting to confess to her. Wenlei immediately sat up, laughing gleefully, saying she knew it all along. She also reminded him that she and Dang Jiaren were competing for a role in the Bing Cheng script, so he must support her unconditionally. Song Yan didn't hesitate to reply that it was a matter of course. Wenlei was very satisfied with this answer. She immediately leaned down and kissed his cheek. You're so good. I really like you. Song Yan's eyes crinkled with laughter. He joked that he didn't hear clearly. Wenlei frowned slightly at him, then kept shaking his shoulders while repeating that sentence. I really like you. Song Yan still wanted to tease the little drunk. He said again that he didn't hear clearly. Wenlei immediately got fired up. Instead of shaking him, she grabbed his collar and yelled angrily, I really like you. Are you hard of hearing? Song Yan gently ran his finger across her lips. When you're sober, you won't say it anymore. I know that, so I have to hear it enough now. After saying this, he pulled Wenlei down to lie on his chest. Wenlei's combative spirit rose again. She snorted, praising his clever thinking, then said she wouldn't say it anymore. Song Yan nodded, indulging her. Okay, no more talking. His fingers gently unbuttoned Wenlei's shirt, his voice coaxing, be good. Let me help you change your clothes. Wenlei ignored what he said. Sitting on his lap, she laughed and recounted that today she heard director Wu say he used to get scolded quite often in the past. Song Yan took the opportunity to ask her if they talked about any other dark history of his. Wenlei thought for a moment. Then, lowering her eyes, she said, Director Wu mentioned that he seemed to be very short on money before. Before he could react, Wenlei very generously said if he needed money, he could actually ask to borrow from her. She had money. After saying that, Wenlei suddenly exclaimed. In a reproachful tone, she said he definitely wouldn't have asked to borrow money from her. He hated her back then. If he really needed to borrow, he would surely go to brother Ba Shen. Why would he come to her? Wenlei grew increasingly upset as she spoke. Finally, she pushed him down, her fists pounding his body, reproaching him for hating her back then. She remembered she was very beautiful then too. She got confessed to twice a week on average. Didn't he have eyes, or did he prefer men? In the middle of her hitting, suddenly Wenlei's small fist stopped midair. Her eyes lit up as if suddenly realizing something. Wenlei remembered that he had agreed to marry her before because someone said he was gay. To clarify that he wasn't homosexual, he married her. Wenlei couldn't help but exclaim, marveling that she could straighten him out. Her attraction must be incredibly powerful. Wenlei's hand was on his stomach, gradually moving lower. She kept stroking up and down repeatedly, making Song Yan grab her mischievous hand. He also clarified that he was very straight. Wenlei still didn't believe it, demanding he prove it. Song Yan sat up, leaned to her ear and said, Just now when you sat on me, it reacted for that long. Is that proof enough? Wenlei immediately got off him. Stubbornly turning her face away, she argued that liking men doesn't mean you can't like women. This wasn't convincing at all. She even consoled herself that it was okay. After all, she had plenty of admirers in high school. If he hated her, so be it. Song Yan's mood sank as youthful memories flooded back. He said dejectedly that in high school, she didn't want him to like her. Seeing his misunderstanding, Wenlei felt truly heartbroken. In her heart, she repeatedly argued that she wasn't like that at all. Finally, she blurted out, No, I wanted you very much. As she spoke, Wenlei hugged him tightly from behind. Song Yan smiled slightly and said, Even when you didn't want me then, I still liked you. Wenlei felt like it was a dream. She asked herself what he just said. Back then, did he like her? Song Yan became even more gentle. Caressing Wenlei's flushed face, he said, How could I possibly hate you? Looking straight into Wenlei's eyes, he revealed his long-held insecurity. It's clear that even liking you, I didn't dare to think about it. Wenlei grabbed his hand, pulling him closer to her. She comforted him. What's there to dare or not dare? Wenlei hugged him, her soft lips pressing against his neck. Now I'm telling you, if you like me, just go for it. I allow it. Song Yan's mood lightened a bit. His large hand rested on her waist. Okay, I'll listen to you. After changing clothes for Wenlei and himself, Song Yan couldn't control the flames of desire burning within him. He pinned her down on the bed. His lips devoured Wenlei's. Wenlei was overwhelmed by him, her throat only able to make weak sounds of protest. Finally, she lightly hit him once. At that point, Song Yan released her lips. She quickly and greedily took in large breaths. Seeing her like this, Song Yan couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? Didn't you say you liked expression, that you allowed it, regretting it now? Wenlei retorted that she wasn't. Before she could add the second part of her statement, he was already kissing her neck again. Wenlei's eyes closed tightly, the skin contact making her head numb. Song Yan used his soft tongue to lick her delicate body. Wenlei couldn't bear it. A hot tear suddenly spilled from the corner of her eye. He looked up, crying again. So fragile. Let's rest for a bit. She was already very tired, but hearing him call her fragile, Wenlei's competitive spirit made her wrap her arms around his neck. Wait a minute, who's fragile? She immediately shouted that she was the toughest of all. Then she made him do it again. Early in the morning, Wenlei yawned repeatedly and tiredly crawled out of the bedroom. Walking while rubbing her body, she was feeling very sore at the moment. Seeing his wife awake, Song Yan attentively brought her water. While drinking, Wenlei glanced at his smug face. The way he looked at her made her extremely uneasy. She decided not to admit to last night's events. If asked, she'd say she only remembered a few details. Soon his question came, You were drunk last night. Do you remember? Wenlei played dumb according to her mental script. Really? What did I do? I don't remember. Song-yan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Wen-lei stubbornly decided not to admit anything, seeing what he could do. At this moment, Song-yan spoke up, saying it's okay. He told Wen-lei to wait a moment. Finally, when he placed the phone in her hand at that instant, Wen-lei turned into a petrified woman. She was about to press play, but he carefully reminded her to go to the bathroom, where there are no cameras. Such a long video made Wen-lei feel both guilty and resentful, and a bit curious about when he started recording. Walking past the living room camera, Song-yan didn't forget to greet the production team once. Director Yan angrily scolded him, asking if his vigilance needed to be so high. What video requires going to the bathroom to watch? Wen-lei then started to watch the video in the bathroom. She had to admit to herself that she hadn't actually forgotten everything. Watching it now, she remembered it all. She recalled yesterday, being so weak, she had to beg him to stop. She wanted to sleep. Song-yan let her lie on his lap, saying she could sleep in a bit after answering his question first. Wen-lei tilted her head towards the ceiling, saying 2 words to request he ask quickly. He went straight to the point. Do you like me? As soon as he finished, Song-yan got a slap from her. Waste of words. Song-yan didn't take that as an answer. He grabbed Wen-lei's hand, repeating the question, like or not like. Wen-lei closed her eyes tightly, her voice emphasizing the word like. Song-yan gently kissed her hand, softly probing. Like who? Like me. Say the name. Song-yan. Say the whole sentence. Finally, after all these steps, Wen-lei immediately leaned close to him. I like Song-yan. I extremely like you. She was even silly enough to fear he wouldn't understand her meaning, and explained that thief sounds like extremely, but she wasn't calling him a thief. Song-yan, of course, already knew. Done with the interrogation, he stood up, saying Wen-lei could sleep now. Quick as a squirrel, Wen-lei hugged his waist tightly, burying her face in him and shyly asking, what about you? Do you like me? Hearing this, Song-yan turned back. He knelt before Wen-lei, saying 3 words, I love you. But Wen-lei competitively cried out that it wasn't fair. Like his 2 words, love is 1 word. She said more. Song-yan had no choice but to pat her head, grudgingly calling her silly, saying he should be the one saying it's not fair. Wen-lei pooted and quibbled, asking if he meant that she let him feel aggrieved. Wen-lei affirmed that her man must be the happiest person in the world. From now on, she would love him, guaranteeing to love him to death and back. She even said, if he didn't believe her, she'd sing for him. The sound from the video played, making Wen-lei not know where to hide her face. What's with Song-yan? I love you, like a mouse loves rice. Her lifelong reputation was now in question. Wen-lei shyly stepped outside. Outside, he was on the phone, listening to Director Yan's complaints. He was so agitated, speaking like a loudspeaker, blaming him for turning off the cam and recording video instead. Finally, the director suggested that if the content wasn't suitable for broadcast, they could negotiate to buy the video. Song-yan's face showed no interest. He immediately said it was indeed content that couldn't be broadcast. Ignoring the director's screams to negotiate, he hung up immediately. Then Song-yan walked towards his embarrassed little wife, asking her if she'd finished watching. Wen-lei didn't dare look directly, her face reddening again. She nodded once. He deliberately bent down so she couldn't avoid his gaze. His voice rang out, both teasing and carrying a warm, deep breath. So, planning to renege, little mouse? Wen-lei also very skillfully replied, her voice soft but determined. No reneging, Rice Song. Director Yan at this moment was staring at Song-yan's phone on the screen. Inside was the secret footage he craved. Staff, seeing this, feared the director might act recklessly and reminded him that stealing phones is illegal. Director Yan, of course, knew that. He also knew for sure he couldn't steal it, but necessity is the mother of invention. Director Yan confidently believed that just talking about it wasn't illegal. He then pointed at the guys to quickly edit the trailer video. Very quickly, the trailer for episode 7 of You in the Human World was aired. It was a short video clip, opening with Song-yan carrying his drunk wife home. This scene made many fans eager to see what would happen next, as this was the first time they saw their Tam-luk drunk. The next second, Song-yan's handsome face moved close to the camera, nearly drowning fans in his beauty. Before they could claim insurance for being stunned to death by Song-yan, the screen went black. Only a caption from the editor apologized to viewers, as Song-yan had turned off the camera. Scene change. When the camera turned on again, it was the next day. Wen-lei's tired appearance led fans to make all sorts of guesses, but all speculations led to one conclusion. This was them after they had done it. Definitely after they had done it, just like in novels. The previous chapter, in bed, the next chapter opens with daybreak. Next came the scene where Song-yan asked Wen-lei if she knew she got drunk last night. Wen-lei played dumb, denying it. Then Songyan handed her his phone. The key point was telling her to go to the bathroom before watching. At this part, fans immediately went wild, screaming that they wanted to watch too. The trailer ended with the director's words saying he had asked Songyan about that video clip, but he said it contained content that couldn't be broadcast, so it couldn't be shown to everyone. The fans' reaction was extremely excited. The scriptwriter couldn't help but marvel, praising the director's skill. This episode's trailer was as hot as the previous one. Director Yan smiled smugly, trying to compete with me. They're still too green. Meanwhile, Wenlei was in the car with Wen. Recently, Wenlei's acting class was full, so the girl told her to rest early today. Tomorrow, be in good shape for the audition. Wenlei nodded in agreement. In her mind, she had already planned tonight to find Songyan to rehearse and get into character before sleeping. She then sadly thought that she had too much work on her side. Otherwise, she would have gone with Songyan to the film set to get into character. Conveniently, they could have dated too. Unfortunately, now they could only have their world for two, at home. Wenlei got out of the car. Still self-absorbed about her own popularity, she suddenly heard Wen ask her what exactly was in Songyan's phone. Wenlei immediately froze. Her whole face turned red and hot. Then, embarrassed, she shouted loudly, asking Wen what she was talking about. Wen held up her phone, honestly replying that the hot searches online were all about that. She told Wenlei to quickly check for herself. Looking at the phone, she suddenly remembered that today was the update day for the Human World Has You trailer. Unexpectedly, the hot searches were all about people gathering to form groups to steal Songyan's phone. Wenlei couldn't help but marvel that director Yan truly deserved his reputation as a skilled TV show director. The direction of public opinion was tightly controlled. Wenlei then tucked herself into a corner to make a call. As soon as Songyan picked up, she anxiously asked if he had given his phone to anyone else. Songyan calmly replied, no. Wenlei cautiously suggested that he should just delete that video. He immediately flatly replied, won't delete it. His response left Wenlei speechless for a few seconds. Then she immediately exploded, yelling at him over the phone, saying he'd better protect his phone well. If anyone else saw it, he'd be finished. After saying that, she hung up. Songyan smiled bitterly and sighed, saying she was really scary. He then sent her another message, asking what he should do if someone saw it. Wenlei on her side snorted loudly, replying to him, asking if he had seen Savage Girlfriend yet. Did he want to try and see what a savage wife was like? While she was busy texting, she heard Wen behind her hurriedly calling out, sister. Wenlei immediately turned around, telling her to speak up. Wen looked at her phone, informing her that Songyan had just posted on Weibo. Wenlei's face paled, anxiously checking her phone. She wondered what he could be posting at a time like this. On Songyan's latest status update, he had only posted the word want with a smiley face icon. Wenla reread her recent messages with him. She had asked if he wanted to see what a savage wife was like. He had replied with just the word want and an icon, identical to what he just posted. Wenlei's face instantly turned as red as a small tomato. She immediately rushed into the house to hide, inwardly crying out to heaven and earth, asking what on earth Songyan was posting. The door slammed shut. Wenlei felt her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She wondered if this was how Songyan expressed his love for her. She really couldn't handle it. Songyan at this moment, hearing the noise, also ran out to greet his wife. He was immediately scolded and interrogated by Wenlei, asking what nonsense he just posted on Weibo. Songyan now became extremely arrogant, threatening Wenlei, if you say more, I'll tell your fans about it. Wenlei certainly wouldn't accept being held at his mercy. She immediately lunged forward, trying to grab his phone. Songyan with one hand raised the phone high, while his other arm wrapped around Wenlei's waist, pulling her close. He tossed the phone onto the couch, then grabbed Wenlei's hand. That won't do, unless you show me first what a savage wife is like. The next day was also Wenlei's audition day. As the car was about to start, suddenly the door opened again. Wenlei looked bewildered at Songyan standing in front of her. She asked curiously, aren't you going to the theater troupe today? Songyan sat down, closing the car door. He replied that the troupe had a day off today, so he was going to the audition with her. Wenlei, still surprised, asked him, do you have an appointment with director Chu today? Songyan lowered his head, flipping through some pages of a book. He calmly replied, no, I just want to go with you. As naive as Wenlei was, of course she didn't understand this gesture of care from him. But Wen was now as if she'd eaten sugar, unable to contain herself, looking at the couple with sparkling eyes. She said, it's good to go together. It's been a while since she auditioned alone, so she's a bit nervous. If director Chu has any requests later, teacher Song can also lend a hand. Wenlei didn't pay attention to that. She folded her arms and said haughtily, Wen, don't underestimate me. I'm not a newcomer who needs help. Wen was helpless, seemingly wanting to cry out in frustration. She called out Sister once, then immediately called Wenlei Mrs. Song. Then she asked Wenlei, "Isn't it good to have your husband with you? Today, can you not be so stubborn?" Song Yan finally spoke up. He leaned forward, his hand about to open the car door. He said with a pout, "If Wenlei doesn't want me here, I'll get out." Wenlei, only when she saw him about to leave, quickly moved closer and held his arm tightly. With sparkling eyes, she said, "I like it." Then she stopped being stubborn and said excitedly, Wen, let's go." Wen helplessly muttered, "If you were like this from the start, wouldn't it have been better?" At the studio, Wenlei and Song Yan separated. She went for makeup while he went to talk with the director. A staff member led Wenlei to the makeup artist's position. Seeing the artist still had a client, she asked if she was available. The makeup artist replied she was done and added that she had just finished Dong Jae-eun's look. The staff member smiled cheerfully, saying it was perfect timing, then told her to quickly prepare to do Wenlei's makeup. Wenlei stood to one side. The name Dong Jae-eun stuck in her mind like a bullet. Dong Jae-eun herself also glanced slightly towards her, wondering if that was Wenlei. She then proactively stood up, saying at the same time that she had been too busy before, and today she finally had free time to come for the audition. Unexpectedly, I meet you here. Hello, Wenlei. After Dong Jae-eun said that, she extended her hand to Wenlei. Wenlei also very comfortably shook hands with her. She gently greeted, "Hello, Teacher Dong." Dong Jae-eun, hearing this teacher, immediately waved her hand. Her eyes curved like crescent moons as she said, "Wenlei shouldn't be so formal." She said Wenlei was Yan's wife, and she was an old friend of his. So she told Wenlei to just call her Dong Jae-eun like he does. No matter how naive Wenlei was, hearing this still felt odd to her. How could one refer to someone else's husband so intimately? She had to remind herself to stay calm. Then she smiled brightly and replied boldly, "How could that be? I am me, and my husband is my husband. How he calls you can't be the same as me, calling you Teacher Dong. How about this? My husband usually calls me honey, so Teacher Dong, you can call me honey too, okay?" This sharp and subtle retort immediately stunned Dong Jae-eun. She was left speechless, until a staff member's voice rang out, calling her to prepare for the audition. Only then did Dong Jae-eun come to her senses again. She forced a bright smile and waved goodbye to Wenlei. Wenlei also waved back and said warmly, "See you later." In another development, Song Yan had arrived at Director Chu's place. Director Lee was also there. Both were waiting for the actors to finish their makeup. Lee looked at the script, jokingly saying, "Today, 2 artists are coming to audition for Wan. They have a good relationship with teacher Song Ding Feng." As Song Yan's wife wasn't there, old Lee eagerly asked, "Did you ever date Dong Jae-eun before?" Song Yan was annoyed by this highly personal question and such an assumption. He immediately replied, "No." Old Chu also had to pull Lee's collar to stop him. "No." Old Wu once said those two really weren't. Old Lee, as if having a revelation, concluded that then those rumors were all nonsense, talking about uncovering Song Yan's dating history, saying things like Song Yan and Dong Jae-eun were each other's first love. Then there were some analyses that were very reasonable and well-founded. Song Yan, hearing that someone had uncovered his dating history, raised his eyebrows in surprise. A moment later, he bent over laughing, causing the other two to freeze and stare wide-eyed. Song Yan laughed loudly. He said, "Indeed, it must have been hard for them to dig up my dating history like that." He then revealed, "My dating history consists of only one relationship. I brought her here to audition today." Old Lee and Old Chu's eyes widened. They were utterly shocked inside. They thought, if there's only one relationship, isn't that Song Yan's wife then? Is there still such pure love in the entertainment industry nowadays? Just then, a staff member announced that the actors had arrived. The 2 old men snapped back to reality and told the actors to come in. Song Yan, seeing this, was about to excuse himself. However, just as he was leaving, he bumped into Dong Jae-eun, who was entering. She tucked her hair behind her ear charmingly. Her clear voice rang out, saying, "I didn't expect you to be here today." Song Yan maintained a stern expression, replying calmly, "What's unexpected? After all, I came with my wife." Then he told the directors to continue, saying he would go out for a walk. He paid no attention to Dong Jae-eun's face turning ashen. At that moment, Old Chu spoke up, saying, "There's nothing to see in a hotel. Since you're here, why don't you act out a scene?" Song Yan hesitated slightly. Dong Jae-eun's eyes looked at him pleadingly. When he agreed to read the lines, she couldn't help but be delighted. Her eyes lit up, and her lips curved into a smile. After the audition, Director Chu commented that the effect of these scenes by Dong Jae-eun was quite good. He then told her to go home and wait for news. As soon as Dong Jae-eun left, Old Lee turned to Old Chu and said that compared to the previous actresses, Dong Jae-rin performed the best. Her years abroad weren't wasted. Nowadays, who else would prepare so diligently for an audition? Being ready to audition like this is already impressive. Old Chu replied that if he wasn't so demanding about this character, old screenwriter Chu would certainly not let her go. He also sighed, saying that writers are the hardest to please. Song Yan, hearing a series of positive comments about Dong Jae-rin, remained silent and said nothing. As Dong Jae-rin walked out into the hallway, she happened to meet Wen Li, who was about to go in. Dong Jae-rin, seeing Wen Li in the character's costume for the first time, was immediately stunned. She then lowered her head, deep in thought. As she passed by Wen Li, Dong Jae-rin gently placed a hand on her shoulder. She said softly, "Screenwriter Chu's eye is truly accurate. You do resemble the character more. But resemblance alone isn't enough." Dong Jae-rin, full of implications, encouraged her rival Wen Li to do her best. Wen Li only softly replied with 2 words, "I will." She approached the door, raised her slender hand to knock, and said, "Director, may I come in now?" When she heard the director invite her in, Wen Li appeared before them. She wore a blue qipao, accompanied by a pearl necklace and a casually draped fur coat, giving her an air of nobility. Her makeup was exquisite, stunningly beautiful, but not a gentle, submissive beauty. Instead, her eyes concealed a sharpness and distinctive intelligence. When Wen Li smiled, Old Chu couldn't take his eyes off her. He shook Old Li, telling him to call Old Chu. "Tell Old Chu that his Wan has come to life." Old Li replied bewilderedly, "Old Chu is stuck in traffic on the highway." Old Chu insisted, "Just tell him Wen Li is in costume now. Perhaps that old screenwriter will come straight from the highway to here. That'd be good." At this moment, Wen Li's eyes met Song Yan's. Her cheeks flushed with the shyness of a young woman. In her heart, she blamed her husband. The director being here was understandable, but why was he still here? Song Yan looked at her with great affection. Moreover, he had also specially changed into costume to help his beloved wife rehearse. The voices of the directors rang out, discussing which scene to have her perform. Finally, Old Chu decided to have Wen Li act out the first meeting with Ding Feng. He also told Song Yan to quickly help his wife with the dialogue. Ding Feng, not the boy from that year by Son Tung MTP, but the only son of the general who just returned from studying abroad. He was a handsome young master, impeccably dressed. His marriage was the focus of attention for all the girls in the city, but he wanted to marry a courtesan at all costs. Everyone envied and admired the passionate love that Ding Feng had for this woman. However, this was just a fake love to conceal his hidden work. The first time he met Ding Feng was in the brothel. He stood in the corridor, looking in through the paper door. Inside was a woman with a beautiful face, dimly lit by candlelight. Seeing Ding Feng enter, Wan slightly bowed her head, her eyes flirtatious and sharp. A soft voice rang out, accompanied by a light laugh. "Ha! The guest has arrived." Ding Feng was momentarily stunned by the girl's voice and her beauty, causing him to hesitate slightly. The flirtatious courtesan then ran over, grabbing his finger, her voice clear as autumn water. "Don't be nervous, dear guest." Wan pulled Ding Feng to sit down. Looking up with her big round eyes, she gently asked him if this was his first time here. Ding Feng's face looked a bit awkward. He lowered his voice and answered with a single yes. In fact, it was Song Yan gradually losing composure before his wife. Wan, after hearing the handsome guest's answer, immediately leaned against his shoulder. Her voice sweetly exclaimed how lucky she was. Then she flirtatiously said that she would be happy to take the guest's first time. Her finger glided down, gently touching his thigh, her words honeyed. "Don't worry, I'll serve you well." Ding Feng then frowned and caught her hand. Song Yan was now secretly thinking that, normally when asked to be submissive, she'd be unhappy. Now she's acting so cheesy, saying anything that comes to mind. Wan then leaned in again, blowing a warm breath onto Ding Feng's ear. Her lips curved up, uttering some naughty words. "I guarantee you'll censor it inside me." At this point, Ding Feng noticed there seemed to be someone eavesdropping outside. Ding Feng, originally embarrassed, suddenly became a genuine experienced player. He didn't hesitate to embrace that woman in his arms. Ding Feng leaned in close, his straight, high nose almost touching hers. "What about my skills? Will you devour me?" Wan curved her lips, speaking of intimate matters without the slightest blush on her face. She only replied with 3 words, "Of course I will." Then she rested her head against his firm chest, her sharp eyes glancing towards the outside. Wan must have understood in her heart by now. Ding Feng then whispered in Wan's ear, saying she should let him stay for 2 days first, then he would take her home. He told her to prepare well. Wan lowered her eyelashes, her voice losing its flirtatious tone. She just let out a small sigh, saying, All right, I'll wait for you. In an instant, Wan Wan transformed back into the lively Wen Li. She sat in Song Yan's arms, her big round eyes informing Director Chu that the last part was finished. She asked if she could stand up now. Old Chu then seemed to snap out of it and told the two to get up quickly. Wen Li looked up at Song Yan worriedly. Covering her mouth, she asked softly if her performance just now was good, right? Song Yan didn't answer. Then they heard the director assigning them to rehearse 2 more scenes. It was the scene where Wan Wan gets captured. After a considerable amount of time, all the details in the script had been acted out. Wen Li stood in front of Director Chu, listening to feedback. At first, Wen Li looked visibly worried, but after hearing the director say that she and Song Yan should quickly finish shooting that program, he couldn't wait and hoped they could join the crew as soon as possible. Wen Li burst with joy. Just as the 4 of them finished, they saw the screenwriter Chu, sweating profusely, rushing over to ask Wen Li if the audition was over. Old Chu quickly called Old Chu over. It turned out the director had recorded a video for the screenwriter. After all, they couldn't ask them to perform again for him. While they were reviewing the video, Wen Li pulled Song Yan's hand, making a gesture of caution. Let's run quickly, or we'll be kept for overtime. Leaving the pressurized room, Wen Li could finally stop and let out a sigh of relief. She was happy, smiling with squinted eyes and flushed cheeks, calling her husband Teacher Song. Then she shook his hand, her face very serious and expectant. Here's to a happy collaboration on our next film. Song Yan smiled with satisfaction, his eyes becoming even gentler. He placed his forehead against Wen Li's, curving his lips, his voice deep and warm. Yes, happy collaboration. Wen Li then waved, telling Song Yan to wait in the car while she went to remove her makeup. He nodded slightly. Wen Li went in the opposite direction. She went to the makeup artist, smiling gently, asking her to help remove her hair extensions. Seeing Dong Jaerin in the mirror, Wen Li couldn't help but ask why she hadn't left yet. Dong Jaerin lowered her eyes and replied, saying that she wanted Wen Li to finish her audition before talking to Director Chu. Wen Li didn't say much, only replying that now Dong Jaerin could go to him. But she didn't leave. Instead, she came closer to Wen Li, her slender hand gripping the back of the chair. She bent slightly, again looking at Wen Li's face, still not yet cleaned of makeup, in the mirror. With a strange tone, she asked, "Is this the beauty favored by heaven?" Then she sarcastically added that it's a pity Wen Li's acting doesn't match this character. Wen Li was initially surprised by her action. Then she frowned and asked if Dong Jaerin knew her well. Dong Jaerin turned her head, her lips curving into a smug smile. She proudly said she didn't understand Wen Li, but understood her works. Her eyes were full of disdain. She couldn't admit that Wen Li looked beautiful in the qipao. Wen, who had just entered, heard only that last sentence and covered her mouth, asking Wen Li softly why she was complimenting her. Wen Li poked the little assistant's forehead, explaining that because they were competitors, she had to acknowledge her opponent's strengths. Wen Li tossed her flowing hair, adding that Dong Jaerin admitted she was beautiful but didn't acknowledge her progress. Wen Li opened her eyes, her demeanor completely different. Her gaze became more determined as she said, "But Director Chu has chosen me." Dong Jaerin was talking to Director Chu, having just learned about this. She was bewildered, not believing her ears. Trying to suppress her emotion, she asked Director Chu if he was sure. Director Chu firmly affirmed that he was certain. At first, they were worried that Wen Li couldn't handle this role. But after she changed into the qipao and stood before him to audition, Director Chu was certain that Wen Li was the right person for that role. Dong Jaerin lowered her face, still stubbornly asking, wasn't it because Wen Li got extra points for her beauty? Director Chu replied, "Of course that's part of it. Having an appearance similar to the character is very important, but it's not based on this point alone." Hearing this, Dong Jaerin couldn't help but frown. She didn't say anything more, just lowered her face and continued listening to Director Chu talk about Wen Li. He had to admit that Wen Li had made great progress, absolutely working hard for this character. A gifted student plus having a gifted teacher, the effect is much greater. Surely before the audition, Song Yan had taught Wen Li many things. Hearing this, Dong Jaerin could only laugh dryly and say, "No wonder." Director Chu still used a few words to comfort Dong Jaerin, saying, "Next time there's a good script, he'll give it to her first. There will be chances to collaborate again." Dong Jaerin bowed her head in thanks, then immediately asked Director Chu where Song Yan was now. Director Chu casually replied that he's probably looking for his wife. After Dong Jaerin left the audition room, she happened to see Song Yan with his wife. He was telling Wen Li to wear this qipao home. This qipao was the film crew's costume. Wen Li couldn't possibly wear it home. She then told her husband to scram, saying she couldn't do such a thing. She even sent Wen to quickly go tell director Chu, saying Song-yan wanted to take the film crew's costume. Wen, following her sister's order, immediately went out. She happened to bump into Dong Jairan. Wen couldn't help but be surprised, asking why she had come back. Dong Jairan, however, cheerfully went in, saying she came to congratulate Wen Li. Hearing this, Wen went back to inform Wen Li that teacher Dong was here to see her. Then the girl went out. Wen Li, hearing this, looked up with surprise, asking if teacher Dong had any business. Seeing Song-yan was also here, Dong Jairan appeared surprised. She looked at him with a smile and asked if he was here too. Song-yan only nodded politely in greeting. Then he sat down on a chair to look at his phone. Dong Jairan fell silent. She kept her eyes fixed on someone else's husband. A few seconds later, after regaining her composure from Song-yan's cold treatment, she forced a smile. Dong Jairan acted friendly, approaching to congratulate Wen Li. Wen Li thanked her as well. At the same time, she said if she had any doubts, she could watch the audition video at Director Chu's place. Dong Jairan shook her head. She said that wasn't necessary because Director Chu wouldn't lie. Wen Li then suggested that what Director Chu says and what teacher Dong thinks are two different things. She knew the person competing for this role was Dong Jairan, so she had put in more effort than ever before. Wen Li smiled gently and spoke sincere words from the bottom of her heart, that, if it weren't for Dong Jairan putting pressure on her, she wouldn't have performed so well. This made Wen Li feel she should thank teacher Dong. Dong Jairan then lowered her head. Her thick eyelashes trembled slightly. She admitted that she had truly lost completely. Then she looked up at Wen Li and smiled. At the same time, she let out a long sigh. She said that just now were all polite words. Now she would speak from her heart. Dong Jairan shook hands with Wen Li, congratulating her on getting the role. She also hoped to see Wen Li at the awards ceremony of the next film festival. Wen Li also smiled and thanked her for the kind words. After Dong Jairan said everything she wanted to say, she left. Behind her, Wen Li's eyes followed. Then Wen Li said to Song-yan that she felt Dong Jairan didn't seem like she came to see her, but rather to see him. Song-yan put a coat on his wife, and then heard her say this. His expression darkened. His bangs covered his forehead, creating a shadow. Seeing her husband silent, Wen Li observed in confusion, wondering if he was already unhappy about this. Although he had said there was nothing between them, she still couldn't help but wonder, was he already angry about this? Finally, Wen Li had to use her fingertip to poke Song-yan. She asked why he wasn't saying anything. Song-yan immediately turned around and looked straight at her, asking about the film crew's costume. Wasn't she supposed to wear it home? He even showed a hint of sulking, blaming Wen Li for forgetting her words as soon as someone came to talk to her. Song-yan's thoughts were actually only focused on her costume. Wen Li couldn't help but laugh excitedly. I know, she said, then added, wait for Wen to go ask first. Let's see if the director allows it before we go. As for Dong Jairan, she was now walking dejectedly along the empty corridor, her heart full of thoughts. She remembered that in the past, Song-yan didn't like to smile. Back then, she thought Song-yan didn't like smiling, and his acting was poor. She thought when he showed such sincere eyes and bright smiles like that, he must be putting all his real feelings into it. She even thought he liked her. Every girl is the same. They all hope to be the reason for a man to change, to become his exception. But today, Dong Jairan's illusions shattered. She could only bite her lip bitterly and laugh at herself. She knew that whether it was the sincere gaze or the smile, Song-yan could express them all. Without cameras, without a script, and without lights. It wasn't acting. Unconsciously, Dong Jairan replayed the sweet scene of Wen Li and her husband from earlier. She still vividly remembered Song-yan's gentle voice when asking his wife to wear the qipao so he could admire her a bit longer. That was real emotion, only shown when Song-yan faced his wife. Song-yan and his wife had returned home. Wen Li, tired, let herself fall back against the chair. She marveled that unexpectedly, the director actually agreed to let them bring these two costumes home. Song-yan smiled as if he had known this would happen. He said to better get into character. The director would certainly agree. Wen Li looked at the skirt hem, then asked Song-yan if she should change into this qipao. We can wear it later when needed. But Song-yan, like a child, pulled her hand reluctantly, saying, don't change. Just keep wearing it. Wen Li touched the upright collar, which tightly hugged her fair neck. She told him that wearing it was very uncomfortable. She challenged him to try it on if he was so capable, to see if he could bear it. Song-yan then turned and walked away, telling Wen Li to wait for him a bit. Wen Li's heart was a bit confused, not expecting him to actually leave. The man of few words but but many actions returned in just a moment, wearing an outfit full of worldly charm. Wenli secretly marveled that it really suited him well. It was quite a feeling. Songyan naturally slipped into character, looking at her with sharp yet gentle eyes. He then called out Wenli. Seeing this, she eagerly pulled his hand and ran off. While the feeling was there, she wanted to practice a bit. It was best to go to the bedroom, with good soundproofing. Wenli sat on Songyan's lap, resting her head on his strong arm. The corners of her lips curved into a smile. What a dashing lover, a perfect match for this servant. Hold this servant tight. Call me a term of endearment. Songyan still hadn't responded, but his eyes looked at Wenli with extreme affection. She put her arms around his neck and recited her lines in a sweet voice. Just one word from you, my lord, and I'm already smitten. A moment later, Wenli withdrew her arm, tilting her head to look elsewhere. She wanted to sing a song, asking if she should. Songyan immediately nodded. He wanted to hear it, to be intoxicated by it. Wenli then put on a serious face and analyzed the character with him. She said his role as Ding Feng was actually a revolutionary with new ideas. It was normal that he couldn't bear this type of music. Songyan suddenly pulled her close to him. His voice deep and warm, he asked Wenli what she was saying about him. Before she could answer, he placed a warm kiss on her full lips. Afterwards, they decided to end their practice for the day. Wenli turned around, placing her hand on his chest. With flushed cheeks, she asked if he was hot wearing so many layers. Songyan replied with one word, hot, his Adam's apple bobbing like a small wave. Wenli then chided him. Then why are you still wearing it? Songyan then tilted his head slightly. His lively eyes hinted at a smile, saying, you take it off then. Wenli also tilted her head, placing her small, smooth hand on his cheek. Are you seducing me? Songyan's lips curved into a beautiful arc. He asked smugly. You just noticed. Wenli, not to be outdone, immediately bit gently on his hot Adam's apple. You're done for. Songyan raised his large hands, unbuttoning Wenli's collar. He said, don't just talk without action. Quickly, the performance costumes slid off the bed. In the room, bathed in warm golden light, Wenli's moist moans echoed. 2 hours later, Wenli lay on the bed, reproaching him. You really don't know how to restrain yourself. As the male lead, you didn't even read the script properly. You really don't understand this Ding Feng character at all. You're so unprofessional. Songyan lay sideways facing her. After hearing his wife's complaints, he gradually moved his body closer, nuzzling against her soft skin and seductive collarbone. Wenli looked at the man like a puppy in her arms, asking him to say what he had understood. Songyan lifted a lock of Wenli's hair with his hand, gently kissing it, his throat humming in a deep voice. He praised Ding Feng for being so good at restraining himself. Wenli glared at him stiffly, telling him not to insult the character. Songyan smiled, eyes narrowing, and took her hand. Then he interlaced his 5 fingers with Wenli's, rubbing it against his face. I'll act properly from now on. Wenli was finally satisfied hearing this. Lying in his chest, Wenli softly asked about the past. Did Tang Jaren like you before? Songyan nodded slightly. He guessed so too. In his mind, he was piecing together fragments of memories. It seemed Tang Jaren had confessed before. Then she went abroad to develop her career. They didn't have any relationship after that. It was so long ago that he couldn't remember clearly. As for Wenli, as soon as she heard him acknowledge that Tang Jaren liked him, she sat up abruptly, hands on her hips. No wonder. I knew it. Songyan also sat up following her, bewilderedly asking what was wrong. Wenli crossed her arms proudly and told him that Tang Jaren had said to her face that she and him were old friends. She said, I could call her Tang Jaren like you do. Wenli then recounted how she immediately replied, saying that normally you call her honey, but when the two of you met, the words not close were written all over your face already. Wenli pounced to hug him, saying, don't worry, I won't be jealous. I know I should trust you, as well as believe in my own charm. Songyan then looked at her, his eyes full of doting affection, and called out honey. Wenli was stunned for a few seconds, then kissed his cheek and praised him for being so good. Songyan, praised by his wife like a child, unconsciously blushed. Meanwhile, Wenli laughed, her whole body shaking, saying, forget it, I should still call you Teacher Song, and you should call me. Before Wenli could finish, he had already filled in for her. He said in a gentle voice, Junior. Songyan then gradually pressed her under him, his eyes bored deep into her beautiful pupils. Junior Wenli. Wenli nodded repeatedly, saying he could call her that. She really liked this way of addressing. Songyan placed his large, warm hands on the girl's beautiful face. Then you call me the same way. Wenli obediently immediately called out Senior Ayan. When he lowered his head, covering her with his large body, Wenli suddenly felt like they were really filming. He didn't move. Wenli's heart ached. She raised her hand to caress caress his broad back soothingly. Unspoken, but Wenli noticed. Every time the past was mentioned, she always felt he had a deep longing for it, but didn't dare to touch it, as if he wanted to remember with her, but didn't dare let her know. Wenli stroked his head. She wondered to herself if he must have some other concerns he couldn't speak of. This couldn't be about lacking money and thus going to film. That would be too pitiful. He lay still with eyes closed, enjoying. Wenli wanted to soothe him and kept calling Senior Ayan several times. Song-yan opened his eyes, lightly touching her high nose tip, calling her a little repeater. Wenli laughed, saying, "Don't you like it? I'll say it a few more times for you to hear." Then, a series of Senior Ayan calls rang out. If he wanted to mention it, Wenli was willing to remember with him. If he didn't want to mention it, then she wouldn't touch on it either. However, the incident of Tang Jiaran auditioning had greatly affected the Tang Song couple fans online. They were competing to ship them, guessing wildly that Tang Jiaran was Song Yan's unrequited love. The couple fans of Wenli and Song Yan had to argue with them. After all, Song Yan was a man who was already married. From beginning to end, it was only Tang Jiaran who clung to him. In overseas interviews, she also insisted on mentioning Song Yan. But Song Yan had never mentioned her. Wenli sat in the car, reading frustratedly. She blurted out, asking manager Lu Dan if the fans don't go to school or work. How come some people even tag the screenwriter and director like that? Sister Dan calmly said their noisy arguments were quite good for boosting the film's popularity. Anyway, there will be an official announcement in a few days. She also asked Wenli if she still remembered the incident when Tang Jiaran's manager blocked the movie script. Wenli rested her chin on her hand and shook her head. At this moment, her phone vibrated again, notifying of new information. It was the latest post from screenwriter Chu. He announced that the Ice City script was completed. Among the 4 main characters, there were 2 he had never thought of giving them suitable roles, but now he had come up with ideas. He presented them to netizens for preview and evaluation. Song Dingfeng and Wen Wanwan. What do you all think? In the office, as soon as old Chu saw old Chu post the news, he couldn't help but look at his friend with an expression of disbelief. Old Chu was already in his 40s, yet still shipping couples. How childish. Old Chu pushed up his glasses, gently refuting. What shipping couples? I just thought the character names sounded good. Sister Lu Dan in the car also put her hand on Wenli's shoulder and grinned, saying that screenwriter Chu personally spoke up for her. It seems he's quite impressed with you. She also reminded Wenli to study acting. Read the script carefully. Don't let him down. Wenli crossed her arms proudly, replying with 3 words, "I know." But her thoughts were still on the gossipy comments of netizens. They kept lamenting, saying, "Why can't the first love be Song Yan's wife?" Everyone guessed Song Yan's first love was from high school. If not Wenli, it certainly couldn't be Tang Jiaran either. They also said, someone with Wenli's looks must have had 800 romances already. How could Song Yan be her first love? Wenli, hot-tempered, frowned after reading and shouted, "What about me? Being beautiful means I must have 800 romances, right? If I'm beautiful, I can't have a sweet first love or what?" Then, Wenli used an anonymous secondary account to reply to those comments, saying Wenli's previous scandals with other male artists were all PR, not real. As soon as she commented, she was immediately scolded by another netizen, saying only elementary school fans would believe celebrities are faithful in relationships. Wenli threw her phone away. She was too angry to keep reading. She returned home with a lot on her mind. Previously, she cared about Tang Jiaran and Song Yan's past, but he had already explained that they never had anything. Wenli then wondered about before Tang Jiaran. Did he have someone else? She unconsciously gripped her phone tightly. Nervously, she called Ba Shen. Ba Shen was having fun, dancing in a noisy place. Wenli told him to find a quiet spot so they could talk. After going outside, the noise of music and shouting decreased significantly. Ba Shen told Wenli to speak quickly. Except for his personal love life, she could ask about anything else freely. Wenli immediately replied that she had no interest in his romantic history. She only wanted to ask about Song Yan's romantic history. Ba Shen heard this and laughed jokingly. What's so interesting about him to ask? The answer is 0. Wenli was startled and screamed, "What? Is he really gay or a bottom? And you said you look like a bottom, but unexpectedly, you're a top." Ba Shen immediately yelled at Wenli in his mind, thinking nonsense every day. He said even if he were gay, he'd be a manly top. Wenli stopped joking then. She asked seriously in a low voice if it's really nothing. Is it possible that Song Yan had a secret relationship without Ba Shen knowing? Ba Shen immediately refuted this possibility, because in 24 hours a day, except for bathing and using the toilet, they were always together. Ba Shen pursued so many girls, Songyan knew it all. How could Songyan date without Ba Shen knowing? Ba Shen then jokingly said in a loud voice, "Well, should I make up a love story for you to hear?" Wenli looked dejected and disappointed. She said she just went online and saw netizens guessing Songyan had a first love, so she wanted to ask about it. Ba Shen, annoyed with this idle girl, said why would she listen to netizens' speculations? Why not just ask Songyan directly? Wenli, also irritated, yelled into the speaker, saying she had already talked to Songyan, but he spoke as if they were playing riddles. She couldn't understand him. Ba Shen blamed Wenli for not being smart and accusing others of speaking in circles. But he also thought Wenli wasn't entirely to blame because Ayan was naturally reticent. If he hadn't pursued acting, his vocal cords might have atrophied by now. Wenli flopped onto the bed, feeling Ba Shen was right. In high school, Songyan's total conversations with her didn't even reach 50 sentences. Ba Shen was more convinced that such a Songyan couldn't possibly have had a first love. Him liking her was already a miracle of humanity. Netizens don't understand, so they talk nonsense. She and Songyan have known each other since high school already. Ba Shen scolded her again, saying she shouldn't believe what netizens say. After hearing this, Wenli's eyes lit up. Her confidence soared, thinking if Songyan hadn't met her, wouldn't he have been single forever? Songyan had just returned home at this time. He heard Wenli laughing loudly in the bedroom. He immediately opened the door and walked in. Seeing Wenli lying on the bed, happily talking on the phone, Songyan didn't speak up, but his expression was pensive. Wenli was still engrossed in chatting with Ba Shen. She didn't notice Songyan had returned. Only when she felt the mattress sink and warmth on her back did she stop. Songyan leaned over, speaking for Ba Shen to hear too. "You two, the old not-yet-married couple, are talking quite happily, huh?" Wenli guiltily avoided his gaze, falling silent. Seeing this, Songyan made a sound and asked why she stopped talking. Ba Shen's teasing voice came from the other end. He said, "Ayan, you're home so late, leaving such a beautiful girl alone. That's so heartless." Songyan tilted his chin, eyes cold, and said, if he hadn't come home late, how could he create opportunities for them to chat? Wenli was bewildered and only then started to explain to him. Her face drooping, she said, "It's just talking." Songyan leaned in close, his hot breath brushed Wenli's ear. "Just talking." Wenli mumbled and Songyan smiled sulkily. "Then I'll go. You two can continue talking." It was an old trick but never failed. Wenli immediately pulled him back, pleading, "Don't go." Wenli's face then turned to surprise and panic. Before she could say anything, he pinned her down, kissing her deeply. Ba Shen, hearing them suddenly go quiet, didn't ask but kept saying hello, hello. But what answered him was only the moist, moaning sound coming from Wenli's throat. Their lips intertwined, unwilling to part. Ba Shen, confused, asked again, "Where are you?" No one answered. After a while, Songyan finally released Wenli. Their breaths were hurried and panting. Wenli looked up with wide eyes. Their gazes met. Neither said anything. Only the third person spoke up in frustration. "What was that sound just now? What are you two doing? I'm still here, you know?" Ignoring Ba Shen's shouting, Songyan looked at Wenli, who was covering her mouth. He felt heartache and gently said, "Take your hand away quickly. Let me see if there are any bruises." But Wenli didn't remove her hand from her lips. She sat up hurriedly, saying the two of them should talk first. She was like a little rabbit, covering her mouth, saying she'd check in the bathroom herself. Wenli probably didn't want him to see that her mouth looked like his now, the corners slightly swollen with a tinge of pink. Songyan lightly touched his lips, still lingering with sweetness. He smiled to himself, thinking Wenli hadn't changed a bit, still the same as before. Them Shen's frustrated voice rang out again. "Hello, can someone pay attention to me?" Songyan put the phone to his ear. "Hanging up now. Call here less often in the evenings from now on." Ba Shen frowned in disbelief, asking if Songyan was really jealous. She's his wife now. They're in love with each other. But after all, Wenli is Ba Shen's childhood friend. Moreover, Songyan himself knows that the two of them have no possibility. He explained for a while. Ba Shen concluded that whether Wenli is a girl or not makes no difference to him. Songyan spoke seriously, saying he doesn't doubt the two of them. He admitted he's narrow-minded, asking if Ba Shen could understand him. Ba Shen felt aggrieved, blaming Songyan for being narrow-minded and hurting innocent people. He even emphasized that he and her were former fiancés. When they got married, Ba Shen didn't even blame him for marrying his fiancée. Songyan spoke in a deep, hoarse voice, apologizing to his close friend. His tone made Bashen feel embarrassed. He lowered his voice, saying he was just joking. He also reminded Songyan not to be jealous over such trivial matters anymore. Wenli didn't just have Bashen as a fiancé. Bashen recounted that he heard from others that her grandfather had arranged a marriage for her at 6 or 7 years old. Later, it was cancelled for unknown reasons. Then, it was his turn. So Bashen said Ayan should think more openly. Don't worry about how many fiancés your wife had. Now, you're the only one in her heart. Songyan felt more at ease after hearing this. His eyebrows relaxed, and he let out a light chuckle. Bashen was also relieved, feeling he had successfully comforted his big boss. He then changed the subject, asking what they were doing earlier that made him hear little Wenli cry out. Songyan calmly said it was nothing. She just accidentally bumped into him. Bashen worriedly asked where she bumped, if it was okay, if there was any disfigurement. After all, both of them rely on their faces to make a living. Songyan immediately dampened his friend's enthusiasm. He replied it was the lips, just by accident. Bashen winked on the other end of the line. Lips, he smiled knowingly. He told Ayan that he still remembered in high school when Songyan accidentally had the same thing happen with a female student. Their lips collided and even bled. At that time, his whole face turned red, even redder than his lips. For those few days, Bashen noticed Songyan seemed to be in a daze. That morning, he even saw him secretly washing his blanket. Bashen looked visibly annoyed because he had asked Songyan who that female student was, but Songyan pretended to be deaf and mute. As a result, Bashen guessed all the girls in the class, but he refused to tell who it was, no matter what, which made Bashen extremely angry. Songyan helplessly held his forehead and tilted his head back. He asked Bashen if he was still upset or if he should tell him now, but Bashen immediately refused, saying he's no longer interested. He also revealed to Songyan that Wenli called him tonight because she wanted to hear about Songyan's high school stories. Bashen laughed and said not to worry, as he's a loyal brother. He won't tell Wenli about this incident. He added that Songyan should feel free to keep his pure first love in his heart. Meanwhile, Wenli was in the bathroom. She looked at her slightly swollen red lips, wondering why she ran away earlier. Was it because of past events? She recalled in high school when she was angry about something and went to find Bashen, asking him to skip PE class with her. She ran into the room then, with tears streaming down her face, crying out to the boy sitting there. Bashen, even though we always argue, but when I asked you to skip class for me, you actually did. Wenli cried out angrily, startling the boy. She sobbed and complained, why did my friend treat me like that? She even said she won't be friends with me anymore. Wenli cried until her eyes were swollen. Seeing him still silent, she approached and asked, I've been crying for so long. Don't you know to give me a tissue? The boy then stood up, still not saying a word. Receiving the tissue, Wenli wiped her tears and said thank you. After her tears dried, Wenli felt energized and said she felt much better now. Bashen, you're the best. But a moment later, her smile faded. She froze, dumbfounded, because the person she thought was Bashen, whom she had been complaining to, was actually Songyan. He still said nothing as they stared at each other. Wenli blushed, biting her lip, her eyes watery. She was frustrated, realizing she had rambled on about so many things in front of a stranger, even demanding tissues from him. But Songyan remained gentle. Seeing her red eyes, he offered another tissue, saying, don't cry anymore. Just then, the bell rang. Wenli wiped her tears. Students outside rushed out of class, talking loudly. She immediately hugged herself, her face red, wanting to run away. Panicked, she asked him what to do now. She was afraid they would see her tear-stained face and laugh at her. Songyan calmly pulled her to a hidden corner, telling her to hide there. Wenli complained that even in elementary school she never hid like this. It was too childish. Then she fiercely warned Songyan not to tell anyone about what just happened. She kept talking non-stop like a machine, so Songyan had to cover her mouth with his hand. As the distance between them decreased, he whispered, Junior, be quiet. Wenli finally fell silent, and he removed his hand from her mouth. But at that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Outside were students rushing in, then rushing out again, calling to each other to go to the gym to find their classmates. They didn't know they had accidentally pushed Songyan forward, causing his lips to accidentally touch Wenli's. Wenli, hit by the impact, sat down in pain, covering her face and crying again. Songyan's lip also had a swollen red mark at the corner. He looked at her in confusion. Wenli's cheeks gradually turned pink, and the corner of her lip was also swollen and red. She was thinking if they had just kissed. A voice called out, Hello, teacher Song. Song Yan, who was lost in thought, finally came back to earth. Wen Li took a cold cloth to wipe his swollen spot. She scolded him for sitting there dazed, not knowing to apply medicine to his swollen lip. Song Yan wrapped his arms around her, smiling and lifting his face, obediently waiting for Wen Li to take care of him. "Thank you, Teacher Wen," he said. The next day, this white-haired old man was lying in a hospital bed, complaining that the nurses always just give injections. His arm was about to be poked into a sieve. Suddenly, a young girl wearing sunglasses pushed open the door and entered. Wen Li took off her glasses, bent down, and smiled brightly, greeting her grandfather. Seeing his granddaughter, the grandfather complained, "I thought I'd have to wait until I'm in heaven to see VV's daughter again." But he was still very happy and told Wen Li to come closer so he could see her. As soon as he got a clearer look at his granddaughter, the old man immediately said loudly that she was too thin. Wen Li could only explain to him that being thin is beautiful. Grandfather seized on her words to argue back, saying that's why he told her not to be a celebrity. She's as thin as a stick now. He was so upset that he even cursed the name from the old poor times. Not only did he not take good care of his daughter, but he also didn't take good care of his granddaughter. He really doesn't know how to be a father. While he was ranting, he saw Wen Li receive a phone call. He waved his hand, telling his granddaughter to go outside to answer. Being a celebrity, she gets even more calls than Wen Yan. Wen Li took the phone outside. He didn't forget to tell Wen Li that he also earned a lot of money. As soon as the door closed, grandfather looked up and asked Wen Yan where the Song family boy was. Why didn't he come with her? Hearing Wen Yan say Song Yan didn't come, the old man sighed that it's good he didn't come. Thinking of this grandson-in-law made him feel sorry for his granddaughter. As they were talking, suddenly Wen Li poked her head in, calling Wen Yan out. She said she had something to discuss. Seeing this, grandfather also urged his son to go see what his granddaughter had to say. After hearing Wen Li mention the matter of filming a program that required disclosing her background, Wen Yan couldn't help but be surprised. Wen Li continued, explaining that the next episode required visiting the other party's high school to recall memories, so it was necessary. After hearing this, Wen Yan agreed, but it wasn't that simple. He reminded his niece that their agreement remained unchanged. If anyone ever found out she was connected to the Xing Yi group, she must return home immediately. Wen Li put her hands on her hips, arguing that this was work, not her personal reasons. She had already signed a contract, so she couldn't refuse to cooperate with filming. Wen Yan tilted his chin up, eyes determined, saying Wen Li's background couldn't be made public. If it were made public, wouldn't Song Yan benefit? He remembered clearly that back then, every 2 to 3 days, Wen Li would go to the nearby school to find Ba Shen. Compared to her high school, most of her high school memories were surely from the same place as Song Yan's. Seeing her uncle knew so much, Wen Li's eyes widened in surprise as she asked how he knew. Wen Yan folded his arms. "Because I'm your uncle. If you weren't my niece, I wouldn't care whether you lived or died." Wen Li heard Wen Yan's old man tone and laughed teasingly, saying he's already this age and should fix this sharp-tongued habit. Otherwise, don't claim to be only 30 years old now. Even at 50, don't dream of finding a partner. Wen Yan refused to back down and raised his eyebrows, saying, "Is it not foolish to wholeheartedly serve someone like Wen Li does?" At this point, Wen Li couldn't help but proudly boast about her husband. Song Yan is excellent in studying, acting, and business. He's an all-round top actor. Wen Li's picky uncle then smirked, saying she should go ask that all-round top actor to figure out the background issue. Wen Li was so angry she gritted her teeth. After returning home, Wen Li called the scriptwriter. She said that before going to university, she had been studying abroad, so she suggested that for the next episode, both she and her husband should visit Song Yan's high school instead. The scriptwriter agreed, and Wen Li could return to bed sitting with relief. Song Yan had just finished bathing. Seeing his wife, he gently approached and hugged her from behind, asking why she wasn't playing with her phone today. Wen Li leaned her head on his shoulder, using the opportunity to reproach him about last night. Wasn't it because of chatting on the phone with Ba Shen that made him angry, so she didn't dare to play with her phone anymore? Song Yan buried his face in her neck, his voice apologetic. "Go ahead, I won't get angry." Hearing this, Wen Li pretended to be surprised. "Really, Teacher Song, you were actually angry. Are you that petty?" Song Yan admitted that he was indeed very petty. Wen Li had to comfort him, saying although she and Ba Shen were once engaged, she and he had no romantic feelings for each other. They were just friends, a pure friendship without complications. After knowing each other for so many years, she said Song Yan should allow her to keep in touch with him occasionally. Song Yan sternly said no. Then, as Wen Li looked bewildered, he laughed and stroked her head affectionately. "Just just kidding. You can keep in touch. Wenli turned away, teasing him. She said he was so generous, it seemed he didn't like her that much. Song-yan felt Wenli was truly impossible. Then he hugged her tightly and warmly. A few seconds later, Wenli emerged and asked him if he'd seen the online discussions lately, specifically the discussions about his first love. Seeing him silent, Wenli continued speaking. First, she had to start with a disclaimer that she wasn't the type to gossip. Then, she said that she really felt he didn't have someone he liked back then. If forced to say he liked someone, it must have been Ba Shen. Song-yan shrugged and smirked after hearing this, saying it could have been him later. Wenli curiously wrapped her arms around his neck, looking up with wide eyes asking who it was then. She added that Ba Shen was always by his side but didn't discover who it was. Song-yan squeezed Wenli's cheeks, his lips curved into a smile. Him. You didn't figure it out either, silly. Wenli lazily sprawled out on the bed. She said that had nothing to do with her. Back then, he was indifferent and cold towards her. She didn't care who he liked either. Wenli paused for a moment. She cleared her throat a few times, then timidly asked if he had dated her. Song-yan lowered his head. In his heart, he wanted to tell her that he was afraid. Memories flooded his mind. He remembered that night when he stood waiting to confess to the girl he liked. But he only received a cold remark from Wen-yan. Don't wait anymore. She's not coming. Wen-yan rudely stomped on the candles he had prepared for the confession. He told Song-yan that his father sponsored his studies in the country, not to rekindle the relationship between them. Hearing this, Song-yan's hands clenched into fists, his teeth biting his lips so hard it almost bled. He tried to endure it. Wen-yan's words cut into Song-yan's heart like knives. He said that with his current abilities, he couldn't give Wenli the conditions that they required him to provide for her. Song-yan was stunned. It had taken so much courage, leaving only dignity and self-respect. At that moment, everything was extinguished. It wasn't a pleasant memory. Wenli was still looking at him with her big round eyes, asking what he was afraid of then, that he didn't date that girl. Song-yan didn't answer. He didn't need her to feel guilty or compensate. He just needed them to be together now. That was enough. He remained silent. Wenli reluctantly lay down and closed her eyes. Though still a bit upset, she said she wouldn't ask anymore and would go to sleep soon. In her heart, however, she still wanted to go to his school tomorrow to find the answer. She caressed Song-yan's face, thinking to herself that she'd definitely find that girl and teach her a lesson. Why didn't she realize his feelings for her back then, making him sad until now? The next day, on Bajie Entertainment's official homepage, information about Episode 8 with the theme Memories of the World with You was posted. This episode will be filmed for 3 days and 3 nights, revisiting their old school. The filming location for Wenli and Song-yan is Yingde International School. As soon as the information was posted, many people rushed to comment. Since Yingde International School has high tuition fees and is difficult to enter, everyone secretly guessed that Wenli and Song-yan were from wealthy families, young masters, and misses. But Wenli studied abroad during high school, so this time they're only visiting Song-yan's school. Moreover, Mingfeng Art School and Yingde International School are next to each other. The two schools often organize joint activities. Some people even raise the question of whether Song-yan and Chen Zidong knew each other. Wenli read all the comments, then secretly looked at Song-yan and thought, although her father and grandfather had seized the opportunity for her to study at Mingfeng, if she had also studied at Yingde, she could have visited the old school with Song-yan as an alumna. Wenli secretly imagined what it would be like to attend the same school. She and he could be together morning and evening, and could even develop a pure first love. Noticing his wife's eyes full of emotions, Song-yan gently asked Wenli, "What's wrong?" Wenli didn't answer, just rested her head on his shoulder, a sweet smile on her lips. She thought if she hadn't studied at Mingfeng, she wouldn't have been able to enter the entertainment industry as an artist, let alone meet Song-yan again in the industry, and then get married. Song-yan's voice was gentle, with a hint of curiosity as he asked her what she was thinking about that made her so happy. Wenli curved her lips and replied she was remembering some things from high school. Song-yan also said it was a pity Wenli studied abroad during high school, otherwise she could also visit her old school. Wenli kept her contented smile and calmly replied, "It's okay. Visiting Teacher Song's old school is just the same." Very soon, they arrived at Yingda School. The MC immediately pointed the mic at Songyan, asking how he felt about visiting his old school, wearing the uniform again, if it felt like traveling back in time. Songyan waved to the students surrounding him, while smiling and answering modestly, "No, I feel like I've gotten old." Right after hearing that, the students immediately became noisy, objecting that he wasn't old at all. If he said he was their junior now, they'd still believe it. After the greetings were over, the MC, following the program's instructions, handed Wenli a mission card. Songyan would have to lead her to the designated location on the school grounds according to the program team's directions. Wenli then curiously looked up and asked him, "What's the treasure chest of memories?" Songyan smiled gently, saying it was the program team's requirement. He couldn't tell her. With such secrecy, Wenli secretly thought it might be about his first love, but then she dismissed that thought. After all, this was a couples show. How could they film about his first love? Wenli looked at the mission card again, surprised to see the 4 characters' fireworks in the mortal world. The surrounding students excitedly competed to introduce to her that it was the fireworks square, the confession hotspot of their school. Wenli gave a thumbs up, smiling beautifully and thanking the dear kids. Meanwhile, Songyan walking beside her, his face quietly revealing a hint of sadness. The MC then spoke up, thanking the enthusiastic students, but asking them not to answer questions so the guests could think for themselves. Stopping in front of a small convenience store, the owner handed Wenli a key, saying she was indeed a smart superstar, finding it so quickly. Wenli thanked the owner and conveniently asked if this place was really the confession hotspot. The owner smiled and said every year many students come here to confess, some even caught by teachers. The owner clicked his tongue in regret at this point. Wenli blurted out a comment. "How unlucky." The man then continued, saying that being caught by teachers wasn't considered unlucky. After all, the teachers couldn't scold the students much, at most just lecture them for a bit. Getting caught by parents was truly disastrous. Wenli, hearing this, asked confusedly, how could parents catch them confessing at school? The uncle then recounted an incident he had witnessed. The girl didn't show up, probably went home to tell her parents. That boy might be traumatized for life. He didn't forget to mention that the boy who left the deepest impression was very handsome. Songyan, who hadn't said anything until now, suddenly grabbed Wenli's hand and pulled her away, making her ask in confusion, "What's wrong?" Upon reaching an open space, Wenli reached up to pat his head, asking if he was tired from running around all day. Songyan admitted he was a bit tired and wanted to finish filming quickly. Wenli then asked him if he had ever been to this place before. Songyan lowered his head, his bangs hiding his gloomy, sorrowful eyes. He only answered with a single yes. She was about to ask more, but Songyan had already strode ahead, as if trying to avoid the question he was about to hear. He just smiled faintly and asked the cameraman, "Is the next location the teaching building?" Wenli, standing behind, could only silently tell herself to forget about it. There would be time to ask him later. They then went to the teaching building to talk with a teacher. The teacher said his impression of Songyan was that he was good at everything, just a bit reserved. Who could have guessed that Songyan would later become an actor? So the result of opening the treasure chest of memories was just a class photo of Songyan. Wenli looked at it while silently commenting. It seemed no female student was as beautiful as her. Could his first love not have been a classmate? Having finished filming the treasure chest content and the conversation scene between the homeroom teacher and Songyan, the MC then urged them to go to the next location for filming. Wenli said she needed to touch up her makeup, telling everyone to go ahead, she'd follow soon. When Wenli finished touching up and was about to leave, the homeroom teacher suddenly called her back, saying he had something to tell her. Wenli sat back down. Earlier, the conversation focused only on Songyan, so now the teacher had a chance to talk more with Wenli. He asked, "If I remember correctly, you're Ba Shen's friend, right?" Seeing that the teacher still remembered her, Wenli was indeed surprised. The chubby homeroom teacher smiled kindly and replied, "Of course I do." Then he assured her, "Before Songyan came to the school, he called me in advance. Just now, with the cameras around, I couldn't say anything." Wenli only now realized Songyan had asked the teacher for something privately. She only showed a bit of surprise. The homeroom teacher then opened a cabinet door. He said he called her over to return an item to Songyan on his behalf. behalf. It was something he had taken from Songyan when he was in 12th grade. It was considered Songyan's secret. He wasn't comfortable giving it to anyone else. With the cameras earlier, he couldn't hand it directly to Songyan, so now he wanted to entrust it to Wen Li. What appeared next was a magazine with Wen Li on the cover. The homeroom teacher explained that teenagers at 17, 18 years old are very sensitive. It's normal for boys to like this kind of thing. Wen Li was surprised to see it. It was the cover of a romance novel magazine she had secretly modeled for while in school. She was confused, not understanding why all the magazines she shot were here. Finally, Wen Li couldn't help but ask the teacher if he used to read romance magazines before. Opening the magazine, Wen Li was even more surprised to find Song Yan's handwriting inside. He had written densely, and Wen Li's name was everywhere. There were also notes he had marked. He had written about standing in a square once, lighting candles arranged in a heart shape, telling that girl, "I like you." She smiled and ran to him, her soft body falling into his arms. At that moment, he felt it was so good. The girl he liked, she was so good. But the next line was full of heartache. She didn't come. Wen Li dazedly recalled what he said last night. He said that girl didn't know he liked her. She had naively asked him then why he didn't tell that girl. He just remained silent, his eyes filled with sadness. Wen Li realized that this was the secret Song Yan didn't dare to be honest with her about. After all these years, he had never let go or forgotten, so it couldn't be explained, let alone spoken about. The homeroom teacher's voice sounded again, saying she and Song Yan were married now, so if he gave it to her, surely Song Yan wouldn't blame him. Wen Li didn't answer, head bowed, tears falling and shattering on the paper. She bit her lip in heartache. The homeroom teacher looked alarmed, hurriedly asking what was wrong. Wen Li tried to look up, forcing a smile, saying she was fine. She was just blaming herself for being so stupid, not realizing she was his first love. 10 years ago, 18-year-old Song Yan walked past a newsstand. He suddenly turned back, went to it, and told the owner he wanted to buy this magazine. When Ba Shen arrived, Song Yan quickly hid it in his backpack. Ba Shen asked what he was hiding. Song Yan replied it was nothing. Ba Shen didn't pry and invited Song Yan after school to play basketball together. Yan declined, saying he had a tutoring appointment with Zile. At the dance studio, Wen Li was practicing dance there. Here, Zile sat at the desk. He apologized to Yan, saying his sister had to rehearse today. Wen Yan wanted his nephew to wait for Wen Li, so they had to study here temporarily today. Song Yan smiled calmly and said it was fine. Then he explained to Zile the problems he couldn't solve, until Zile went out to the bathroom for a moment. Song Yan's eyes couldn't help but turn towards the girl who was dancing passionately in front of him. Wen Li turned to look at him, catching that furtive glance. Song Yan blushed and looked away, pretending not to care. Wen Li wiped her sweat as she walked towards him, her voice sweet as she called out to her senior, Yan. She tilted her head, asking if her dancing wasn't beautiful just now. Song Yan's ears turned red. Shyly lowered his head, avoiding the girl's clear gaze. It was beautiful. Wen Li then pouted and asked him why he had such a displeased look on his face, not even sparing her a glance. Before he could answer, Song Yan heard the door click. Knowing someone was coming, he hurriedly put a jacket on Wen Li. At first, she was confused, but then she touched her back and felt her top had come undone, exposing her smooth, white skin. Wen Li stammered, "A thank you." The person who entered was the boy Zile. Seeing the two together, he cheekily scolded his sister, saying he had only gone to the bathroom for a moment, and she was already bothering Brother Yan. Wen Li irritably retorted, saying if he wasn't studying, what was wrong with her talking to her senior? Then Wen Li was forcibly pushed away by her little brother so he and Brother Yan could continue studying. Wen Li still tried to secretly turn her head to look at him once more. She only saw his eyes looking slightly dazed, his lips unmoving and indifferent. He was asking himself at that moment, is that what Wen Li thinks? Wen Li then sulkily said she wouldn't dance anymore. She went to change clothes and told her grumpy brother to get her school bag for her. Zili pouted and curled his lip, calling his sister cruel. His hand was about to pick up the bag, but Song Yan suddenly smiled warmly and took the bag. He said he'd help. At that moment, he secretly slipped a letter for her into the bag. He eagerly waited, preparing everything in the square. After all the candles were lit, he had hoped she would run towards him in the candlelight, just like in novels. However, she didn't come. Thinking back to today, when they found the key at the convenience store near the fireworks square. While Wen Li was chatting with the shop owner, Song Yan quietly picked picked up a box of special items for confessing love to examine. Inside were beautiful white candles. He saw himself reflected in them, and the shop owner stirred up the pain in his heart with a story told from a third-person perspective. Song Yan painfully put the box back in its place. He also blurted out, "Indeed, being caught by parents while confessing is truly unbearable." After reading all the notes, Wenli pieced together all of his small actions today. She understood now. The homeroom teacher could only awkwardly push the tissue box towards Wenli. Wenli wiped her tears and asked again, "You just said this magazine was taken from Song Yan, right? So did Song Yan read it during class?" Wenli thought probably not. The homeroom teacher said not in his class, but for other teachers' classes, he couldn't remember. However, he recalled that during one of his classes, Song Yan was once distracted. He didn't know if someone came from outside, but Song Yan looked out the window for a long time. Hearing this, Wenli unconsciously looked out the window too. She recalled a small memory. Back then, the teacher had Song Yan's class sit close for discussion. Song Yan's group, Ba Shen and some other boys, gathered by the window. One boy looked down below and asked Ba Shen if the person down there was his fiancé. Ba Shen got annoyed hearing this, saying, "Wenli, little Fa, childhood sweetheart, all these names to call her. Why call her fiancé?" Then Ba Shen poked his head out, asking if Wenli was skipping class again. "Be careful, I'll tell your uncle." Wenli pointed at her phone, signaling him to check his messages quickly. Ba Shen immediately did so. Then he said, "Song Yan, quickly switch seats with me, so you can be by the window." Song Yan asked why curiously. Ba Shen leaned in to explain quietly. He asked if Song Yan remembered when Wenli argued with a friend and skipped class to come find him. But during that PE class, Ba Shen had a competition with the neighboring class and couldn't go. So Song Yan went back to the room to wait for Wenli instead. Ba Shen said Wenli and her friend had made up now, and she was bringing her friend to see the handsome guys. Song Yan just said, "Oh," and added, "Haven't they already seen you, though?" Ba Shen pushed his friend to sit by the window. "Oh, what do you mean, oh? It's not to see me. She's bringing her friend to see you." Then he persuaded Song Yan to just show his handsome face for them to see once. Song Yan cooperated, leaning to look out the window. The sunlight shone in, making his eyes sparkle, clear and calm like a lake surface. The corners of his mouth slightly curved, making him seem approachable, yet making one feel unworthy of him. Wenli's cheeks also reddened at this beauty. She softly called out, "Senior." Then, embarrassed and shy, she raised her hand to scratch her high nose bridge, quietly praising him for being so handsome. Wenli cleared her throat, regained her composure, and turned to ask her friend, "I didn't lie to you, right? Isn't he more handsome than Ba Shen?" Her friend just stared at the boy, exclaiming praises, no longer paying attention to Wenli's words. Then Wenli smiled brightly again, like a small flower in the sun, waving her hand to thank the senior. Song Yan turned his head back inside, making Wenli slightly embarrassed. She thought it was because she suddenly came here and annoyed him. If he's not happy, then we should leave, she thought. Then she linked arms with her best friend and cheerfully left. She didn't know Song Yan's eyes were still quietly following her. He saw she was still like before, not greeting him, suddenly approaching and leaving, suddenly stepping into someone's heart. It's really too much. The homeroom teacher then recounted, not knowing what beautiful scenery was outside that made Song Yan look out and space out for so long. The teacher called him for ages before he snapped out of it. Wenli just realized she was the reason. She could only laugh perfunctorily. Anyway, after returning the magazines to their original place, the teacher could finally relax. Wenli thanked him, hugging them as she left. After learning Song Yan's secret, she didn't know what to do. He had kept this in his heart for so long because he cared too much and didn't want Wenli to know. Wenli thought, if she suddenly said, "I know your secret now," wouldn't he feel she had arbitrarily invaded and stolen his secret? No. Wenli told herself, even if she was the female lead in his heart, she shouldn't flaunt it in front of him. She must carefully protect Song Yan's secret feelings from when he was 18. Seeing Wenli standing there blankly and slapping her face repeatedly, Wen poked her head out, confused, asking what she was doing there. The cameraman was already urging them. Wenli pressed the magazines into Wen's hands, telling her to hide these for her. "Don't let Song Yan see them." Wen was confused. "What are these? Aren't they yours, sis?" Wenli just brushed it off, telling her not to ask. They'd talk after filming. Late that night, Wen finally drove the two of them home. Just as Wenli got out of the car, the girl carelessly shouted, "Oh, right, sis. The magazines you gave me this morning, I'm returning them to you now." Wenli had to rush over and cover the girl's mouth. Then she told her husband to go ahead first, saying she needed to talk to Wen privately. Wen, confused, asked Wenli what was wrong. They weren't even sexy magazines or anything. Wenli said, "Wen, Wen wouldn't understand. A man's inner thoughts are very fragile. Directly exposing his secret would hurt him. Wen still didn't understand what the magazines and Songyan had to do with each other. Wenli didn't need her to understand. She herself now had to go to Sister Dong's room to discuss something. She could only ask Wen to help her put the luggage in the room. She also carefully instructed the girl to hide the magazines well. Seeing that only when Wen came, Songyan asked confusedly where Wenli was. Wen handed him the luggage, saying Wenli had gone to see Sister Dong and would be back soon. Before the girl could leave, Songyan called her back to ask what magazines they were talking about earlier. It wasn't about other male celebrities, was it? Wen nervously assured him it absolutely wasn't. They were just Wenli's magazines. She told him not to worry. Wen's attitude didn't reassure him at all. He felt a strange, vague uneasiness. After Wenli went to sleep, Songyan still lay thinking. Today he heard from the staff that after leaving the teaching building, Wenli was kept back by the homeroom teacher to talk. He could guess that the magazines were retrieved then. Remembering that Wenli had called you today, looking at Wenli sleeping soundly beside him, Songyan thought bitterly, it seems she had discovered it after all. He hugged Wenli close, wondering if he had become a burden to her. The cold and distant senior in your impression had actually secretly collected the youthful magazines where you were the cover model, clearly knowing you were his friend's fiancé, yet still liking you. Am I not disgusting for being like this? During the next day's shooting, while Songyan wasn't around, Wenli secretly asked the director to make sure someone stops Teacher Song today. Don't let him go to the fireworks square. The director suspiciously asked if she was planning a surprise for him. Hearing Wenli confirm it, the director enthusiastically rushed to inform Songyan's filming crew. Pay attention. Don't let him go to the fireworks square before Wenli finishes setting up the scene. The cameraman received the order and said loudly through the radio with determination, "Understood. We'll ensure the mission is completed." Just as Songyan was passing by, he curiously asked what mission they were talking about. The cameraman could only reply that it was a filming mission. Songyan spontaneously responded, saying that today was supposed to be free shooting, so he would just wander around freely. This statement directly confused the cameraman, who had to report to the director and other departments to be alert. There's a possibility that Teacher Song might go to the fireworks square. Tell them if they see him, they must stop him. Just as he was approaching the square, Songyan turned back and told the cameraman that he remembered that side would be very sunny with direct sunlight, so they headed back to the teaching building. The cameraman nodded, but also wondered to himself if someone had leaked the secret to Songyan or not, and why he suddenly changed direction. Songyan's face was still heavy with emotion at that time. Perhaps after Wenli discovered his youthful secret, he still couldn't cheer up. Meanwhile, Wenli was still arranging each candle. Seeing this, Wen asked if she needed any help, but Wenli refused, wanting to do it herself. Wiping sweat from her forehead, Wenli thought that Year Songyan had prepared everything alone too. Now she had to do the same. Then Wenli continued bustling about. Fireworks placed on that side, candles on this side. It took quite a while before the grand work was completed. Finished, Wenli then asked Wen to go to the car and bring her the wine. Wen looked puzzled and told Wenli that drinking alcohol while filming isn't very good, is it? But she still got it for Wenli. 2 minutes later, Wenli tilted her head back and gulped down the bottle. The bottle was emptied. In Wen's eyes, there was undisguised admiration for her own celebrity sister. Wenli let out another long sigh, trying to calm herself. Everything was now prepared. Wenli slightly curved her lips in a reassuring smile. Songyan was now sitting with a blank face alone in the classroom. A staff member informed him that Wenli had just said she wanted him to come to the fireworks square. Songyan, feeling dejected, spoke up, asking what Wenli was doing there. He really didn't want to go to that place. The cameraman could only give a vague answer, saying it was probably arranged by the scriptwriter and director. He wasn't sure. Songyan finally agreed to go there. When Songyan's figure appeared, all the students excitedly cheered. "He's here. Handsome Song is here." Songyan was also confused, not knowing why there were so many people gathered at the square. Only when the scene before him became clear did Songyan become astonished. Standing in front of him was a girl with her hair in a high bun, wearing the school uniform of the nearby school. Wenli knew he had arrived. She turned her head. The candlelight reflected on her beautiful face, creating pale orange streaks of light. Wenli smiled brightly, her eyes shining like fire. "You're here." Songyan seemed to still not believe the scene before his eyes. As for Wenli, right now she found it difficult to breathe. She bit her lip, inwardly scolding herself that she should have known to drink more to be braver. Now she was so nervous that she forgot all the prepared words in the script. A few seconds later, Wenli regained her composure. Her clear voice rang out. "These candles, I prepared them myself for a long time. They're for you." Before he could respond, Wenli knelt on one knee, holding the fireworks string below. She said she had also prepared fireworks for him to see. But Songyan just stood there silently with his hand clenched into a fist, making Wenli anxious. She looked up with her big round eyes, nervously asking him why he wasn't reacting. She didn't know if he was angry or happy. Maybe he felt she was insulting him. Wenli finally cautiously spoke up to ask him, but before she could finish her sentence, she was shocked into silence when she saw his eyes filled with tears. Heavy teardrops seemed about to shatter as soon as his beautiful eyes looked up. Song Yan then reached out to pull Wenli. The moment he hugged this girl tightly, fireworks exploded in the sky. Setting the backdrop for the romantic scene, the whole square cheered excitedly. Wenli buried her face in his shoulder, telling him not to let them film him. Wenli, heartbroken, caressed his face, gently comforting him. "Be good, don't cry." Song Yan felt a bit embarrassed. He changed the subject, asking what this troublemaker wanted to do now. Wenli then reached out to turn off both their mics. This action confused the audience a little, but they eventually accepted it. Just having the visuals was fine too. That was enough. Wenli stood before him. She took all of his painful youthful past and mended it. She gently called Songyan Sr. "I've secretly loved you for a long time. Will you be my boyfriend? Senior, don't just stand there. Answer me quickly." Songyan wrapped his warm hand around his wife's waist. "Of course, it's my honor." The filming ended. Everyone left after a long day's work. Songyan didn't want to leave yet. He sat on a bench. His dreamy gaze was awakened by Wenli's voice. "Alone here. What are you thinking?" Songyan calmly replied that he wasn't thinking of anything, just that he felt the fireworks square today was very different from his memory. Wenli sat down beside him, eagerly asking if he liked the surprise she had prepared today. Songyan slipped his fingers between hers, interlocking them tightly. The warmth of their hands blended together. He said he liked it very much. Wenli smiled meaningfully, then said she didn't like taking advantage of others. "In matters of love, both should be equal. You like me this much, I should be fair to you too." Wenli leaned her head on his shoulder, saying she wasn't good enough before. From now on, she wanted to try to make it up to him. Songyan affectionately patted his wife's head, his throat making a soft sound. Wen cheerfully ran over, interrupting their happy moment. She came to report that they could leave now. Wenli immediately stood up to go. Sitting in the car, she suddenly received a call from director Yan. He praised tonight's filming as very good. Wenli nodded excitedly. Right. Didn't I perform very well?" The director admitted it was indeed very good, but he felt the confession was too rustic, not modern enough. This comment made Wenli want to die on the spot. Her face was thin, unable to bear being called rustic. She immediately turned and blamed it all on Songyan, saying she just copied him exactly. Songyan obediently raised his hands in surrender, accepting the blame. "It's my fault. I'm rustic. It's me who's rustic." Then Wenli cleared her throat and told director Yan that he couldn't understand the romance of young people. Wenli placed her hand on Songyan's still warm cheek, saying to both him and director Yan that anyway, he was moved by her performance. Songyan curved his lips, just lightly kissing his wife's finger to show agreement. But old Yan still couldn't understand the sentiment. He couldn't see it. He even said if he were in that situation and his wife prepared such a big surprise for him, he would have embraced her and kissed her passionately already. But they just hugged a bit and ended it. Director Yan found it really bland. Wenli was again distressed by these words. Old Yan kept saying she's a frequent guest on the show. She should teach her husband a bit more usually. His on-camera reactions were too normal. Wenli laughed awkwardly, only able to explain there were many minors around. They needed to be careful to avoid influencing them. Hearing his wife say this, Song Yan secretly chuckled. Wenli was still arguing stubbornly. Even if they had actually kissed, that part would have to be cut out anyway. So what's the point of kissing? She didn't say she was dissatisfied. On the contrary, it's this director. Stop provoking her. Director Yan stubbornly held his view. Your kiss is your business. We'll cut our scenes. What's the problem? In the end, he could only sigh, scolding the two kids for not understanding what romance is. Finally, he hung up without saying goodbye. Back at the hotel, Wen told her sister to rest well tonight to have energy for tomorrow's filming. Tomorrow's tasks weren't few either. After finishing, she left. Wenli suddenly felt that director Yan was right. Almost 50 years old and still so passionate with his wife. As for Song Yan, Wenli started analyzing. Although he was very touched, even shedding a few tears. But apart from that, his reaction was indeed very normal. If it were her, knowing yesterday that Song Yan had secretly loved her for so many years, she would want to kiss him until he fainted. Wenli thought and couldn't help but sigh. Just thinking about how he had no reaction, the Iceman becoming an ice husband, Wenli felt the future days would be miserable. Finally, Wenli had to express her opinion to him, saying that she thought director Yan was right. Song Yan didn't answer. He was locking the door. After a click sound, Song Yan immediately grabbed his wife's hand, not letting her finish her complaint. Song Yan pressed her into a corner, kissing her hard, really making Wenli feel like she couldn't breathe. Her legs were also unsteady, wobbling as if about to fall. Finally, Wenli was lifted up by Song Yan. They looked at each other. Wenli's cheeks were flushed. He also seemed unable to hold back anymore. He directly laid her on the bed. "Sorry, I've been holding back the whole way." As he said this, he hurriedly unbuttoned his shirt. His eyes looked like he wanted to devour Wenli. "If you have anything to say, wait until after we're done." Wenli was pinned under him, frantically told him it's not okay, because the outfit she was wearing was borrowed from Sister Dongzi. If it gets dirty, she'd be in trouble. Song Yan still firmly said that if it gets dirty, he'll wash it. Then he pressed Wenli down again. Despite Lai trying to find excuses to resist, Song Yan lowered his head to kiss her smooth skin. He mischievously told her it's not over yet. Why does she want to run? Wenli felt his hot breath on her ear, her whole face flushed red. Her body involuntarily tensed up, her voice becoming increasingly weak and trembling. "Darling, I'm about to die from exhaustion." She looked up with innocent, clear eyes, asking him to spare her. Song Yan casually threw his shirt on the floor, his mouth only answering, "Okay." After that, Wenli, again dissatisfied and panicked, shouted, saying, "Didn't he agree to spare her? Why is he like this?" Much later, Wenli sat tiredly in the bathtub, complaining to her husband Song Yan, who was rubbing her back, saying he's really something. With all these marks, how could she possibly cover them up? Song Yan gently admitted his fault, saying it's his mistake. It's because he couldn't control himself. Then, as if remembering something, he asked Wenli, "Just now when we got home, what were you going to tell me?" Wenli looked up at him, saying nothing, only silently guessing that he probably hadn't heard anything earlier. She had intended to complain about his not-so-enthusiastic attitude when accepting her confession. Who knew he'd turn into a big bad wolf at home, pouncing on her? So she decided to let it go. Wenli raised her flushed face again, telling him that he had changed. Song Yan seemed not to understand fully, leaning in slightly to ask softly, "What?" Wenli hugged her knees, aggrieved, recounting that when he was in high school, he wasn't like this at all. Back then, he was very celibate, very cold, very indifferent, very arrogant. In her heart, she was secretly lamenting. Before, she disliked Song Yan because he was so cold, but compared to what she just had to endure, she'd rather he stayed as cold as before. Song Yan gently pressed the shampoo bottle, caressing his wife's hair. He denied Wenli's words, because he felt he had always been like this. Wenli stammered in rebuttal, "Not at all. Back then, you liked me but treated me very coldly. Isn't that being indifferent? What else?" Song Yan then lowered his voice and uttered 2 words of apology. He explained with a heavy heart that back then she was Bashen's fiancée, so he didn't know what he should do. Wenli knew he had more to say and was still blaming himself, so she turned around, took his hand to comfort him, saying clearly she and Ba Shen had no romantic feelings for each other. Song Yan lowered his eyes. "I know, but at that time, only you two didn't consider that relationship real. Moreover, I knew that Wenli was just a high school girl then. Emotions can't be controlled and are constantly changing. I was afraid that later you might see Ba Shen as your childhood sweetheart. Then what should I do? It's just like me 10 years ago, clearly knowing I shouldn't like you, but in the end, I was still tempted by you." He involuntarily recalled memories from the past. Back then in high school, he was very poor. Friends saw his bike was broken and gathered around to gossip. They asked what his family actually did, saying, "Don't tell me your family doesn't even have a single bike." Song Yan ignored those words, just silently examining the bike. It seemed the tire had a leak, but he wasn't deaf either. That group kept on mocking, saying he should call his parents to pick him up. Song Yan couldn't help but frown in annoyance. Just as he was directing his cold eyes at that nosy, tactless male student, a car horn sounded. A beautiful young lady stepped out of a luxurious white car, then scolded those rude male students. "Hey, you think you have a few dirty coins at home, so you feel you're very great, right? Wenli crossed her arms, looking straight at the boys, and scolded. How convenient. My family has more money than yours. I'm nobler than you all. So today I'm going to protect Songyan. After saying that, Wenli changed to a different expression, a different tone, cheerfully inviting the senior to get in the car, saying she'd take him home. As the car door closed, Wenli asked him with sparkling eyes if she wasn't really cool just now. She added that if she were a boy, then what would Ba Shen be considered? Faced with Wenli's bright eyes and quick tongue, Songyan had to respond, going along and agreeing that she was right. Wenli then instructed him like a little brother, telling him next time if he's bullied, he should fight back. Don't expect that she could always appear like just now. She's not that free. Songyan smiled slightly and nodded. In his heart at that time, he thought, actually, if she had arrived a few minutes later, he would have already planned to fight back. But he didn't know since when some things had begun to take root and grow in his heart. The present Wenli understood even more the difficulties he had been through. She leaned her head on his chest, apologizing, sorry that she didn't know then, and had thought of him that way, and thought that he really hated her. Songyan placed his hand on her small, soft face. Gently, no need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. The gentler he was, the more guilty Wenli felt towards him. She said heartbrokenly, asking him not to treat her so forgivingly. Could he? Him being like this would make her feel even more like a jerk. Songyan suddenly kissed her cheek lightly. You really are a jerk, but the surprises you've given me today are enough to make up for it. Wenli was very curious and asked him at the square, at the moment he saw her, what he was thinking. Was he very excited, right? So excited he wanted to faint on the spot. Wenli looked into his eyes, making him tell the truth, not to be evasive. Songyan was silent for a few seconds, his Adam's apple bobbing. Finally, he leaned to her ear and whispered 3 words, want to eat you. Wenli was shocked. She immediately covered his mouth with her hand, saying she was wearing a high school uniform today. Him being like this was actually illegal. Songyan didn't want to take back his words. Didn't you tell me to be honest? He gently kissed Wenli's still damp hair. When you were 16, I had already thought about it. Back then, I always imagined being able to do with you what we're doing now. The next day, Wenli arrived at the film set. Her beauty was as stunning as always, but the makeup artist was perceptive enough to notice that her eyes were a bit swollen. So she concernedly asked if Wenli hadn't rested enough yesterday. Wenli nodded, admitting she slept late last night. Probably around 5 o'clock, she said. Songyan, sitting nearby, corrected her. It was close to 5 a.m. Hearing they slept at 5 o'clock, the makeup artist couldn't help but gape and pulled the young assistant Wen, asking what those two were actually talking about. Wen looked at the couple, yawning in unison, tears in their eyes, and didn't dare to imagine. Back. Wenli tiredly flopped onto the bed. She really couldn't keep her eyes open. Songyan ruefully apologized to his wife. It's all my fault. I'm the one who made you this tired. Wenli took the opportunity to play the victim. She said it's his fault that her waist still hurts. Songyan stroked his wife's head, indulgently telling her to lie down so he could massage her. His large hands pressed down on both sides of her waist, gently, with moderate force. He asked how she found his technique. Was it enough to make up for last night's behavior? Wenli haughtily rated it as just so-so. Then suddenly, her tone turned serious and said, actually, you don't need to make up for that. After speaking, Wenli turned and pulled him down. Then she held up one small finger, saying she still had some questions and doubts that hadn't been answered. Songyan touched her nose with his, gently saying, wife, go ahead and ask. Wenli smiled softly, then, in a serious tone, asked if those gay scandals of his back then were all just excuses. Was he just trying to pull her out of the public opinion whirlpool between Zheng She and Lu Ming? Songyan caressed Wenli's small cheeks, smiling indulgently, yes. Although this excuse was a bit unrealistic, luckily you were silly enough to believe it. Wenli got annoyed and made him sit up, asking who he called silly. Sit up and answer properly, will you? She also recounted that during her year of study abroad, she had always been quietly following him. What about him? When Wenli returned to China, she saw that he had already achieved his dream, so she had to quickly become an actress to be able to catch up with him. Wenli used those sparkling eyes to tell him that she had watched all of his films from his debut until now. She excitedly asked if he thought she was amazing. Then she shrugged and lifted her chin, explaining that it was simply because she wanted to learn from him. It wasn't really because she was his fan. Seeing him silent and motionless, Wenli peeked to see what his expression and attitude were like. A moment later, Wenli was startled to see a glistening tear roll down from the corner of his eye. Wenli, confused, asked what was wrong. Why was he crying? She stood up quickly, wanting to go get tissues, but was immediately stopped by him grabbing her hand. Songyan pulled her to sit down, holding her hand. He said that when she went abroad, as long as he wasn't filming, he would always pay attention to her business affairs. He made Wenli's dream his own. He knew if he was in the spotlight, she would notice him faster. So he chose to become an actor. He had also watched all of her works, remembered every photo, every line of Wenli's. That was his answer. Wenli's eyes filled with tears as she looked at him. She heard him say it was a pity that they had missed so much in the past. Wenli gently traced his lips to comfort him, saying there was nothing to regret. Placing a teary kiss on his angular face, Wenli said, even if they had missed each other in the past, now they were husband and wife. Their future was still very long. There would be many chances to film together in the future. Then they would be together like now, watching the works they had acted in together. Wenli spoke a lot about the future. She intertwined her fingers with his, holding tight. Just the two of us is enough. Songyan responded with a gentle kiss. Okay, just this is enough. After leaving the international airport, Wenli moved to the set of the show Because of You, as the latest episode was about to air. The little assistant Wen reminded Wenli that there would soon be a collaboration between the mentors and the trainees. Because of this, Wenli had to sit in the car studying some dance moves for her upcoming duet with the trainees. The movements were quite vague. Seeing her frown, Songyan gently placed his hand on Wenli's and asked if she was having any problems. Wenli was very independent. She told him it was just a small issue. She could handle it herself. By evening, the show finally began. The MC congratulated the trainees for having the opportunity to perform on stage with their mentors. He also announced that everyone could freely choose the mentor they wanted to work with. The camera turned to Zile. He was asked who he wanted to choose as his guiding partner. Zile answered without hesitation that he wanted to choose Teacher Wen. Immediately, the audience cheered in unison, supporting him. They really wanted to know how the student and Teacher Wen would stir things up. Hearing this, Wenli pretended to be naive and exclaimed, "Oh, I didn't expect you to choose me. Welcome, welcome." Zile looked at his sister, silently objecting in his heart. He actually never intended to choose his sister. It was just Wenli forcing him to do so. Zile vividly remembered Wenli's instructions, saying that when she chooses a trainee, she'll choose him. She told him he must also choose her. Understood. When Zile asked why, Wenli just said, why was he asking so many questions? If told to choose, just choose, or was he tired of living? So the boy had to agree. After the selection, Wenli's group was guided to another practice room. The scriptwriter asked which contestant she wanted to choose to complete this dance routine with. For fairness, Wenli suggested drawing lots. The boys all hoped they would be the one drawn. Only Zile felt suspicious. After the draw, Zile stood frozen in place. The other kids kept congratulating him, saying he was so lucky. Zile had only one question in his mind. How on earth did his sister manage to trick the drawing box? There must be something fishy. Zile really wanted to report this. Wenli then put on a saintly appearance. She instructed the trainee kids to go home and rest after they finished practicing. But contestant Zile should stay behind as she had something to discuss with him. Zile could only agree. When it was just the two siblings, Wenli began to interrogate. Why, when she had already rejected everyone else, was he still not cooperating? In the past, the siblings fought all the time, even more intimately than this. She teased him. He teased her. A pair born from the same womb. Why act so formal now? Zile sat leaning against a corner, saying that was when they were young and doesn't count. Now is now. They're both over 20 years old. He asked if she was doing this so that after the show airs, it would anger their grandfather and uncle to death. Wenli said not to worry. Those two don't watch these kinds of shows. Zile widened his eyes and asked, what about brother A Yan? Wenli immediately scolded her brother for knowing nothing. It's precisely because of him that she didn't choose others. Then she changed to a pleading look, coaxing him, saying that in the future, if Zile releases his own album, she would buy thousands of copies to support him. Would that be okay? Zile, on the contrary, felt nauseated. He asked her not to look at him with that disgusting gaze. Whatever was said, in the end, the brother arrogantly agreed. If they must dance, then dance. He'd consider it as being taken advantage of by a pig. Wenli pointed at her face as beautiful as a flower, asking who the kid was calling a pig. Zile mischievously snorted, making oinking sounds to tease her. To business, The siblings cooperated very well. The director had already recorded it on his phone and would send the video to Wenli later. Wenli thanked him, then happily sent the video clip to Song Miran to watch. She asked if he thought the siblings looked cool dancing on stage. Seeing Song Miran call back, Wenli was excited, thinking he must be eager to praise her. Wenli answered, cheerfully asking how he thought she danced. Song Yan commented very seriously that he wasn't a professional dancer, so he couldn't judge. Wenli frowned, saying she didn't ask for his professional opinion. He just needed to say if it was beautiful or not. Song Yan obliged, answering her with a single beautiful. With just one word beautiful, Wenli felt unsatisfied again. She complained that his reaction wasn't as enthusiastic as the live audience at the scene. Song Miran then asked if she was doing this on purpose. She knew well he was in Xincheng and couldn't come back. Wenli thought he was trying to change the subject. She immediately restated her purpose, saying she was just asking what he thought after watching it. Song Yan grudgingly said a string of words. Beautiful. So beautiful that he wished he could immediately fly back from Xincheng to catch her, tie her to the bed, and make love to her for 3 days and nights. Was this answer enthusiastic enough? Wenli blushed and was stunned hearing this. Song Yan then asked why she wasn't saying anything. Only then did she sigh a few words. You've changed. Song Yan really wanted to come out of the phone and ask her directly how he had changed. Wenli blushed and said he was more flirtatious than before. His warm voice came through. So do you like it? Wenli shyly replied, whether I like it or not doesn't matter. The mouth is on your face, you say what you want to say. Song Yan appeared thoughtful, replying that he spoke for her to hear. If she didn't like it, he would never say such things again. This provocative move of his really made Wenli want to hit him. She scolded him for being all talk, saying how could that be like a real man? When he comes back, if he can't do it for 3 days and nights, she would post on Weibo to let the whole country know he's not capable. Song Yan then sounded dangerous. All right, at that time, even if you beg for mercy, I won't stop. Wenli, embarrassed, turned angry. She flared up, telling him to stop thinking about such nonsense all day. He went to Xincheng for work. If he thinks about silly things while working and loses focus, isn't he afraid of disappointing Director Chu? Song Yan blamed her instead, saying his lack of focus wasn't because of someone sending him a video of her dancing. He also said in the future, don't send him videos like this anymore. Wenli felt aggrieved and confused. Didn't he just say it was very beautiful? If it's beautiful, why doesn't he want to see it? Moreover, she remembered the video of her dancing from last time. He even secretly watched it behind her back before. At this point, Wenli sensitively thought maybe she had been too proactive lately, so Song Yan no longer found her attractive. Song Yan immediately dismissed those thoughts. He said before she danced solo, but this time she danced with someone of the opposite sex. Before Wenli could respond, he seemed embarrassed and quickly hung up, leaving a bewildered Wenli wondering if he was jealous. Could he really be jealous of her own brother? Suddenly, Wenli felt her cheeks heating up. She found him quite adorable. Wenli smiled happily because of this, thinking to herself she never expected him to be so jealous. At this moment, Zili came over. The boy had just reviewed the practice video, thought it was okay, and was asking to go home. Seeing his sister's strange look at him, Zili felt a bit confused. He asked his sister what was wrong. Unexpectedly, he received a shoulder hug and a regretful look from Wenli, saying, why couldn't he be her sister instead? Zili got a bit agitated, yelling that she was talking nonsense. What rubbish was she saying? Wenli then affectionately patted her brother's head as if to make up for it. She also reminded Zili to speak softly. The intimate scene between the siblings was secretly captured by Shuo Jingyue. Song Yan was now in the car heading to the filming location, his mind still in the clouds. His thoughts were on his beloved wife, Wenli. She really couldn't know how proud of her he was. Now he imagined Wenli's smug face, gleefully asking if he was jealous. Though a bit embarrassed, Song Yan just shrugged it off, letting her be proud of that. A few days later, in the car to a gathering dinner, Song Yan sat with Old Chu and Zhou. He told them there's a film festival in Xincheng in June. The producer side has connections with Old Wu this year. Since he doesn't have a work this year, they invited Song Yan as a guest. Speaking of tonight's dinner, Old Zhou said Old Guo arranged this meal. About 80 to 90% is to pave the way for his beloved daughter. Old Chu immediately said it's not his daughter, just a small idol who sings and dances. Old Guo's new movie is her first film. Old Zhou couldn't help but be surprised upon hearing this. He asked if it was possible that she hadn't even acted in TV dramas before. Old Chu nodded, saying that Old Guo's biological daughter had argued with her father several times because of this small idol. Then he turned to Song Yan, asking if old Guo had approached him from the start about the male lead role for this film. Song Yan was a bit surprised. He wasn't clear about this. What's the matter? Old Chu said yes, it was in the 5th episode, but you didn't respond to them. Old Zhou then told Old Chu not to worry. Although Song Yan didn't respond, instead of acting with an unfamiliar small idol he doesn't know, he would feel more comfortable acting with his wife. Old Zhou also said this has nothing to do with his wife. The key is that Wen Li, though lacking screen experience, has charisma and high popularity. Even if she weren't Song Yan's wife, Old Chu would still be more willing to see them collaborate. After hearing this, Song Yan humbly thanked the two of them for recognizing his wife's talent. He also said if his wife heard these words from director Chu, she would probably be over the moon. Old Chu immediately teased Yan, saying he's like an old man sometimes, always saying, Wen Li is arrogant, but every time he meets Wen Li, she is always very humble. He knows for sure, your wife only shows off in front of you. Right. Song Yan blushed, squinted his eyes, and smiled, saying, Director Chu keeps teasing him. They both laughed heartily. Then Zhao received a message about old Guo's late arrival. He couldn't help but sigh that this meal would be boring again. They sat for a while, bored and tired, before old Guo arrived. For being late like this, old Chu teased him, saying he should punish himself with 3 drinks. After that, old Guo introduced his adopted daughter, Shua Jingyu, to old Chu, then brought her to meet Song Yan, the male lead in his new film. Shua Jingyu put on an innocent, naive appearance as she greeted Song Yan. Song Yan looked at her, and after a moment remembered she was a junior colleague at his wife's company. He also recalled that his wife didn't seem to like this junior very much. Meanwhile, director Guo also helped his daughter get acquainted with him, saying that Jing Yue was his fan. When he didn't accept this film of his before, the most disappointed person wasn't himself, but this girl. She had chased after him, making a fuss for over half a month, complaining that he hadn't invited Song Yan sincerely enough. Song Yan, in response to these words, just humbly said, Old Guo was joking. After the greetings, Shua Jingyue realized that among these directors, no one seemed interested in paying attention to her, not even Song Yan. At this moment, Song Yan's phone suddenly rang. He stood up, excusing himself to take the call outside for a moment. The caller was his wife. He had to fulfill his duty to report that he was having dinner outside, not yet back at the hotel. Knowing he was dining with someone of the opposite sex, Wen Li showed a bit of jealousy. He also pretended to be jealous, saying Miss Wen has to dance closely with someone of the opposite sex, while he's just sitting at a table with someone. How can these be the same? As the couple was chatting happily, Shua Jingyu approached. Acting innocent like a fairy, she butted in, intentionally speaking for Wen Li to hear, Teacher Song, I came to urge you to return and continue drinking. Everyone is waiting for you to come back. After saying all this, she pretended to be careless. Oh no, I'm sorry. Did I disturb you? Wen Li heard this and immediately knew a vixen was causing trouble. She promptly told Song Yan to turn on the speakerphone so she could talk. He obediently turned on the speaker. His wife's sharp voice immediately rang out, showing no restraint. Shua Jingyu, are you seriously ill or something? Shua Jingyu was stunned. The girl certainly didn't expect that with the husband present, Wen Li would dare to be so fierce. On her end, Wen Li held a red lipstick, standing in front of the mirror, slayfully lecturing the girl. Wen Li said to Shua Jingyue that her appearance isn't bad at all, and she knows how to make money. Boss Zhang also supports her fully, yet she doesn't focus on fulfilling her role as an idol and finding a single man to have a happy relationship with. Wouldn't that be better? At this point, Wen Li lowered her voice. Her tone became gentler, but carried much more sharpness and danger. She said, if Jingyue is determined to trample on herself, she won't stop her. But being kept means having the self-awareness of someone who is kept. One must have some professional ethics. Don't eat from the bowl while eyeing the pot. Wen Li told her, the man standing in front of her, from his hair to his body hair, all belongs to her. Even if one day she gets bored of playing and doesn't want him anymore, it still won't be Shua Jingyue's turn. After saying this, Wen Li asked if she understood. After hearing these words, Jingyue could only bite her lip in silence. Wen Li only wanted to say this much. She was about to hang up when suddenly Song Yan spoke up hurriedly, his tone mixed with resentment and frustration. What do you mean by saying you'll get bored and won't need me anymore? Wen Li panicked, realizing she had misspoken. She shouted, asking him to listen to her explanation. Song Yan didn't want outsiders to hear the couple's conversation. He turned off the speaker and said, explain quickly. His calm and manly attitude surprised Wen Li a bit. She thought that, if it were like in movies, he should have hung up by now and angrily left. While he was talking to his wife, Suaj Jingyu shamelessly looked up with her big, clear eyes and called him several times. Teacher Song. He frowned, looking at her coldly. His tone was truly intimidating. Didn't you hear what my wife just said? He turned his back and walked past her, not forgetting to remind her to wake up. Director Guo and he were not fools, so he hoped she wouldn't bring more trouble upon herself. Xua Jingyue's face darkened. She wondered if without Director Guo around, this was Song Yan's true attitude towards her. Returning to the banquet room with a heavy heart, Jingyue was warmly invited by everyone to drink a few glasses. With too much alcohol poured down her throat, Xua Jingyue's face reddened from the liquor, and she even started coughing violently. Seeing this, the others told old Guo that his daughter's alcohol tolerance was really poor. She should practice more regularly, so next time she'd have a chance to drink with them. Old Guo then leaned towards his young lover's ear with a despicable and jealous tone. Why did you come back so quickly? Why didn't you stay outside to chat more with Song Yan? Xua Jingyue felt slightly guilty. Indeed, she thought old Guo was a fool, so she lied, explaining evasively that she had just gone to the bathroom. Old Guo patted his foster daughter's head, smiling as he said he knew she had no feelings for this old man. But people should know their limits. He had given her so much. In contrast, if it were Song Yan, he asked, what would he give Jingyue? Even if she really went with him, he added, even if he supported her, did she really think he would give her more than he gives his wife? Old Guo then looked up, asking Jingyu in a low voice if she saw director Chu and screenwriter Zhu sitting opposite. He said without him, just by herself, even if she struggled to climb up, she might never catch up to them in this lifetime. Jingyu remained stubborn. She wanted to play the card she had just prepared, so she asked old Guo back, what if Song Yan's wife was the one who betrayed him? She thought Song Yan was a proud person. No matter how good his relationship with his wife was, it couldn't withstand the test of betrayal. Meanwhile, Wenli outside was still earnestly telling her husband that she didn't mean it that way. She was saying it for others to hear, not for him. He replied sulkily, but I heard it. Wenli stubbornly blamed him for listening. If you had covered your ears earlier, wouldn't it have been fine? Song Yan fell silent. Wenli started to get anxious. He then spoke again in a sulky tone, saying he didn't hear anything at all. Didn't you say I should cover my ears? Wenli replied bewilderedly, not cover them now. Song Yan ran his hand through his hair. Sorry, because I don't know if a second later you, Miss Wen, might say something like you just did again. Wenli immediately clarified, saying she absolutely wouldn't say such things for him to hear. She said that earlier just to annoy Xua Jingyue. Then she suggested, can you agree with me to present a united front first? Clearly, Xua Jingyue has improper thoughts about you. Why are you blaming your wife here instead of calling her out? Song Yan paused. He said he didn't care what others thought about him. He only cared about her feelings towards him. Wenli felt aggrieved, asking how she felt about him. Didn't he know already? Song Yan was also upset. He originally knew very well, but after she just said that sentence, he wasn't so sure anymore. Wenli cried out helplessly, that's just me exaggerating it like that. It doesn't mean I really think that way. Song Yan turned it back on her, asking if he said the same thing to Ba Shen. How would she react after hearing it? Wenli was on the verge of tears, asking if he would really say such things. He replied he wouldn't, but he knew full well that she might say it. Wenli could only promise him there definitely wouldn't be a next time. Surely situations like getting bored with him and then not needing him anymore weren't real. Song Yan pouted. Well, that's not certain. After all, there are many other attractive things in this industry. Hearing this, Wenli said those words should be coming from her instead. Song Yan naturally denied it completely, because if he had such intentions, he would have long ago. Why waste years waiting for a fool to slowly understand? Being called a fool, Wenli was very dissatisfied. She wanted to get angry, but because she was wrong first, she didn't dare to hold it against him. She could only affirm once again that those words earlier weren't sincere, pleading for him not to be angry anymore. Song Yan also knew those words weren't sincere. It's just that he was very timid, couldn't handle such threats. Although Wenli was stubborn and good at arguing, she knew he was sad. She also realized that she hadn't given him a sense of security. He was about to change the subject to something lighter when suddenly Wenli's voice rang out gently, saying, I love you. Song Yan was stunned for a moment, stammering for her to say it again. Wenli proudly refused, only promising that when he finished work and returned to Yan City, she'd say it again. He was about to continue, but Wenli shouted, cutting him off. Work hard. Don't let me look down on you. Later, the party also ended. As the studio was near Xincheng Hotel, Song Yan conveniently gave screenwriter Chu a ride back. It was the right thing to do. He told screenwriter Chu not to be formal. Then he said goodbye and left. The little fox was waiting, just waiting for him to appear. She immediately rushed out to follow him, saying she had something to tell him. Songyan coldly repeated what he said in the afternoon, advising her not to bring trouble upon herself. But when he heard her say it was related to Wen Li, and if others knew, it wouldn't be good for her, Songyan stopped in his tracks. He urged Xue Xingyue, quickly tell me, what about her? Xue Xingyue recounted eagerly with a smile on her lips. Sister Wen had an affair with an intern named Si Li. They even met in the Because of You group. Perhaps after more than 20-odd New Years, this was the funniest joke Songyan had ever heard. He could only utter 3 words. That's absurd. But the little fox seemed to still place a lot of hope on this card. She cheerfully called out Teacher Song once more with sparkling eyes, anticipating his next reaction. Songyan could only let out a dry laugh. He found it truly speechless. Xue Xingyue still blinked her eyes, mouth flapping. It's true. I've caught Wen Li and that intern meeting privately several times. Moreover, last time they even. At this point, she paused for a moment to add drama to her story. She continued, last time they were in the break room for half an hour. When they came out, their clothes were all disheveled. Songyan crossed his arms and lowered his head, thinking to himself that this must be 2 sisters playing mischievously and fighting, so their clothes got all messed up. Being caught by others became leverage. Xue Xingyue then put on a saintly expression, saying Wen Li was a good person who had helped her a lot, but she didn't want Teacher Song to be deceived without knowing anything. At this point, Xue Xingyue was about to reveal her main purpose. She said she didn't understand why Wen Li would be so heartless to hurt him so much. If it were her, she stopped here. Xue Xingyue lowered her head sadly, saying, well, anyway, why would Teacher Song care about her feelings anyway? She also said if he didn't mind, she could help him temporarily forget the pain Wen Li had caused. He could always come to her. Xue Xingyue talked on, but Songyan wasn't paying attention at all. He let out a deep sigh at that moment, thinking that perhaps in this lifetime he would never see Wen Li act pitiful and miserable like her. In his mind, an image of the haughty Wen Li appeared, pointing her high heel down at his face, chin raised to the sky, telling him that her being pleased with him was already a lifetime blessing. Kneel down quickly, man. At this moment, Songyan no longer had any interest in listening to this act any further. His gaze was so sharp it could cut her in half. Impatiently, he asked if she was finished speaking. Xue Xingyue gently wiped a tear from her eye, nodding obediently. Seeing this, Songyan called out to an employee named A Kang. He said they were done talking here. Come quickly, A Kang. Songyan's assistant immediately emerged from the room, then following Songyan's order, escorted Xue Xingyue back to her room. After giving instructions, Songyan turned and walked away. Xue Xingyue called out resentfully, Teacher Song, the things I just told you, don't you understand? Songyan felt very annoyed. He couldn't help but say she was too noisy. Finally, he concluded with one sentence. It's enough that I love her. Don't meddle in other people's business. A Kang quickly sent her away, telling this Mrs. Xue that Mr. Songyan needed to rest now, and he would escort her back to her room. Xingyue's eyes still followed Songyan, unwilling to give up. She didn't understand why, even though Wen Li hurt him, betrayed him, he still wouldn't look at her once. As soon as Songyan returned to his room, he called his beloved wife immediately, reporting to her that he had sent the person away already. He also asked if she had listened to the entire recording of what Xue Xingyue had said that he had sent. Wen Li had heard it all. She also found it absurd, not expecting the paparazzi to be right beside her. Songyan thought this was a matter between the 2 sisters. They should handle it themselves, to avoid future troubles. Wen Li also chose this solution. Although last time dancing with Zili did cause some gossip, she and he had been careful about the timing, avoiding too close contact already. It's just unexpected. Wen Li now thought that in others' eyes, this might be what's called having a guilty conscience. Wen Li couldn't help feeling a bit sad. In the evening, Songyan had drunk a bit too much. She told him to drink some water and rest early. Wen Li was about to hang up when Songyan let out a sigh, hand across his forehead, asking her not to hang up. Say anything, just let me hear your voice. He finally couldn't help but say, I miss you. Wen Li's cheeks flushed. She lay down on the bed, telling him to lie down too so she could say a few more words to him. She'd hang up after he fell asleep. Songyan savored this rare moment of relaxation in his day. He couldn't help praising how good Teacher Wen was. Wen Li excitedly swung her legs, feeling that drunk Teacher Song was so soft, so sweet. She had to record this moment. In another development, after satisfying his lust, the old foster father Guo Guo left Xua Xingyue lying there resentfully, her body covered in bruises. She still didn't understand why Wenli could be with Song Yan, while she could only be with this old bull. To get to where she was today, she had sacrificed so much, yet the result was still far behind Wenli. She had trained hard for years just to debut, while Wenli joined the show midway, yet gained the most attention. She recalled old Guo's words from earlier. Xingyue had originally secured a film resource, wanting to collaborate with Song Yan. But he not only rejected the script, he even collaborated with Wenli on a film project that was even better. However, even though Wenli had to spend many years to get to where she is today, Xua Xingyue had reached a peak in just 1 year that many artists might never achieve in their entire lives. She asked herself, just wanting to prove she's more talented than Wenli. What's wrong with that? Xua Xingyue still remembered she had one more trick to bring Wenli down, so she comforted herself that it's all fine. Just as she was starting to calm down, she suddenly saw an annoying article. The Entertainment News fan page posted a cruel comparison, saying Xua Xingyue's film image couldn't compete with Wenli's game endorsement photo. Below were countless comments saying that comparing Wenli's beauty to the young starlets was truly uneven. How many people are as divine as Wenli? Xua Xingyue was utterly contemptuous. She thought to herself, someone who relies on her husband for resources and even cheats like Wenli, comparing her to me is truly unfair. She then thought, if she revealed evidence of Wenli's affair, reporters would surely scramble to get it. In that moment, when jealousy and blind ambition peaked, she just muttered one sentence. Sister, don't blame me, okay? The next day, Wenli set off to work again. Little assistant Wenwen reminded Wenli to check her schedule soon. The debut night of the show For You, I Become a Group was arranged here. Wenli didn't pay much attention. Her eyes were reading a message from her brother, Zuli. Next month is Wenli's birthday. Her brother was asking what gift she wanted. Wenli excitedly replied, saying her brother should stand still and let her beat him up as a gift. Zuli waved his hand, absolutely refusing. He asked his sister to change it to something more feasible. Wenli didn't insist anymore, saying it's up to him. If her brother could debut smoothly, then not asking her for resources to support him would be good enough. Zuli pouted. The boy knew his sister could rely on herself to navigate the entertainment industry until today. He believed he could do the same. Wenli immediately self-deprecatingly put him down. Oh dear, you can't. You're not as attractive as me. Zuli then said every year, Dad paints a picture for Wenli. He came up with an idea that he could write a song for her. The copyright fee would be 100 million yuan. Wenli, hearing this, couldn't help but get angry and shouted, scolding, You brat! Are you trying to extort your sister? At this moment, she remembered something important. After a few seconds of silence, Wenli wondered if she should tell the kid about Xua Xingyue or not. When Li had typed out the entire message, telling Zuli that during the debut night of For You, I Become a Group, he must keep his distance. Don't let that Xua Xingyue make any random accusations, but she hesitated to send it. In the end, Wenli mercifully didn't mention Xua the fox anymore. She only messaged to remind her brother to keep his distance, because she didn't want crazy fans to ship them as a couple. Her brother just happily thought her narcissism was indeed getting worse day by day. Wenli pondered on her side. She felt this matter should only require her to handle it alone, but if not resolved properly, it would become a ticking time bomb. That's why she had to remind Zuli to prevent it from exploding. The debut night of For You, I Become a Group arrived. While Wenli was putting on makeup, Wenwen ran in panicking, telling her it's not good. What Wenli feared had happened. On all major and minor news websites, photos of her and Zuli were posted, with the headline, Wenli's affair with idol exposed. She frowned. Beside her, Wenwen informed that she had contacted Sister Dan, who was handling it. However, many audience members in the studio had started discussing it. The performance later might be ruined. Wenli immediately apologized hurriedly to the makeup staff and ran out. She called her manager to ask her to speak with the director on her behalf. She still had to handle the situation on site now. She knew that on debut night, all staff in the production team were busy filming. They simply couldn't be distracted. The affair news that just broke was bad news for both the involved parties and the production team. But it was an excellent opportunity to shine for others on this debut night. Choosing this time to cause trouble, Wenli couldn't help but praise Xua Xingyue. She was indeed good at calculating. At this moment, in the trainees' dressing room, the news of Wenli's affair with Zuli, along with photos and videos, was becoming the focus of all discussions. They were saying no wonder back then Zuli was chosen to dance with Wenli. As they were chattering, Wenli walked in. She apologized, then asked everyone else to step out for a moment so she could talk privately with Zhu Li. Everyone moved to the adjacent dressing room. Zhu Li remained seated, head down and silent. The words spoken until now to the inexperienced boy who had just entered the industry were painful enough. Wen Li maintained a calm attitude, smiling and thanking the program staff. He replied it was nothing. The director had just called and instructed them. Then he left so the two could talk. Everyone gone, Wen Li closed and locked the door. Just then, the young boy spoke up, saying it was Xua Xingyue's doing. Wen Li was slightly surprised, asking how he knew. Zhu Li calmly said that when he and Wen Li were alone before, he had seen her himself. He was wondering why she hadn't made a move yet. Turns out she was waiting for today. Wen Li frowned, asking Zhu Li if he knew. Why didn't he tell her? Zhu Li then admitted that he thought things were too simple, thinking she didn't act because she had no evidence. Wen Li was furious with the boy, immediately pinching his cheek, saying, "You little brat, the entertainment industry isn't that easy to navigate. Mudslinging doesn't need evidence." Then she comforted Zhu Li, saying she had contacted the manager. A clarification would be posted. Soon, Wen Li's phone rang at that moment. She told Lu Dan that she was with Zhu Li. She heard that the program team said they could remove the hot search now. She felt a bit relieved. The clarification post couldn't interfere with the audience's discussions at the studio. She said it's fine. She would handle it. Zhu Li stood behind, just staring at her wide-eyed. Done with the call, Wen Li turned and told him not to stand there dumbly. He should think about what to say when he goes up there later. Zhu Li looked at her with a slight smile. He had almost forgotten that his sister had such a reliable side. Wen Li reminded him that she would go on stage to publicly clarify first. Then he would go up for his solo performance. As she was about to leave, Zhu Li grabbed her hand to stop her. The boy anxiously asked why she had to go up first. Wen Li said to him in a serious tone, "There are so many audience members in the studio. More or less, some will turn a blind eye and a deaf ear, not listening or reading the clarification. Aren't you afraid of being pelted with eggs?" Zhu Li asked her heartbrokenly, "Then aren't you afraid?" Wen Li put her hand on her brother's shoulder, saying she debuted earlier than him. In the past, so many people scolded her, but she still got through it. This is just a small matter. It will be stabilized very soon. She patted Zhu Li's head, comforting him. For her, Zhu Li was different. He had never experienced something like this before. She was no stranger to cruel words. Soon, people will accuse her of having an affair with a trainee. They'll say no talent selection show will dare invite her in the future. They will self-righteously call on fans across the internet to trample the scandalous couple who tainted the talent show. They'll say the scandalous couple shouldn't dirty the stage of their idols. The evidence is right here. Fans shouldn't try to whitewash it. Wen Li is robbing the cradle? It's laughable. Thinking of the vicious words she'd soon hear, the hammer of public opinion, the cruel tongues of the world, Wen Li didn't want her brother to suffer it. She said Zhu Li couldn't imagine how harsh those words would be. If his endurance was just a bit weaker, he might have thoughts of suicide right on the spot. Finally, she reminded her brother not to forget, "I'm your biological sister. If I don't support you, who will?" Wen Li loved her brother, but Zhu Li also loved his sister. Unable to let his sister go, he held her hand tightly. Wen Li turned back, sighing and looking at her brother like a child. She asked why he was pulling her, telling him to let go as she still had important matters to attend to. Zhu Li said nothing, just pushed his sister to sit down. She had just opened her mouth to scold him. When Zhu Li lightly tapped her forehead, he told her not to rely on being his sister to do whatever she wanted. Her brother suddenly seemed dangerous, and Wen Li wasn't used to it. She immediately rose up, hitting her brother like whack-a-mole. "You're my little brother. When you were young and couldn't finish your homework, I wrote it for you. Without me, who would protect you?" Zhu Li rubbed his head, pouting mockingly. He said all the answers she helped with were completely wrong. Wen Li's face reddened slightly at this. She could only scold the brat for being ungrateful, forgetting all the good things she did for him, but remembering tiny, insignificant things so clearly. Zhu Li lowered his voice. I remember it all. So he said this time he'd repay the debt to her. Zhu Li would go on stage to explain first. Only when people stopped throwing eggs would she go up. Wen Li was about to say something, but saw Zhu Li reach out to fix her hair. "Sis, your hair is messy." Wen Li casually pinched her brother's nose, complaining that if it weren't for comforting Zhu Li, would she have rushed over here with her hair only half done? Zhu Li yelped in pain, asking his sister to let go, or people would talk if they saw. Wen Li laughed dryly. Everyone already knew anyway. She wasn't afraid of people seeing. If Zhu Li had already decided, she wouldn't stop him anymore. She'd arranged security for him when the time came. Zhu Li obediently agreed, and then walked away. Wen Li watched him go, a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. Zhu Li walked a few steps, then remembered something and stopped. He said he had planned to give her an early birthday gift. Wenli sighed heavily. She wasn't in the mood to care about such things now. Right now, she should be looking for someone to settle scores with. The makeup room door was kicked open with a bang. Xua Jingyue turned her eyes towards the door. Just as she opened her mouth to ask why the senior had come, Wenli had already kicked over the chair she was sitting on. Xua Jingyue fell to the floor, surrounded by scattered furniture, and glared at Wenli, asking what she was doing. Wenli stood straight, looking down with contemptuous eyes. "What am I doing? I oppressed you at the company. It's normal for you to be dissatisfied. But my brother hasn't even debuted yet. He doesn't have as many fans as you, yet you dare to harm him." Xua Jingyue was stunned by these words. She couldn't believe the words "my brother" and asked Wenli what she meant. Meanwhile, the entire audience was discussing the hot search about Wenli's affair. Zhu Li stood in the wings, looking out. It was indeed tense. Zhu Li closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He still had to do what needed to be done. Then he turned to the sound technician and said, "Please don't play the music. Everything happened so suddenly, so I want to change my solo performance." Zhu Li walked out with a guitar in hand. He smiled confidently and introduced the next song as one he had composed not long ago. No one had heard it yet, including the person he wanted to give it to. Luckily, she wasn't here, so he wouldn't be too nervous singing this song. Zhu Li said her birthday was coming up soon, so this was the gift he wanted to give her. The name of this song is Sister. He wanted to dedicate it to his sister, Wen Li. Then the boy said, "Happy birthday to you in advance, sis." After the introduction, Zhu Li placed his fingers on the guitar strings. His sweet voice rang out, full of emotion. "When I was little, just opening my eyes, I could see my sister's smile." The audience below was collectively shocked. They didn't expect Zhu Li to be Wen Li's brother. They didn't expect this kind of relationship. Zhu Li continued singing on stage. "But back then I was childish, thought you were troublesome." The lyrics told the story of the two of them when they were young. The audience now believed they were siblings. So the earlier affair drama wasn't made up after all. Pairing up two blood-related siblings, what kind of perverted person would do such a thing? In the dressing room, Wen Li raised her voice asking if Xua Jingyue understood now. Zhu Li was her biological brother. Xua Jingyue had fabricated that Wen Li and her own brother were having an affair. It seemed her mind truly wasn't normal. Xua Jingyue still stared wildly, saying it couldn't be, but Wen Li was too tired to argue with her anymore. Wen Li looked at the phone in her hand, praising Xua Jingyue for her patience, choosing the day with the most attention to release the news. That said, she pressed play on the audio file Tong Yan had sent her. Xua Jingyue's voice rang out, "Teacher Tong, why don't you notice my feelings for you? If Teacher Tong doesn't mind, I can make you temporarily forget the pain that senior brought you. I'm always here." Everyone in the dressing room was shocked, exclaiming in disbelief. They couldn't believe Xua Jingyue confessed to Tong Yan. "He's married. Isn't this just being a mistress?" Xuan Yu lunged towards Wen Li like a small frog. "Senior, don't." But Wen Li quickly pulled her hand back, dodging her. Wen Li frowned in annoyance, saying Xua Jingyu posted the video to manipulate public opinion. Whether she and Zhu Li are siblings or not, no matter how they explain it in the future, people will always remember this affair. While Wen Li only brought to light Jingyu's failed attempt to become a mistress. Is she already this scared? Jingyu then fell to her knees and apologized to Wen Li. Wen Li didn't even want to look at her. A perfunctory apology won't cut it. She said apologizing is useless. She will never forgive her. Unable to beg for forgiveness, the wannabe mistress brought up the company, saying the company and investors would not agree to Wen Li spreading rumors. Wen Li raised an eyebrow, just making an O sound. She pressed call on Tong Yan's number. He answered immediately. Then he asked how things were on her end. Wen Li put him on speaker. She told him that she was calling not as his wife, but as an artist. She asked if he was interested in signing her to their Baishi company or not. Tong Yan answered seriously. With the skills, professionalism, and commercial value of Teacher Wen, he believed any company with discerning eyes wouldn't refuse. Baishi, of course, was the same. Wen Li smirked. She thanked the Baishi shareholder for his recognition. Then, she turned back to Jingyue saying if their Jiarui company chooses to protect her, she would immediately jump to Baishi. Then, Wen Li told Jingyue to guess who the company would keep. Jingyue looked up, asking Wen Li how she knew the company would definitely choose her instead of herself. The company invested so much in her, she believed they certainly wouldn't give up on her. Wen Li laughed heartily upon hearing this. She agreed that they would indeed regret the money invested in Xua Jingyue. However, once they discover she can't salvage the situation, they'll immediately support someone else. Jingyue's tears flowed freely. She painfully refuted, repeating foreign, "They won't" 3 times. Wen Li wiped her tears, sighing and saying she didn't need to cry. After all, she brought this upon herself, so she must face the consequences. At this point, considering everything lost, Xue Jingyue could only sit and sob, muttering, "How could this be? How could this be?" Wenli glanced at Jingyue, saying the only ones who truly feel sorry for her are her fans. They love, trust, and cheer for Jingyue. But she, what about her? Wenli asked if she thought her actions were worthy of the love and support that they gave her. Jingyue tried to hold back her sobs, asking Wenli why she was telling her these things. Wenli stood at the door, pausing her steps. She replied that her own dream in the past was also to be an idol, and Xue Jingyue had stood at the starting line that Wenli greatly admired. She had a very good start. She was both talented and hardworking. Wenli didn't understand why she couldn't wait, why she had to take shortcuts. Returning to her room, seeing Wenwen standing there sobbing, she worriedly said the matter had been resolved. Why was she crying? Wenli looked at Wenwen's red eyes and anxiously asked who had bullied her. Wenwen said between sobs that it wasn't that. It's just that Wenli's brother sang very well. She felt extremely curious, immediately turning towards the screen. Earlier, busy settling scores with Xue Jingyue, she had missed the boy's song. Wenli felt a bit of regret. Wenwen was thoughtful as always, bringing her the latest recorded video of the live stream. The lyrics of the song rang out, "I want to tell her Moonlight that I am her little brother, also her strong fortress. She is my elder sister, also my warm sunlight. When the moonlight isn't enough for her to shine, I will make her radiate her brilliant halo once again, vivid and proud like when she was young." Wenli was deeply moved but still proudly commented that it was just okay. Wen curiously asked if the moonlight in the lyrics referred to Teacher Song. She still remembered Teacher Song's nickname was White Moonlight. Wenli knew very well, but was reluctant to answer. She replied that she didn't know the lyrics, telling Wen to ask Zili instead. Meanwhile, Song Yan on his side received a call from Zi Shimao, Wenli's father. This old-fashioned, low-tech old man asked him if he had just posted on Weibo, right? Asking if what he did was good enough. Song Yan had seen it and replied that his post was fine. It's enough. Now he should rest and leave the rest to him. On Zi Shimao's Weibo, a photo of the father and 2 children had been posted. He said he was proud to have a son and a daughter, Wenli and Zili. Song Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief as the crisis had passed. He looked at Zili's latest post again, a video of the song reminding his sister's Moonlight to treat her well. Song Yan couldn't help but smile, feeling emotional, praising that this little brat had finally grown up. He shared it and posted a short, concise status saying, "Moonlight understands. Her moonlight will forever be a solid support, protecting her for life."